Week 6 of the NFL season. We've got you covered here on BetMGM Game Day for the next 3 hours each and every Sunday. You can join us bright and early as we break down every game on the slate, give you all sorts of betting angles, sides, totals, props. We've got it all. Joe Ostrowski, Jason LaConfora. I'm Kate Constable. If you want to watch the show, you can do so over on Twitch. Just search the BetMGM network, and same thing over on YouTube. If you miss anything throughout the show, you can listen back anytime on the free Odyssey app. We'll be breaking down every game throughout the show. So if you're listening and you think maybe you missed a game that we talked about earlier, just head over to that free Odyssey app and you can find those previous games we've discussed. We also have another game bright and early, international game. We have Broncos and Jets that kicks off at 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. We'll break down that game early on in the show. That way you can get all of your bets in for that one. Gentlemen, it's good to see you bright and early. Week 6. Joe, how we feeling?
Good, I think. Is it going to be another one of these weeks? It started last Thursday with the Rams and the Niners, and then it started, I think, this Thursday with the Giants and the Eagles. Like, that's what's on my mind today. First month was fairly chalky as far as the winners. Some wild finishes, but as far as the winners, it was very chalky. And then last week was kind of crazy. And I'm wondering if we're going to see the same thing this week, Jason, with more than a touchdown favorite going down to start the week.
Yeah, we've certainly hit, I guess, the variance portion of the schedule, right? It's funny. Maybe I do this every year, and I probably do. But you kind of start power ranking teams, and we've had, roughly a third of the season behind us. It's try naming your the worst 8 teams in football and stacking them in order. Like, they're so bad. You're like, well, this team can't be better than that team. And that team really, are the Saints really quasi good now? Could the Saints really only be the 8th worst team in the NFL? No, you can go down a rabbit hole. And then on the other side of it, who's great? Who's a super team? We've been accustomed to having super teams from, Brady handing the baton to Mahomes, to even the Eagles showing up in the Super Bowl more often than not lately. I don't think it's one of those years, guys. I just don't think this is one of those years where somebody reels off, even from this point on, 9 straight, 10 straight wins. I don't think those teams are in this league this year.
Feels like it changes on a week-to-week basis. Okay, who's best now? I think the Lions. And then what are we saying after tonight? I don't know. Well, the Lions are an underdog if you think they're the best team in the NFL right now. It's wild. You're right.
Yeah, whoever wins that game between the Chiefs and Lions is going to be the de facto Week 6 best team going into Week 7. I mean, Week 5 last week, we saw the Saints win. We saw the Broncos beat the Eagles. The Panthers win, although granted that was against the Dolphins. The Texans, who have not been good so far this season. So last week was a little bit of a mess. We'll see if this week is somewhat of the same. We do have some great matchups, as the guys alluded to. Chiefs and Lions, that game is tonight. 49ers and Buccaneers, that's going to be a great game this afternoon in the afternoon window. And then we have a whole lot of new quarterbacks starting today. Joe Flacco going for the Bengals after being traded on Tuesday. Jacoby Brissett, it looks like he's going to get the start for the Arizona Cardinals this week. Kyler Murray's dealing with a foot injury. So a lot of moving pieces throughout the NFL. But we will take all that into account as we give out some bets. And guys, let's just start things off with the Packers and the Bengals. Speaking of Joe Flacco, he was traded on Tuesday. According to reports, the Bengals sent him clips of their offense on the plane ride over to Cincinnati. So he got a jump start on it Tuesday evening. They are 14.5-point underdogs at the Packers. And speaking of teams that we have maybe said at one point of the season, could they be the best team in the league? That was the Packers through the first, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Their defense is unbelievable. Micah Parsons has made this, a game changer for the Packers. And yeah, he's been a massive bright spot for them. But can Joe Flacco on a couple days with his new organization cover as 2 touchdown plus underdogs on the road, Jason?
I don't want anything to do really with sides and totals in this game. I've played it through some individuals, but it's a big number to cover. It's weird variance. Browning was so bad. This is instead of like 28-year-old Browning, this is 40-year-old Browning. It really is odd. I mean, obviously they know that he beat Green Bay when he was in Cleveland. He brings some leadership and, moxie and all that. But it's a bad O-line and it's a bad run game, and he's worse from a mobility standpoint than the guy he's replacing. Green Bay has given me some pause, and they haven't played football for a long time. And now they get a homecoming game, which I don't know if that's going to bring out the best in them. When LaFleur is in some of these spots, like a lot of that McVay family tree, he sometimes plays with his food. Look, I mean, it's hard for me to get beyond the fact that the Bengals have been outscored 97-9 through 3 quarters in their last 3 games and take them seriously as a football operation. Like, if you strip out garbage time, last 3 games outscored 97-9 through 3 quarters. They can't stop tight ends at all. They've allowed 14 touchdowns to tight ends since the start of last year, 9 yards per attempt. Carolina and Cincinnati cannot stop tight ends. They've allowed 4 touchdowns to tight ends the last 3 games. I think Kraft and both tight ends could catch touchdown passes. But I think Kraft gets at least 50 yards. I think Kraft has an anytime touchdown. I think Jordan Love, who's got 17 touchdowns to 1 pick in his last 11 games, and has thrown for 2 touchdowns or more in 3 of the last 4. Cincinnati bowed up on the ground a little bit against the Lions last week. I think Jordan Love throws for 2 touchdown passes. If you want to put a Joe Flacco interception as a leg in a parlay, well, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? And that's really where I am, guys. There's not a whole lot else I could get into here. I mean, it's a lot of points. It's Cincinnati with a new quarterback on the fly. Maybe it is a little better. Maybe he does unlock Jamar Chase a little bit. I'm not willing to bet on that. I'm willing to observe that. But I do think that there's skill players on Green Bay who get the job done.
A difficult game to bet, unless you're just one of those people that says, look, I'm getting 2 touchdowns in the NFL. I'm not over going to think it. I'm just going to take my 2 touchdowns, my 14. Once it's 14 or higher, you just take that dog. There are some people that bet that way, and I could understand it. The Flacco beating Green Bay thing, okay, fine. Yeah, that's going to be brought up naturally. Here's the problem. The situation he's going to, they allow the second most pressure in the NFL. Yep. He's a statue, and they allow a ton of pressure. And how's that Packers team going to feel coming out the bye? How much pressure are they going to bring? What are we going to see out of Parsons in this game? The flip side, I understand the angle of, it's flat. Maybe there's Flacco magic for 60 minutes with his new team. Maybe they're reinvigorated. There's some life in the building for that could be temporary. Okay, we can play Fantasyland if we want, but you got to look on the other side. This team is pissed off in Green Bay, and they should be. They were playing some pretty bad ball going into their bye. So now they've had 2 weeks to stew about this. The last time we saw them, they gave up 40 points to the Cowboys, and they had to settle for a tie. So there has been ultra focus, you would think. It's not just kind of strolling into the bye. We're going to have a vacation. It's an early bye, and they're not feeling good about themselves, as Kate mentioned. They were supposed to be, oh, my God, maybe they're the hot Super Bowl bet right now. They're the best team in the NFL temporarily. And then that was knocked down quickly. So because of that side of it, I can't back the Bengals, even getting 2 touchdowns in this spot. Jason mentioned the worst team in football, trying to stack them up. Forget the 2 wins. Right now, the Bengals are the worst team in football. Yeah. And it's really, really not close. So I understand the point spread. I understand that. Props are tough with a new quarterback learning the playbook. What are they going to end up doing? An offense that has no run game, so it's not like you can lean on that a little bit. It's a tough one, guys. I don't know what to do. This is mostly a survivor conversation, right? Do we go Packers or do we not go Packers? Because that's really the only thing you can do betting-wise.
A prop that I have been looking at throughout the week, and you guys can tell me if I'm way off on this one, because you're right, Joe. They don't have a run game. I mean, Chase Brown has been awful this season. And part of that is the offensive line is just so terrible for the Bengals. Like, it's not all his fault. The Bengals offensive line, you mentioned, allowing the second most pressures. 42% of dropbacks are being pressured right now. Joe Flacco, under 36.5 passing attempts. Like, is he going to throw 37 times? Are they going to drop him back that many times against this pass rush coming? Maybe they don't have any other choice, Jason. Like, that's probably what ruins this bet, is that they don't really have any other options other than have him drop back and throw the ball. But that seems like a high number for someone who's coming in and has been with the organization for 3 days.
I don't put anything past Zach Taylor. I mean, I really don't. Like, it's another warm body with a big arm. Like, could he just put him in shotgun, empty 25 times, and then he also checks out of some run plays and throws another? I don't. It would look. They're a bad operation. It's a head coach who might be kind of on his last legs. He's got a lot of pissed off wide receivers. No, it wouldn't shock. It's Zach Taylor. Like, I mean, how many times has Joe Burrow gotten hurt behind a bad offensive line? And they run what they run, man. I don't know.
All right, we'll put a hold on that one for now. Let's go over to London. We have Broncos and Jets. The Broncos are coming off of that win in Philly. They jumped on a plane straight from Philadelphia and flew over to London. The New York Jets, 7.5-point underdogs. They have yet to win a game this season. Like, at what point is Aaron Glenn on the hot seat? First-time head coach? No? Like, you don't win a game?
You might be right. No, it's Woody. It's the Jets. It's Woody. Everything's on the table.
Oh, man.
What's his Madden ranking? Right? Because doesn't Woody's kid?
Exactly,
I mean, what's Aaron Glenn's coaching Madden ranking right now? It can't be good. You
guys think I'm crazy, but there's a world in which the Jets don't win a game for a little while, and all of a sudden the Aaron Glenn dancing on the sidelines to Earth, Wind, and Fire isn't that funny anymore, right?
Not cute.
That being said, I do kind of like the Jets getting the points today, Joe. Weird things happen in these situations. The Broncos, they haven't been home in a long time, having that Philly game. I think this is a spot where the Jets could at least cover. I like them if you can find them 7.5 right now. There's 7s out there. I'm looking at a 6.5. Kind of monitor this throughout the next hour or so. The game kicks off in an hour and 15 minutes. But, Joe, I kind of like the Jets.
I can't get there.
No.
To your point about Aaron Glenn, it's just – so you go from a defensive guy to another defensive guy, and you have a bad defense. It's just like it's shocking how bad their defense is. And the most damning part of the Aaron Glenn situation, and that's why I think it's certainly valid what you bring up and what Jason brings up. Well, you got the crazy owner factor, and you got a defensive guy who has a bad defense, and they're an undisciplined team. We're seeing double-digit penalties week after week. We're seeing missed tackles all over the field with your defensive-minded head coach. Like, I get you work with what you got. Like, you can't turn over the entire roster in one season. But you also have this high-end skill position talent on offense that is doing stat-wise fine, but you're not turning that into any wins. Now, that's probably just how you build a team. Like, look at these teams. I know the Burrow injury, but look at these teams that are investing everything into these skill position players on offense that are not named quarterbacks. Like, they're not doing very well. I can only go Broncos. I would think, like, if you want to go Broncos in a money line parlay, or you want to tease them or even cover, I can see it. Like, what is this Jets offense going to do against this Broncos defense? You saw Benito. For those people that did not know a lot about that guy, like, all of a sudden he's in the heart of that defensive player of the year conversation after what he did last week against Philly, Jason.
Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts on this game, and we can expound on it, I think, after the break, because I think a lot of people will be betting this game because it's obviously in its own little window here. Coming up, I would just say if you study the international games, when there is this much of a dichotomy, this much of a sort of spread between the two teams, it usually tends to go one way. Like, there's really only one way to play it if you think history is a portal into the future.
We will tell you which way that is on the other side. Great lead into the break, Jason. We'll be right back here on BetMGM Game Day. back into BetMGM Game Day here on the BetMGM Network. We're cruising right along. Not going to waste any time.
Well, we were.
Got a ton of games to get to.
We were till Joe just killed the show. Joe just killed all our momentum in the break.
I didn't do anything. I did not.
Brain's
Inside
all over
radio.
The place after what just happened in the break, and we can't talk about it on air. But yikes!
Mind's blown.
Instead, we'll talk about.
You guys are trying to recover. I should have shut up. That's what my wife says all the time. Man. Should have just shut up.
Got to reevaluate some life choices after that. Jason, you were just telling us about the history of how games go across the pond overseas in terms of teams covering. Broncos, 7-point favorites right now at BetMGM in London against the Jets.
It's funny you should mention that, Kate. In the international series, favorites of 7 points or more are 8-2 against the spread. The last 18 winners internationally have also covered. It tends to bring out the worst in the lesser team when we do get these games that aren't just two garbage teams being shipped over there for those poor, unsuspecting, whatever, German or English or Irish or Brazilian fans. Bo Nix is 8-1 as a favorite of 3 points or more against the spread. I haven't bet a lot on this game from a side total, from a side perspective. I'm not willing to lay more than 7. I do have some parlay legs that are pegged to Denver -2.5, Knicks over, 2 or more passing touchdowns, Fields 20 yards rushing. Like I would play it there just in case. But if you made me take the points or lay the points, given it's a Sean Payton operation, given how well that quarterback's playing, and given the fact that Denver has allowed 6 offensive touchdowns all season, best in the NFL, and given that Denver's number 1 in sacks and number 1 in pressures, and that is a really awkward, sort of squirrely operation on the offensive side from the Jets. I have questions about the offensive coordinator. I have questions about the offensive line the longer they play. Remember, they lost their best offensive lineman for the season before the year started. Denver's offensive line, pretty dominant, and Aaron Glenn's not generating much pressure himself. So you look at the difference in pressure rate between the sides. You look at the difference in the trenches between the sides. I do think there's a real chance for this to get sideways. The Jets are 31st in pressure rate and 6th in blitz rate. He's trying. Like Aaron Glenn's trying. It's not working, and I don't know that it's going to work against Sean Payton and these protection schemes and this offensive line. So, again, I think Bo Nix has a nice day. Do I think he throws for 300 yards? No, I don't think he's going to have to. Do I think he throws for 200? I do. I think he throws 2 touchdowns. Have I sprinkled on 3 touchdowns? I have. The Jets have allowed 157 points. Like, it's brutal. I also, one of my bets on this game, I like Denver to win the first half, Denver to win the game, which I got at like -115 early in the week. Again, the Jets are scoring when they're down. Like, they're scoring when the game's already over. They've got a -56 scoring differential in the first half so far this season. That's second worst in the NFL. They also have a -8 turnover margin, and this is a Denver defense that will turn you over.
Well, I like the Knicks prop. I'm with you on that page. As far as the matchup against this Jets passing defense, Sean Payton and Nick should have a field day. And to see that number, it's kind of the state of the NFL. Like, you just go back a few years and you have a pretty good passing offense, good offensive mind going against a weak passing defense. It was automatic, 2.5 touchdowns. Now the number's 1.5, and it's not even juiced to the over. It's even money over 1.5. I also looked at the yards, and like you, I'm like, I just can't get there because we might be running the football the entire second half because there's absolute blowout possibility in this one. Yeah, you're right about the international games and the favorites. And it's a small sample, but Peyton has done very well in these international games, covering both by almost 2 touchdowns. I like the Knicks over 1.5 passing touchdowns, Kate.
All right. Let's go on to Browns and Steelers. back in the United States on U.S. soil here in Pittsburgh. Steelers -6. I'm concerned for what do we call him, Jason? Geriatric conspiracy theorist, Aaron Rodgers, and how he's going to handle this Browns pass rush, because Rodgers is not all that mobile, and you have a very good Browns defense coming at him. I like the Browns plus the 6. I wish I could get it over a touchdown or at a touchdown, but I'll take it plus 6 right now. I'm not sold on this Steelers offense, and certainly not against this Browns defense that we've seen shut down quite a few teams. I think they can keep this low scoring. The total's 38.5, so it's a low scoring game with a pretty large spread. Joe, I'll take the Browns plus 6 in this one.
I understand it. I would like to do it because I prefer not to take Tomlin when he's laying 6 points. Now, when he's an underdog of any sort, yes, let's go all day on that one. This is a situational spot that we've never seen before. You've got a team with an international game. Yeah. No bye. They're coming right back at it with a rookie quarterback in his second start, facing a team on the road that is coming off a bye. It is an awful situation for Cleveland. Just based on that, I can't take the plus 6. With Gabriel last week, a little impressed. Like, he was better than I was expecting for him. Like, that was a terrible situation as well. Hey, kid, first time in the NFL. Have at it in front of the country, in front of the world on Sunday morning. And let's see if you can do something. Like, that was a really bad spot. Pittsburgh struggling defense really before the bye. Did they get anything figured out? Don't know. They still have a strong pass rush, so I think they'll end up being all right. But Tomlin went to work over the bye week to try and figure things out. I would like to take Cleveland getting 6, but I just can't in this situation, Jason.
Yeah, I don't like a lot about this game. I played it one way. I mean, when this thing opened, I laid the 4.5 with Pittsburgh. And I also jumped Pittsburgh money line then. For all the reasons Joe just put out, just pure situationally. This looks like a bit of a tricky wicket for a rookie quarterback, let alone for even a veteran quarterback. Take home road out of it, right? Because who the hell really remembers who the home team was or the road team in London? The last 11 games that the Cleveland Browns have played outside of Cleveland have all been losses. They average 15 points. Their opponents average 30.2 points. Remember, the Cleveland defense is really good, but you run the home road splits. They tend to be a little bit extreme. Like, the Browns have covered 6 of their last 22 football games going back to last season. I even at 6 points, wherever this thing goes by kickoff, I can't get there. I'm also not laying that many points with the geriatric conspiracy theorists. I think if you wanted to fade Dylan Gabriel a little bit, you probably, it might not be a bad spot. Pittsburgh did generate 11 sacks their last 2 games. They have created 10 takeaways. And look, Cleveland traded the guy who was their starting quarterback most of the year last week. There's a lot of weird stuff going on in that building. Hardly any prep time. Coming back from London, a hungry, Steelers team. What's happened since the Steelers last played football? The Ravens have collapsed, right? The Chiefs can't win. The whole AFC's coming back to them. I think Mike Tomlin's got them ready to play. I think the defense, you want to get cute, defense, special teams touchdown. Danny Smith, block punts. I love their special teams unit. Might sprinkle on that. I think Dylan Gabriel's throwing a pick today. I think Dylan Gabriel might have to activate his legs a little bit today. That's sort of where I am on this game. Outside of that, it doesn't do a whole lot for me.
Who's winning that division?
Pittsburgh.
They're about even money.
I still played it again this week. Plus, I got it at plus 135.
There you go.
This week.
It's coming down.
You can still find it at plus 135.
So it's basically a not.
It's basically a not Baltimore. Got it above plus 115.
Okay. So it's basically a not Baltimore bet because I don't know where else you can go. It's amazing to me that they're even still plus money at this point, just looking ahead. It feels like scheduled loss with the Ravens with the injury situation today. And so you're saying, yeah, no, not this year.
I mean, the Ravens would almost have to run the board for the rest of the season if to win this division, right? And sure, you get Lamar Jackson back, but your defense sucks.
And their special teams suck. I mean, and like they can't run the ball. The offensive line is garbage. Ronnie Stanley's on a bum ankle, one contract too long. Like, they didn't sign a backup left tackle. Like, you can still get plus money on the Ravens to miss the playoffs and the Steelers to win the division. By 4 p.m., that's gone. Like, it's probably gone by halftime. Like, that's not reality. Like, that's not. What does Mike Tomlin do every year? He wins at least 9 or 10 games and splits with the Ravens. If he does that this year, he's winning. He's winning the division. He's probably winning it comfortably to where their second game doesn't even matter. This Ravens team is not running off 9 wins in 10 games. Like, they weren't doing it before the injuries. They definitely ain't doing it after the injuries.
No. Lamar Jackson, hopeful to be back next week, but who knows if that'll even happen. And again, they have problems all over the board where it's not just a Lamar Jackson away from this team all of a sudden ripping off a bunch of wins. The Cardinals are certainly not going to be ripping off a bunch of wins. Jacoby Brissett will be under center most likely today for Kyler Murray. Very convenient, guys. Call of Duty dropped this week, or drops on Thursday, and Kyler Murray all of a sudden out for a couple games with a foot injury. Colts laying 7 at home. Joe, where are we going with Indiana Jones today?
Oh, man. Did it really drop? I thought it was later in the year.
It's dropping this coming Thursday. So I was wrong. It hasn't dropped yet, but it's coming.
Okay, so he's getting ready. He's getting ready for it. So now the number is 9.5, 10 at some spots. BetMGM is 9.5. It's all Colts money. How do you bet on the Cardinals? If Kyler was out there, it's a similar conversation. How do you bet on the Cardinals after last week and all that noise, everything with Gannon? Like, that's what people are looking at. Those are situations where I love to say the team that we're talking about, how do you bet on them? It's tough. This is really tough with Brissett because Kyler's actually decent on the road. He's much better on the road than he is at home. But what a mess! As great as things are going on Indianapolis' side, way worse to the opposite extreme for the Arizona Cardinals at 9.5. Am I going to lay it? Am I going to take it with Arizona? That's the only thing I could do. I'm not laying 9.5, 10 points with the Indianapolis Colts. I'm sorry. I just can't get there. Like, last week was super impressive when you look at the final score, but the Raiders gave them everything. Like, here's the ball, like right next to the red zone again. Just walk in and go 6 for 6 in the red zone like you did last week. They didn't outgain them by that much. It was like 20 some yards. It was just the Raiders being the Raiders and turning the ball over again and again. So yeah, the Colts have been impressive. Should they be favored by 9.5, 10 over anybody? I'm still not there, guys. As impressive as they've been, this is a Cardinals or nothing spot for me. But that organization is a disaster too. One of many. That's the lesson from this morning. Like a third of the league is trash.
There you go. Yeah, I like the under here. I don't love it. I did play it at 47. It's still hanging out around there. Yeah, the Colts hung 40 on the Raiders. They hung 40 on the Titans, and those teams went way over. The other games, they're willing to run the ball a lot, bleed clock, activate Daniel Jones's legs, bleed clock. Arizona's run defense was pretty bad last year. Right now, they're 4th in success rate and 4th in rush defense EPA. They're also doing a really good job overall against opposing quarterbacks. Now, we can quibble about who they faced, and we can also quibble about how good Daniel Jones really is. But opposing passer rating, 82.5. That gets my attention. They've got to be smart about this with Jacoby. There's no explosion in their run game, but there has to be volume. And Arizona has done nothing but play close games. Weird games that end on field goals, games they should have won, dude throwing balls away at the goal line. But still, they've all been close. So I think they can muck and muddy this up and keep it close, which to me inherently if I believe that, I believe it's a lower scoring game. I don't think they're keeping it close in a shootout. I don't think they're constructed to score a lot of points, frankly. So I think it could be an under game. Like, are the Colts really looking, to get AP votes by running up the score like it's college? I don't know. I kind of don't think so.
We'll talk about some of the better games. We've gotten the ugly ones out of the way. We have 49ers and Bucks, Lions and Chiefs coming up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day with Joe Ostrowski, Jason La Canfora, and Kate Constable. That's the Fox call. Jared Goff to Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown against the Bengals earlier this season. Not as easy tonight against the Chiefs. I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer here. Bengals and Chiefs are in two different weight classes, as we've kind of discussed throughout the show. But that'll be a great Sunday night football game, a good matchup there. Monday night football, we have Bears and Commanders, Bills, Falcons. Those are both going to be solid games. Kansas City at home right now. They're laying 2.5. They're coming off a loss to Jacksonville last week, also a primetime game. Patrick Mahomes has not lost back-to-back primetime games in his career. Now, we also said at the start of the season that Patrick Mahomes has never started a season 0-2. So the trend's not always the thing to follow here. Lions on the road. Jason, Jared Goff, away from a dome setting. What do we think in Lions and Chiefs this afternoon? Total 52.5. So highest total on the board this week.
I got no problem with Jared Goff on the road and Dan Campbell on the road. All they do is cover, and all they do in prime time is cover and win, even if they're an underdog. I mean, look, you got a Detroit team 16-5-1 against the spread. Under Dan Campbell, 23-11 against the spread as a dog. The Chiefs are 5-11 against the spread overall in their last 16 games. Goff's 2-0 against Mahomes. He's put on a show in those games. They're averaging 38 points a game, 333 passing yards per game. Lions have won 10 of their last 11 straight up on the road. Like, I'm not, this whole Jared Goff on the road thing, like, I don't know, man. Like, the Lions have won 20 of their last 23 games. Like, they're doing what the Chiefs used to do. They're the ones rolling up 34 points in 4 straight games. Kansas City can't score 34 offensive points in 2 weeks. I like Detroit. I know I've got Detroit tickets on money line. I've got Detroit plus 3.5. I think Goff throws his 2 touchdowns here. I think Kansas City has to shorten this game. Kansas City's under in 19 of their last 27 home games. I think they will fight to make this an under game. I think that Rashad Smith kid, like, go look at some of the plus money on 3 receptions, on 2 receptions, plus 400 on an anytime touchdown. The red zone is still broken. We had a red zone interception taken for a pick 6 on Monday night. Like, I think they're going to throw a bunch of checkdowns to that kid. I think they're going to try to run it between the tackles under center with Pacheco. I think they're going to try to make this a 1-possession game late and make it a lower scoring game, because Kansas City's not winning a high scoring game against Detroit. Like, Kansas City's got 1 pass rusher, Karlaftis. I mean, take the Chris Jones meme thing of him. He hasn't made an impact. He couldn't really even make an impact against a terrible Baltimore offensive line where, they've allowed 17 sacks already. Like, I just don't think they can make Goff uncomfortable enough to level this playing field enough to, frankly, win the football game. Dan Campbell has no problem motivating his team to go on the road. Defensively, yeah, the Lions are dealing with some issues, but I still don't really buy this Kansas City offense. I think Detroit's the better team. I think Detroit's obviously playing with more confidence. And what is Patrick Mahomes? He's never been 2-3 before. And I mean, he's never had to fight for his season to this degree, this early in the year. And they don't really run the ball that well. And you can run the ball on them. I like the Lions in this spot. I really do. I think Dan Campbell gets his teams up for exactly these kinds of spots. You still don't think we're the better team just because we've got to go there? Okay, we'll show you. Regular season, we'll show you.
Can't wait for this game tonight. Going to be awesome. It's going to probably the winner of this game. We're going to see their Super Bowl odds cut a bunch. Like, you look at Kansas City. If I told you before the year at this point, they're going to be 10-1 and they're going to be pretty healthy. Like, people are going to jump on that. I do have more trust than you do, Jason, in this Chiefs offense. Like, this is a much improved Jaguars defense that they face. They put up almost 500 yards against them. How'd they lose the game? Pick six.
They can't
That
score in the red
changed.
zone.
That changed everything in that game. You're going in, you're about to score 7, and then you got 7 going the other way. And then, Trevor Lawrence gets stepped on. He falls down. He finds a way to get into the end zone. That was another wild finish. But no, I do trust this Chiefs offense. And it looks like Worthy's been practicing in full this week. He's been dealing with the shoulder and the ankle. He looks better. And just since he's returned the last couple of weeks, I know they didn't win both games, but that offense is looking different. And next week, Rice is back. So how are things going to look then when you add that other weapon? They've been losing the one-score games. This is something we didn't see before. And we knew it was unsustainable, but they've been losing the one-score games finally. They're 0-3 in those this week. This could very well be a one-score game. In fact, I would expect it to be. The shocking part would be if this is decided by double digits, and then we see a beatdown. It's another tough test for this Chiefs offense. This Lions defense has been phenomenal. The injury report isn't great. We've got the left tackle, Decker, out, and a number of guys on that Lions defense. In the secondary, Terrion Arnold, the cornerback, is out. Their nickel, Maddox, is out. They thought McNeil was going to return. He's not quite ready yet. Both safeties are listed as questionable. So a lot of things iffy for that Lions injury report. Knowing the Lions and the culture there, questionable means you're in for this game. Like, it's the Chiefs. We're going to Arrowhead for Sunday Night Football. No, they're probably going to be in. With all that said, I'm taking the Chiefs -2.5. Can't wait to watch this game. Curious if we have any line movement. I know the lines are a very popular pick, and I understand. Like, look at their ATS record the last 3 years. Like, they're getting nearly a field goal here. People are going to bet them.
I lean towards the Chiefs too. I like the over. I know it's an extremely high total, highest on the board. We're up to 53 at BetMGM right now. But for as good as the Lions defense has been at times this season, they still gave up 24 points to the Bengals. They gave up 30 to Baltimore, 21 to Chicago. I think this Chiefs offense is finally starting to get rolling a little bit. They're going to be able to score. I don't trust the Chiefs defense quite as much. I think the Lions are going to score. I think we see a shootout tonight on Sunday Night Football, which would be, as a fan, very fun to watch. So I'm going to go with the over in this one. Let's quickly go over to 49ers and Buccaneers. We have Mac Jones going for the 49ers again in place of Brock Purdy. The Bucs coming off that win late in the game against Seattle. I mean, Jason, the Buccaneers right now are have to be the best fourth quarter team in the NFL. Whoa. You look at their wins this season, they all come late in the game. They're close wins, but they find a way to get it done. Can they find a way to cover the 3.5 at home today? That's the question we're trying to answer.
Yeah, I'm not so interested in that. I just have them on the money line. And look, you play them on the money line. Baker to throw 2 or more passing touchdowns, like, he's thrown 10 in his last 5. He has 2 or more in 4 of his last 5. San Francisco's got 6 sacks all year. They're allowing an opposer passer rating north of 100. They don't have an interception, the 49ers, since last November. They don't get sacks, but maybe they get a lot of pressure. No, not since Bosa went down. 23rd in the league in pressure rate. Tampa just finds ways to win games. Baker is definitely in the hunt for MVP. It's early. We talk about this stuff too early, but that's just the reality. San Francisco has 0 rushing touchdowns, and McCaffrey is averaging like 3.1 a carry. Everybody runs it on Tampa, but it might be a little bit more of a struggle for them than most. I think Mac Jones is the better quarterback right now, but he's compromised physically as well, which is obviously suboptimal. I think McCaffrey will get a ton of touches. I don't know that it leads to a ton of yards or a ton of points, frankly. I think Tampa's the better team. I think they win this football game. They could win it in a blowout. They could win it last second, right? Like, yeah. They just win. Baker's 24-15 against the spread as a Buck. I think they win. Like, at the end of the day, I think they win. I think the rookie wide receiver I like him to score another touchdown, right? 425 yards, 5 TDs. I think San Francisco is a little fugazi to me. Like they've gotten some gifts. I'll put it that way. I feel like they've gotten some gifts, and I don't know that they're getting one from Baker today. I think Baker's going to like throwing against this defense, not having to worry about anybody coming off the edge and bothering him.
I love betting on Baker in situations like last week. Oh, we're the underdog? We're getting 3.5 points? Like, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Now with Purdy out, they decided to move this past a field goal. Now Baker's got to win by margin. That hasn't been happening. It's all this late game stuff. And I'm not saying that that's not going to continue, because this is kind of what Baker is, right? He's going to give you a chance to win the game at the very end. And if you're on the other side, you don't want him with the football in his hands, because they're probably going to win, because it keeps on happening. But is it going to be a close game? Is it going to come down? Is it going to be a field goal game? Because now we're past a field goal at 3.5. And yeah, I'm kind of looking at that side. Now it's 3.5. I look to San Francisco. Mac Jones has looked good in this offense. You've got a little extra rest here. So is this who Kendrick Bourne is? Like, what was that against the Rams? Who was this guy with that connection with Mac Jones? The prop is 44.5 yards for him. If you want to do a touchdown, that's 3-1 for Kendrick Bourne, which I found to be interesting. And if you're going to attack this Bucs defense, how do you do it? You got to do it through the air. So it's going to be on Mac Jones if they're going to be in this game. It's not going to be running against Tampa Bay. You can't do that. Bucs have a bunch of injuries. Irving, Evans, Godwin still out. We know San Francisco has their side of it, but I like San Francisco plus 3.5, guys.
What do we like overseas? Broncos and Jets. They're kicking off here in about a half hour. We'll head back to that game and give you a little true or false on narratives that you can use to bet this one coming up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day here on the BetMGM Network.
Ostrowski.
I've been waiting for a month okay, one of these weeks, we've seen enough. The offense is going to explode one of these weeks. It's going to happen when we least expect it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jason La Canfora.
I love field goals here. Their offense is broken, and you can correlate it field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks. But Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday Betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
Week 6 in the NFL, cruising right along. Kind of crazy. We're already 6 weeks in. Got you covered on every game today. 2 Monday night football games and one kicking off here in about a half hour over in London. That's the Broncos and the Jets. We'll talk about that in just seconds. If you missed anything that we talked about the first hour, we went through a bunch of games. You can go back to the free Odyssey app and listen to that previous hour and get some bets on those games that we just talked about. If you want to watch the show and listening right now, but want to check us out on YouTube, you can do so over at the BetMGM Network on YouTube and the BetMGM Network on Twitch as well. All right, guys, we're going to do a little game of True or False, London edition. We have the Broncos who are laying 7. Coming off that win over the Eagles, the Jets, the heavy underdogs, a total of 43.5 kickoffs in a half hour in London. Let's bring in our producer, Brandon, to give us a couple true or false statements here.
All right, guys. I figured true or false because Joe just fades everything, so fade or follow wasn't really going to.
Yeah, good call.
It worked out well for me last week.
Hey, I hit 4 out of 7. I hit 4.
4 out of 7's not
No.
No.
Yes, sir.
No. Bad math.
Right.
Go ahead.
Let's go true or false here. This game, I think, is going to be pretty brutal. But this is absolutely a trap game for the Broncos. True or false, Kate?
I know I said earlier, I think the Jets could keep this one interesting. I don't think this is necessarily a trap game. I know they're coming off that win over the Eagles and then went straight to London, but this is a Sean Payton coach team. The team has come out in the media and talked about, we're not going to allow this to be a trap game. We are, yes, we had that great win. We're flushing it. We're moving on. I'm going to say this is not a trap game. Joe.
No way. No way is this a trap game. You're going international. It's basically a primetime spot, and you go home for the Giants next week. It's not like, it's not like one of those, quote, sandwich spots, anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
No. Like, I get it. Is there a letdown after going to Philadelphia, fourth quarter comeback, all that? No. If it was a regular Sunday, 1 o'clock Eastern game, maybe you could make that case, but I don't see it. They're professionals. They're going to be up for this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think human nature, like, could they take the Jets lightly? All that stuff. Yeah, but I look at their road to get here. Like, I think Tennessee week 1 was a trap game, and they almost fell into it. Then they lose on the leverage play to the Colts. Then they lose on another field goal to the Chargers. And then I think, the Bengals, what was that going to be? Well, they beat the bejesus out of the Bengals. And then they hung in there after a slow start against the Eagles and won that one. No, I think they're a good football team that's rounding into form, that's getting a little better each week. And I think their defense travels, and that's a pretty good starting point against an operation on offense that's as limited as the Jets. So no, I think they will avoid falling in a trap.
And since the Chargers are going to be calling us to play O-line next, like, the division's there for the taking.
Yes,
Chiefs
it
could
is.
very well lose tonight, and the Broncos could be in a great spot.
All right, let's take a look at the Jets quarterback situation, because I was always a big Justin Fields guy, even when he was here in Chicago. I felt like Justin Fields kind of got a raw deal, and I think he's back in that same situation. So true or false, Joe, we'll start with you. If Justin Fields ever gets with a real offensive coach, he will be a weapon in this league.
False. I mean, a weapon. What does that mean? Does that mean like a top 15 quarterback, or does that just mean, hey, he's got this rushing ability, he's a weapon?
He'll be more like kind of like in the Lamar territory, right? Because I mean, he's completing 60 passes this year.
Okay, no, I'm not there. Look, everywhere he goes, every stop, Justin Fields got a raw deal. He's got talent. He just needs to be in the right situation. Well, the only situations that appear available are bad ones for him. Like at some point, it's on the player. We can't just say, "Oh, well, the Bears stink as an organization." Oh, well, Pittsburgh doesn't stink as an organization. It was just the offense around him, and they didn't build it around him. And he's fighting for time. Oh, the Jets, they're a trash organization. Well, okay, how many chances is he going to get? So I'm not holding on to anything like, oh, I saw this unbelievable athlete at Ohio State. It's eventually going to come true. Like we are seeing that with some veteran quarterbacks right now, but no, I'm not buying that one. I'll go false on that.
I'll go false on that too. He was a phenomenal college quarterback. I don't think we're going to see that version of Justin Fields in the NFL. I think the defenses are too good. I don't see him improving a whole lot, even with a offensive-minded head coach. I think we kind of know what Justin Fields is at this point.
I am a Fields truther, and I'm not willing to give up. I've seen what Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield and Geno Smith were, and then I saw what happened when they got with the McVay-Shanahan family tree. This kid has been in terrible spots. He was 4-2 last year and was starting to score touchdowns. Pittsburgh looked pretty good. They whacked the Raiders. I know it's no big deal, but they whacked the Raiders, and then they benched him for Russell Wilson. And then they really wanted to go back to him late when Russ hit the wall, and he was hurt. I don't think he's in a tenable situation right now. And I don't know where he's going next, but he's 26 years old. I mean, there's going to be kids taken in this next draft, right? Because of 8 years of eligibility and yada, yada. There'll be some quarterback taken in the 4th round or the 3rd round of this next draft who's like within 9 months of Justin Fields. Like, I'm not. I'd love to see him with somebody who has a clue. That hasn't been his plot in life in the NFL to this point.
I wonder if Mac Jones is going to be part of that. It's so funny. Like, if they win today on the road, he wins in a big spot again with Shanahan, who wanted him to begin with, right?
Yes.
And then the organization made the move not to go to Mac Jones, and he eventually lands there after being viewed as a bust. Like, it's going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, the organization. Nobody's moving heaven and earth to trade up for a quarterback if Kyle Shanahan doesn't ultimately sign off. Like,
True.
Lynch works for him. You might go back to who got hired first, who made who.
Yeah.
Like, Kyle's got all the jam. There's no way Jed York is saying, "Hey, Kyle, I'm going to steal all your draft picks away from you because I really want Mac Jones." Like, that's not how that building works. So Kyle's got to wear that one. Kyle's got to own it. That Trey Lance trade is on him.
All right, let's go to one of the Broncos draft pick, Harvey, who they're starting to use a ton more. And at plus 180, RJ Harvey is the best value in this game for an anytime touchdown. JLC, true or false?
I mean, almost 2 to 1. I guess that's value. I still think there's value every week on Justin Fields to score an anytime touchdown. And I don't think it's baked into the price most weeks the way it could be. I also think they're going to find joy throwing the ball here. And they kind of like Dobbins finishing drives. So I like it. I don't love it.
Yeah, but I like it. If we're expecting a route and we're getting 2 to 1 on a running back that is getting a decent amount of run, like the most we've seen as far as snaps is about like 40%. A couple weeks ago, we saw that. Last week, a little bit different because you're trailing throughout much of it. But we don't expect that to be the script in this game. So I'll buy it. I'll say true. Kate?
I'm with Jason. I like it. I don't love it. I know his touches
Fields
are
is
going
plus
up.
225. guys.
Yeah.
For
I would take
Fields
Fields
plus
as the value
225.
play over RJ Harvey. You can get RJ Harvey plus 230 at a couple places, so do some shopping, but I like Fields over Harvey there.
All right. So Justin Fields has only scored 1 touchdown rushing in the last 3 games. So he has. It's not like every week he's finding his way into the end zone. But that's why
He scored 2 or more rushing touchdowns in 3 of his last 7 starts, going back to last season. Games he started and finished. He's got 2 or more in 3 of his last 7.
Okay. All right. The Jets defense has not had an interception all season long. This defense is horrendous. But at plus 105 for Bo Nix to throw an interception, the Jets will get their first interception of the season this week. Kate, true or false?
The fact that the Jets have not gotten an interception all season. I'm going to go false. What gives me any reason to believe that they will this week? I think Bo Nix takes care of the ball. I'm gonna go false, Joe.
Yeah, it's false. I know they call him Bo Picks out in Denver, but I don't know if that's entirely accurate out there. Yeah, and there's going to be no reason probably in the second half for him to be throwing the ball around that much. So, yeah. Wow, that's no interception. Do they have a takeaway? Because I think as far as last week, they didn't have a takeaway. Let me check.
-8, I think, in takeaways, but I do think they have a fumble.
They don't have a takeaway this year. Oh, my God. That's bad. So no reason to believe it's going to start now.
There's a part of me that wonders, like, they don't have an interception all year, and San Francisco doesn't have an interception since, like, Thanksgiving of last year. There's part of me that wonders if both those, like, just pure eventually regression, running the numbers. Interceptions are down across the league this year. I get that. But there is a part of me that wonders if both of those end today just folly, luck, whatever you want to call it, regression.
Look at the Jacksonville Jaguars. Aren't they the perfect example? By far the fewest takeaways last year, and this year by far the most.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, well, staying with how bad the Jets defense has been, Joe, the Broncos today will fly over their team total of 26.5. True or false?
Oh, fly over. You're suggesting well into the 30s. I don't know about that. I'm expecting upper 20s, and then the Jets much less. But as far as flying over, that's tough to do. We're talking about an ugly route, like into the mid 30s, low 40s. I can't get there, but I am buying the Broncos big today. What about you, Jason?
Yeah, I like the Broncos. I've got a lot of action on this game. I've got a lot of 2 and 3 leg parlay situations, and I'm not taking Denver over 20.5. That's now I'm conservative by nature, but I like this could end up being 27-3 or something like that. I just don't know, given how far they've got to fly back and what's ahead for them, that Sean Payton is putting a total beat down on them. So, like, 24 might be enough to win comfortably. So, that doesn't appeal to me as much.
I'm not going to say they fly over this, but I'd be willing to take the over on their team total here. You look at what the Jets have given up. They've allowed at least 27 points in all 5 of their games so far this season. So flying over, that might be a stretch, but I do think they can have some success scoring today.
All right, last one here, guys. With the Rams and Jaguars next week, 2 teams that are playing really well.
Damn.
Will be.
We just lost
no
Brandon.
So, that's it.
So I'll give this last one out. With the Rams and
okay.
Jaguars next week in London, this game today will be the worst of the London games this season, Joe.
Ooh, well, the Rams. No, next week's game's actually pretty good, right? Like that's how.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
That
So this one's probably going to be bad.
I'm trying to think back. Is it the worst?
Both Minnesota games were close. I mean, they weren't great, but they were compelling, right? You had Wentz with a chance to win. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, This won't be the worst, though, because we had 2 bad quarterbacks out there last week. It's unfair to Gabriel, but he was in a tough spot.
Yeah.
No, it was close, but I can't say that it was a good game. Man, I don't know. What's a good game? A blowout? Yeah, you guys are probably right. I'll say true now that I think about it.
Yeah,
With what
true
I'm
for me.
expecting, I'm expecting like 27-10, something like that.
That constitutes a bad game, I think.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go through a plethora of games, do a little quick hitter here on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
Week 6 of the NFL season. We're cruising right along. Gonna go down to Jacksonville. Talk about the Jags going up against the Seahawks today. Jacksonville coming off a good win over Kansas City. A little Trevor Lawrence double fall. Finds his way into the end zone. Jaguars win that one 31-28. Meanwhile, Seattle kind of lost a heartbreaker late in the game against Tampa Bay in Seattle last week. Lost that one 38-35. The Jags or Hawks rather, looking to bounce back. They're on the road and they're a favorite on the road, Jason. -1.5. Total is 47.5. Are you buying a little bounce back for the Seahawks?
I'm buying the over. I'm buying what Sam Darnold's doing. I was in a little bit of wait and see mode on this Clint Kubiak Sam Darnold marriage. It looks to be like made right out of the Shanahan family tree. It's going pretty well. Sammy Darnold, if you haven't been paying attention, 114.8 passer rating, 73% completions, and he's averaging 9.3 yards per attempt, folks. It's big boy football. Jackson Smith and Jigba looks pretty much uncoverable these days. I like Jacksonville's defense. We talked a lot about Jacksonville defense on Monday night. Jacksonville was live for me, in part because of the turnovers in the defense. But they will give up some yards. And look, Mike McDonald's a beast on the road. He just can't win at home. He's 9-1 straight up on the road. He's won 8 in a row on the road. He just can't do anything in front of the 12th man. Seattle's 6-2 against the spread their last 8 on the road. Look, Jacksonville's been covering this year too, 4-1 against the spread. So that's sort of heady territory for them. You can't run the ball really on Seattle much at all. And look at the injury report. I think you can throw it on them. So I think this game gets a little loose, gets a little crazy. Seattle's last 3 games, they've played one at 57 total points and one at 73. We've seen a couple of Jags games flirt with 60 points already this season. So I like the over here. I played this parlay Monday night, and it's worked out for me a couple times in Jags games already. So Trevor Lawrence has thrown a pick in 7 of his last 8, right? And he tries to do too much. And, he didn't play great. They beat the Chiefs, but he didn't play great. And then you've got the Jags defense that's turning everybody over, right? They've already got more interceptions this season than they had all of last season. And their number one takeaway team, and that D coordinator was been around Flores. He's been around Fangio. Like, he was around Halfley last year in Green Bay. So he's got the turnover gene. Both starting quarterbacks to throw a pick. Like, I like that parlay. I'm going to probably be playing that again for the foreseeable future in some of these Jags games. So Seattle having to travel. Yeah, Darnold's played well, but he's not above throwing a pick. We've seen him be shaky in the red zone before in his career. And this Jacksonville, these linebackers are really active. They're obviously surprising some people. So I like the over, and I like interceptions.
The Jacksonville -1 at BetMGM line is interesting because a lot of other books have decided to make Seattle the favorite as money's come in on the Seahawks over the course of the week. I understand that. I'm with that. I'm not worried about the Seahawks at home losing the high-scoring game. I look at it and say, man, this offense is not stopping. And, yeah, there was the turnover at the very end, but it was a tip pass. I'm not going to put that on Darnold. Right before that moment, he had 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. So it has been super impressive. And JSN, clear-cut number 1. Like, you look at league leaders as far as some of the receiving categories. Like, JSN's near the top of the league in a number of categories. He's not that far off from Puka. So that's the kind of production that we've seen out of him. The concern on the Seattle side is the state of the secondary, dealing with so many injuries. Reek Woolen, doubtful. Witherspoon, doubtful. Julian Love, doubtful. On the flip side, am I scared of Trevor Lawrence's passing game? No, I am not. They're still dealing with a lot of issues, still waiting for guys to haul in passes. We saw more of Hunter on Monday night. I was wondering if that was a sign of things to come here, but I like Seattle. I get the move. I understand why some books have decided to make them the favorite. Short week for the Jaguars. If they don't get that 99-yard pick six, do they lose? Probably. That's probably the case. But, that's a much better Jaguars defense. This is an excellent Seattle defense as well. I'm going to take the Seahawks. I think it's a good spot for them to bounce back from their high-scoring loss last week against Tampa Bay.
I like JSN props, and this is about as high as I would play it because it was 75.5 earlier this week, and now it's 84.5, so I wouldn't go much higher than this, but it seems like he's just a matchup nightmare regardless of who's guarding him, and the Jaguars are 27th in receiving yards allowed at this point in the season, so matchup proof for JSN. I'll take him over his receiving prop, 84.5 right now. Monday Night Football. We've got two Monday night matchups, Bears Commanders, Bills Falcons. So let's start with Bears Commanders. This is a interesting matchup just because of what happened last year in this game. The Hail Mary or Fail Mary, however you want to look at it, whatever side you're on. Tyreek Stevenson for the Bears. He's talking trash to the crowd, misses his assignment. Jaden Daniels throws a Hail Mary, and the Commanders win. Not only that, but that just derailed the rest of the season for Chicago. It was over after that. So now the Bears get another shot at the Commanders with Ben Johnson, so a different head coach. 4.5-point favorites on the road. The Commanders are coming off a good win over the Chargers last week in which Jaden Daniels looked great after missing a little time with injury. Joe, as a Bears, well, I guess you're not really a Bears fan anymore. As a Chicago native.
Yes.
Yeah, right? It's sticky.
I hate the organization. Can I say that?
Yeah.
I hate them.
Yeah. Me too.
So it's hard for me to root for them on a weekly basis, even though I grew up and that's all I cared about in life. Then you grow up and then you learn things. Like, it doesn't really matter. And they're a bad organization to begin with. Look, on the Washington side, you're right. Jaden Daniels looked good. The key for me, didn't have McLaurin, didn't have Noah Brown. Like, it was him and Debo. And it sounded like he could have gone the week prior. So it seems like Jaden Daniels 100, as close to 100% as you're going to get over the course of an NFL season. I've been torn on this game throughout the week. My first reaction was, oh man, where these teams are right now, that's a lot. That's kind of a lot, and they're kind of putting it in the middle, not sure what to do with it between a field goal and between six. And as the week's gone on, and then we see the final injury report yesterday, I'm like, oh, okay. All right, I don't mind the Bears in this spot. I don't mind Caleb going back to where he grew up and doing his part. The Bears are healthier. That has been their issue to start the season. Even though 2-2 start, I don't think most Bears fans would complain with. Like, coming out of that bye, 2-2, Ben Johnson first month as he's kind of learning his way through the league. They don't have a run game. They don't have a pass rush. That's obviously concerning. But the number of injuries they've had, in particular in the secondary, has been damning. Like, it's surprising that they have a couple wins. Now, they're back, most of them. Jalen Johnson's up for the year. We know that. But looks like Kyler Gordon's good to go. Jaquan Brisker, the safety, good to go. Linebacker TJ Edwards, he's going to be out there. He's missed the last couple of games. On offense, Darnell Wright was injured. Looks like he's ready to go. Same thing with the guard, Jonah Jackson. Bears are healthy. They got healthy over the bye week, and this line isn't moving. Early on with the injury report, it was looking like, I don't know, they're going to play. Now they're all in, it seems like. The only one they're going to be missing is Grady Jarrett, and he hasn't looked great at defensive tackle for this team. So I'm expecting a focused effort. It was a game that was circled for the Bears, probably circled for the Commanders as well, because all of a sudden, with the Eagles looking bad again, this division is theirs for the taking. Cowboys want it. Commanders want it. Somebody, it's up for grabs. But 4.5 is a bit much for me, guys. I've landed on the Bears. I was torn on this game throughout much of the week, but that's where I'm landing here. Ben Johnson, you've had 15 days to prepare. 15 days. If you don't show up with something special here, this one's going to be on you.
I like Washington here. I don't. The injury report. The Debo thing is kind of a big deal because I think he's helped unlock the Krosky Merritt kid and the multiplicity in the run game. is a factor for them. But like, this is a defense I think Daniels can have a lot of joy against. I think he throws for 2 here. Wouldn't shock me if he throws for 2 and runs for 1. I definitely think they're going to be able to run the ball on these guys. I just feel like Daniels is born for these spots. And look, Caleb's made a lot of gains, and I'm not saying Caleb has a bad game, but this line indicates a shootout. And if it's a shootout, I'm taking the better quarterback. I'm taking an offensive coordinator who's only got to worry about the offense and not Ben Johnson in a big primetime spot with his quarterback coming home, playing in a stadium, 15 miles from where he played high school. Like, I'm looking at a team that's rolling up 160 on the ground in the game, per game, and they're at home, and their quarterback's back, and like their quarterback's 12-7-1 against the spread, and the other quarterback's 2-8 on the road, right? And his last 5 home games, Jaden Daniels thrown for 14 passing touchdowns. Like, I'm far from, again, sold on Chicago's defense. They've been good on third down, but I think they can be had here. And I don't even know that Washington's going to need a whole lot of third downs, because I think they're going to be able to get explosives on early downs. And I don't care who the kid's throwing the ball to, I think early down play action is going to be successful for them. And to your point about ownership and the Bears football culture, they're 13-23 against the spread on the road since 2021. Like, I don't know that Ben Johnson's turning that around. You know what I mean? Six weeks on the job. Like, they go on the road and they tend to pee down their leg, right? They tend to find ways to lose. And this is a Washington team that just finds ways to win. Oh yeah, emblematic of what they did to these guys a year ago. And I get it. Eberflus wasn't an NFL head coach, and Ben Johnson probably is. But I think Washington's got a little bit of special sauce. And watching what they did against the Jesse Minter-led really good Chargers defense. I know the Chargers have all kinds of issues on the offensive line, and Herbert's getting hit too much. But I just think they've got a cheat code in Jaden Daniels. So I like Washington to win this football game. I think it's probably an over game. I think Daniels throws for at least 2. And I like this Krosky Merritt kid. You're looking for another parlay leg. Play it at 60 yards. You don't have to go crazy. But I think he gets plenty of opportunities to run for 60 yards in this game.
I like the Bears. I like that they're healthy. I'm taking them plus 4.5. Going against everything Jason just said right there. Our other Monday Night Football game, Bills and Falcons. Falcons coming off a win over Washington. Actually coming off a bye week. Their last win was against Washington. And the Bills coming off a primetime loss against New England. So, Joe, can the Bills bounce back on the road? They are 4.5-point favorites. We have a total of 49.5.
Of course they can. Their defense isn't great, though. I kept thinking about the Bills, Jason, when you were talking about, are there really any great teams in this league? Because some have anointed them as the best team in the league, and then last week happens. You're at home, division rival. Like, watch out, here comes Drake May. This is probably going to be a battle that you're going to see a lot, over the coming years if New England has their way with May versus Allen, and they didn't rise to the occasion. Of course they can. Falcons coming off the bye with the extra rest. You get Allen on the turf. Can they smoke him? Sure. That makes sense. And you look at Raheem Morris. He's been really bad in these spots. He's been terrible as a home underdog. Like, that's not what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to rise your level of play when you're a home underdog. And it's been quite the opposite for Morris. Not covering 80% of the time in a 20-game sample. That's pathetic as a head coach. The offense certainly looks better for the Falcons. I think there's upside with this defense. The number of rookies that they've added that have contributed immediately has been impressive. But let's not overrate what they've done. Like, they're closer to league average compared to where they were last year as just, a bottom-tier defense. And they were forced in a situation like, we got to keep adding bodies here. We got to add some guys, see if we can strike gold here with one of these defensive players. But, yeah, I'm on the Bills. I think it's a spot for them to bounce back. I am concerned about the defense. Maybe this ends up being the highest scoring game of the week. Total of 40. But I'm going to take Buffalo -4.5. So I like the dog in one Monday night game. I like the favorite in the other.
Jason, any quick thoughts?
I think Atlanta's live for me here. I think Atlanta's defense is going to be a problem for Buffalo, and Buffalo can't stop the run. I think Bijan goes off in this game. I've got a Bijan scrimmage ladder that goes over 150.
Ooh, a little spicy there. We're underway in London, and Jets just got their first turnover of the season.
Wow.
Fumble by Bo Nix. Or fumbled by the receiver after that Bo Nix pass. Things are looking good for the Jets so far. Got a lot of game to go. This is BetMGM Game Day on the BetMGM Network. on Fox last weekend. Panthers have a game today going up against the Cowboys. That one's going to be interesting. But we left off on Falcons-Bills in this last segment, and Jason was just getting into some Bijan props. So, Jason, why don't you run through those real quick, and then we'll turn our attention to the next slate of games.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a ladder, 90 or more scrimmage yards, 100 or more scrimmage yards, 125 or more scrimmage yards, 150 or more scrimmage yards. I mean, he's got 10 straight games with 90 scrimmage yards or more. He's accounting for almost 40% of the Falcons' scrimmage yards in total. He leads them in receiving yards and rushing yards. No Milano for Buffalo. They are going to be compromised in coverage against him. And Ed Oliver's coming back. Ed Oliver's not some two-gapping monster. Like, he's undersized. He's a little light in the trunk, like most of the Bills' D-line. This is a Buffalo team that's 24th in the league in rush defense success rate, 28th in the league in rush defense EPA. They're allowing 5.6 a carry. The Falcons know what happens when they put it in Bijan's hands. It's good things. It brings out the best in Penix. And I think the offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson, got neutered a little bit a couple weeks back when they reassigned, Ike Hilliard and messed around with the staff. Am I 1,000% convinced that Zach Robinson's still calling plays? I'm not. Who knows? Who knows who's on the headset? Who knows what's going on there? I know I like what I saw against Washington, and I know it's a legitimate Atlanta defense, which I don't say very easily because I've been in Atlanta a conscientious objector for a long time. But Raheem's turned that side of the ball around. Buffalo's failed to cover 3 in a row. Buffalo's defense, again, I think can be had. These are the number 1 and number 2 time of possession teams in the NFL. I think we get fewer possessions in this game. I think it's an under game. I think Bijan and Cook could both, to some degree, be stars. I think it's a better matchup for Bijan. I think he gets in the end zone. And I think we're maybe asking some questions about Buffalo coming out of this game because I don't think this is a great spot for them.
Falcons defense is number 1 in total defense right now, number 1 in passing defense. So they've had some success over the last couple weeks, but they also did give up 30 to Bryce Young and the Panthers a few weeks ago.
Well, it was a pick six, though, Kate. It was a pick six in there. The Panthers, I believe, had 242 total yards in that game. I believe it was 4.1 yards per play. And they scored 30 points, but it was field position, and there was a pick six. So I'm just saying.
All right. That's fair. That's fair. You got to look at all angles. Speaking of looking at all angles, let's go over to that Cowboys and Panthers game. Panthers coming off a win last week. They're underdogs, 3-point underdogs at home. We know that the Panthers play a whole lot better at home. Rico Dowdle going up against his former team with Chuba Hubbard still banged up and out for the Panthers. I mean, he had a monster game last week that I'm sure that is going to be a very public prop is to back Dowdle going up against the Cowboys. Joe, in terms of a side or total, is there anything you're backing in this game?
Yeah, I mean, it's been impressive what Dallas has done with their offense. They look great. And with that said, the defense stinks. What also stinks is this ugly injury report for the Cowboys. They got away with it last week, and you got to give them credit. They didn't have Lamb. They didn't have 4 starting offensive linemen. It's pretty bad this week, too. No Lamb, no Turpin. They're missing at least 1, maybe a couple offensive linemen. Their middle linebacker, Sanborn, is out. There's a couple dudes in the secondary. Blandon Diggs, they're questionable for this game. I don't think it looks good. Will they get away with it this time on the road in Carolina, where Carolina does play better? But we were talking about it off air. It's just like it's hard to figure out like what's real. Like some of these final scores with Carolina are fraudulent because, okay, yeah, you're down 3 scores, you make it a 1-score game. Yippee. You're never really in the ball game. Like we've seen that a couple of times out of Bryce Young. Yeah, a lot of conversation on Dowdle. I can't go there because we know those are all juiced up, all those props. Mm-hmm. I'm going to take Carolina as a home dog, +3 in this spot. I did see one book just go to 2.5. I don't think that's going to happen everywhere, but we'll be watching this morning to see if Carolina does get some money. It's still 3 just about everywhere, but I found that to be a little interesting. But I'm on the Panthers.
I like Carolina here too. I mean, Bryce Young's 7-10 at home. Like that might not sound like much. Go look at the road. It's kind of impossible. Carolina's covered 7 of their last 8 at home. Look, what I love the most in this game is the over. Both defenses stink. Carolina can't get at, like, their head coach doesn't know what he's doing. They're not prepared to play. But God love them, when they fall behind 17-0, nobody's better in garbage time, especially at home. And sometimes they turn garbage time into a come from behind victory, but you don't get to play Mike McDaniel every week. That's the hard part. But, like, I just think both offenses go off here. Dak's number 1 in the league in completions and number 1 in attempts, and I don't think that changes here. The ball will come out quickly. He'll spread it around against a bad defense that doesn't have a pass rush, that doesn't generate a whole lot of pressure. I'm not so worried about the O-line because I think they'll just quick passing game and scheme it up. Carolina cannot defend tight ends at all. Like, I love Ferguson. Anytime touchdown, Ferguson 50-plus receiving yards, Ferguson 60-plus receiving yards. This is what happens when you throw to tight ends this year against Carolina. 32 completions on 38 attempts, 401 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, a QB rating of 130. You can go back to last year. They've allowed 13 passing touchdowns to tight ends. That's second most in the NFL. Only Cincinnati, we're on Kraft in that game, who they're playing Green Bay, has allowed more. Carolina's allowed 42 total passing touchdowns since the start of last season. That's tied for most in the NFL. And again, Dak is playing like a quasi-MVP right now. He's thrown 7 passing touchdowns in his last 2 games. I think both these teams can score, frankly, 27. It would not surprise me if Dallas scores 30-plus. I think we go over. I think, again, Ferguson shows up. Dak, you can get pretty good plus money on 3 passing touchdowns. I love 2. I've sprinkled on 3.
I'm in agreement with both you guys on the Panthers to cover, and I like the over in this one. I think we see a ton of points with both of these offenses and lack thereof of defense. Let's go over to Saints hosting the Patriots today. New England laying 3.5. They're coming off that win in primetime against the Bills. Saints are coming off a win of their own. Jason, which of these teams is in a letdown spot, do we say? Or which one carries the momentum into this week?
I mean, I tend to believe in Mike Vrabel. Now, is this too much too soon? And it's all a little bit too heady. This is not a revenge spot for Diggs. Obviously, last week was. I mean, I think New England is clearly the better team. I think they have the better head coach. I know they have the better quarterback. But I don't love this game because, New Orleans has not been nearly as bad across the board as I thought they were going to be. So I have to factor that in. Now, I do think you could throw the ball on them, right? They've already allowed 11 passing touchdowns, 70% completions, 106.0 opposing passer rating. I think May runs for over 25 yards in this game. I think there's a chance he throws for a couple of touchdowns in this game. But I don't know. This game I've got red flags about this game. Like I've got a little bit of, like I said, I got a small May parlay and that's it. This game to me has some red flags.
This line stinks, doesn't it? Like the Saints 3.5 point underdog, the high of New England and their win last week. A team that is viewed as one of the best in the NFL on the road, get it done. All right, we've got our guy. There's no question about it. We got the great head coach lifting us to this level along with our franchise quarterback. Whoa, we're getting this, Diggs? Yeah, you did that night. I don't know that you're going to get that, Diggs, every single week, that laser focus. It's hard to get there, but Jason, you're right. When you see red flags and we see a line that kind of stinks, I'm going to go on the other side. I'm going to take New Orleans plus 3.5. And, you look past this, could the Patriots be looking past? They've got 3 easy games in a row coming up here. And then they've got the Titans next week. Vrabel going against the Titans. That's going to be the one where you're going to want to back New England most likely. I'm going to take New Orleans, even though it's tough to pull the trigger on Rattler, the guy that was winless 1 week ago, to say he's going to win back-to-back games.
Rattler, I mean, for his record he hasn't played as poorly as the record reflects this season.
No.
He's been okay. So I don't fault you, Joe, at all for taking the Saints in this spot. Rams 7 over at BetMGM, point favorites at the Ravens. I mean, maybe this is a sucker play, but I like the Rams here. I think they go in, and coming off a loss last week, just destroy the Ravens. There's no defense. More so than taking the Rams to cover, I like Matthew Stafford to throw 3 touchdowns. You can get that at some plus money, plus 250. Patrick Mahomes had 4 passing touchdowns against this Ravens team. CJ Stroud looked really good against this Ravens team, and that Texans offense has been horrible this season. So I think this is another spot where Ravens defense cannot hold. So I'll take Stafford over. Joe, in a minute before break here, you got anything in this one?
No, I don't have anything on this one. We can go right to Jason. Yeah, I think the Rams win. Jason, are they covering the 7.5? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my only fear here was this nor'easter, and it doesn't sound like it's going to be the crazy winds or the torrential rains that midweek some were prognosticating. So, yeah, I've got a lot on this game, probably too much to get to here, but sometimes it just is what it is. And when a team's about to fire its defensive coordinator and they're everybody's homecoming game, and they've allowed the most passing touchdowns in the NFL and the second most rushing touchdowns in the NFL, and the desperate team's coming in here with a play caller who's the head coach who knows he's left too much meat on the bone. I know what happened when the Rams came here in a 1 p.m. kickoff on a soggy late November, early December day a couple years ago, because I was in the stands with my son. And it was McVay did whatever he wanted. So, yeah, I got a lot of plays on this game.
All right, we'll break that down in a little more depth on the other side. We will also talk a little Survivor. Who are we picking to keep us alive? That is next here on BetMGM Game Day with Joe Ostrowski, Jason Leconfora, and Kate Constable.
I've been waiting for a month is, okay, one of these weeks, we've seen enough. The offense is going to explode one of these weeks. It's going to happen when we least expect it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jason La Canfora.
I love field goals here. Their offense is broken, and you can correlate it field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks. But Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
The Sunday Week 6 slate. On Denver. Broncos are driving right now. They're in a 3-17 situation, however. So we'll keep an eye on that game. The live line, Broncos minus 3.5 right now. If you want to jump in, total is 43.5. We'll continue to update you on this score as things go on. But we got other games later this afternoon that we have to continue talking about. And Jason, we left off with the Rams and Ravens, and you had some more that you wanted to say about the Los Angeles Rams this afternoon.
Well, I just think, look, I know that coach pretty well, and I know where they are as an organization right now. And they feel like if they called it a little better, if they kept their foot on the gas pedal a little bit more, that they'd have beat the Eagles and they'd have beat the 49ers. And people be talking about them as, when are they going to lose? They go to London after this. They're going to be in Baltimore for 4 or 5 days practicing. They came in early. I know he's selling this to them as a must-win game. They're facing a defense that's allowed 20 more points than the Jets. Like, think about how horrible the Jets are and Aaron Glenn being under fire. He's only given up 157. Baltimore's given up 177. They're horrible stopping the run. Matabike injury has crushed them, and they cannot stop the pass. They have no pass rushers to speak of, and they just traded a guy who did stumble into 10 sacks, a bust of a first-round pick like most Eric DeCosta picks. And they traded him for just a dude, for just a guy who can play safety in the NFL, because that's how badly they need defensive backs, even though all they ever do is sign and draft defensive backs. They're last in the league in sack percentage. They're third to last in pressure rate, and you've got Matt Stafford coming in, who's throwing for over 300 a game. I think take covering out of it, and maybe the weather gets worse than they think. I still think conservatively Matt Stafford throws for 2 touchdowns in this game and probably 3. The Ravens can't stop bad wide receivers. They're not going to have an answer for Puka. You want to put Stafford at least 2 touchdowns with Puka at 80 yards and maybe Adams at 40 yards, because I think he's throwing for at least 250. You could do that. I'm right there with you. I also have Stafford at 3 touchdowns. I think the Rams score at least 27.5 against a broken defense. My concern is if McVay just wants to go I formation under center and run it old school. He could do plenty of that as well, and that might tamp down some of the scoring. But he also just knows what happens when he went to his running backs too soon in their losses. And you had fumbles, and you had red zone blunders, and you've got just an absolute great matchup for Stafford and your receivers and your running backs in the pass game across the board. Also, Baltimore cannot run the football. They ran 40 offensive plays last week total, and that was with them trying to feature their running back who's getting gang tackled behind the line of scrimmage because their offensive line stinks. And there's no Lamar to save everybody's backside anymore. So do I think this is like 38-10? I do. I think it is what it is, and Baltimore will fire Zach Orr, their overmatched defensive coordinator, during the bye week, or they'll reassign him. And Eric DeCosta will try to swing some trades for pass rushers. But they're a bad team, and I don't think they're going to the playoffs. And you can still get plus money on them right now to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, there's a lot that's going wrong in Baltimore right now. Joe, you had something to add?
Nope, that's good. It's going to lead into the conversation we're probably going to have in a couple minutes here on Survivor, maybe, right?
All right,
That's how bad it is.
Let's have that conversation with Survivor. Our Survivor here on the show, not the typical Survivor where if you lose one week, you're out, because, we have the segment every week. So we're keeping a score, a win-loss record for each of us throughout the season for Survivor. I am 3-2. Joe is 4-1. Same with Jason. Brandon is the only one that is undefeated on the season. He's 5-0. And then Jacob and Grant both also 4-1. Joe, we'll let you start off with your Survivor pick and anything you want to add on Survivor as a whole this week.
Arizona sucks. That's my one loss last week. Should be 5-0. I was the only one that ended up with Arizona.
How many of your actual
ridiculous.
Survivor entries did you have Arizona in?
I lost a good amount on the Rams in Arizona. I'm still alive with ones that I took Detroit last week, and that's what I should have done on the show one. Good on you, Brandon, Jacob. All you guys took Detroit. That was the one. JLC, Indy, you got through with that one. I'm thinking Indy this week now, though. I was a little concerned earlier in the week, but now we've got what looks to be the quarterback change, and Brissett is in. The way things are going for Arizona versus Indianapolis, and the Colts look lights out at home. Haven't used them yet, so I'm going to go with the Colts. That's now the second highest point spread on the board. Much of the week, it started off 6.5, then it got through a touchdown, and now we're jumping all the way to double digits at some spots. I get it. A lot of noise going on. Gannon's team deciding to fine Gannon 6 figures earlier this week. So yeah, I'm gonna take Indy in this spot. I get it. If you want to go Green Bay, that makes perfect sense. Point spread's probably going to close around 15 today, but I'll save them for down the line a little bit. I'm going to take the Colts. It really seems like 3 teams. I'm a little surprised at the number of people that have decided to go Pittsburgh this week in pools. They're going Pittsburgh heavy, and they're going with the Raiders, which you got this far. You really want to go down with the Raiders? Back in Geno right now, I can't get there. Jason, you're on one of those?
I like Pittsburgh. No, I like Pittsburgh. I don't mind the Raiders. But I also know the Raiders could get tight. If that is a game, they got the Chiefs looming and then their bye. And if they go into the bye with 1 win, with a 75-year-old head coach and a quarterback who looks like he's washed, and they've got to reboot, and you got Tom Brady sitting there saying, we're going to be bad enough that we draft a quarterback. Do you really want a 75-year-old? I think they take care of business today. We'll get to that game. But I love the Steelers in this spot. Again, you got Tomlin preparing off a bye. You've got the Browns with a rookie quarterback who's my size. He's like 5'7". Coming off another week that's compromised by extreme travel. Coming back from London. You got the Browns who've lost 11 straight games, not played in their home stadium. You've got Pittsburgh who's won 21 in a row against the Browns in the regular season in their stadium. You've got Tomlin 26-6 against rookie quarterbacks all time. You got a Cleveland offense that's averaging 14 points per game. And you've got a beat-up Cleveland offensive line and a Pittsburgh defense that has 11 sacks in the last 2, and you've got Watt looking pretty healthy. So I think Mike Tomlin wins this game.
All right, I'm going to go over to a game we just talked about. I'm going to take the Rams here. Even on the road against this Ravens team, I think this is I hate to say easy win because nothing's an easy win in the NFL. And whenever you say it's an easy win, you're more than likely probably going to lose that game. But I'll take the Rams here today. The crew, Brandon is taking Pittsburgh as well with Jason. He's 5-0 this week. So let's hope Tomlin and company can pull through for Brandon. And Jacob and Grant are going to join Joe and take the Colts as well. That would be the other one that I would consider. Colts over Rams, but I kind of like the Rams for today. So those are our Survivor picks. Wow. We talked a little bit. What do you think, Joe?
Nobody took Green Bay. I think that's amazing. That's really interesting.
That is.
Yeah.
As over 2 touchdown favorites.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe there's some Flacco magic that people are concerned about.
Yeah,
don't you fade Joe Flacco, hon? Come on now. You know Flacco's got one more win in him. He already beat the Packers, hon. You saw he beat them with the Browns. He could beat them again.
Look at those calls.
Well, Jacob makes a good point in the chat, and I can't take Green Bay either because we already have losses on Green Bay this year. So if we lose, you can't reuse that team. you can't reuse that team. And if you pick them, that's kind of how Survivor works. So that's why I'm not taking Green Bay this week. Otherwise, I think that is probably, talk about safe. Like, that's probably the one that you could feel pretty confident in. And I would imagine a lot of the public in, the big Survivor pools and ones that people have with their buddies are probably back in Green Bay if they haven't already used them.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, you wanted to touch on Titans and Raiders. You talked a little bit about them within your pick here, but Raiders, Ashton Genty kind of starting to come alive a little bit. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, look, Chip Kelly, who they say is making $6 million a year to call plays for the Raiders, he's been garbage. And he's not good at the NFL level. I don't think he's certainly not what he is at college. And this is an old school Pete Carroll team where the defense is not up to his standards, and the quarterback's throwing nothing but picks. So Pete's a little pissed off, according to people I'm talking to, about what's going on there and the fact that they're only 21st in the league in rushing percentage of plays that the ball is handed off. That's going to change in this one. And they're facing a Tennessee team that is 27th in the league in rush defense EPA, that has allowed 10 rushing touchdowns already this season, 8 of them to running backs. You also, when you throw to the running back, you complete that pass 80% of the time against this Titans defense. So I think it's a funnel for Genty today. This is a must-win game for Pete Carroll. And Pete Carroll is a competent NFL head coach, even if maybe he's lost his fastball a little bit. And they know that Geno has thrown 7 more interceptions playing at home since the start of last season than any other quarterback. I'm going to repeat that. Since the start of last season, Geno has thrown 7 more interceptions than anybody in the NFL playing at home. That cannot happen today. They just saw how Arizona blew a game to Tennessee. So you got Genty averaging over 6 yards a touch the last 2 games. You've got him going over 100 scrimmage yards 2 straight. You've got this must-win matchup with a 74-year-old head coach who just wants to run the damn ball anyway. I think he gets his 100 scrimmage in this game. Pass touchdown. But I'm from Carroll and Tom Brady and anybody else in that organization did not get the memo. Just run the damn ball.
Do you know, Jason, I'm looking right now, and these are off the board at most places, but where Ashton Genty sits in the Offensive Rookie of the Year award?
I don't, but I'm not going there.
I did find it at one place. Emeka Buka is the favorite, -110. Yep. Jackson Dart plus 250. And then you have Genty at 4-1. So he's in the mix.
I will say this. I did make a futures play, and I meant to mention it when we talked about the Commanders game. 33-1 on Jaden Daniels to win the MVP. Like, no Scary Terry all year. Now there's no Debo. The Eagles have come back to earth, right? Nobody's won back-to-back division titles in that division since, 2004?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think 3. Yeah.
Like, who are the supers, right? Who are the season this year? Like, probably not. Okay, Stafford, Jordan Love, but they're giving me this kid at 33-1.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looked pretty functional with Mariota. Like, now you get this kid back. I think there's some potential now. I mean, we've seen him do special stuff.
Can you win it missing 2 games? That's my only hesitation. But I like it. We talked about this on Bet Sweats earlier this week about at this number, this is what you have to like, because look at the people that are falling out of it. And then your favorite, Josh Allen, I highly doubt he'd have to do something very special for him to go back to back in that award. And right now we're not seeing that out of that team.
Like, this kid plays on prime time against a bad defense. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I
totally agree.
He's already kind of in their heads from last year. And then, like, Puka. A lot of people are making the case for Puka. If Stafford sits a couple games because his lower back, you know what I mean? Like, I think Stetson Bennett will be functional. I don't think Puka's going to have, I don't think he's going to break Cooper Kupp's records unless he's got Stafford every game. So that price seemed funky to me.
Well, and I mean, Puka's probably going to win Offensive Player of the Year. right? Like
Right, probably
MVP is
not
gonna go
everything.
to
Right, I
a
mean,
quarterback.
probably. I mean, it could be a really weird year. I don't know.
But you have it is weird. It's funny how a lot of those names at the very top. Lamar, he's out. Burrow, he's out. Like their names dropping out. Somebody's gonna start climbing. And Daniels, because he missed 2 games, is he automatically out? I don't know about that. Not if they end up winning that division. It's supposed to be automatic for the Eagles.
I mean, Lamar's 25-1. He's missed 2 games and hasn't played all that much better than Jaden Daniels. So I think that's a great call. Coming up on the other side, we'll build our same game parlay. We hit it last week. Can we hit it again? That's coming up in the Detroit-Kansas City game next here on BetMGM Game Day. Got a quick check for you over in London. Broncos are up 10-6 on the Jets right now. 11 minutes left in that first half here. Bo Nix, 1 passing touchdown, 112 yards so far. We'll keep our eye on that game as it starts to unfold a little bit more. We got to talk more about this primetime matchup tonight, Sunday Night Football. We have the Lions and the Chiefs. This is going to be the best. On paper, it looks like it is the best game of the weekend, of week 6, just because of how good these two teams have been historically and how good they are this year. Lions 4-1, Chiefs, the record, not all that great, actually. They're sitting 2-3, 1-1 at home, where they will be tonight. Laying 2.5 points. The total here is 51.5. Joe, we'll start with you. Bets on this game, because I know we talked about this one earlier and some differing opinions across the board for us three.
Yeah, I guess Morton, the OC, is not a bum for the Lions.
No.
people freaked out after the one game. 52, 38, 34, 37 against Cincinnati last week. Some advantageous spots, but still, I mean, you can't take anything away from this offense. Oh, yeah. They still have all the talent on the field. So we're seeing that out of Detroit. If you're to say, okay, pick a team best in the NFL right now, heading into week 6, I would circle Detroit. This would be the team that I would want to back. I'd want a piece of them going to the Super Bowl. Doesn't mean that's going to be the case at the very end. It's been one of those seasons where that's an evolving conversation. It depends what week you ask me that, and based on what happened most recently, the opinion might change. So that certainly stands out. The other thing that stands out is, this Detroit's defense is real. Like in the past, when they've been on this run over the last few years, when the season has ended in disappointment for the Lions, that's been the Achilles heel. Their secondary. It's been a problem. Aaron Glenn goes, and they go to work on that secondary. Now that secondary might be in a little bit of trouble today. I expect a couple of guys to go, talking about their safeties, Branch and Joseph. They're listed as questionable, but they've got a couple corners that are out in this game. So as this Chiefs offense is figuring things out, I'm kind of wondering, is that going to be the issue for the Lions defense today, if there is one? I think an interesting angle is there's going to be an overreaction on the winner of this game. People are going to say, okay, now that's a Super Bowl bet. This morning it's Kansas City 10-1. If they win this game like they're supposed to do, according to the point spread, that's going to drop. They're going to kind of flip spots. The Lions are 8-1, the same as the Packers. If they win this game, that's going to get, I think, significantly shorter. Once you get that, it's going to be shorter than the Packers. It's going to be up there. Who knows? We'll see what the Bills end up doing on Monday night, but it'll be in that range. So there will be an overreaction on the winner of this game. And then I wonder if there will be a buy point, a good amount of value on the loser of this team as we get that overreaction, Jason.
Yeah, look, I think I think Detroit's winning this game. I think Detroit team. I think the Chiefs have some issues, and get back will help. But I don't love their D-line and I don't love their O-line, and that's problematic in this league. So yeah, I fancy the Lions more than the Chiefs. I think the Lions could win this game. So if you're asking me to make a futures play before this thing kicks off, I would take the Lions Super Bowl odds because they win this one, and let's say they score 30 plus again in the process, then yeah, the markets are going to react and react pretty swiftly. So for me, the Lions are far more formidable Super Bowl contender than the Chiefs right now. Oh, I think you're
even
muted,
if the
kid.
Chiefs offense comes together over the next couple of weeks, Rice will be back. Some of those receivers. I just wonder if this is a Chiefs team that just continues to get a little bit better each week as the season goes on, and maybe the 2-3 record that has some people a little panicked because we're not used to seeing that. If maybe there is some value on the Chiefs at the 10-1 number for Super Bowl.
I got to see the Chiefs beat a good team. I mean, they beat Baltimore, who's the dregs, and they beat the Giants with some serious help from the officials, right? In what was Russ's last stand. Do we think they win that game if Jackson Dart starts that game, knowing what we know now about what that looks like? So I don't know. Like, I got to see it, man.
I think so.
You know?
Yeah.
I
Russ
got to
was
see
so
it.
bad.
And the
Yeah,
Super
they're
Bowl
going to have their
hangover
chances.
thing, like, I got to see it.
They're going to have their chance. They got a chance tonight. In a couple weeks, they face Washington. They go to Buffalo. Obviously, Denver a couple times. So they're going to have their opportunities. If they're what we think they can be, yeah, they're going to have to prove it. But Raiders next week. So they could be 3-3 after tonight, 4-3 next week. Like, oh, here they go again. Just rattling off wins.
I kind of like the over in this one. I think we get a lot of scoring. I think this turns out to a shootout, which is not typical of primetime matchups. Like, usually those are lower scoring, kind of grinded out type games, but I think this total is high for a reason. It's climbed up to 53 at BetMGM. I think we see plenty of points. So with that, let's build our show parlay for this week and this game. Going back to last week, however, first, we won our show parlay. JSN in the Tampa Bay Seattle game. JSN over 80.5 receiving yards hit. Emeka Egbuka over 61.5 receiving yards hit, and Rashad White over 3.5 receptions hit. I believe that was about a plus 450 same game parlay. So let's try and do the same today. And remember, you can always go over to BetMGM, open up your playbook, choose your boost for this action. There's a pro football boost pack, and you have 3 ways to use it to boost your odds if you want to play along with our same game parlay or any SGP that you want to build yourself. Go over to BetMGM and get the boost for that. Joe, do you want to start us off with a leg to throw out there?
Sure. With a total like this, I run to the touchdown prop market. Okay, so which anytime touchdown, and I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be a shockingly low-scoring game. Sometimes we get it with the Chiefs. I don't know that this is the spot against the Lions. Now, naturally, Gibbs is going to be very popular. He's minus 155. I don't know that we want to throw that leg out there. Based on red zone touches, especially recently with what we've seen, like Hunt has had 7 over the last 2 weeks. Montgomery has had 10, just like his teammate Gibbs in the last 2 weeks. Is that thrown off by last week when it was clear that they were going to make sure that Montgomery got into the end zone in front of his family? Yeah, probably. What do you guys think about Hunt at plus 135 over at BetMGM to get into the end zone? I could go Hunt. I could go Montgomery's a decent price at minus 115. St. Brown plus 110. Like
I was
I
looking
would
at
be
St.
good
Brown.
with
St. Brown,
we could make this a touchdown SGP because
I wouldn't mind it.
You make a case for a good case for a lot of players there. Like I can see Montgomery getting the end zone. St. Brown, Kareem Hunt. Like we could, unless Jason, you have another leg you feel strongly about.
If we're going Chiefs running back, I like the rookie Rashad Smith. They trust him in pass protection. He's been a dervish in routes. He's running more routes each week. He's showing up more in the red zone each week. And I think they're looking for that chess piece underneath. And it's kind of Xavier Worthy, except he's already been blown up in the middle of the field a couple of times, and he's playing with a ticking time bomb shoulder. Like, to me, they're looking for Jerick McKinnon in the red zone. They had a dominant red zone offense with Jerick McKinnon. It's been horrible, the pit, since he left. So, like, plus 400 on that kid. Like, if I'm sprinkling on a Chiefs running back, it's the rookie. It's Brashad Smith.
You think Andy will trust him in this spot, in this big game?
Yes.
In there.
Yes.
Okay.
I've got some Smith ladders going.
Okay.
2 receptions, 3 receptions, 4 receptions, 20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards receiving. I think the pendulum is swinging his way. They like him in that building a lot. Mahomes likes him. They think he's a winner in space. And they just threw a red zone pick 6 that cost them a game.
I'm good with that. That'll juice up our parlay, which, by the way, we hit last week.
I usually like to be a little more conservative in parlays. But
I know.
If we're gonna do a 3-leg anytime touchdown parlay, then
I'm good with that.
I'll throw my dart that way.
Okay.
All right.
We got to have St. Brown in there.
Yes.
Yeah,
One
I
of
think
us
so too.
has got to have St. Brown.
Yeah. Doesn't matter who.
And then, I mean,
Montgomery.
Gibbs has a touchdown in 14 of his last 17 games.
I mean, being we have a 5-1,
Totally.
maybe a -140 leg is not all that bad.
That's fine. Yeah, I would agree with that. When you have a long shot anytime, it's fine if you're laying a price. We're still going to get a nice price overall for a 3-leg SGP.
All right, so we're going Jahmyr Gibbs to score, Amon-Ra St. Brown to score, and Brashard Smith, rather, to score and find the end zone. I don't know where White came from. Brandon, will you cook that up for us in the BetMGM app?
Spicy.
And he did. It is plus 1,650. That's pretty good. All right.
I mean, it looks good on paper. Hell yeah. It might turn out to be Confederate money, but I think it's going to look good in my pocket. But it might be Confederate money.
Well,
hey,
we'll go into the game hopeful. Yeah, right?
Yes.
Won last week.
What was last week?
Into this week.
We got some messages. People very happy that they tailed and hit that. I think it was like 650, somewhere in that range. Yeah, this one a little bit higher. We're feeling ourselves right now.
A little bit higher, yeah. That's fine, though. You got to every once in a while. I got to swing for the fences. Yep. Last week was in the Tampa Bay Seattle game. Let's go back to that Tampa Bay 49ers game later this afternoon. In Tampa Bay, Bucs are laying 3.5. We have Mac Jones going once again for the 49ers. They're still dealing with a plethora of injuries, but so are the Bucs. Without Bucky Irving, without Mike Evans, their offense is a little bit banged up. They're leaning heavily on the rookie Emeka Egbuka. 3.5. If this were under 3 or even 3, I think I would look towards the Bucs. But that hook, I mean, all Bucs games this year have been close. They come down to the final possession in the fourth quarter. And I think the Tampa Bay is a team that you can trust in the fourth quarter. But at some point, these are going to fall, like they're going to fall in the opposite direction. And you're going to lose one of these close games. So I think I have to stay off this one altogether, Joe.
Yeah, I'm on San Francisco because of the hook, the plus 3.5. You know, both of these teams, it's been so close, right? Like they're 4-1. Look at the point differential. For the Bucs, it's plus 3. For the Niners, it's plus 8. San Francisco, a perfect 3-0 on the road. I wonder about CMC in this game. This is my concern as far as this matchup and being on the San Francisco side, that you have the Bucs most years, and they're right there again, best against the run, that defense. And now everything has to go through CMC. Of course, they're going to involve the passing game, but we had another game last Thursday against the Rams where he had 30 touches. Like that's how they're viewing things right now.
130 touches already. 130 touches already.
They're missing so many guys. They're like, so you got to wear it right now. I know you've been dealing with your injuries over the years, but you've got to wear it for us right now until we get Ayuk and Kittle and Jennings and Pearsall and everybody's back. Like we're going to have to go through you. And I find that to be interesting. It's going to be a tough matchup. So is he involved more in the passing game? I'm not quite sure. And I think something you were getting at, Jason, earlier, I was like, yeah, the fantasy numbers might look good. The compiling stats might be all right, but he has not been one of the more efficient backs that we've seen.
No, they're 31st in the league, 3.1 per carry. You got Tampa, number 2 in rush defense EPA, number 2 in success rate, allowing 3.8 a carry. I think it'll be a bunch of tunneled screen passes that against this linebacking core probably don't go all that far. Look, I trust Baker in the fourth quarter. Kyle Shanahan's a dog in the fourth quarter. I like Tampa money line. I like Baker to throw at least 2 passing touchdowns against the secondary that doesn't have a pick since Thanksgiving of last year. And that I think we saw with Stafford, with no pass rush, Stafford down the stretch, if they just kept throwing the ball, they score 40 in that game. Like they couldn't stop Adams. They couldn't stop Nakua. They couldn't stop the backup tight end. I mean, when they stopped the running backs, it's because Kyron Williams dropped the ball or fumbled the ball. So I like this spot for Tampa to just continue to win games. I don't know about covering, but I think they win.
I like, speaking of Christian McCaffrey, I like his receiving yards over, averaging almost 8 catches per game, 77 yards receiving per game. I think they're going to have to continue to rely on him through the air. Coming up, all of our best bets for week 6 in the NFL as we wrap things up here on BetMGM Game Day. We've got a barn burner overseas in London right now. 10-6 game. Broncos are leading. 3:22 left in the first half. Jets with the ball. Jason needs the Broncos to win the first half, win the full game. Jason, I know the score is like a little sweaty right now, but the Jets have 1 total yard of offense so far.
If they get 2 yards on first down, Kate, they'll have doubled that. So, Denver's had the ball for 19 minutes. Denver has run 32 plays to 12 for the Jets. Denver has 175 net yards, and the Jets have 1. However, Denver has 5 penalties and a turnover. So there you go. They handed the Jets, obviously, 3 points on a long return, and they handed the Jets 3 points on a fumble, already in field goal range. So that's why it's gambling. That's why they call it gambling, not winning.
Pathetic. Yeah. I mean, I know Brandon gets very upset if I don't agree with stuff that he has, but good question. Will this be the worst of the international games? Yes. I don't care what happens in the second half. The answer is yes. But Justin Fields is sitting here with his offense with 1 total yard. He's
got 5 now. He's got 5.
0.4 yards per play. So
I mean, what's the lowest first half yardage we've seen so far this season? This has to be the lowest we've seen in the last decade. 5 yards. I know they might end up with fine, even if they end up with 50 first half yards. That's pretty low.
Don't say 50. I could live with that.
I mean, I'm considering jumping in and betting Broncos -7.5, which is where we were before the game started.
Yeah.
And they're up by 4, and the Jets can't move the ball against this defense. Not many teams can, but not to this level. How do they not?
And the time of possession is going to become an issue too, right? For a Jets defense that's already having defensive meetings, that is being accused of not playing for the new head coach, right? Who've got a $40 million corner who's getting picked on, and now they've already been on the especially if Denver gets the ball back here. We're talking about that defense on the field for 22, 23 minutes in the first half. Yeah,
that could be
pretty. It could get sideways, but let's just.
Could get ugly.
I should just shut up. Because I'm jinx everything.
I'm looking at the second half line. Second half spread. Broncos -3.5.
It all looks good to me, but
that feels pretty good.
I need a third down stop here.
Well, didn't get it. They got a first down, folks. First down of the game. Congratulations.
There you go.
Right for the 2-minute warning.
Wonderful.
All right. Well, while this game continues to be ugly for the next 2 minutes of the first half here, let's go through our favorite plays for today. We'll go around and give them all out. Joe, when you start us off here, sides, totals, props. What do you got?
Yeah, sure. A lot of sides this week. That's where I'm focused. So I'm going to start with the biggest game of the day. Let's go to Sunday Night Football. I'm going to take the Chiefs at home. I'm trusting this offense right now. Can't wait for this matchup. Obviously, you can go either way, but I'm going to take the Chiefs laying the 2.5. Let's grab that win by at least a field goal. Give me the Seahawks. BetMGM has a +1. It's -1 at some other spots. I don't really see much of a difference. You're basically picking the winner in Seattle and Jacksonville. As far as balance, Seattle is one of the more balanced teams in the league. Little concerned about the state of that secondary with the injuries, but I think they're going to be just fine. We'll see if these Jaguars turnovers can continue, but I like what we're seeing out of Seattle. I'm going to take them on the road where McDonald has done better. Mac Jones getting 3.5. Wasn't sure, it was sitting 3, but once we're getting the hook, yeah, there's a good chance the Bucs win. Baker always wins in the final 2 minutes, but we're getting 3 in the hook. I'm going to grab that. So Kansas City, Seattle, San Francisco, feel good about those. Also jumping on Carolina as a home dog against Dallas, +3. And you know what? Let's take New Orleans. Got to take them. +3.5 against the Patriots.
That's a spicy meatball.
That game's going to be closer than people realize. So those are some of my faves right there.
Jason?
Me?
Yep.
I am on the other side of my friend Joe on Sunday Night Football. I like Dan Campbell and the fighting kneecaps to win in Arrowhead. I am on Baker to win that game and throw 2 passing touchdowns in the process. I like the over in the Carolina-Dallas game. I think that game, frankly, is played in the mid-50s. I like the over in the Seattle-Jacksonville game. That's at 47.5. The other one's 48.5. I think that game is played in the 50s. I like Ashton Genty, 100 scrimmage yards and an anytime touchdown. I like Jake Ferguson, 50 receiving yards and an anytime touchdown. Kraft, 50 receiving yards and an anytime touchdown. Dak to throw 3 touchdown passes. That's for some pretty good plus money. Stafford to throw 3 touchdown passes. And I like Bijan over 100 scrimmage yards, over 125 scrimmage yards, over 150 scrimmage yards.
Ooh. Spicy for Bijan. All right. I am going to go with Panthers +3. Gross, but I will do it. I'm going to go Rams -7. I'm going to go Matthew Stafford 3+ passing touchdowns for some plus money. Jackson Smith and Jigma over 75.5 receiving yards against the Jags this afternoon. And I'm going to go Christian McCaffrey over 52.5 receiving yards against the Bucks. And then Monday Night Football. Yes. I'm going to go Bears +4.5. Let's call it a little bit of a homer pick just to be transparent with the people. I will be transparent there, but I think coming off the bye, the Bears are healthy. They got a lot to play for in a revenge mode here. I think they can cover the 4.5 against the Commanders. Jason, you always have a couple look-ahead games. Anything you've looked for towards Week 7?
There are a few. I like the under 42.5 in Houston, Seattle. Seattle going back home. I think they should be a little healthier defensively. Don't get caught up in what the Texans did offensively against the Ravens. That's like playing a JV team. I could see a little bit more of a conservative approach from Kubiak in that game. You don't want to be throwing picks against that talented Texans secondary. I think you're going to have to try to run the ball. So I like the under, that you can get that under 42.5. And I can't believe I'm this interested in the Falcons, but I like the Falcons getting 4.5 at San Francisco next week. If San Francisco loses like I think they're going to, if the Falcons do what I think they could do today, when these lines reemerge tonight, they'll be shut down when these games start. And then when they reemerge tonight, I don't think you're going to be able to get that kind of a number. So I like the 4.5 with the Vulcans next week.
So I'm looking at the schedule. We've got another early game. We've got 2 Monday night games again, but this time it's going to be 7 and 10 Eastern starts. They don't want us to have lives. They don't want us to sleep. And it's during the baseball playoffs too. It's like, man.
Oh yeah, they know what they're doing there. They know what they're doing.
Uh-huh.
Greed is
do you
good.
guys like Do you guys like the 2 Mondays or not?
I do.
No.
You do like it.
As long as I like them spread out. I like the early and late.
Not what they're doing this week. You like what they're doing next week.
Yes. If we're going to do it,
but
let's just create single game windows.
A 10 p.m. Eastern start for you, Jason? You're good with that?
I mean, if
it
I
shows
fall asleep on it,
he's an afternoon host,
it
not
depends.
a morning host.
Yeah, it depends how much I have going on that game. But like, yeah, like let's go. I'm here for it.
Ugh, that's brutal. I couldn't do it.
I
mean,
like
Joe, you have to talk about the
glutton.
game the next morning on Bet Sweats, up bright and early, 8 a.m. Central.
Yeah. No, I prefer the staggered starts. Just, yeah. I'm at the point in my life like
Staggered
I'm good.
Starts,
What,
not that late.
What was it the other night? Friday night. Yeah. Okay. I'm good after 14 innings. I'm good.
Yeah.
I needed Detroit to win that game over Seattle, but I probably am going to lose this. And then what happens? I go to bed and it ends in the 15th because, of course, it did. Just like it gets to a point where
I did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I went to bed and ended 10 minutes later.
Yeah, of course.
I stayed up for that one. I needed the Mariners. I needed that one.
Did you? Oh, okay. Yeah. There you go. Futures.
I mean, if we're going to talk that, look, I like plus money on the Mariners. I like plus money on the Mariners to win this series, and I search around. You can get a plus 175 on my Brew Crew. We're back to Brew Crew on Wannabet.
Okay, your
time.
brew crew.
We
Why
ain't
are you
stopping
on?
now.
Why are they your brew crew?
Because they make me money.
Bet 'em.
Because they're
We bet
cash
'em.
money. Because Quinn Priester
Okay,
at one
okay.
point was 20-1 on the money line over a 21 start sequence. Now that did end at Wrigley, but will we be back on Quinny P in the playoffs? Damn right. Damn right. At home? Damn right. Come on, Pancake Pat. At home, not at Chavez Ravine. At home. Throw a bullpen game in Chavez Ravine. Let's just take the first 2 in Milwaukee.
Yeah, those in Milwaukee, that series saw a lot of home runs. It's basically how all the scoring was going down.
Yeah.
Cubs and Brewers. Wonder if it's going to be the same with the Dodgers, especially up there. That's a sneaky fun one. But yeah.
Oh, I had a feeling. You're killing me. I'm like, he's not.
Okay, so
World
what
Series
bet you
winner.
sweating?
I'm
For
sweating
the people
the
that are
first half
jumping
money
in.
line. I mean, I'm looking at NFL Jesus, and it's got.
You're fine.
They just converted. I'm not fine.
It is a snap to Brees Hall.
Yeah, I knew they weren't going to punt. That would be
Well,
too
I
easy.
mean, even a field goal right now, you still win first half.
I
need a
get
touchdown.
that, but I mean,
You're fine.
stop. Don't say that.
Yeah.
Not. I'm
Aaron
not.
Glenn's going to be dancing in a minute. Sorry.
I'm not. I'm
No,
one
he
missed
won't
tackle.
be.
I'm one missed tackle away from an awful beat that's going to kill like 5 parlays.
I'm confident.
Well-
You still have to go over 60 yards here for the Jets. I mean, I think chances you should feel pretty good with
They
this
haven't
defense
done
on your
anything.
side.
I feel like I'm going to
Yeah.
throw up. Is how I feel. If you want to know,
I know
You're
that.
asking. That's how I feel.
2.5
I feel nauseous.
yards per rush so far. 1.5 yards through the air per pass. This Jets offense isn't getting you 60 yards in 56 seconds. We'll just tell you that. All right.
Oh, she
Enjoy
put the
sweating it out,
X on
Jason.
you on the way
Yeah,
out
that's
the door.
That's the full kibosh. That's no half-assing. That is boom.
That's it. That's going to do it for us. We're out of time. Thanks for listening
Damn.
to BetMGM Game Day. You better, you bet. Countdown to
Close that
kickoff is
window.
coming up next here on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Game Day. Stay tuned for You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff right here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. For an action-packed day of football.
Anderson, he's got it! Touchdown! Tungo Bailoa has Waddle! He's open! Touchdown!
From sides to totals to props, we've got you covered. It's BetMGM Network's You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with your hosts, Nick Costos and Sam Paniatovich. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry Week 6 NFL Sunday to you and yours. It is You Better You Bet's Countdown to Kickoff. Nick Costos, Sam Paniatovich, and you on the BetMGM Network, getting you set to bet and win week number 6 in the National Football League. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, all the side and total movement your little heart could ever desire for all the games today. It moved is coming up later this segment. Actives and inactives for the early slate of games and what we think we know about the later slate later this hour. Thy Royal Prop King next hour. Underdog Moneyline Parlay next hour. Teaser conversation next hour. And our best bets will close the show. Sammy P., happy football Sunday to you and yours, my friend. How's it going?
Happy Sunday. Speaking of teaser, I need the Broncos to win by 2 or more. I wound up on Broncos and Rams teasers. So I haven't watched a play of this beautiful game that you were talking about. The Jets have, 1.5 yards per play? Haven't seen a second, but I'm locked in now for the second half.
So just in case anyone missed it or you forgot that there was a London game this morning, you have missed nothing. A brutal first half of football at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I will ask for your just for the second half market in a second, Sammy. Broncos up 10-6 on the Jets. The Jets have 32 yards of offense in the first half and are averaging 1.5 yards per play. You can't make this up. So you might be asking yourself, how do they have 6 points? Opening drive of the game for Denver, Jason Brownlee strips Troy Franklin on a third down reception, and the Jets recover. So their first turnover of the season for the Jets defense, 3-and-out, kick a field goal. Next time they get the ball following a Broncos field goal, Kene Nwangwu, a long kickoff return into Broncos territory. Jets go 3-and-out and get another field goal. So the 2 field goals on a fumble recovery and on a long kick return. Otherwise, 32 yards of total offense for the Jets. The Broncos get a 57-yard field goal from Will Lutz, a Bo Nix touchdown pass to backup tight end Nate Adkins, and otherwise, the first half ends, Sam, in unbelievable Jets fashion. 4th and 1 for the Jets around midfield. They fake punt on 4th and 1. The Broncos know it's coming and are like trying to stop the fake. The Jets get the first down by like an inch and then proceed to run the clock out instead of trying to do something with it after risking a fake punt from around midfield. Jets fans on Twitter and in my group chats here in New York, apoplectic at the end of the first half game management from Aaron Glenn. Other than that, the game is spectacular, Sammy, over at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London. What do we got second half market here? 10-6 Broncos at halftime.
Basically 3.5 everywhere. Broncos laying the 3.5, of course, with a 4-point lead. So that makes the adjusted spread 7.5. Hello, right where we started. And second half total is 21. BetMGM is down to 20.5. So they are shorting a little bit of offense. I'm not going to do anything in the second half. I also, if you were wondering, Nick, I did not bet Nate Adkins' first touchdown at 80-1. That did not happen, although I wish I did. If I could just get the newspaper one time for tomorrow, it'd be the best day of my life to be able to see what happens and see what I could bet. But 3.5 on Denver, second half, total 21, 20.5.
The Jets offense, Justin Fields, 5 of 7 passing for 17 yards.
Ooh.
And he's been sacked 4 times and is under duress every play from this Broncos defense. And the Broncos defense is awesome, but I mean, a pathetic first half offensive performance. The offense, offensive. Breece Hall, 9 carries, 24 yards, a cool 2.7 yards per carry. Josh Reynolds is the Jets' leading receiver, 2 catches, 14 yards. Garrett Wilson completely locked up by Patrick Surtain, 1 catch for 2 yards. Evan Engram, the Broncos' leading pass catcher, 4 catches for 30 yards. Yeah, I would bet the Broncos if I did something in the second half. The Jets can't do anything on offense, and it's tough to have confidence in this coaching staff to come up with any adjustments. We'll keep you posted, obviously, on everything happening in London, how the betting markets change, etc., as we approach the 1 o'clock slate of kickoffs, a little less than 2 hours from now. But, Sammy, as we always do in this spot, a little college football from yesterday on a pretty eventful Saturday. What stood out to you betting-wise, and we can kind of kick the can around on college football?
Indiana being more physical than Oregon, going to Eugene and winning outright as a 7.5-point dog. They actually did come in early in the week, Nick, on Monday and Tuesday, and bet the Hoosiers +10, +9, +8. Then it got to 7.5, and that was basically 2 away from that point. But for Kurt Cignetti, Google me, I win. Bang, another stamp to go to Eugene and knock off Dan Lanning in Oregon. Maybe Dan Lanning shouldn't be taking his shirt off on game day with Pat McAfee. Maybe take the game a little bit more seriously. No, I'm kidding, of course. But Indiana going to Oregon and winning outright. That's the game of the day, man.
It was an incredible performance by Indiana, by Fernando Mendoza. And honestly, we'll talk Heisman in a second. I don't know if Dante Moore for Oregon, Oregon's quarterback, lost the Heisman in that game yesterday. Still a lot of football left to be played, but it's going to be hard for people to get that fourth quarter multi-interception performance from Dante Moore, I think out of their brains as far as the Heisman Trophy is concerned. Sammy, we'll talk Heisman in a second. National championship market now following yesterday in college football, I think is very interesting. Ohio State is now +350. And the Buckeyes, to me, do look like the best team. Still, it's +350 to win the title. Bama following the road win at Mizzou, now the second choice. And Bama, I mean, like risen from the dead after the opening game loss at Florida State. Your Miami Hurricanes up next at 8. Indiana at 9. Georgia, a big road win at Auburn last night at 10, along with Oregon. Any thoughts on this national championship picture? Texas up there as well at 16 following the Red River win yesterday against Oklahoma.
Ooh, it's very difficult to try and bet Sark in a playoff format where he's got to win multiple big games in a row. That will not happen for me. I'm not going to bet Texas. Their red zone offense continues to be a problem, even though they did win. Look, John Mateer could barely grip the football and couldn't hit an open target. He was throwing the ball to Texas more than his own team. So Texas got lucky that Mateer rushed back from thumb surgery 16 days ago. That's why Texas won that game. Ohio State's the best team. Not a hot take. Not going to bet them at 350, though. We talked 2 weeks ago about Miami when they were 20-1 at 8. It's difficult to get there now. To be honest with you, Nick, this is the time, and you know what I'm going to say. If you're looking to buy stock right now, it would be in Oregon. If you could get over that loss, which, again, it wasn't great. We're talking about Oregon 5-1, 6-1. You lose one game, and now you're 10-1. This would be an entry point, I would think, on Oregon if you're looking for a bet.
Yeah, and Oregon's schedule not daunting the rest of the year, and I'll just read the games. At Rutgers should be a win. Home Wisconsin, at Iowa, home Minnesota. The big one will be November 22nd when they host Jaden Mayava, Lincoln Riley, and USC. Oregon will obviously be favored in that game. And maybe a tricky road game at Washington in the season finale for the Ducks. But you would think that Oregon's going into the end of the regular season with only one loss, which means, even if a Big Ten championship game, if they play in it, if they lose that game, should still be able to get into the playoff, given that loss would probably be against Ohio State. So I do like that thought, Sam, from you on Oregon being a buy right now at 10-1. Let's talk Heisman Trophy quickly, and then we'll get to the National Football League. 3 names atop the board. Your guy, well, it's our guy because I have him also, but he's really your guy because I tailed you at a worse number. Carson Beck, Miami quarterback, plus 350. The co-favorite, along with Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson, who's been awesome for the Tide. Indiana's Fernando Mendoza up next at plus 550. Dante Moore now down at 17-1. Sammy, any betting thoughts on the Heisman Trophy market?
I have Beck and Simpson, so I can't wait to get hurt, Nick. Can't wait to see how I get hosed
how
on
does
this
it happen?
If Indiana goes 12-0 and Mendoza just goes off down the stretch. I think that's how it happens. Look, I think Jeremiah Smith is an awesome player, and Julian saying they are finally letting him kind of take chances down the field a little bit more. They were very conservative early this season, but I feel like those two sort of cancel each other out at Ohio State, and it's not going to be on Dante Moore. You got to win that game at home against Indiana. And also Oregon, down the stretch, they're not going to be on national TV a ton. You're not going to get those big marquee games. I think it's right there for Beck or Simpson. But Indiana at 12-0 does scare me if it happens.
A&M quarterback Marcel Reed up to 20-1. Femi Abebefe on You Better You Bet with me during the week. He's big on Jaden Mayava with the win last night against Michigan. Mayava at 22. Notre Dame CJ Carr at 30. Irish look awesome right now. And I don't say this as a joke. We didn't mention Drew Aller's name, not just because Penn State lost again yesterday, 3 straight, but Drew Aller, season-ending injury for the Nittany Lions, is that season from hell in Happy Valley. And Drew Aller will try and recuperate. Obviously would like to at some point play on Sundays in the National Football League. We'll see if James Franklin survives the season at Penn State. All right. Anything else in college, Sammy, or we get to the NFL?
NFL. Let's do it.
All right, and we're about to kick off the second half in London. The Jets will receive. We'll keep you posted on everything that happens there. But for now, all decided the total movement your little heart could ever desire. It moved Week 6, NFL Sunday.
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved.
It's different. Week 6, NFL Sunday. Sammy, let's begin our Week 6 NFL Sunday betting sojourn in Pittsburgh with the Steelers and the Browns and maybe the schedule spot from hell for Cleveland. What do we got here, Pittsburgh and Cleveland?
So Wise Guys did bet Pittsburgh in Vegas, but they bet 4.5 and 5. This number now 6 at a lot of places, including at BetMGM. Pittsburgh -6. This total 37.5, 38, 38.5. Not really a consensus total, but a high 30s number in terms of points scored in the game. Wise Guys bet Pittsburgh, but there's somebody somewhere looking to bet some Browns +6.
Would you consider it?
No. No, I hate this spot. Tomlin, look, we used to talk all the time about Belichick against rookie quarterbacks. Tomlin, just as good. This is a brutal spot for Dylan Gabriel, one would think. And look, I'm not looking to lay 6 with Pittsburgh. I wish I had some 4, 4.5, 5. Pittsburgh survivor? Question mark. Is Pittsburgh losing this game?
That honestly, like, that would be my call. Would be, and you know, Tyler Morales is our executive producer on the show today. Tyler on Thursday's edition of You Bet or You Bet said the Eagles will never lose to the Giants. Said it can't happen. The Eagles are my pick. If Tyler were in Survivor, and he's not, he's out. But if he were alive, he would have picked the Eagles. I said, give me the Pittsburgh Steelers. Sammy, if I were still alive in Survivor, I would have picked the Steelers, but I'm dead. Thanks to the, and I'll say this. At least it wasn't Arizona. At least the Rams killed me on Thursday night. Steelers or pass for me in this game. I am with you. A lot going on here, obviously, Sammy, with the Colts and the Cardinals. And this news broke a while ago. We don't have to wait for actives and inactives. Jacoby Brissett will start for the Arizona Cardinals at quarterback. Kyler Murray out with his foot injury. And per ESPN's Adam Schefter, Sammy, in danger of missing next week's game as well for the Cardinals.
This number was 7.5 last night. I know that because the bartender texted me, Colts are a lock. So at that point, last night, 7.5. The board right now, 9, 9.5. There's a 10 at Pinnacle. Nick, it's an avalanche of money against Arizona. Everybody's betting the Colts here. And I'm on the dog because I'm semi-sharp, question mark. Whatever, man. I love the Colts. I got the Colts to win the division. 9.5, 10? Give me a break.
Yeah, we're at 8.5 now, I think, at MGM. And I'm okay, so there's 2 separate conversations to have. Number one, I might bet Arizona also. I bet Arizona to win the NFC West. But that is one pathetic loser. Dude, Kyler Murray's been brutal this season, and he's definitely better than Brissett, so please don't confuse people what I'm saying. In this, I don't know if there's that big of a downgrade with what Kyler Murray's been doing recently if he's not healthy. I don't mind taking Arizona plus the points here. I might just do it. You mentioned you had a teaser today. Would you consider Indianapolis, now that we're in teaser range at 8.5 down to 2.5, where Colts win by 3, you win your bet?
It makes sense fundamentally for sure, but I'm just not betting the Colts here. It is so sexy right now. This number 7 days ago was 5.5, and now we're at 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10. Too much of a move, Nick. Too much.
I will likely end up betting the Arizona Cardinals at some point before kickoff. And for fantasy football players, Bam Knight. Zonovan Bam Knight, this is where we're at in them RB2 streets already this season. Michael Carter, who started at running back for Arizona last week with James Conner out for the year and Trey Benson on IR. Michael Carter will be benched in favor of Zonovan Knight. I'm sure they will both play, but per ESPN's Adam Schefter, Knight will take on a larger role in the offense. The Jets are inside the 20 to open up the second half in London against the Denver Broncos. Isaiah Davis runs it down to the 19. We'll keep you posted on the other side. And on the other side, we'll run through the rest of the games for Week 6 NFL Sunday. Side movement, total movement, Nick Kostos, Sam Panayotovich, and you.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Panayotovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right, we'll get back to all the line moves in a second. Just a score update from London, where third Nick Folk field goal, this one from 38 yards out, cuts the Broncos' lead to 10-9. The Jets actually got a couple first downs, 3 of them on that drive for their offense. More output in terms of first downs for the Jets on that drive than the entire first half. Broncos lead 10-9, 10 minutes to play in the third quarter in London. All right, Sammy, what do you have for us with the LA Chargers and the injured state of their offensive line visiting the Dolphins in Miami?
This one hasn't really moved much, Nick. Now, when we opened it up in Vegas, 7 days ago, the number was 5.5. And then we saw a lot of the bad injury news for the Chargers. Obviously, the offensive line and their running backs all hurt. It came down to 3.5, but that move came on Tuesday. So since Tuesday, we basically haven't really budged that much. The total, 44.5. It's wild. The Dolphins can't stop the run, but the Chargers have no healthy linemen or running backs. Hassan Haskins is RB1 today. Good luck betting this one. I'm sitting on the sidelines.
Don't forget about Kamani Vidal in that Chargers backfield.
Yes.
And if you did forget about him, I don't think anyone would begrudge you for that. Femi and I said all week, Sam, understand the move towards Miami. The Chargers are down not just both of their starting tackles from projected in the summer in Alton Slater. Pipkins is out also. Former Giants legend Bobby Hart's going to start at right tackle. The line's terrible. The running backs are no good. And Quentin Johnson's expected to miss the game. But if this ever went down to Chargers -3,
you're in?
Oh, I might. I think at 3, dude, Miami stinks. And I get it for the I get the move down. At 3, I think that would be a bridge too far for me. With the Chargers, we're not there yet. 3.5 -110, as Sammy just told you the number at BetMGM. Sammy, we were talking during the break about some moves on the board here, and you mentioned something in New Orleans with the Patriots and the Saints. What is it? Where are we at now? New England at New Orleans.
This one didn't budge at all. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Here we are, day of the game, though. Nick, they're betting the Saints. They're fading New England off that Sunday night win as an 8-point dog. New England was hanging out all week as a 3.5-point favorite. Tell me how 3 sportsbooks in Vegas and 2 offshore just went to New England -3. Totals come up a smidge, 44.5 to 46. But the move, at least early today, is on the Saints.
You have a betting thought on this game yourself?
I do have the Saints +3.5 in my pick 5. I don't love it, though. I don't love it.
Why not?
Just because the Saints stink.
They're not very good. But listen, they lose by 3 and you win that bet. I love the Patriots. I love Drake May. I would like for them to prove that they can win a game like this. Stephon Diggs had a great quote way early this week when he's asked about winning this game after the road upset in Buffalo last week. He said this is actually going to be tougher for them because the expectations weren't there for them on Sunday night. Now they're expected to win and expected to win by some margin, right? If you play -3 or -3.5, you need them to win by 4, 6, 7, or 10 or more, obviously, to win the bet. I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. No bet for me on this game. I'll be rooting for New England to win by 3. So you win your bet, and my Patriots playoff stuff from before the year gains a little equity. Cowboys and the Panthers in Carolina. And Sam, this is one of 2 games that do have some weather concerns at this point on Sunday morning. And we made it to Sunday, October 12th without really having to talk about weather. I have the weather forecast up here. Winds of up to 17 miles per hour expected in Carolina. That should not be bad enough to impact the passing game. So I think we're going to have a normal football game here today with Dallas and Carolina. We'll get to the Rams and Ravens in Baltimore. That'll be the other one. What's happening here with Dallas at Carolina?
Really nothing. This opened 3.5. Now we're 3, but that move did not come today. It came several days ago. There is an appetite for a lot of these really ugly home dogs. New Orleans is one. Carolina's another. Miami's a third. Really small numbers, but not enough support to move them north of the 3 to 3.5. So here we sit. Dallas -3. The totals come up a little bit, 47.5. Here's the biggest mover in the game, Nick. On Friday morning during Bet Sweats, Dak Prescott's passing number was 237.5. BetMGM right now, 248.5. An 11-point move on the yardage up.
Yeah, which that's an insane number for even with offensive linemen out. And we'll do the actives and inactives next segment. I mean, Dak's the best football he's played in his career. And this Panthers defense, no one will confuse with the 2000 Ravens. Do you think that this is going to, I know you said it hasn't yet, do you think this might come off 3 and go down to Dallas minus 2.5?
There's a chance. I mean, it's a very cheap 3 at a bunch of places, including a couple books in Vegas, our friends at Circa, minus 3 even money. So we'll see. MGM still flat, minus 110. There's a chance, but if it were to dip, the dip goes right back. It probably closes 3.
Would you try to get a piece of Dallas 2.5 if indeed it dropped there?
No thanks. I'm good.
I would. I mean, we're doing the show, so I probably wouldn't be able to get it, but I would consider it. Dak Prescott at Bryce Young basically picked the winner of the game at that point. I would lean towards the Dallas Cowboys. All right, afternoon slate we go. Sammy, you've heard the expression, a face only a mother could love. This is the game only sports bettors could love, or fantasy football players, or if you're a fan of either team. Otherwise, I think people will say no thanks to Geno Smith and the Las Vegas Raiders hosting Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans. Although it does look like we have some betting movement on the game early this morning, Sam, with Vegas hosting Tennessee.
There doesn't appear to be a lot of respect for the Raiders as a favorite. That's basically what it is.
A shock.
Understandably so. This number opened in the desert at 6.5. 7 days ago, 6.5. How about 3.5 everywhere right now? So obviously some respect for Tennessee, or maybe disrespect for Vegas. Total has not moved. Open 41.5. Currently 41.5. Can you really trust the Titans to be efficient 2 weeks in a row? That's my question. I don't love Vegas. Tennessee 3.5 though. I feel like I need a little bit more there, Nick.
I did, and we talked about it on Monday. I took 6.5 with Tennessee on Sunday night last week.
Nice.
It's not like a huge bet, but I mean, it's like you run some rudimentary numbers, and I say this on my show all the time. Like I hit the pen, I open up a Google, like a Gmail draft. I was like, what do I think the numbers should be using past point spreads as an anchor? And like nowhere close to 6.5. And look, like the Titans stink, and Brian Callahan might be the worst head coach ever. So that was just like, I made the bet thinking the number would maybe be like 5.5. I didn't think we'd be at like 3.5 though. That does not mean I want to bet the Raiders. In fact, I think this has a chance to be a really unwatchable football game. We'll see. So I'll stick with my bet on the Titans at a number that no longer exists. Helps nobody. Maybe I did say it to humble brag. There you go. There it is. Me and my Titans plus 6.5. Look forward to a Raiders win by 7. Packers hosting the Cincinnati Bengals, Sam. You bet Week 6 NFL Sunday. Joe Flacco will start against Green Bay for the second time in 3 weeks for 2 different teams. This time replacing Jake Browning as the starting quarterback in Cincinnati. What's happening with the Bengals in the pack?
BetMGM is 14.5 right now. A couple other books at 15. I'm going to end up on Flacco, aren't I? I know it. He could get the ball to some of his good players, right? I mean, he's got more weapons than he had in Cleveland.
Well, I'll look at this from a fantasy football lens. I think it makes Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and running back Chase Brown, like it does make them more fantasy relevant, at least in theory. And then we'll see how the game plays out. But I do agree with your thesis, yes.
So this number opened 13.5, got through the 14 as we've talked about. Now 14.5, a couple 15s. Total has come up. Flacco explosion, ? 42.5 to 44.5. I'm betting the Bengals. I'm doing it.
Oh, I love it. I kind of like that over. Green Bay could hit that over by itself on this horrendous Bengals defense, and Green Bay coming off the bye. And if you get Flacco in catch-up mode, I definitely like that. Stick him in the shotgun, get the ball out of his hands quick to Chase and Higgins, let them do their thing. I like that. I might join you on both of those.
Dog in the over? Parlay?
Well, I think, I'll ask you a question. I think I know what your answer is going to be. Can the Cincinnati Bengals cover this game if it goes under the total?
I I mean, yes, but
yes,
not.
they could. Like how many points are the Packers scoring? Like minimum.
I think it's like
accounting
20,
for all sorts of insanity. Minimum.
28-17 is my final score.
Yeah, but guess what that gets you to? 45.
The over.
The over by half a point. So I do think dog and over are correlated in this instance, because I don't see how the Bengals defense is getting stops. Green Bay's offense off the bye. I think Matthew Golden will be more involved, get the post-bye rookie bump. Tucker Kraft should absolutely smash. The Bengals can't cover opposing tight ends. I actually like that. I like dog over correlated if I were to place a bet. I don't know if I'm going to bet Cincinnati. 14.5's available at BetMGM. I just looked at another spot. It's 14. So BetMGM right now, you're home to make it legendary by taking 14.5 points with Joe Flacco and the Bengals. Sammy, what about the Bucs and the Niners? Both of these teams injury-ravaged coming into this game. Mike Evans, Bucky Irving, Chris Godwin out for Tampa. Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall out for the 49ers. Mac Jones gets another start.
I do love, Nick, that Kyle Shanahan has said for a month now that Brock Purdy might come back, and then he doesn't come back. It's one of my favorite bits in the NFL. When will we see Purdy again? Who knows? Depending on your book, 3 or 3.5. MGM has 3.5. Total has not moved all week. Open 47. Now we're still at 47. Most books, MGM has 47.5, but not much movement there. Whew. I would love to bet the Niners in this spot. But you know me, Nick. I'm a dog guy. So I'm always buttering with underdog bread.
Let's do it.
3.5? 3.5 on San Fran? Yeah.
3.5 on San Francisco. Yeah, I haven't yet. I think I will. My thought is, I think you can make the case that both offenses have a bunch of success here. Like the Bucs, the Niners have no pass rush right now. Did you see the report last night? I thought it was interesting that they're going to call the Cincinnati Bengals about Trey Hendrickson, which makes sense because with Nick Bosa out, they can't rush the passer. Matthew Stafford carved them up like a Thanksgiving turkey. It was a long time ago. It feels like last Thursday night. I think Baker Mayfield, even with an injured receiving core, should be able to move the ball through the air here. And then on the flip side, think about how Kyle Shanahan attacked the Rams in that Thursday night game, like picking on the bad linebackers and slow linebackers and slow corners. That's what Tampa has here. I think both offenses are going to have some success, which leads me towards the dog at 3.5. I might be able to get there with you on San Francisco.
Tampa just keeps getting by, and you give them all the credit in the world for being 4-1. They've won by 3, 1, 2, and 3. Just eking by. Eventually, you would think that they'd get a break to go the other way.
What do you think of Baker's MVP price, which has been a hot topic this week?
I saw some books have 10-1 now on Mayfield.
MGM, I think, is $750.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you definitely missed the move on Mayfield, but I don't think Josh Allen is this lock to win the MVP like the market would indicate. So I like Stafford, actually, 17-1. If I was going to jump in on somebody, it'd be Stafford. But if you have Baker at 25, 35, good on you. I'll
be really square and disagree with you a little bit on Josh Allen. That I kind of think he should be minus, even coming off the loss last week. Mahomes is the second choice. They're already at 3 losses. Like you said, the Bucs are skating by. Maybe that turns. I would actually bet you, which is a really square because he's plus 140. But there you have it. Sunday Night Football, Chiefs and the Lions. Great game at Arrowhead.
I know you're all in here. You and I are heads up on this one. I took 2.5. I know.
I don't like that.
Well, everybody on BetSweats is on Kansas City but me, so I'm on an island here. I did not love the injury report for the Lions secondary, Nick. It's not good. This number opened 1. Now we're 2.5 basically everywhere. We might get to 3 on Kansas City.
Would you bet more Detroit plus 3? Do you have interest in? I'm only asking this because you made it seem like you placed this bet before, like we found out how bad the injury situation is for Detroit. Would you consider? I am not suggesting it's a bad bet. They can win the game. The Lions are awesome. Would you consider buying out of the bet for Detroit, or are you in?
No, I'm going to ride it. No, I'm not a big buyout person. I just think the Chiefs' pass rush is almost non-existent.
It's not good.
Trevor Lawrence had 3.3 seconds per throw. 3.3. That's an eternity in the NFL. I also think Detroit's running game is going to be very, very tough to stop. So we'll see. Again, we're going to be heads up here. You got the Chiefs. You got Chiefs stock. I found myself on Dan Campbell as a dog. 24-11 ATS as an underdog.
Any love to the over? Because I think Kansas City going to score, and I don't disagree with you, by the way. Like, the Chiefs' pass defense is bad, and the Lions should be able to move it in this game.
Totals moved up 48.5 to 52.5, so a 4-point hike up. I did nothing with it.
If I had to bet it, I'd bet the over. Just while we're on the square theme, give me the favorite in the over in primetime tonight. On the other side, the actives and inactives are out for the early slate of games. We'll tell you what we know, what we think we know about the games still to come, and Samuel will give us a board update, Week 6 NFL Sunday, here on Countdown to Kickoff.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. It's that time once again on NFL Sunday. Who's in? Who's out?
Impact betting and fantasy for basically every single player.
Actives, inactives on You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff.
Tyler, what did I miss here in the Jets-Broncos game? I'm seeing 11-10 on the scoreboard. I was writing down all the actives and inactives, which I'll get to in a second here. Okay, there was a safety in the game. How did it happen? Because I missed it, writing all this stuff down. It's like, can I have the information, please? Thank you very much. We'll let you know what happened. The Jets leading 11-10 on Denver. It'd be great if during the break, with like 9 people that work on the show, if someone could say, hey, there's a safety in the football game, holding in the end zone on the Denver Broncos. So the Jets now lead 11-10. So New York with the lead on Denver as the Jets look for their first win of the season. We'll keep you posted on everything happening at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London as we move along. But actives and inactives out for the 1 p.m. Eastern slate of games. Browns and the Steelers. Jalen Ramsey is in for Pittsburgh. That was the big one for the Steelers. Jalen Ramsey will play. Calvin Austin, stone cold. He's out. What? He's injured. What? Not going to play. What? On the mend. What? He's recovering. No Calvin Austin today for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And if you're a pro wrestling fan, you enjoyed the last 15 seconds of content. Cardinals and the Colts. It is official. Kyler Murray is inactive for Arizona. Keaton Slovis will be the backup, the former USC quarterback. Jacoby Brissett starts for Arizona. Sammy, now that that's official, any more movement with the Cardinals and the Colts in Indianapolis?
Yeah, you're finally starting to see some Cardinal money. A lot of the books that were at 9.5 are now at 9 and 8.5. BetMGM has not moved because they were always sort of on the low end of the market. They were 8.5 when everybody else started to climb. At this point, Nick, books are trying to write Cardinal bets, just trying to get the number as high as they can to kind of write something. And it looks like you're finally seeing some apple bites at 9.5 and 9. Pinnacle, though, still sitting at Colts -10. So not really a consensus price at all. There's 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, and 10. They're all over the place on this Colts-Cardinals game.
And Sam and I both agree that if you're looking to bet this game, like you have no action on it, both of us lean towards the Arizona side. And Sam, have you made that bet? I haven't yet, but I plan on it before kickoff.
I took 8.5. Yeah, I got a bad number, but what's done is done, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, if it closes 9.5 and it lands 9, you tip your cap. I think you're okay. I would make that bet also at 8.5 with Arizona. Alec Pierce is back in the lineup for the Colts at wide receiver, and we got a report, and this matters for fantasy football players and also for props as well. Michael Carter started at running back last week for the Cardinals, and they played the 3 men. Amari DiMercato fumbles at the goal line. We'll see how involved he is. Got pushed by his head coach, fined $100,000. The coach did. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported earlier this morning that former Jet and Lion, Zonovan Bam Knight, that Bam Knight will be the number 1 running back for the Cardinals today. In a league where I'm starting Michael Carter, because I have a bunch of injuries at RB2, I dropped Michael Carter for Bam Knight, and I'm starting Bam Knight. I wish I could give you a really smart piece of analysis here. This is what's going to happen. The fact is that all 3 are bad. Any of them could be the leading rusher today, and no one should be surprised. I used the information that was provided, and I decided to roll with Bam Knight. I have no idea if I'm going to be correct or not. So the Jets got the safety, received the ball. Broncos forced a 3 and out. Jets punted. Broncos just went 3 and out. Denver will now punt the ball back to the Jets here towards the end of the third quarter, with the Jets holding an 11-10 lead in just a terrible football game right now in London. Chargers and the Dolphins. Quentin Johnston is inactive for the Chargers. If you've got him in your fantasy lineups, get him out. My guess as to who fills in for him today, rookie second-round wide receiver Trey Harris. Joe Alt is out for the Chargers. Rashawn Slater is out for the season. Trey Pipkins is out. The Chargers will be starting backups to backups at both tackle spots. Bad scene for the LA Chargers. Storm Duck remains out at corner for Miami, which does help the matchups for Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen. Patriots and the Saints. Christian Gonzalez, New England star corner, is active as expected. Christian Gonzalez will play, which hurts the matchups for Rashid Shaheed and Chris Olave. Alvin Kamara active today for the Saints. It'll be a 2-man backfield in New Orleans with Kamara and Kendre Miller. Cowboys and the Panthers. Good injury report for Dallas on a Sunday. Now, we know CeeDee Lamb's out and Kevontae Turpin's out, but Deron Bland and Trevon Diggs, their top two corners, will both play. Both had been questionable. And offensive lineman Tyler Smith is back. He did not play last week for Dallas despite being active. So that's big news for the Cowboys' offensive line. For Carolina, Chuba Hubbard is out. We'll hit him with the Rico. Rico Dowdle will be a must-start today in fantasy as the number one running back in Carolina. Panthers receiver Jalen Coker, who has yet to make his season debut, will play next week per head coach Dave Canales. He is inactive today. Seahawks and the Jaguars. Bad injury report on Sunday morning for Seattle. Down 3 starters in their secondary. 2 corners, Devin Witherspoon and Reek Woolen, and safety Julian Love, which helps the matchup, obviously, for Trevor Lawrence, Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Hunter, and the Jaguars' passing attack. As Garrett Wilson fumbles, Broncos recover, but a flag on the play. We will keep you posted in London. And for the Rams and the Ravens, finally, a decent injury report for Baltimore. Yes, Lamar Jackson is out and Cooper Rush will start, but Zay Flowers is in, Ronnie Stanley is in, Kyle Hamilton is in, Roquan Smith and Chidobe Awuzie remain out for the Baltimore Ravens. When we move to the afternoon slate of games on the East Coast, Titans and the Raiders, Brock Bowers is out. Brock Bowers will not play. Michael Mayer will be the number 1 tight end for the Raiders. For Tennessee, right tackle J.C. Latham is back, which really helps their offensive line and helps out Cam Ward. The flag on the play was on the Jets, so this will be Denver first down after the turnover. Garrett Wilson fumbles, the fumble forced by reigning Defensive Player of the Year for Denver, Patrick Surtain. So Denver will take over 1st and 10 on their own territory, in Jets territory, when they come back from commercial in London. Bengals and the Packers, Joe Flacco starting at quarterback for Cincinnati, which is just really crazy. Christian Watson will be back for the Packers next week, making his season debut. Niners and the Bucks. Mac Jones starts at quarterback for San Francisco. Ricky Pearsall out for the Niners. It'll be Jawan Jennings, Kendrick Bourne, Jake Tonjes as the top 3 pass catchers for Mac Jones. For Tampa, Mike Evans, Bucky Irving, Chris Godwin, all out for the Buccaneers. Rashad White will be the number 1 running back. And Offensive Rookie of the Year favorite, Emeka Egbuka, will be the wide receiver 1 in Tampa. And for the Lions and the Chiefs, we touched on this in the last segment. Terrible injury report for Detroit. Top corners, DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold out. Slot corner, Avonte Maddox out. Both of Detroit's starting safeties, Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, questionable, did not practice all week. Left tackle Taylor Decker out for the Detroit Lions. Xavier Worthy will play tonight for the Kansas City Chiefs. And those are your actives and inactives here on this Week 6 NFL Sunday. We are awaiting official word on this fumble for the Jets. Jets offense, I think, is coming off the field. Oh, okay, so it is ruled an incomplete pass, it looks like now. And I think the Jets are going to retain possession. Incomplete pass. Wilson did not possess the ball long enough for a fumble. So this will be 2nd down now coming up on the challenge for the Jets. So the Jets, Sam, do retain possession of the ball, leading 11-10.
I would love for this to land 11-10. That has to be scoregami. It has to. I can't imagine there's been a game that's landed 11-10. We could obviously look this up, but that's my first thought when I hear 11-10 in the third quarter. Very end of the third quarter, mind you, final minute or so. As for games that are moving right now, Nick, more bets on the Steelers. Couple shops moved to 6.5 off the 6. You and I had talked about Pittsburgh on the money line, maybe finding something to wheel that with. We mentioned survivor plays against Cleveland, but Pittsburgh getting bet again. They're betting the Ravens. Some of those 7s going away. MGM still has a 7, but a lot of books in Vegas now 6.5. And you mentioned a bunch of injuries on Seattle. That has not stopped the market from moving Seattle to a 1-point favorite, basically everywhere. So this morning it was about a pick. Some shops had Jacksonville favored. I don't see a single sports book that has Jacksonville favored right now.
We'll do the underdog moneyline parlay, Sam, next hour on the show. Let's do a favorite moneyline parlay, or at least like one that you like. You talking about pairing Pittsburgh as a moneyline piece, and I think the Steelers are going to win. Would have been my Survivor play today if I weren't dead in Survivor. What would you pair the Steelers with if you needed to do a moneyline parlay today with favorites? Or you can put some dogs in there if you want as well.
Probably the Steelers and the Rams, but that's minus 150. That's no fun. So let's try and get this down to a plus price. How about the Raiders and Steelers, even money.
Oh, no way.
No way.
No way. No.
But to keep it a buck, the Titans are ass. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, have you watched Geno Smith? Steelers Chargers is even money. How about I'll let you want to get really nuts? How about this? Yeah, it's not even. Denver is losing right now 11-10 and is minus 235 on the live money line at BetMGM. I was going to say pair the Steelers with Broncos to come back and win this game down by 1 entering the fourth quarter.
I could do that. I mean, look, it would not be a show on Sunday morning without us sweating a bet. So
yeah, should we do it?
Broncos to win, Steelers to win. Yeah,
yes,
I could do that.
Minus 111.
All right, now we're invested. Now I actually care about this game.
Let's go, baby. And you'll be happy to hear that the third quarter just ended with Justin Fields getting sacked on third down, and the Jets will punt back to Bo Nix and the Broncos to begin the fourth quarter.
It just had to happen this way, didn't it? The game had to be 11-10, and we had to jump in again. We had to.
Denver in this game, Denver's offense. Aaron Glenn has gotten killed this season. Not just because, Sam, the Jets are 0-5, but because the defense has not been, the effort hasn't been there on defense in terms of tackling. We saw that last week right against Dallas. The Broncos right now are averaging 4.8 yards per play, which is a low amount. So the Jets defense has come to play today. So credit to them and credit to Aaron Glenn. The Jets offense is averaging right now 1.8 yards per play. And they lead 11-10. This would be a terrible loss for Sean Payton and the Broncos if indeed they lose this game. You cannot lose allowing less than 2 yards per play on defense. You can't.
This is the NFL, though. They go into Philly, upset the champs, and then get caught in a rock fight against the Jets. This is the NFL, buddy.
They've scored 3 points of their own, basically, in this game on the opening drive of the second half. Otherwise, off a turnover, a kick return, and then holding in the end zone on the Broncos for a safety. All right, Marvin Mims, fair catch at the 25. Denver 1st and 10 from their own 25 when we come back. Hour 1 done. Hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Best bets will close the show. Prop King coming up next segment.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Ready for an action-packed day of football.
Addison, he's got it! Touchdown! Tungo Bailoa has Waddle! He's open! Touchdown!
From sides to totals to props, we've got you covered. It's BetMGM Network's You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with your hosts Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Hour number 2 here, Week 6 NFL Sunday. Nikki K, Sammy P, and you. Underdog Moneyline Parlay still to come. We'll talk teasers in a little bit. Prop King coming up later this segment. Best bets 40 minutes from now to close the show. It's an update on the Broncos-Jets game in London. The Broncos have punted the ball to the Jets, and the Jets have 1st and 10 at their own 11-yard line. 13 minutes to play in the game. It's a truly, truly dreadful game of football in London. Jets lead 11-10 on the Denver Broncos, despite averaging less than 2 yards per play. Also, we bet Denver to win the game live, parlayed with the Steelers to win.
We're going to get the ball back very soon here. There is no way that we don't get, a very short drive by the Jets. I say that having watched very little of this game. But knowing the whole Justin Fields experience as somebody who had to deal with him in Chicago, we're getting the ball back. The question is, can the Broncos score? What happened? Did I miss something?
Breece Hall first down run.
Oh.
So the Jets have like their 5th first down of the game.
I can read you now just by noises you make. You made like a noise, and I knew it was bad.
It was like a 7-yard run, but still, it was a first down for the Jets. So they will move the chains. I just want to say how happy I am that we get to sweat this together over the next hour. Like, this brings me like immense joy and pleasure, like knowing that like one way or another this is going to come down to the wire here. I love this. I live for this on Sundays with the international games.
I had Browns plus 3.5 and Gabriel over. And you're like, oh, well, you can't lose both.
Oh, you had Gabriel under.
The under, right, under 180.5. And you're like, well, you can't lose both. And then the Browns threw a pick in the end zone. Kevin O'Connell called the timeout. They re-racked the play and threw like a 20-yard pass. Game ended.
When they needed a touchdown.
Oh, well, that's how you lose both right there. So.
I mean, this is just, football is not scripted or rigged, but if it were, something like that could be like Exhibit A in the court case. It's not. Just saying, though. That was absolutely ridiculous. So Sam and I will be rooting for the Broncos to win this game. The Jets have a 3rd down coming up deep in their own territory, 3rd and 5 with a little over 11 to play. Sammy, what's happening on the board right now? Side moves, total moves, anything you expect over the course of the next 60 minutes?
You had asked about Dallas and Carolina and where this might move to. There's a very sharp offshore shop that now has Dallas minus 2.5. So the threes are very cheap. BetMGM minus 3, minus 105, a couple others minus 3, even money. I don't know that we're going to get that full blast on Carolina, but at least somebody is intrigued enough to go to Dallas minus 2.5. We've also seen some under money in San Francisco, Tampa Bay. A lot of 47s in the market, but finally some 46.5 showing. So that'll be something to pay attention to. And BetMGM right now, as we're speaking, Pittsburgh minus 6.5. So they are off the 3, or off the 6 rather, out to 6.5. That Steeler money keeps coming in day of the game.
What about Chargers Dolphins? Anything there?
3.5 everywhere. So I believe, let's see, that was 4 more yesterday than today. That one really hasn't changed. They're kind of messing with the juice a little bit. Most books have 3.5 though on the Bolts.
And Chiefs-Lions Sunday Night Football remains 2.5 here for Kansas City. Any threes on the board? I only say that because I saw some juice 2.5s.
No threes yet, and you know what would happen if somebody moved to 3. Pow! Somebody would come in and take the 3. So my guess there is that this closes a juice 2.5 minus 2, like 2.5 minus 15, I guess, would be the guess. The last thing they want to do is go to 3 on the game. But if the money makes it move there, they don't have a choice.
So the Jets right now have a 4th and 1 deep in their own territory, and I'm not sure like what's happening here. We have a shot of like Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner in the booth. The Jets called timeout. I don't know if they're going for it or not. It's a 4th and 1. They've sent the punt unit out. So the Jets called timeout to punt. Okay.
Why would you need that timeout in a close game down the stretch? Why would you need it?
I guess it's possible they challenged the spot on the Justin Fields, like tried to get the first down and came up short. But in any event, the Jets are about to pump back to the Broncos. 11-10 Jets, just over 10 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter. What are you laughing at? The stupid game?
If we lose a live bet 11-10, we'll be very sad.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to win. I feel pretty confident.
We don't have to cover. We just have to win. That's all we need.
We just have to win. Anything else on the board before we get to the props?
Prop King is ready.
All right. Look, the Prop King had a rough start to the season. It was not great. But we've turned it around over the last few weeks. And we look to keep it rolling, baby. Even though, Thursday night, Saquon Barkley over receiving yards came up just short. And on the Eagles' final drive, they saw fit to use A.J. Dillon in that role instead of Saquon Barkley. Dillon had about 20 receiving yards on that drive and fumbled. Back to the Giants. Maybe you should have left Saquon Barkley in. Clowns. But that's okay. Because we got a full slate today, and the Prop King is locked and loaded and ready to go. He descends down from thy royal throne, traipses across thy royal purple velvety carpet, over to thy royal balcony, to gaze down upon you, the swine, to issue winning prop bets on this Week 6 NFL Sunday.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your Prop King, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos!
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, pigs. Oh, yeah. We begin today's prop betting sojourn in thy royal Pittsburgh. The name is Bond. Isaiah Bond. Do you know how he takes his martini? Shaken. Never stirs that son of a bitch. And he has a license to go over the receiving yards prop. Enough James Bond references. Isaiah Bond. 30.5 is the number at BetMGM. He, I think, is actually going to be the Browns' number one wide receiver by the end of the year. I'm not convinced Jerry Jeudy's going to be on the Browns past the trade deadline. Bond, more targets last week than Jerry Jeudy. Dylan Gabriel doesn't throw the ball down the field. He's short, he's slow, and he has a weak arm. He's me, except he's playing quarterback in the NFL. I think his skill set matches up with Isaiah Bond. Isaiah Bond over 30.5 receiving yards. You know how the anytime touchdowns go. Anyone can bet Quinshon Judkins. We're aiming. We're going deep How deep? You can answer that question. How about former Jet Malachi Corley, elevated in the Browns receiving corps with Cedric Tillman on injured reserve, as Evan Engram catches about a 15-yard pass on 2nd and 10 and the Broncos move the chains. Malachi Corley getting routes in the offense, in the passing offense, and carries in the run game. It's a huge number. Little to win a lot. Beer money. Malachi Corley, anytime touchdown for the Browns. Colts and the Cardinals. Sam and I both told you that we like Arizona to cover the point spread in the game. And that, given Kyler Murray's injured and the way he's played, this might not be that big of a downgrade. It is a downgrade, but maybe not that much. So if that's true, and it's not that big of a downgrade, then Trey McBride's yardage prop is way too low. 54.5 for Trey, father of McBride. Let's go over for Trey McBride. And if you're out there listening or watching and you want to bet Jonathan Taylor Thomas, Tiger Beat, to score a touchdown today, I would just bet him to score multiple touchdowns and make that a little juicier. He's one of the front runners for Offensive Player of the Year. He's on an absolute roll. Darius Robinson is out for the Cardinals on the defensive line. So if you want to play JT, I would just play JT to score multiple touchdowns in today's game. Chargers and the Dolphins. This is a true story. This week, I'm walking towards the office I'm doing the show from in Staten Island. And a guy parks his car, this is a true story, I promise, and sees me, recognizes me, and tells me that last week, watching and listening to the show, and parlayed all my prop bets from the 4 o'clock slate. And the only loser was Ladd McConkey, and said, can we keep betting Ladd McConkey? Yes. With Quentin Johnston out, we will go Ladd McConkey over receiving yards today. And if you're listening or watching and you don't want to make that bet because Ladd keeps going under, I get it. The prop king is rolling with Ladd McConkey. Anytime touchdowns with, as Marvin Mims, long reception here, inside the Jets' 35-yard line. So the Broncos in field goal range, 8 minutes to play. With Quentin Johnston out, yeah, let's go, please. Also, so you can't see Sam off camera, I can, in what we call Q. You were fixing your hair like I normally do. Can we put Sam on? Your hair I said this to you on Monday when you came on. Your hair looks great.
It's one piece right here. See it? See it?
Yeah, I see it. It's like, it's not bad, though. It's okay hanging down there. Now, Sam has lost weight. He got a great haircut. Sam looks awesome. And I said that to him on the show on Monday when he joins us on You Bet every Monday. If I had to guess who will fill in for Quentin Johnston, I think you have a couple candidates. Darius Davis, 5th-round pick Keandre Lambert-Smith, a.k.a. KLS, and 2nd-round pick Trey Harris. I would go with the guy with the most draft capital. That would be Trey Harris, but I'm guessing. And for Miami, they are using all 3 tight ends now. Darren Waller's the one. I'm going to bet the guy with the longest odds. That is Tanner Connor for the Miami Dolphins. Patriots and the Saints in New Orleans. I don't want to overthink this here. Can you Diggs it, Sucka? Oh, I can. Last week we talked about Stephon Diggs going over in the Patriots-Bills game. He went over by about 65 yards. I don't know if that's going to happen today, but 60.5, I can tell you, I think is too low for Drake May's new number 1 receiver. He looks healthy. He looks awesome. He impregnated Cardi B. He's absolutely on a roll right now. Stephon Diggs over receiving yards for the New England Patriots. Now, in the anytime touchdown market in this game, Patriots running backs, I think, provide us with an interesting opportunity. Antonio Gibson's out for the season, which means it's Ramondre Stevenson, who fumbled last week, and he has been fumbling all season, and Travion Henderson, the rookie 2nd-rounder out of Ohio State. I want to bet Travion Henderson to score, but I want to bet him to score multiple touchdowns today. So 2 Travion Henderson touchdowns and 3 Travion Henderson touchdowns for yours truly in this game. Pat Bryant, 1st down reception. Broncos 1st and 10, just outside the 10-yard line. So we're close to goal-to-go status for Denver. Let's go, Broncos. Oh, it is 1st and goal, excuse me. We'll do a little play-by-play here. 1st and goal from the 9. Knicks under center, I formation. Sutton split out to the left. Knicks bootlegs out to his left, throws it, and it is batted down. 2nd and goal coming up from the 9 for the Broncos. Cowboys and the Panthers in Carolina. We will bet square because we don't care. Teteroa McMillan, 72.5 is the number. He hasn't scored yet in his rookie year. I think that changes today. Tet McMillan over 72.5 receiving yards. Anytime touchdowns, He's cashed for us the last 2 weeks. Mitchell, Evans, and Ness. Anytime touchdown for the Carolina Panthers. Jatavian Sanders is out. 2nd and goal coming up for the Broncos. Bo Nix in the shotgun. J.K. Dobbins to his left. 2 receivers to the right. Cortland Sutton split out to the left. Handoff to Dobbins. Tries to break a tackle. He does up the middle of the field. He's gang tackled down at the 9-yard line. Lucky to lose, not to lose yards there is J.K. Dobbins. 3rd and goal from the 9 coming up for Denver. Under 6 minutes to play in London. Jaguars and the Seahawks in Jacksonville. Jackson Smith-Njigba's number is not even close to being correct. It was 79.5 a few days ago. It's 83.5. It needs to start with a 9. JSN, I don't know if he'll go over or not, but it's an easy bet. And for the Jaguars, I like Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter to both go over with the injuries in Seattle. 3rd and goal from the 9 from the Broncos. Bo Nix in the shotgun. No running backs in the game. 5 wide receiver set. Nix drops back to pass. Throws it to the left corner of the end zone. It is incomplete, intended for Cortland Sutton. The Broncos will send Will Lutz out to take a 13-11 lead. 26-yard field coming up. Yeah. It was a bad throw by Nix. He had Sutton in the corner of the end zone and overthrew him. Not great. Anytime touchdowns, I will give you a square one here. I think Travis Hunter scores his first NFL touchdown today for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Woolen, Witherspoon, Love, all out for the Seahawks secondary. So JSN, BTJ, and Hunter if you want. Hunter anytime touchdown for the Jags. Will Lutz is on for the field goal. We won't be able to tell you if it's good or not because he hasn't kicked it yet. Rams and Ravens and the rest of the props coming up next. Field goal good. Broncos 13, Jets 11.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right, the Broncos forced a Jets punt. Justin Fields just got annihilated by Nick Bonito on the third down play. And on second down, Fields had Garrett Wilson pretty much wide open and just a terrible pass by Fields. And Wilson kind of like jogged to the sideline, so we'll wait for an injury update on him. So the Broncos have the ball back in their own territory, chance to run the clock out. 3:25 to go. J.K. Dobbins 3-yard run on first down. Jets take their second timeout. Remember what Sam said when the Jets called that timeout and then punted? Maybe they'll need that timeout. Well, they could use it now. 2nd and 7 for the Broncos, 3:25 to play. 1 first down by Denver will put the Jets pretty up against it from a time perspective here. Rams and the Ravens. So we talked about potential winds in the forecast in Carolina. This is the other wind game right now. And I'm just going to refresh my weather screen. And we'll tell you where we are at with Carolina and Dallas. Or with the Rams, excuse me. Weather does not look bad. Isolated rain showers. So this should be a pretty normal game with the Rams and the Ravens. As Bo Nix hands it off to Marvin Mims on an end around, and he loses 2 yards.
No.
So it'll be 3rd and 9 for, yeah.
Honestly, let me say one thing. Everybody's thinking it. I'm going to just say it. Between the props, the forecasts, and the play-by-play, this is like watching Picasso paint.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. So there you have it. Marvin Mims on an end around gets tackled, loses 2 yards. So 3rd and 9 here. A first down doesn't end the game, but it comes pretty close to ending the game. The Jets have no more timeouts, just the 2-minute warning. To the Rams and Ravens, but this will be a pretty normal football game in terms of weather. Now, if you're out there listening and watching, and I have no idea, if you think Cooper Rush is going to get benched, and he is definitely at risk for an in-game benching, it would be for Tyler Snoop Huntley. You should bet Cooper Rush unders. I'm not going to, but just saying that I think that might be worth a look. And Sammy, if you have the board up here, anything happening in the Rams-Ravens game, like are we off 7? Like where are we at right now with Baltimore and the Rams?
BetMGM is 7. A lot of books in Vegas are 6.5. So obviously, if you like the favorite, lay the 6.5. If you like the dog, take the 7. But BetMGM is 7. There's really not a consensus. Half the books at 6.5, half at 7. We have seen some money on the under, though, Nick, in the last 5 minutes or so, which, watching that Ravens defense, good luck.
Jermaine Johnson sacks Bo Nix on 3rd and 9. The Broncos will punt it back to the Jets with a little more than 2 minutes to play. And the Jets just need a field goal to win the game, and we'll see where they end up with the field position. We'll keep you posted when that punt happens. Marlon Humphreys, I'm disgusted right now by Denver. Marlon Humphrey is back for Baltimore. He can't stop Puka Nacua, but Nakua's yardage prop is so high, I think it makes sense. The Rams, 4 people on offense touch the ball. One of them is Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams over receiving yards today for the Jets, and I bet Keaton Mitchell anytime touchdown for Baltimore. The Jets will have 1st and 10 at their own 45-yard line. Nick Folk has a big leg. They probably only need 20 yards here for a decent field goal attempt for Folk, which would be in the low 60s. We'll keep you posted. Justin Fields coming back out on offense. 2:23 to play. No timeouts for the Jets. The Broncos have all 3 timeouts remaining. Raiders and the Titans. Calvin Ridley got off the schneid last week, over 100 yards against the Cardinals. I think he could easily go for 100 here. The number is 45.5. Easy over for me on Calvin Ridley receiving yards. And Tennessee rookie tight end Gunnar Helms Deep, shout out to the Lord of the Rings fans, scored last week. Or at least had a couple end zone targets last week. Mitchell Evans scored. Gunnar Helm, anytime touchdown for the Carolina Panthers. Breece Hall, 8-yard run on first down. The Jets are already in Broncos territory here. Packers and the Bengals. Tucker Kraft, over 52.5 receiving yards. It's not even a run. It was a fumbled shotgun snap from Justin Fields. Hall picks the ball up and runs it 8 yards.
Great.
We had the Chiefs to win on Monday night when Trevor Lawrence fell and then ran for a touchdown. That's what this kind of reminded me of. Amazing. Tucker Kraft over receiving yards. I'll bet the Packers defense and special teams to score a touchdown against Joe Flacco. Bucks and the Niners. Honestly, this is for you, the listener and viewer. Bet whoever you want. You could go over on Jawan Jennings. You could go over on Kendrick Bourne. I like both. I even like Jake Tonjes today. I think this is a similar Niners offensive game plan to last Thursday. against the LA Rams, except that Juwan Jennings is playing. Jennings or Bourne, I think both go over today for San Francisco. And for the Chiefs and the Lions, it's a square bet, I don't care. Patrick Mahomes is going for over 300 yards passing in this game. 268.5 is the prop. I think he clears it with ease. Patrick Mahomes over receiving yards, anytime touchdowns. If you want to own the libs, bet Tesla to score a touchdown tonight. Isaac Tesla, the Lions' new number 3 receiver, anytime touchdown. And if you like Kansas City Chiefs rookie running back Brashard Smith, I do. Don't bet him to score 1. Bet him to score 2 touchdowns tonight. And when the game starts, if Xavier Worthy's hobbled at all, he didn't practice on Thursday, bet Tyquan Thornton live to score a touchdown. If Xavier Worthy looks hobbled to begin the game, then you should enter with Tyquan Thornton. And those are thy royal prop bets, Sammy, for Week 6 NFL Sunday.
Broncos.
The Jets, 2nd and 3 from midfield, so they're not inside Denver territory yet. It would be a 67-yard field goal right now for Nick Folk. Obviously, you want to get a couple more yards, but it's feeling a little rough here. Now, Denver does have all 3 timeouts. What's your vibe check right now on this bet?
Bad vibes. But if Folk misses the kick or we get a block, the Broncos have shown that they can block field goals. That's what I'm hoping for.
I would like to not even get a field goal off here.
I would love a pick 6. Yes, of course.
Yes. Or a fumble. Yes. We don't have to be greedy. Fumble recovery. How about like a 15-yard sack? Sure. We don't want to be too greedy here on this show. So, and if you missed it, Sam and I parlayed Broncos live money line with the Pittsburgh Steelers money line to beat the Cleveland Browns today. All right, they're in the 2-minute warning. They're just coming out of commercial here. We'll keep you updated. Sammy, let's do teasers here. At current numbers available, does anything stand out to you for a 2-team 6-point teaser?
Well, the elephant in the room is Detroit up to 8.5 through 3 and 7 and 8. I think that's a really good leg. I don't think the Chiefs are going to blow them out. If they do, tip your cap, but I do like Detroit in a teaser. And I mean, probably, so yeah, I wish Seattle was still a dog. I mean, you could take Jacksonville up to 7.5. I do like the Seahawks in the game, but I mean, getting the Jags to 7.5 feels pretty fair. No?
Yes. Especially with the state of the Seattle secondary, where like Seattle can definitely win, but to win by margin does not feel likely, given Jacksonville's going to be able to throw it all over them. Or should be able to.
Yeah, I bet +1 on Seattle, but I don't expect Seattle to go into Jacksonville and just clean up. So I could have my Seahawks +1 and now Jacksonville +7.5 and create a nice little middle there, Nick.
Love that. I love it. Just an update on the Jets-Broncos game. Breece Hall runs for a first down on 2nd and 3, about a 4-yard run. So the Jets now have 1st and 10 at the Broncos 47. Sean Payton just used a timeout. So right now it would be a 64-yard field goal to win the game for Nick Folk. But now take you to play-by-play. 1st and 10. Justin Fields in the shotgun. Breece Hall to his right. 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Justin Fields audibling and changing the play. Fields barking signals. Takes the shotgun snap. Drops back to pass. Looking right. Now pulls the ball down, and he is overwhelmed by a swarm of Broncos defenders. Sacked at his own 49-yard line. Clock is ticking. Jets don't have a timeout.
This is what we want.
Sack.
Panic for Fields. We want panic. Put pressure on him. Make him turn it over.
I don't know how the Jets aren't running the ball with Breece Hall. Like when the alternative is this, they can't throw the ball. Field shotgun snap, drops back to pass, throws towards the right sideline, complete to Garrett Wilson, tackled immediately at the 44. So right now this is a 61-yard field goal for Nick Folk if they gain no more yards on this 3rd down. Denver just called its 2nd timeout, so a minute 18 to play.
So silver lining is they're going to get the ball back ideally with.
Wow, this is for our Cardinals bet, Sam. Travarius Ward, who's Indy's #1 corner, suffered a concussion during warm-ups and is now inactive for the Colts. That's a big one, going up against Marvin Harrison Jr. in Arizona.
No line movement yet on the game. Again, a lot of books, 9.5 still. BetMGM is at 9 on Indianapolis. So Every time somebody comes in and bets Arizona, it gets shoved right back on the Colts.
What were you going to say before I rudely interrupted you there?
That we're going to get the ball back, you would think. Even if he makes this field goal, we're going to get the ball back with 1:05 and just need a field goal.
Well, here's the 3rd and 8.
They
Fields
get a
with the
first
shotgun.
down.
Garrett Wilson in motion. Did they get a first down? Fields throws. It is it complete to Wilson? Incomplete pass. I believe that was Hufanga, the Broncos safety. And Wilson might be, I don't want to say this, I'm speculating, looked like he got his bell rung there on that play by Hufanga. So incomplete pass. This will
terrible throw. Terrible.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Fields is trying to get Garrett Wilson killed. A brutal throw by Fields forces Wilson to lay out, and he gets drilled by that is Hufanga, right? So this will be a 60. Yeah. It is. Because he's Samoan and has long hair. That's how I know. Just being honest. 61-yard field goal coming up here for Nick Folk. We'll see if Sean Payton opts to ice him, but this will be for the Jets to take the lead. Would be up 14-13.
Don't ice him. You need the timeout. No icing. He's going to miss it.
What are they doing here? Okay. Can we get the camera on? The Jets are going for this here. The Jets are going for it on 4th and 8. They're not kicking. At least they're attempting to. Yes, Fields takes the snap. They're going for it. And Fields is sacked. This team's brain dead.
Yeah!
That is unbelievable. Dude, that is absolutely unbelievable from Aaron Glenn, Tanner Engstrand, and the Jets. You could fire Aaron Glenn for that. That is so bad. 4th and 8, not kicking the field goal there. I know it's 61. Folks got a big leg. Your offense can't move the ball. Fields has been sacked a million times in this game, and he gets sacked on 4th down. That is atrocious from the Jets.
Cash, the first leg of our parlay, and as talked about all week on Bet Sweats, Broncos teasers are home. Barely, Nick. From 7.5 to 1.5, and the Broncos are going to win by 2.
Oh, baby. You know what? I'm thrilled, man. I'm happy that we got this leg home. I love it. I still can't I can't believe that. Can you believe that? Am I putting too much stock in this? I can't believe that they did that?
I can definitely believe Aaron Glenn did something stupid, yes.
That's,
0-5.
Well, now 0-6, yeah.
But 0-5 coming in, yeah, I believe everything.
That's terrible. The Broncos are going to improve to 4-2 with this win. And honestly, if they're facing a halfway competent offense, they don't win this game today. So Denver's lucky. Denver got unlucky a little bit earlier in the year, the leverage call week 2 against the Colts. This balances out now. No complaints now. Denver improves to 4-2. Anything happening on the board, Sam, as we go final here in London? Denver 13, Jets 11, your final score.
Just fighting around the 9.5 on Indy and Arizona. Really fascinating to watch books go down to 9 and then back to 9.5 and then back to 9. Pinnacle is out to 10 on the Colts. Remember, this line last night was 7.5 everywhere, and it's just been nothing but support for the Colts. You do have, a couple groups betting Arizona, but once they get bet, there's more money on Indy. So, again, you pull up 3 different sports books, you could have 3 different lines: 8.5, 9, 9.5, and then, of course, Pinnacle at 10. Most games have a consensus market. This one does not.
I can't believe how this game ended just now. And we won, and I'm very happy about it. I cannot believe that they didn't attempt that field goal and went forward on 4th and 8 with Justin Fields against that defense. That was literally, the sack on 4th down was the 9th sack of him in the game. Why would you think that was going to go any differently? Was Garrett Wilson even in the game? We're doing the show, obviously. Wilson got his bell rung on 3rd down. Was he even in on 4th down? So it's Arian Smith and Josh Reynolds and Mason Taylor 4th down against this Broncos defense that sacked Fields 8 times. You'd rather run a play there instead of trying a 61-yarder with Nick Folk? Come on. It's professional football here. It's Bush League from the Jets. It's pathetic.
I'm happy. I have no complaints.
I can't even believe that the football could be that bad. Underdog moneyline parlay. We haven't done it yet.
I've got the Lions to win And the Niners to win, plus 445 at BetMGM.
And I will be, normally, I like to build these crazy ones. I don't like a lot of the dogs today. Titans to beat the Raiders. Geno Smith's going to turn the football over, and I think Cam Ward's actually on the ascent right now. Titans and Niners for me, plus 562 at BetMGM. So mine's a little better than yours, just to keep that streak going.
Both got the Niners.
Both got the Niners.
Let's go.
Let's go Niners. Let's go, baby. Who's got it better than us? Maybe the Denver Broncos. Quick break, and on the other side, our best bets for every single game today, side and total, to wrap up the Week 6 NFL Sunday edition of Countdown to Kickoff right here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Some of the numbers in this Jets-Broncos game are truly unbelievable. So the Broncos win 13-11. No one will confuse the Broncos offense with the greatest show on turf, St. Louis Rams. 4.3 yards per play for Denver. That is very low for an NFL game. I don't remember seeing a number as low as what the Jets had. 1.4 yards per play. The Jets, Sam, this sounds made up. The Jets ran 57 plays in the game for 82 total net yards. 82 yards of offense in a game with no weather. Fields, 9 of 17 for 45 yards. He was sacked 9 times. He was sacked as many times as he completed passes in this game. And the Broncos still almost lost. If you teased the Broncos, you're a winner. If you tailed Sam and I on the Broncos live money line, Steelers money line, let's go Pittsburgh today, baby. That is honestly as bad as it gets. Thank you, Sadola, before we wrap up the show with our best bets. Our executive producer is Tyler Morales. Our engineer is Grant. Take me to your leader. Our video producer is the great Max Sheedy. And thank you to our friend Sean. Smile on his mouth, hand on his haw. We love Sean Haw. Thank you, Sean, for your work on today's show. Are you ready for it, Sammy? Best bets? Anything else to get into? Any board updates before we roll out the bets?
No board updates. I'm laughing, though, at the Jets having minus 10 passing yards. That's very funny.
In an NFL game. You see that stuff in college football sometimes, not in the National Football League. Justin Fields can't play. Honestly, they should play Tyrod Taylor if this is what it's going to be. He can't play. Who would have thunk it? I told you before the year, Sam's from Chicago. We knew about Justin Fields. All right, let's get to it. Best bets for today. Please, Grant, drop the dope-ass beat. All right, everybody, it's time to open the playbook and choose your boost for today's action. Grab BetMGM's Pro Football Boost Pack, and you'll have 3 ways to boost your odds on your next bet. Activate one of your boost tokens for any pro football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your wager wins. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please, gamble responsibly. I just refreshed my page to make sure we got the correct lines. Steelers, Sammy, a 6.5-point home favorite against Cleveland. It looks like this may be moving back towards 6 based on what I'm seeing on the board here. Total is 38. Any bets for you, side and total, Steelers and Browns?
Just the bet we made together on the show. We did a moneyline parlay live. Broncos to come back and win. Steelers to win. That's good enough for me, pal.
Yeah, so we have the Steelers just to win the game. Steelers would have been my survivor pick this week. At 6.5, a lean towards Cleveland, but I am not making that bet. I do think Pittsburgh will win. Maybe they win by margin. Maybe they don't. Colts and the Cardinals, Sammy, in Indianapolis, and we do have the piece of injury news that we need to hit. Charvarius Ward, Indianapolis' number 1 corner, suffered a concussion in pregame warmups, and he is ruled out for the game. So no Charvarius Ward for the Colts. Kyler Murray is out. Jacoby Brissett starts for Arizona. Indy, a 9-point home favorite at MGM. The total 46.5.
I took 8.5. Didn't even get the best of the number. Anything north of 7 is enticing. Anything north of 8 is very enticing. So I took 8.5.
I will place a bet on the Cardinals when we are done with the show at 54 past. I will be on Arizona with Sammy. Chargers and the Dolphins in Miami. It looks like we are moving maybe towards 3, Sam, based on the MGM odds board. The number is 3.5, even money for the Bolts. Total in the game, 45. Chargers, a host of injuries on the offensive line, and Quentin Johnston not playing in the game. So if he's in your fantasy lineups, get him out.
I didn't bet this one. I wanted to get to the Miami side, but just couldn't pull the trigger. That Chargers offense is so banged up right now. You mentioned all the guys on the O-line hurt. The running backs are both hurt. So you got Haskins and Vidal. The only reason I would be on the Chargers side would be for Harbaugh and Herbert, but even that might not be enough. I stayed away, wanted to bet Miami.
If I had to bet this game, I would actually lay 3.5 with the Chargers. I just think the Dolphins are so bad. I think Herbert's going to throw all over the place in this game. It would be the Chargers for me, but I'm not going to bet the game, so we will move on. Patriots and the Saints in New Orleans. Sam, at MGM, the number is still 3.5, juice towards New Orleans, total 46. You had mentioned earlier that there were some threes on the board in this game. What do you want to do with Patriots and Saints, and where do we stand in most spots?
Most books are 3.5, but a lot of offshore shops are at 3. So take from that what you will. I mentioned earlier, I do pick fives, where I have to pick 5 games ATS. I do have the Saints plus 3.5 in a couple of those contests.
Yeah, no bet for me in this game. If I had to, I would have Patriots as a money line parlay piece. I will pass this game. Cowboys and the Panthers in Carolina. The number at MGM, Sam, is 3. Dallas favored. The juice is towards the Panthers. The total is 47.
I could get over 47 for sure. Haven't done anything yet. We got 13 minutes to make a move. Panthers defense so bad. And Matt Eberflus could screw up a cup of coffee, Dick. So lean over 47. Maybe I get there in the next 13 minutes.
I think Matt Eberflus could burn cereal. I agree. I am going to bet the over in this game. So I'm going to bet over 47. We talked about earlier in the show and on my show on WFAN in New York this morning that there could be inclement weather in the forecast, like wind and rain. It looks like no rain and the wind is moderate. Like it's not going to be bad. And it's Dallas's defense and the total's 47. I'll go over with the Cowboys and the Carolina Panthers. Pick the winner of the game, Sam, in Duval. Jaguars and the Seahawks. The total 47.5.
We're heads up here. I took one on Friday with Seattle. Don't exactly love the injury news in their secondary, but it is what it is. I'm shorting Jacksonville.
Yeah. Duval. 3 starting members of the Seahawks secondary out. I look at what Tampa did to Seattle last week with Josh Grizzard designing the offense. You know who Josh Grizzard, the playbook he's following? Liam Cohen, now the head coach of the Jaguars. Last year's Bucs OC. I'll take the Jaguars to win the game today. Small bet for me on Jacksonville, but I do like Jacksonville to beat Seattle. Rams and the Ravens in Baltimore. Sam, the number is Rams 7, but it's juiced towards the Ravens. Total of the game is 44. Obviously, Lamar Jackson out. Cooper Rush starting for Baltimore.
I have a text from John Murray at the Westgate Superbook. We want Ravens money line. Bad. So take that and maybe don't cry for the books, but a lot of money line parlays and a lot of teasers to the Rams here. I did nothing with the game pass.
I am a huge fan of our guy John Murray. I feel like he will be upset at the conclusion of this game. No bet for me on the Rams and the Ravens. Raiders and the Titans in Las Vegas. Raiders currently a 3.5-point favorite, but we're in between 3.5 and 4. A lot of betting movement towards the Titans this week, as Sammy told you earlier in the show. Sam, the total sitting 41.5.
Raiders and Niners, moneyline parlay. Understand, if you bet the Titans early in the week, you did a great job. You took 6.5. You took 6. But now this number is 3.5. The money line is much cheaper than it was. So what do we do with that? I'm going to go Raiders to win and Niners to win. One favorite, one dog. That's almost 3-1 at BetMGM.
I did take 6.5 a little bit with the Titans on Sunday night. I'm just going to stick with that and ride it out and hope it wins. We shall see. Packers and the Bengals at Lambeau. Joe Flacco starting for Cincinnati. The number at BetMGM, Sam, is Green Bay minus 14.5, but it looks like we're going to come off of that and go down to 14. Remember, this is a 4:25 p.m. Eastern kickoff, so still a lot of time before the Packers and the Bengals. The total is now 44.5. When we touched on it earlier in the show, we were sitting at 44.
I really don't like it, but if you're betting the number, you're looking at 14.5. It's just Flacco. How much can he do? Can he get the ball to his weapons? I think you get a Flacco bump today, and then everything goes to hell, as it usually does with these backup quarterbacks. Give me the points, 14.5.
So Sammy's riding with Joey Flacco and the Bengals. Plus, not 14. You want 14.5, correct?
Need it. Need the hook. Need it.
And I think that correlates towards the over, which has moved up. I think if the game goes under, I think the Bengals score like 3 points. So I think if you like the Bengals, take a look at the over as well. Bucks and the Niners in Tampa. The number, Sam, is 3.5 for the Bucks, but it is juiced towards the 49ers. Total in the game is 47. Mac Jones, another start for San Fran.
Mac Jones. I was waiting for
There
that.
you go.
I thought we were definitely going to get that.
Mac
I took
Jones.
3.5 with the dog.
I have not yet. I think I will take the points with San Francisco. And San Francisco, part of my underdog money line parlay as well. I also don't hate the over in the game. I don't think I'll get there, but if I had to bet the total, I would go over 47. And we will be heads up, Sammy, on Sunday Night Football. The Kansas City Chiefs 2.5-point home favorites against the Lions. 52.5 the total. Tell us who you're betting in this game and why you like it.
I'm betting on that Detroit running game, and I don't think that the Chiefs' pass rush is as good as it's been. So I'm going with Dan Campbell, 24-11 all-time as a dog, ATS, and I fully expect to get hurt tonight on national TV by Patrick Mahomes.
I don't want you to get hurt. And what I was thinking about what you said last week on the show when, like, you bet against Mahomes on Monday night and you hear, dun, 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 and you're like, oh, boy. When Carrie Underwood scrolls out tonight, waiting all day for Sunday night, you going to have that same feeling or no?
I might turn the TV off and just know what's going to happen. Just click.
I don't want you to be hurt. I want you to win.
It's okay. It's okay.
I also want to win, though. Yeah. I mean, I always want you to win, except when we go heads up. I love the Chiefs, my favorite bet of the day, by a lot. With all the injuries in the Lions secondary, I think Mahomes is entering like 2021-22 territory here. I think they're going to put up a huge number on the Lions. Give me the Kansas City Chiefs. And Sammy, that does it for the Week 6 edition of You Better You Bet's Countdown to Kickoff. Good luck today with all the bets, my man. And we could start with Steelers money line to win a parlay. I absolutely love it.
It was very nice to sweat a 13-11 final score overseas. There's nothing quite like it. Being on the show, hanging out with the squad, and needing the Broncos to stop Justin Fields on 4th and 8. Let's go!
We have 3 more international games left. One is next week with the Rams and the Jaguars. Great game at Wembley. And then in November, I think we have the Germany game, Falcons and Colts on the 9th. And then in Spain, the Commanders and the Dolphins on November 16th. Sammy will be back on Bet Sweats tomorrow morning. I'll be back on You Better You Bet tomorrow afternoon. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Let's get it today, Week 6, NFL Sunday.
You've been listening to You Better You Bet. If you missed any of the shows, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
It's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here on this Sunday, the 12th of October, 2025. Week 6 in the National Football League. Seconds away from kickoff in 7 games here in the opening window. 3 games in the late afternoon window. We've got 10 games for you over the next 8 hours. Well, I guess now over the next 7 hours. We're 1 hour done. We've got 7 hours to go. This is your one-stop shop for all things football that you will need here as a football fan every NFL Sunday. All the latest scores, highlights. We've got live check-ins from our stringers at 10 stadiums today where we will see the NFL games be played. We've got some fantasy stuff for you, some bets. I gave you out some prop bets right before we hit the break. Couple of spreads that I like for today's action. But, of course, you're not going to miss a single touchdown. You're not going to miss a single big play. We will have it all for you right here on the Infinity Sports Network. You can also listen on SiriusXM Channel 375 and anywhere around the globe on the free Odyssey app. And a special treat this year, since Anthony Gallo, who is in London, since he is such a social media wizard and a digital wizard, we've got the show all 8 hours on the Infinity Sports Network YouTube channel. You can watch for all 8 hours every Sunday. Gallo's face might be a little tough to look at for 8 hours. That's why they bring in a handsome face like myself here today, while Gallo is now, I'm sure, partying in the streets of London because he is a big Broncos fan, and the Denver Broncos able to hold on for an ugly yet a gritty win over the winless New York Jets. 13-11, the final score. It went final about 20 minutes ago. We broke down all the action as it was happening. The Jets had the ball right on the cusp of field goal range with under 2 minutes to go, but they just could not get anything going. Their offensive line got decimated today by the Broncos' pass rush. Justin Fields was sacked 9 times for a combination of 55 yards. And I say that because his passing stats today, he was 9 for 17 for 45 yards. He threw for 45 yards. He was sacked for a total of 55 yards. You want to know why the Jets are 0-6? There you go. And it was the Jets defense that was honestly horrific in the first 5 games that they played. Justin Fields had actually played pretty well in most of the games he's played this season. He had the bad game against Buffalo where he got knocked out with a concussion. Other than that, every game he had started, he had done enough to make this Jets offense look competent. It was their defense that was terrible. Today, the Jets defense actually played very, very well. And yet they still lose 13-11. The defense even got him a safety because of a Broncos holding in the end zone. And they hold the Denver Broncos to 3 points over the final 3 quarters. And they couldn't get it done. They went for it on 4th and 8 from the 44-yard line. They didn't want to run Nick Folk out for a 62-yarder. That, honestly, in hindsight, was probably a better idea because Justin Fields got sacked once again to end the ball game. He just had no time to do anything today. But Bo Nix in the win, 19 for 30, 174 yards and a touchdown. That receiving touchdown was to the tight end, Nate Atkins. That was the literal only touchdown of the game. Those poor fans in London. They got to be saying, you guys keep bringing 4 or 5 games a year here, so we have to watch this? That's right. That's right, England. You're going to get the best that we have to offer. And that was a Broncos 13-11 win over the New York Jets. So Denver goes to 4-2. The Jets are 0-6. And in case you're wondering what lies ahead for both teams, the Denver Broncos are electing not to have their bye week next week. They're going to go back home to Denver and take on the New York Giants, who all of a sudden look like a very frisky team. The New York Jets, by the way, they are also not taking their bye week yet. They're going to fly back to New Jersey, and they'll play the Carolina Panthers next Sunday, and they will still be in pursuit of their first win. Okay. Anthony Gallo's done a great job this year, but when I'm in the chair, you guys know how I like to do it. We will keep you posted as soon as any team enters the red zone, as soon as any team nears the goal line and the end zone. We will have live listen-ins from our stringers across the 7 NFL stadiums where we've got opening window games. And right now, I'm watching Trevor Lawrence evade a pass rush and pick up a couple of yards for the Jaguars. They've got the ball first for the Seahawks. Again, 7 games here in the opening window. Cardinals at the Colts. It's Jacoby Brissett under center in place of the injured Kyler Murray. Chargers at the Dolphins. Patriots at the Saints. The Browns at the Steelers with Dylan Gabriel under center for Cleveland. And Shedeur Sanders is going to be the backup today. Cowboys at the Panthers. Seahawks at the Jaguars. And the Rams at the Ravens. No Lamar Jackson. Again, it is Cooper Rush. We've got the New Orleans Saints in the red zone almost immediately. New Orleans with some high-octane offense on their very first pass. Spencer Rattler hit Chris Olave for a 53-yard gain. And then a play later, the Saints are in the red zone. It's 2nd and 8 from the Patriots' 20-yard line. They give it to Alvin Kamara, and he picks up about 4 yards. So it's going to be a 3rd and 4 for the Saints. They're in the Patriots' red zone. We've got some other teams moving the football here early as well. You've got the Pittsburgh Steelers on their opening drive. They are in Cleveland territory with a 3rd and 4 from the 30-yard line. The big play so far, Aaron Rodgers hit Darnell Washington for a gain of 36 yards. He did fumble the ball, but he fumbled it out of bounds. So the Steelers, they're driving. They've got it 3rd and 4 at the Browns 30. And then also the Ravens, again, no Lamar Jackson. It's Cooper Rush. They're moving the football well so far. They've got it 2nd and 5 at the Rams 44-yard line, and they hand it off, and it's going to be just about enough for a first down. It was Justice Hill, and yes, it is indeed a first down for the Ravens. Let's check in Indianapolis, where all of a sudden we've got red zone action there. The Colts have the football. They're driving. Let's listen in live with Andrew Smith from Lucas Oil Stadium. Andrew, how are you?
Doing well. The Colts are on the move as they have driven into the red zone. Daniel Jones, 3 of 5 on the first drive of the game. The most recent play, a 23-yard pass to Tyler Warren to move the chains. Josh Jones also has a couple of catches for 20 yards on this opening drive. One note from warm-ups, Tarvarius Ward, the Colts cornerback, suffered a concussion during warm-ups, so he will be out in this game. So when the Cardinals get the football, Jacoby Brissett will have a little bit of a slightly depleted secondary. Of course, Kenny Moore also out for the third consecutive week as well. So the Colts have second down at the Arizona Cardinals 19 on the first drive of the game as they look to put the first points on the board here with 12 and a half minutes to go in the first quarter.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. We will check back in with you as soon as that drive comes to a close. Meanwhile, let's go to Jacksonville, where the Jags had the ball first against the Seahawks. Let's see what's going on. Brian Scheibel in Duval. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, hey, the Seahawks right now in their first possession, this one, looking at a 3rd and 7 on their own 34-yard line. As you said, the Jags had the ball first, but really just went backwards the whole possession. First play of the game was a sack on Trevor Lawrence by Byron Murphy. There was a short pass to Trevor Lawrence that lost yards, and if in the holding penalty also put him back near the goal line. But a big punt by Logan Cook of 61 yards kind of changed field position and set up the Seahawks on their own 30. And right as we were talking at the moment, Seahawks incomplete on third down, so they're going to punt it back to Jacksonville here. So 11:13 to go in the first quarter. No score in this one.
All right, thank you, Brian. Meanwhile, on a 3rd and 5, the Colts in the red zone, they do a little trick play. Looked like a double reverse out of the shotgun. They hand it off to Tyler Warren on I guess what's technically a pop pass from Daniel Jones, and he picks up 6 yards for the first down. Nice creativity from Shane Steichen and the Colts. They've got it 1st and goal at the Arizona 8. Meanwhile, we told you the Saints were in the red zone. That drive has come to a close. We will let you know what happened. We'll check in at the Superdome shortly. But the Saints are in the red zone. The drive has ended. Did they get points? Did they not get points? Find out in just about a minute or so. Meanwhile, the Carolina Panthers, they're on the edge of the red zone. They're driving on their opening drive. They've got a 1st and 10 at the Dallas 21-yard line. Bryce Young just hit Rico Dowdle for a gain of 13 yards. Rico, against his former team, having a great start so far. Meanwhile, the Baltimore Ravens, we had a TV timeout. They've got the ball in their opening drive with Cooper Rush under center. They're driving against the Rams defense. Right now, a 2nd and 10 after Cooper Rush just tried to hit DeAndre Hopkins for a big gain. And it was incomplete. So 2nd and 10 for the Ravens. And they're going to hand it off to Derrick Henry, and he is going to go nowhere. Maybe he got a gain of 1 or 2 after he fell forward at the end of that play. So 3rd and long for the Ravens. They are in field goal range as the Rams defense is trying to get a stop. Meanwhile, we've already got a turnover in the Chargers and Dolphins game. We will get to Miami shortly and let you know what happened, but we've already got a turnover in the Chargers and the Dolphins game. We've got points on the board in the Steelers and the Browns game. And we told you that the Steelers were driving on their first possession. They had a 3rd and 11 right near the red zone. Aaron Rodgers tried to hit Jonnu Smith. It was incomplete. So the Steelers lining up for a 44-yard Chris Boswell field goal, and it is good. So 3 points for the Steelers on the opening drive. They lead the Cleveland Browns 3-0. Meanwhile, it's a 3rd and 2 for the Panthers in the red zone. They trying to hand it off to Rico Dowdle, and he gets shut down. No gain on the play. The Cowboys defense coming up with a big stop. And right now, Dave Canales looks like he might want to go for it. So we'll get you posted in Carolina as the Panthers have a 4th and 2 in the red zone. And at least for the moment, they're lining up to go for it. Let's get to Miami. We told you there was a turnover in the Chargers-Dolphins game. And now we've got near red zone action in that contest. Jack Armpriester with the latest on the Chargers and the Dolphins. Jack?
Yes, we do. The Chargers are in the red zone. This all started with Jalen Waddle, The ball was over the middle. It wasn't a badly thrown pass. He juggled it. He didn't take it in cleanly. And on the second juggle, Tony Jefferson picked it off, went down. They moved. They attempted a 58-yard field goal. The field goal was good. However, Dolphin defensive lineman had illegal contact with the center, 15-yard penalty, which set them up. And now they are inside the 20 and another flag's on the ground. So, you're a 1-4 team. As somebody here in Press Rush said, you're a 1-4 team. You're going to make these stupid mistakes. So the Chargers continue to drive down. They'll probably pick up 5 more here, and we'll see what happens. But right now, we're still scoreless. We're at the 8-minute mark in the first quarter, and Chargers are driving. Pat.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. So, yeah, we got a 3rd and 3 at the Miami 18, and we will keep you posted on what goes on with this Chargers drive. They are in the red zone. Meanwhile, I told you the Steelers, the Saints got into the red zone. That drive ended. It ends with 3 points. Patriots defense able to hold up. The Saints had a 3rd and 4 at the 16, and Spencer Rattler tried to get Chris Olave for a first down. It was an incomplete pass, so they settled for a Blake Grupe 34-yard field goal. Saints on the board first against the Patriots. It's 3-0 New Orleans, although we just had a massive play in that game. So we'll try to get you out to the Caesars Superdome and let you know what just happened. All right, we told you the Panthers, they had a 4th and 2. What ended up going down in the Bank of America Stadium? We go to Kevin Casey with the latest in the Cowboys-Panthers game. What's up, Kevin?
Okay, Pat, 9:08 to go first quarter, and the Carolina Panthers, they decided to go not for the first down. They kicked the field goal. A Ryan Fitzpatrick 31-yard field goal has Carolina in the lead, 3-0 with 9:08 to go. And they got there. Bryce Young, 2 of 3 passing, 34 yards. One of those receptions was for Mitchell Evans, the tight end out of Notre Dame, 21 yards. Rico Dowdle, the former Cowboy, also has a 13-yard reception and 3 carries for 29 yards. 9:08 to go first quarter. It's Carolina 3, Dallas 0.
All right, Kevin, we appreciate you very much there, my friend, and maybe a little slip of the tongue. If Ryan Fitzpatrick was kicking for the Panthers, that might be an issue. Ryan Fitzgerald hitting the field goal for Carolina. I got to rib Kevin Casey when I can. I know he can handle it. Ryan Fitzgerald with the field goal for Carolina. It is 3-0 Panthers. Just a quick refresher on the scores so far. Saints kick the field goal. They lead the Patriots 3-0. We're going to get to New Orleans in just seconds, though, because we just had a massive play there. Steelers kick the field goal on their opening drive. They lead the Browns 3-0. Panthers with that opening drive field goal. It's 3-0 Carolina over the Cowboys. And then we told you the Colts were in the red zone a couple of moments ago. That drive came to a close. We've got to get to Indianapolis in just a moment. Let's get, though, to the Caesars Superdome. Les East already 2 scores on the board in the Patriots-Saints game. Les, what's going on?
Yeah, on the first play from scrimmage, Spencer Rattler hit Chris Olave for a 53-yard pass completion. That led to Blake Grupe's 34-yard field goal, giving the Saints a 3-0 lead, but the Patriots went one better on their first possession. Drake May also with a 53-yard completion. This one at Demario Douglas goes for a touchdown. Patriots go 65 yards in 4 plays, minute 58. And they lead the Saints 7-3, 10:52 left in the first quarter.
All right, Les, thank you very much. So, yeah, 53-yard touchdown catch for Demario Pop Douglas with a big pop on that play. Terrible tackling by the Saints, though. They should have been brought down inside the 10 when he caught the ball, but he slipped right past the Saints defender. So we've got our first touchdown of the ball of the day. Demario Douglas, 53-yard touchdown catch. Patriots lead the Saints 7-3. All right, it's been a long, lengthy drive for the Ravens. They were in the red zone. Let's go live to M&T Bank Stadium and find out what's going on. Cooper Rush, the quarterback again with no Lamar Jackson, but maybe some points coming here for the Ravens. Let's get live right now to Mike Popovich. Mike, what's up?
Hey, well, they're going to have to settle for a field goal now, 7:50 and counting, a 4th and 14 at the Ravens 19. A couple of holding penalties here have stalled the drive, but this drive has been almost entirely on the ground. Derrick Henry, 6 yards, 11, then Justice Hill for 5. Henry with 12 before they encountered a couple of holding penalties and a completion in between there. Derrick Henry also, already with more yards rushing than he had all of last week against Houston, but now we're awaiting the field goal, and Tyler Loop has nailed it. So the Ravens take an early 3-0 lead, 7:22 on the clock here in Baltimore.
All right. Thank you very much, Mike. So, yeah, it looks like a field goal here for the Ravens with the rookie Tyler Loop. Meanwhile, Nobody else in the red zone as of yet, but a lot of action here in the first couple of minutes. And Tyler Loop's field goal is good. 3-0 Ravens over the Rams on their opening drive. Panthers lead the Cowboys 3-0. Steelers lead the Browns 3-0. The DeMario Douglas 53-yard touchdown catch puts the Patriots up 7-3 on the Saints. Chargers settled for a field goal. They lead the Dolphins 3-0. And we did get a touchdown on that Colts drive. We will fill you in on it right now. Tyler Warren, 8-yard touchdown catch from Daniel Jones. Colts lead the Cardinals 7-0. The only game without points so far is the Jaguars and the Seahawks. They are scoreless. That's the scoreboard for you. More action when we come back here on Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. "45 seconds remaining. "30 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle, sitting in for Anthony Gallo today. While we were in commercial break, we did have a score in the Cowboys-Panthers game, which we will fill you in on, but nothing other than that. However, we do have to get to Lucas Oil Stadium and check back in with the Cardinals and the Colts game, and that's where we will go to immediately before we get you a scoreboard on the rest of the contest. Here's 7 games in the opening window in Week 6 in the National Football League. Earlier this morning, the Broncos hung on to beat the Jets 13-11 thanks to 9 sacks from the Broncos pass rush. But let's check in. Cardinals-Colts, what's the latest with Andrew Smith at Lucas Oil Stadium? Andrew?
Yeah, the Colts with a 7-0 lead, 10:18 to go in the first quarter as they drove right down the field in the opening possession of the game. And it ended in an 8-yard touchdown pass to Tyler Warren. Daniel Jones was 6 of 8 for 62 yards on that drive. Tyler Warren had 3 catches for 37 yards. The big one, a 23-yard catch to set the Colts up in the red zone. He also turned a shovel pass on 3rd and 5 into a first down. That set up the touchdown. On the ensuing kickoff, Arizona's Travis Vokolek was injured attempting to block. He landed awkwardly, suffered a neck injury. He was taken out on a stretcher and was moving his extremities as he left the field. But certainly that's something we will update you on as we find out more. The Cardinals have gone 3 and out on their first possession with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, and they will punt here. 10:02 to go in the opening quarter. The Colts leading 7-0.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. And that is scary news there, to say the least, for Travis Vokolek, who is the third-string tight end for the Cardinals, and so hope he is okay. Good to hear, though, from Andrew that he was moving his extremities when he was stretchered off the field. So it looks like the Colts are going to get the football back up 7-0. Let's check in Jacksonville. Let's first actually get you a full scoreboard here as we're coming back from break just a couple of moments ago. Colts lead the Cardinals 7-0. You just heard that. Chargers lead the Dolphins 3-0, and the Bolts have the football 2nd and 7 right now at their own 43 with 5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Patriots lead the Saints 7-3 after the Demario Douglas 53-yard touchdown catch. Saints are driving, though. They've got 3rd and 5 from the Patriots' 27-yard line, so just on the cusp of the red zone. They're going to need to get a first down if they want to get into the red zone. Steelers, they lead the Browns 3-0 off the Chris Boswell field goal. Browns didn't do anything offensively. Pittsburgh right now at 2nd and 9 from their own 40 with about 6 minutes left to go in the first quarter. The score in the Cowboys-Panthers game, it was a Cowboys field goal. And it was, of course, the magnificent Brandon Aubrey, a chip shot 23-yarder. George Pickens had a spectacular catch on that latest Cowboys drive where he caught it over the middle and then hurdled right over a defender and picked up 31 yards to get inside the 10-yard line. But the Cowboys were not able to do anything after that, so they had to settle for the chippy from Brandon Aubrey. So it's Cowboys 3, Panthers 3. The Ravens, they added a field goal from Tyler Loop. Right now, the Rams are in the red zone. 3rd and 5 from the Ravens' 8-yard line. We'll get back to Baltimore in just a moment, but let's check in with Jacksonville. Last time we heard from Brian Scheibel, it was the only scoreless game on the board in the early window. Let's see if we've got some points yet in the Seahawks-Jaguars game. Brian, what's going on?
No, still no score here on this one. Both teams first two possessions really went nowhere for each of them. And the Jacksonville Jags starting out their third possession right now with a holding penalty on first down. So they're looking at 1st and 20 on their own 29-yard line. So far, in terms of any kind of stats, we've had a little bit here. Jackson Smith and Jigma, 2 catches for 6 yards on this one so far. Trevor Lawrence, 3 of 5 for 13 yards total. So once again, here 1st and 20 for the Jags on their own 29. No score, 5 minutes to go in the first quarter.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. That was one of the highest totals on the board as well. So how about that? No points. Defense, the name of the game in the Seahawks and the Jaguars. Okay, we told you the Saints were on the cusp of the red zone. We'll get to New Orleans shortly. And the Rams had a 3rd and 5 inside the 10-yard line against the Ravens. That drive has come to a close. Let's find out what happened. We go back to Mike Popovich at M&T Bank Stadium. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, on that 3rd and 5, Devontae Adams was overthrown by Matthew Stafford, so they settled for a 26-yard field goal. Josh Carty hit the right upright, so no good. The ball was at the 16, but because of the miss, the Ravens will get the ball at the 20-yard line. So a chance to tie the game for the Rams comes up short. So the Ravens will have it 1st and 10, 3-0. But on that drive, several first down conversions on pass plays, 2 to Devontae Adams, 1 of 6, another of 8, then to Tyler Higbee on a boot for a first down of 24 yards. And Adams was open at the end of the back of the end zone, I should say. The ball a little high, but Adams capable of catching those balls in the past, so it's maybe on both there. And then we just mentioned the overthrow of Adams in the left corner to set up that missed field goal. So the Ravens lead 3-0, 2:23 in the first quarter here for Baltimore.
All right, Mike, how about that? The usually reliable Joshua Carty smashed it off the upright from only a 26-yard field goal. That is a wasted opportunity. And yes, the play that Mike is referencing, Devontae Adams in the back of the end zone, that's a future Hall of Famer. That's one that he probably would like back. It was definitely a bit high, but one that you would expect Devontae Adams to come down with. So they could have had a touchdown, then they could have had a field goal, and you get nothing. Meanwhile, Trevor Lawrence just could have had a massive gain looking for one of his receivers, and he overthrew him. He was looking for De'Ami Brown, who was open, and he overthrew De'Ami Brown by about a yard. It would have been about a 40-yard gain for the Jaguars. Instead, it's 3rd and long. They're at their own 38. There is no team currently in the red zone right now, so why don't we get to an update here before we get you back to the action? Although, just in front of my eyes, I see we've got a turnover in the Cowboys-Panthers game. The Cowboys, looks like they've just intercepted Bryce Young. And meanwhile, we've got a touchdown in the Chargers-Dolphins game. And that Saints drive that I told you about, they were on the cusp of the red zone. They stalled out on a 3rd and 5. They went backwards because of holding. So then it was 3rd and 15, and they weren't able to pick up the first down. So a second Blake Groupie field goal from 48 yards out is good. So the Saints with 2 field goals, the Patriots with a touchdown. New England leads it 7-6. And why don't we get to Miami after an electric play at Hard Rock Stadium? Let's hear it live from Jack Armpriester, Chargers, Dolphins. Jack, what happened?
Hey, Pat, 4:03 to go here in the first quarter. The Dolphins recovered a fumble. The Jordan Brooks with the hit on Arondé Gadsden. His father was a Dolphin probably about 20, 25 years ago. He had the ball, had a nice pickup, got to about midfield, was popped. Jordan Brooks, Rasul Douglas hit him. Jordan Brooks recovered, came back from the TV timeout. One play, 49 yards. Devon Achane, he went off the right side. He was untouched the final 35 or so yards, straight into the end zone down the sideline. The point after was good. 4:03 to go here in the first quarter. Dolphins on top, 7-3.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. 49-yard touchdown run from Devon Achane. Big-time game breaker in that one. By the way, that interception of Bryce Young, oh, boy, that was all on Tetaroa McMillan, the rookie receiver. It went right off his hands into a Cowboys defender's hands. That is Donovan Wilson with the interception. Runs it back inside the 30, and then it looked like they got unnecessary roughness on the Panthers. So an interception off a drop pass from Tet McMillan, and a penalty at the end of it. The Cowboys instant offense in the red zone, 1st and 10 at the Panthers' 12-yard line. No other team in the red zone right now. And to get you caught up with all the scores here on the 7 games in the opening window in Week 6 in the NFL, it's time for an update. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here on Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network. And it's my favorite handsome Irishman. Here is Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Let's get it, Mr. Boyle. Bizarre pregame for the Colts. Backup quarterback Anthony Richardson Sr. suffered an eye injury when he had a mishap while warming up with elastic bands. Also, top cornerback Charvarius Ward sustained a concussion during warm-ups. Both are inactive for the Colts, and that's not stopping the Colts from leading the Cardinals 7-0. 5 minutes to play in the first quarter. Cardinals do have the football at the Colts 27-yard line. Indy trying to improve to 5-1. It's the Dolphins 7, Chargers 3 late in the first quarter. Patriots 7, Saints 6 in New Orleans. The Steelers have a 3-0 lead on the Browns. Cowboys and Panthers tied at 3. Cowboys with the ball at the Panthers 13-yard line after intercepting Bryce Young. Jaguars Seahawks still scoreless, and the Ravens have a 3-0 lead on the Rams. Not exactly a barn burner earlier in London.
Wilson's not in the game. Fields in the pocket. Pressure. Pulls away from Cooper. Now will be sacked. Back at the 44-yard line. Denver's football with 1:09 left. Cooper and Jones, the 9th sack of the game for the Broncos.
Broncos radio 13-11. Broncos hold on to win. That Denver defense holding the Jets to 82 total yards of offense and negative 10 yards passing. That was negative 10 yards passing in 2025. The Broncos are 4-2. The Jets are still the NFL's lone winless team at 0-6. 3 games coming in the later window. Should be fun in Tampa with the 4-1 Buccaneers hosting the 4-1 49ers. Joe Flacco starts against the Packers for the second time in 3 weeks. Flacco taking over as the Bengals QB1 after being acquired at a trade this past week. The Titans coming off their first win of the season are visiting the 1-4 Raiders. Tonight, another huge game for the Chiefs as they try to avoid a 2-4 start. Patrick Mahomes and company welcoming the 4-1 Lions into Arrowhead. And former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez was booked and released from the Marion County Jail. Sanchez told a reporter that he's focused on his recovery from stab wounds. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on X and like us on Facebook. Our handle is @INF Sportsnet on X and INF Sportsnet for Facebook.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, we'll get you caught up on all the scores in just a few minutes, but we had a couple of scores. We had a couple of big turnovers as well in just the last 5 minutes, so we will get you caught up on everything. It's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here on Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network. First, let's get you to Baltimore. Ravens, Rams. They've just ended the first quarter, but a couple of big-time turnovers to tell you about. For the latest, we go to Mike Popovich at M&T Bank Stadium. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, hey, Pat, good afternoon. And, yeah, late first quarter, Cooper Rush on a 3rd and 7 threw an interception, intercepted by LA Rams defensive back Quentin Lake. The Rams take over, but on the very first play, Ravens defensive lineman John Jenkins with a sack strip fumble, and he bull rushed the heck out of center Coleman Shelton on that one. So it was -7 on the play, and then Jenkins returned for 9. So the Ravens get the ball, and they proceed to run it with Derrick Henry and Justice Hill. But on a 3rd and 2, they were stopped, and right now we're looking at a 4th and 3 at the Rams 34-yard line right now with a timeout. So the game right now, the Ravens lead the Rams 3-0 earlier. The Rams' first offensive possession, they drive down the field but miss an easy 26-yard field goal.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Yeah, John Jenkins, they've got him listed at 6'3", 360 pounds, and he swallowed up Matthew Stafford and forced the fumble. So Cooper Rush throws a pick. One play later, Matthew Stafford gets strip sacked, and it's still, as you heard Mike say, at 3-0 Ravens right now. They've got a 4th and 3 from the Rams' 34-yard line. Decision time for John Harbaugh, whether or not he's going to want to go for it. Let's get to the Cowboys-Panthers game where we have a score to tell you about. Kevin Casey with the latest from Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. What's up, Kevin?
Okay, Pat, 14-17 to go second quarter, and the Dallas Cowboys are on top of the Carolina Panthers 10-3. Dak Prescott, a 3-yard touchdown pass to fullback Hunter Lipke, and that was set up by a Bryce Young interception by Donovan Wilson, and a personal foul put the ball way deep into Carolina territory. In fact, Dallas had to go on 4th down, and that's when Prescott hit Hunter Lipke with the quick little 3-yard touchdown pass. Dak Prescott on the day, 7 of 10 passing, 69 yards. Javonte Williams, 6 carries, 22 yards rushing. George Pickens, 2 receptions for 43 yards. Carolina, they have a 2nd and 3 from the Dallas, looks like the Dallas 47-yard line. 13:48 to go second quarter. It's Dallas 10, Carolina 3.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. Yeah, and that interception that Bryce Young threw, we told you about it before the break, off the hands of Tet McMillan on what should have been a catch right off his hands into the hands of Donovan Wilson. That brought it back inside the 15. And then, yes, on 4th and 1 from the 3-yard line, great play design by Brian Schottenheimer. Play action, Hunter Lipke floated out. Nobody picked him up. Touchdown for the fullback for the Cowboys. Meanwhile, the Ravens, they're going to go on 4th and 3. Cooper Rush back to pass. Throws it. It's incomplete. Turnover on downs. The Rams will take over. John Harbaugh elects to pass on what would have been a 52-yard field goal for his rookie Tyler Loop. They try to go aggressive and go for it, and the turnovers continue, and the mistakes continue in this Ravens-Rams game. The Rams missed a chip shot field goal with Josh Carty from 26 yards. Then Cooper Rush threw an interception. Then on the next play, Matthew Stafford got strip sacked, and then the Ravens go for it on 4th and 3 in field goal range, and they do not get it. Yikes. So the Rams have the ball right now, 2nd and 8. Stafford on play action throws it out to the flat. That looks like it's Jordan Whittington, and the only reason I can tell is because of that patented trademark long dreadlocks that he's got, or the dreads, I should say, that he's got. So that's close to a first down for the Rams. But yes, it is 3-0 Ravens still. And as you heard Kevin Casey say, it's 10-3 Cowboys over the Panthers. Let's get to Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. We have a score to tell you about in the Cardinals-Colts game. Andrew Smith with the latest. What's up, Andrew?
Yeah, starting the second quarter, the Colts and Cardinals tied at 7 after the Colts went down the field and scored on a Tyler Warren touchdown reception on the first drive of the game. They've had back-to-back 3-and-outs. The Cardinals took advantage of the most recent one of those, going 56 yards in 11 plays. Jacoby Brissett was 4 of 5 on the drive, and Zonovan Knight finished it off with a 1-yard touchdown run. The big play on 3rd down and 17, Brissett hit Trey McBride for 26 yards. That set the Cardinals up at the 8-yard line. They were in the end zone 3 plays later. Right now, the Cardinals have the ball at their own 7-yard line, facing 2nd down and 12 as we begin the second quarter. 7-7 our score. Brissett is 5 of 8 for 46 yards. Daniel Jones for the Colts, 8 of 11 for 69 yards so far in this game. So we're tied at 7 beginning in the second quarter here at Lucas Oil Stadium.
All right, Andrew, thanks. And in case you're wondering, after Amari DiMercato got ripped to shreds by head coach Jonathan Gannon on the sideline last week, which caught a $100,000 fine from the team for the head coach Jonathan Gannon, Amari DiMercato, 1 carry, 1 yard. The touchdown run came from Bam Knight. So with no James Conner, done for the rest of the year with that gruesome leg injury, and Trey Benson still hurt, it's Michael Carter and it's Bam Knight, a couple of former New York Jets running backs, leading the charge for the Cardinals, and it was Bam Knight with that touchdown run, as you heard Andrew tell us. All right, let's get to New Orleans. Patriots and the Saints. We've got another touchdown to tell you about. Let's get to Les East at the Superdome for more. What's up, Les?
Yeah, it was a wild first quarter after Blake Grupe kicked his second field goal. This one from 48 yards to get the Saints within 7-6. It looked like Drake May had his second touchdown pass to Demario Douglas. This one would have been 61 yards, but it was called back for offensive pass interference. But it only delayed the touchdown because moments later, Drake May threw a 25-yard touchdown pass to Kayshon Boutte to complete a 69-yard drive, and that gave the Patriots a 14-6 lead, and we have just started the second quarter. Each team has scored on every possession thus far.
All right, thank you very much, Les. Yeah, so how about Drake May? He continues to look really, really good after last week's Sunday Night Football standout performance. He is delivering and throwing dimes to his receivers. 1 touchdown catch for Demario Douglas, and now a touchdown catch for Kayshon Boutte. Arg me Boutte. 14-6, Patriots lead the Saints. New Orleans has the ball right now, 1st and 10 at midfield in the first play of the second quarter. Let's get to Jacksonville. Last time we checked in with Brian Scheibel, we didn't have any points. Now we've got 2 scores to fill you in on. Brian, what's going on in Duval?
Yeah, like you said, the first couple drives for each team really went nowhere, but then Jacksonville put it together on their third possession. 8 plays, 61 yards. Trevor Lawrence to Brian Thomas Jr. for a 21-yard touchdown strike. He also had a 19-yard reception on that drive as well. So Thomas off to a good start in this one, 3 catches for 47 yards. And then Seahawks, they moved the ball successfully on their next drive. Jackson Smith and Jigma, a 32-yard completion from Sam Darnold, got it down into the red zone. Darnold then scrambled to the 10-yard line, but things then tightened up from there. A big third down stuff on Zach Charbonnet by Eric Armstead and Josh Hines Allen forced the short field goal. So the Jags also missed their extra point, and that's where we're at right now. 10:38 to go in the second quarter. Jacksonville on top of Seattle 6-3.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. And yes, yours truly, Pat Boyle. I gave you a couple of props to bet on here for that for the early window here. Brian Thomas Jr. over 58.5 receiving yards was one of them. He's got 3 catches, 47 yards, and a touchdown. So that's a good start for him. Let's get back to Carolina. Big play in the Cowboys-Panthers game. Let's find out what happened from Kevin Casey in Charlotte. What's up, Kevin?
Okay, Pat, 11:29 to go in the game, and we're all tied at 10 now. The Carolina Panthers have just scored a touchdown, a 19-yard Bryce Young touchdown pass to Tedoroa McMillan. So far on the day, Bryce Young, not bad. He had an interception, but it was deflected off of McMillan, and that's what set Dallas up for their score. But Bryce Young on the day, 5 of 8 passing with that touchdown. Rico Dowdle, 9 carries, 65 yards on the ground, and also he has a 13-yard reception. So this one's a tight one here, as you can tell by the score, Pat. 11:29 to go in the second quarter, all tied at 10, Carolina and Dallas.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. Yeah, Rico Dowdle looking to take aim against his former team. You heard Kevin say it, 9 carries, 65 yards already. And he's got a 13-yard catch, so 78 yards for scrimmage, and we're only a couple minutes into the second quarter. They might just get hit with the Rico. All right, meanwhile, we've got another score in the Steelers-Browns game to tell you about. Pittsburgh, their defense doing the job so far against Dylan Gabriel. The Browns have only accumulated 29 yards of offense so far, and Pittsburgh was driving once again. They were near the red zone, but then Aaron Rodgers, incomplete, looking for a deep ball for DK Metcalf. He went back to DK Metcalf on the next play, and it was incomplete again. So they bring out Chris Boswell for a 50-yard field goal, and he bangs it right through the upright. So a couple of Chris Boswell field goals. It's 6-0 Steelers over the Browns. Meanwhile, we've got an injured player in the Rams-Ravens game. It's a Rams player. I'm not sure who it was on the first viewing. Oh, it's Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua injured right now for the Rams. He just tried to go up for a big-time catch on the latest play and then tried to get up, rolled over, tried to stand up, and then Puka Nacua couldn't even walk off the field. He had to lay back down on the grass, clutching at his left ankle. Oh, boy, that is not a good sight for Rams fans. That's not a good sight for Puka Nacua fans, Puka Nacua fantasy owners, Puka Nacua bettors today. He has been the best receiver in all of football through the first 5 weeks, and he just tried to make a spectacular catch against Marlon Humphrey on a 2nd and 11 on a pass that went to the end zone. Couldn't come up with the catch, and then couldn't walk off the field. Back in the back of the end zone, clutching at his left ankle, so they're in a TV timeout right now. And you just hope that Puka Nacua is okay. It's 3-0 Ravens over the Rams, and the Rams have a 2nd and 11 inside the red zone. Let's get to Miami. Chargers, Dolphins. Let's have the latest here. Early minutes of the second quarter. Let's get the score. Everything else you need to know from Jack Armpriester. What's going on, Jack?
They've had 11-12 to go here in the first half as the Chargers will now be in the red zone. Running play. I can't see who the player is, but they're down at the 12-yard line. Vidal, he has been very, very productive for them today. Let me see what we got here for him on the thing. Eight carries for 72 yards. It'll give him a first down inside the 15. Miami moments ago tried to expand on their 7-6 lead. With a field goal that was no good, 57 yards by Riley Patterson on that drive. They appeared to have a first down to the Chargers 22. Darren Waller with a nice catch over the middle, negated by a holding penalty on the offensive line. The field goal is no good. The Chargers come right back downfield now, and they'll have a second down inside the 12-yard line. Looks like that's about where they'll be as they try to take the lead back in this contest. They trail 7-6 with 10:18 to go here in the first half.
All right, thank you very much, Jack. Meanwhile, 3rd and 11 out of that TV timeout because of the injury to Puka Nacua. Matthew Stafford back to pass, looking over the middle. It's incomplete. Broken up. He was looking for Devontae Adams. So 4th and 11, and right now all the attention is going to be on whether or not Puka Nacua can come back into this ball game. And looks like the Rams are going to have to settle for a field goal. It is a 36-yarder. Joshua Carty missed a 26-yarder before, and this time he nearly missed again. He just snuck it through. 36-yard field goal from Joshua Carty. But, boy, some concerning levels of attention around the kicking game, and I'm seeing the replay. Puka Nacua being helped into the locker room. That is not a good sign for Rams fans and Puka Nacua fans. 3-3 in the Rams and the Ravens. Jaguars lead the Seahawks 6-3. Seattle's got the ball at their own 38. Brian Thomas Jr. touchdown catch in that one. Cowboys, Panthers 10-10. Cowboys with the ball 3rd and long at their own 35. Steelers lead the Browns 6-0, and they just sacked Dylan Gabriel. Cleveland's going to have to punt the ball back. Saints, they're in the red zone. 2nd and goal at the 6, trailing the Patriots 14-6. Dolphins lead the Chargers 7-6. Chargers in the red zone. And then we've got a pair of interceptions in the Cardinals-Colts game. That's 7 apiece. More football next. This is Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
It's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo today here on Gridiron Game Day. 2 hours down, 6 to go. Every Sunday here on the Infinity Sports Network, 12 to 8 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific. Your one-stop shop for all the best coverage of the NFL. Every touchdown, you'll hear it. Every big play, you'll hear it. All the fantasy and betting news you need. And we've got 10 games from start to finish to bring to you today. 7 in the early window, 3 in the late window. We also started the show at the end of the Jets-Broncos game in London, and the Broncos held on for a 13-11 win over the New York Jets, thanks to 9 sacks from that Broncos pass rush. The Broncos improved to 4-2. The Jets dropped to 0-6. Really quickly, before we get back to the NFL action, massive college football news that just dropped a minute ago. Penn State has fired James Franklin. Stunning news. Stunning news out of Happy Valley. The Penn State Nittany Lions were 3-0 to start the year. They lost a heartbreaker in double overtime to Oregon, and they never recovered. They lose last week as 25-point favorites to Nico Iamaleava, and at the time, a terrible UCLA team who fired their head coach, lost both their coordinators. UCLA just beat up on Michigan State last week, so maybe that was more a UCLA thing than anything. But then you figured Penn State, after 2 straight losses, well, certainly they got to blow out Northwestern at home, right? Nope. They lose by a point, and Drew Aller suffers a season-ending injury. The brass in Happy Valley, the folks not happy. And it never felt like Penn State could win a national championship with James Franklin, and now we know they never will. Fired after 3 straight losses, and Drew Aller being done for the season. Penn State relieving James Franklin of his duties. All right, back to the NFL here, because that's what we're all about. 8 hours every Sunday. Let's get you a scoreboard update on the games that did not have a score in the last couple of minutes, because we've got a few of them. But the Rams and the Ravens, they are still tied at 3, and the big news right now, probably in the NFL and the entire day, is that Puka Nacua left the game with a foot injury. He is questionable to return, limped off the field, and had to be carried, or I should say helped, to the locker room after he tried a one-handed catch in the end zone, and it was incomplete. He could not walk off the field under his own power. Puka Nacua questionable to return. Blake Corum, the running back for the Rams, also questionable to return. We will get to Baltimore in just a bit, but the Ravens tied with the Rams 3-3. They have the ball. Baltimore does. Meanwhile, we had a touchdown in the Seahawks-Jaguars game, so we'll get out to Duval in just a little bit. Cowboys and the Panthers is 10-10. Dallas has the ball in the red zone with under 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. In Pittsburgh, Steelers lead the Browns 6-0. Cleveland, they have not been able to do anything offensively. The Steelers have it 3rd and 9 right now from the Browns' 32-yard line. In the Patriots-Saints game, we had a score. We'll get you out to New Orleans in just a few moments. We had a score in the Chargers-Dolphins game. We'll get you out to Miami. But let's start at Lucas Oil Stadium, where we've had a couple of turnovers and we've got a touchdown to fill you in on. Let's get to Andrew Smith in Indianapolis for the latest between the Cardinals and the Colts. What's up, Andrew?
Not much, Pat. The Colts have taken a 14-7 lead over the Arizona Cardinals with 7:51 to go in the second quarter. And back-to-back turnovers set this up after an interception by the Cardinals. Mack Wilson set them up on the 27-yard line of Indianapolis. 2 plays later, the Colts defensive back, Mekhi Blackman, picked off his second pass in as many weeks. That set the Colts up on their own 13, and they relied on the running backs in a 9-play, 87-yard drive in which the running backs, Jonathan Taylor and Amir Abdullah, touched the ball on 8 of those 9 plays, and it ended with a 3-yard touchdown run by Daniel Jones. Taylor on the drive had 5 carries for 52 yards, including a 30-yarder that set the Colts up on a 1st and goal at the 4-yard line. One injury update from the Cardinals. Emari Demercado was injured on a run in the red zone on their touchdown drive. He suffered an ankle injury. He is questionable to return. An already a bit depleted Cardinals running back room may be a little bit thinner now. The Colts leading the Cardinals 14-7, 7:46 to go in the second quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. So, yeah, Daniel Jones threw an interception, and Jacoby Brissett says, hold my beer, son. Throws a pick himself 2 plays later, and then the Colts just march it right down the field. And it is Danny Dimes who scrambles it in for a 3-yard touchdown run. So as you heard Andrew say, 14-7 Colts over the Cardinals, under 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. All right, let's get you out to Carolina, where just moments ago we had a big score, a big play, and the game that's got the most points on the board so far in the opening window. We go to Charlotte, and we've got more on Cowboys-Panthers from Kevin Casey. What's up, Kevin?
Okay, Pat, 3:39 to go second quarter, and the Dallas Cowboys have a 17-10 lead over the Carolina Panthers. Just a couple of moments ago, Dak Prescott, a 19-yard touchdown pass to Jake Ferguson. The Cowboys were aided by a couple of penalties. J.C. Horn called for a very questionable interference call, also a defensive holding on a 4th down, but Dallas did make it, and they have shown that they have gone for 4th down a couple of times so far today. Dak Prescott on the day, 14 of 18 passing, 137 yards, 2 touchdowns, another touchdown to Hunter Lipke, the fullback. So good day for Dak Prescott and company. George Pickens, 74 yards receiving. 3:39 to go in the second quarter. It's Dallas 17, Carolina 10.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. Again, it's a 19-yard touchdown catch for Jake Ferguson. Cowboys lead the Panthers 17-10. Let's get to New Orleans, where we've got a score and now a turnover to fill you in on in this Patriots-Saints game. Let's get more from Les East in the Superdome. What's up, Les?
Yeah, the Saints found the end zone for the first time when Taysom Hill ran 1 yard for his first touchdown of the season. That pulled the Saints within 14-13. The Patriots had crossed midfield looking for a third score in 3 possessions, but on 4th and 7, they decided to go for it, and errant snap got away from Drake May, the best he could do was fall on the ball at his own 47. So now the Saints have the ball, moving, trying to take the lead, trailing 14-13. They are now at the New England 37. We have 5.5 minutes left till halftime. Patriots still leading 14-13.
All right, Les, thank you very much. So 27 points in that game as well. That's tied with the Cowboys and the Panthers for the highest score so far in the opening window. All right, we told you we had a score in the Seahawks-Jaguars game. It was an electric one. Let's get the latest from Brian Scheibel between the Seahawks and the Jags. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, you said it. I mean, one play, 61 yards. Sam Darnold to Jackson Smith and Jigba just got behind Greg Newsome, the new cornerback, and for Jacksonville, and really just an excellent route run by Jackson. He's got 5 catches already, 117 yards so far in this one. The only receiver who's actually caught anything so far for Seattle is Darnold has thrown for 117. Jacksonville on offense couldn't get anything going. Really only that one drive so far that they had where Brian Thomas scored has been the only successful possession for them. Logan Cook just punted for his 4th time of the half so far back to Seattle. And so they have the ball right now on their own 20, looking at a 2nd and 10, 6 minutes, 35 seconds to go in the first half. And Seattle on top of Jacksonville, 10-6.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba, JSN, one of the top 5 receivers in the game at this point. I mean, he just does incredible things on a weekly basis, and it feels like he is always wide open. He burned that Jaguars secondary for that 61-yard touchdown catch. All right, we've got a score in the Steelers-Browns game. Let's fill you in on the latest from Pittsburgh. We go to Brian Batko at Acrisure Stadium. What's up, Brian?
Hey, not much going on here on the North Shore of Pittsburgh. 9-0 Steelers, 3 long Chris Boswell field goals. Steelers can't even get into the red zone, but Dylan Gabriel can barely even complete a pass here. TJ Watt and Nick Herbig split a sack. Jalen Ramsey has a sack. The rookie quarterback for the Browns in his second start looking a little bit overwhelmed here, and the Steelers are dominating Quinshon Judkins in the run game defensively as well in what has been a slugfest here in the AFC North.
Slugfest. Oh, defensive slugfest for sure. Thank you, Brian. So the Steelers kick the field goal. It's 9-0. Cleveland's got the ball now. Under 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. Still looking for their first points. They are the only team without a point right now on the scoreboard in the first 7 games of our opening window here in Week 6 in the NFL. We did have another score in the Chargers-Dolphins game. Let's get to Jack Armpriester in Miami for the latest between the Chargers and the Dolphins. What's up, Jack?
Hey, Pat, Cameron Digger's 3rd field goal of the first half, a 29-yarder, gave the Chargers a 9-7 lead. Miami came right back, went downfield 8 plays, 36 yards before the drive stalled. 47-yard field goal by Patterson was good. That's his first made field goal of the day. He had missed wide on a 57-yarder earlier in the second quarter. You might recall that was the drive where Waller had the first down at the 22, but it was called back for the offensive line holding. In this game, the time of possession is getting a little bit better. Chargers at 17 minutes, Dolphins at 10. It was way out of line earlier on. We have 2.5 minutes to go in the first half. Chargers with the ball around the 44-yard line. They are trailing right now 10-9 to the Dolphins.
All right, thank you very much, Jack. All right, right now, I don't believe we have anybody in the red zone, so we'll give you a quick reset here of the full scoreboard. Colts lead the Cardinals 14-7. The Cardinals, they're the closest team to the red zone. Right now, they've got it 2nd and 6 at the Colts' 24-yard line after Bam Knight just ran it for 4 yards. So Cardinals right near the red zone. It's 14-7 Colts with 4 minutes left to go in the second quarter. We just heard from Jack Armpriester. Dolphins lead the Chargers 10-9. Chargers right now have a 2nd and 15 at their own 42-yard line. The Saints, they're near the red zone as well. They trail the Patriots 14-13. 3 minutes left to go in the second quarter. New Orleans has its 2nd and 12 at the Patriots' 28-yard line. Browns just starting their drive. They just picked up a first down. Dylan Gabriel passed to Jerry Jeudy for 11 yards. They don't have a point, though. It's 9-0 Steelers. Under 3 minutes left to go in the second quarter. They're at the 2-minute warning in Carolina. Cowboys lead the Panthers 17-10. Panthers do have the ball, though. 1st and 10, right at midfield. Seahawks, they had to punt the ball back after a 3-and-out. They lead the Jaguars 10-6. Jacksonville's got the ball, though, and Trevor Lawrence just hit Brian Thomas for a gain of 5. So it's 2nd and 5, Jaguars at their own 27-yard line, and Brian Thomas Jr. has already cashed our prop pick, one of our 2 prop picks that I gave you before the games started. Told you Brian Thomas Jr. over 58.5 yards. We're not even at halftime. He's got 5 catches, 74 yards, and a touchdown. So you can cash that one. And then the Rams, they are tied with the Ravens 3-3. And Matthew Stafford on a 3rd down was looking for Jordan Whittington. He dropped what would have been a 1st down. So it looks like the Rams are going to have to punt the ball away, although we might have just had a special teams turnover. We got to see what the result of the play is. Baltimore on the punt return fumbled it, and we'll see whose ball it is. So hold on to that game for just a second here. Yeah, Ethan Evans punted it away for the Rams. LeJonte Webster caught it at his own 30, ran it back for a nice return for about a gain of 15, and then got upended and fumbled the football. And we'll see what the call is, because there is some confusion. We've got the referees huddling, so we will get back to that in just a moment. Meanwhile, on the Saints' latest play, we told you they were right near the red zone. On a 2nd and 12, Spencer Rattler hits Chris Olave for a gain of 8. So it's 3rd and 4. They're at the 20. They are in the red zone. Saints in the red zone right now, trailing the Patriots 14-13. And the Cardinals, we told you they were right near the red zone. Well, they got some penalties that backed them up. And then on a 2nd and 21, Jacoby Brissett hit Zay Jones for a gain of 6. So 3rd and 15 for the Cardinals at the Colts' 33-yard line. Meanwhile, the Jaguars, they are starting to drive. As on a 3rd and 4, it looks like Trevor Lawrence just hit one of his receivers for a 1st down. Just confirming that it is indeed a 1st down. He hit Parker Washington. And it is going to be indeed a 1st down for the Jaguars. Nice pass that time from Trevor Lawrence, getting it to Parker Washington. That was a big gain. That was a gain of about 32 yards, if my math is correct. So they're in Seattle territory. Meanwhile, let's find out what happened on that latest special teams play that looked like it could have been a turnover. Let's find out what happened. Let's go to Mike Popovich live right now at M&T Bank Stadium. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, so let me go back and set the scene on the Rams' last offensive series on a 3rd and 3 from the 17. There was a drop by wide receiver Jordan Whittington on a shallow corner as he was crossing from right to left. So that set up a punt, and it was received by number 16, or excuse me, by LeJonte Webster, returned it for 16 yards, but then proceeded to fumble the football. However, they called an ineligible man downfield on Rams special teams player Dolak. So they re-kicked, and a second chance at life for the Ravens, get a 56-yard return to set up a 1st and 10 at the 31. Now after that first play, 2nd and 5 at the Ravens 27. And now Derrick Henry with a positive gain on the grounds to set up either a 3rd and short or a 1st down. Now it's a 1st down. So we sit right now 3-3, Ravens and Rams. Late first half, 2:33 and counting here in Baltimore. Ball at the 19-yard line, Pat.
All right, Mike, and I'm seeing Puka Nacua on the sideline right now, jogging back and forth, which has got to be great news for Rams fans. Puka Nacua back on the sidelines after he limped into the locker room earlier. So you'll keep us posted on Puka Nacua, but he might be re-entering the game when the Rams get the football back.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that. Also, Blake Corum had an injury. He walked off. But for the Ravens, you've got left tackle Ronnie Stanley with an ankle questionable. Tavius Robinson, outside linebacker, with a foot injury. And now defensive lineman Brett Urban with a concussion. So all of a sudden, the injuries which have plagued the Ravens all this year started to mount in this game. But we'll certainly be watching Nacua for sure, Pat, no doubt. 2-minute warning now, 1:58. In fact, Ravens and Rams tied at 3.
All right, great stuff. Thank you very much, Mike. And, yeah, the Ravens in the red zone. That latest play was another handoff. And it looked like it is the king, Derrick Henry, and he picks up about a gain of 6. So, yep, 1:58 to go. Ravens, they've got a 2nd and about 3 from the Rams' 18-yard line. at the 2-minute warning. They are the only team in the red zone right now. Here's your full scoreboard before we head to a quick break. Colts lead the Cardinals 14-7. Cardinals have a 4th and 16 in field goal range at the 2-minute warning. So we'll see if the Cardinals can add on 3 points. Dolphins lead the Chargers 10-9. Chargers are going to have to punt the ball back to the Dolphins with under 2 minutes left to go in the first half. Patriots lead the Saints 14-13. And New Orleans, they have the ball also with what looks like a 4th and short and field goal range at the 2-minute warning as well. Steelers lead the Browns 9-0, under 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. Cowboys lead the Panthers 17-10. Panthers, though, they do have the ball. They are driving with under a minute to go in the second quarter. Seahawks lead the Jaguars 10-6. And at the 2-minute warning, the Jags have a 4th and 1 at the Seahawks 31. So decision time for Liam Cohen coming out of the 2-minute warning. And then, as you just heard from Mike Popovich, 2-minute warning in Baltimore. Ravens in the red zone, tied with the Rams 3-3. Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. This is Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, welcome back. Most of the games inside the final 2 minutes here in the first half. Week 6 in the National Football League. 7 games in our opening window. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Earlier this morning, the Denver Broncos beat the New York Jets in London 13-11. That's right, 13-11. The Broncos pass rush got 9 sacks of Justin Fields, who only had 47 yards passing. And on a 4th and 8, it would have been a 62-yard field goal to win the game. The Jets decided to go for it instead, and Justin Fields was sacked. So the Broncos are 4-2, the Jets 0-6. But let's get you caught up on what's going on right now. And let's start in Indianapolis because we've got a score to tell you about in the Cardinals-Colts game. Let's get to Andrew Smith at Lucas Oil Stadium with the latest. What's up, Andrew?
Not much, Pat. The Arizona Cardinals have cut the Colts lead to 14-10 on a 40-yard field goal by Chad Ryland. That capped a mammoth 13-play drive that took 6 minutes off the clock. And Bam Knight started it with 3 consecutive runs for 14 yards to move the chains. The big play on the drive was a 21-yard pass to Marvin Harrison Jr. that brought the Cardinals into plus territory. However, he got up very slowly on that play and is currently in the locker room being evaluated for a concussion for Marvin Harrison Jr. A couple of first down passes to Zay Jones continued the drive, but eventually Kwity Paye sacked Jacoby Brissett on 3rd down, setting up the field goal for Chad Ryland. The Colts are at midfield, but look like they're about to punt here with 36 seconds to go in the first half. Colts leading 14-10. Daniel Jones, 14 of 19 for 111 yards so far. Jacoby Brissett, 9 of 17 for 101 yards. Jonathan Taylor having another big day at 63 yards on 9 carries in the first half for the Colts. So Indy is punting to Arizona with 36 seconds to go. The Cardinals will have 2 timeouts to work with, and the Colts lead 14-10.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. Let's get to Baltimore. We're at halftime, but we just had a massive play right before the half. And a game in which Cooper Rush is once again starting for Lamar Jackson. We've had a Puka Nacua injury, and let's find out if Puka Nacua came back to the game. And also, let's find out what the heck just happened in the red zone. We go to Mike Popovich at M&T Bank Stadium. What's going on, Mike?
Yeah, certainly not pretty here. Now, we talked about the Ravens getting a new lease on life as on a punt by the Rams on their last offensive drive, LeJonte Wester received the ball and returned it for 16 yards. However, he fumbled, and L.A. recovered, but inside linebacker and special teams player Sean Dolak was ineligible downfield. So they re-kicked it. Wester returned it 56 yards down to the Rams 31, and then it was a dose of Derrick Henry for 5, 8, 5, and then 10 yards, then a 3-yard one. And the Ravens set up right around the goal line, and another Henry run for 3, but then Mark Andrews under center for several snaps on the tush-push yielded nothing. And on fourth down, Cooper Rush gets back under center at a handoff to Derrick Henry on the left side, stuffed. So the Ravens come away with nothing. The Rams just allowed the clock to run out, so we don't know about Puka Nacua, but a major opportunity there for the Ravens to take the lead at halftime, and we're not able to get it. And that's been part of the issue this year for the Ravens is their offensive line has not been very good in the run game, especially in the interior at the guard positions have not been good. We talked about Ronnie Stanley leaving this game with an ankle injury being questionable, and he walked off on his own, so that may be a worse sign than actually having someone help him off and maybe a chance of him coming out. He took himself out of the game. So we stand at halftime right now, 3-3 in this one. And really the Rams have been able to move the football when they haven't converted on third downs and such or in the end zone and having to settle for field goals. It's because of drops or just missed passes. And in this one, the Rams missing a 26-yard field goal by Josh Carty hitting off the upright on their first offensive drive on a drive that went right down the field that had several third-down conversions by Devontae Adams and Tyler Higbee. The Ravens themselves getting a 37-yard field goal on their very first drive of the game offensively where they ran the ball very effectively. Derrick Henry making up a good part of that, a 12-play, 53-yard drive taking up 7 minutes and 38 seconds. But the rest of it has not been very good for the Ravens offensively. They moved the ball some but have been unable to convert any further, and we just talked about what happened at the goal line. In this one, though, certainly on the ground for the Ravens. Better, though, today. Derrick Henry, 18 carries, 90 yards. So the line up until that last drive is pretty good in terms of run blocking, but no pass game today. Cooper Rush, 6 of 12, just 34 yards in this one. But Matthew Stafford talked about it's been off a little bit. He's also had some dropped passes as well, 8 of 15 for 80 yards. Kyron Williams, just 5 of 18. So the Ravens' rush D has been pretty good in this one. But again, the Rams have been able to throw the football at times. We'll have to see in the second half whether Puka Nacua comes back, but we did see him on the sidelines, as you had referenced a few minutes ago as well, and it looks like Blake Corum will also come back into the second half, but we'll be watching Nacua. But 3-3 at halftime right now in Baltimore between the Ravens and the Rams.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. And, meanwhile, all this talk about banning the tush-push, the Eagles run it 4 straight times for a touchdown on Thursday Night Football, a game that which they ended up getting blown out by the Giants, 34-17. But Mark Andrews and the Ravens line up for the tush-push 2 plays in a row where they need a yard and a half, and they couldn't get it. So if everybody wants to ban the tush-push, the Ravens couldn't even do it. You can stop it. The Eagles just happen to run it better than everybody else. The Ravens tried to do it twice with Mark Andrews and couldn't get it. And then, as you heard Mike say, Derrick Henry on 4th and goal from the 1 got stuffed in the backfield. So, yep, halftime, 3-3 Rams and the Ravens. For all the tush-push whiners, it can be stopped. The Eagles just happen to run it better than everybody else. All right, meanwhile, let's get to New Orleans, where we've got some drama going on right now in the Superdome. We've got a score to tell you about in the highest scoring game of the opening window. Let's get to Les East in the Big Easy. What's up, Les?
Hey, there was a lot of action here at the end of the second quarter. Blake Grupe kicked his 3rd field goal of the first half. This one's from 38 yards to give the Saints a 16-14 lead. Then the Patriots came right back. Drake May throws his 3rd touchdown pass. Second one to Kayshon Boutte. This one goes for 29 yards. Alante Taylor of the Saints is called for a dead ball personal foul on the touchdown. So the Patriots decide to go for 2. The Saints jump off sides. So they run a 2-point conversion from the half-yard line. It's called no good on Drake May's sneak. But upon review, it's overturned. They say he got in for the 2-point conversion. So the Patriots go ahead 22-16, and we have just gone to halftime.
All right, thank you very much, Les. So, yeah, Drake May and the Patriots offense looking good, looking pretty good. Kayshon Boutte, you know it's coming. Arg me Boutte, the 29-yard touchdown catch from Drake May. He's got 2 of them on the day. DeMario Pop Douglas with the other. Drake May at halftime, 11 of 13, 185 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Defense, optional so far in this one. Patriots do lead the Saints 22-16 after the 2-point conversion. That is at the half. Every game is now at the half here. So we've got some time to get you caught up with some other games. Let's go to Charlotte, where the Panthers were trying to score right before halftime. Cowboys-Panthers from Bank of America Stadium. Let's find out what happened with Kevin Casey. What's up, Kevin?
Well, Pat, they did score. They had a Ryan Fitzgerald 55-yard field goal, and we are at the half where Dallas leads the Carolina Panthers 17-13. Dak Prescott, not bad, 14 of 18 for 137 yards, 2 touchdowns. Hunter Lipke, the fullback, and tight end Jake Ferguson. Love when these H-back kind of guys get touchdowns. So Jake Ferguson and Hunter Lipke getting Dak Prescott touchdowns. Javonte Williams, 21 yards rushing. George Pickens, 74 yards receiving for the Dallas Cowboys. And one of the kind of a wild play, your guy Xavier Legette caught a ball, laterals to Drico Dowdle, who then was stripped, and I'd say a football follies type of play resulted. Carolina kept the ball, and that got them the field goal. So we're at the half. 17-13, the Cowboys lead the Carolina Panthers.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. Dak Prescott continues to play really, really well this year for the Cowboys, despite that terrible defense that they've sported so far through 5 games. Dak has kept them at 500, a chance to go over 500 with the win today. Dak Prescott, 14 of 18, $137, and 2 touchdowns at the half. Let's get to Jacksonville, where we've got a score, and we might have had another score to tell you about, but they're at the half now in Duval. Let's get the latest from Brian Scheibel between the Seahawks and the Jags. What's up, Brian?
Jacksonville was getting pretty close to the Seahawks red zone. Looked like they were going to put some points on the board. A big third down sack by DeMarcus Lawrence on Trevor Lawrence backed them up out past the 30. And then Cam Little, not a good attempt at all on the 50-yard field goal. Sails to the right, just kind of barely got his foot under it. It seemed like he's having a rough day. He missed an extra point earlier in this one. A few plays later, Seahawks get back Jason Myers, who played here once, a 53-yard field goal going the other way. And that's the score that we have at halftime. So far, Sam Darnold, 140 yards passing, 139 for Trevor Lawrence. Smith and Jigba for Seattle, though, has been the star of the half, 5 catches for 117. So 13-6 is the score at halftime. Seattle gets the ball first in the second half.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. The Jags undefeated at home. Seahawks undefeated on the road. Something's got to give. Shout out System of a Down. All right, Jack Armpriesters in Miami. Chargers, Dolphins, they're at the half. And we had a late score at the end of the second quarter in this one. Let's find out the latest from Jack. What's up, man?
Hey, Pat, the only touchdown in the first half of this game, the 49-yard Devon Achane run late in the first quarter. Otherwise, it's been all field goals. Cameron Dicker with 3 for the Chargers. And the Dolphins, Riley Patterson, 2 of 3. He missed a 57-yarder. And as the clock expired to end the first half, he was good from 27 yards out, capping off a 9-play, 73-yard drive, taking the final minute 38 off the clock for the Dolphins, which have a 13-9 lead in this game at the half. Of significance, time of possession, 6-minute time advantage for the Chargers. Dolphins not able to move much, neither team actually moving much. 168 total yards of offense for the Chargers, 211 for the Dolphins. We're about 5 minutes away from the start of the second half. Miami with a 13-9 lead over the Chargers.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. So we are at halftime. All 7 games of the opening window. Colts lead the Cardinals 14-10. Dolphins, they lead the Chargers 13-9. Patriots lead the Saints 22-16. The Browns were able to get a field goal right before the half. They were inside the 10, but they didn't have enough time. The Browns had a 1st and 10 at the Steelers' 24 with 38 seconds to go. They were able to get a first down to the 11-yard line with only 11 seconds, but they didn't have any timeouts. So they tried a couple of plays to see if they could score a touchdown. The Steelers' defense would bend. They would not break. And so Andre Schmidt hit a 31-yard field goal. The Browns, hey, they have points. It's 9-3 Steelers at the half. Cowboys lead the Panthers 17-13. Seahawks lead the Jaguars 13-6. And the Rams and Ravens are tied at 3. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we should have the start of the third quarter in just about all of these 7 games. But for everything else you need to know here on this Sports Sunday, including the London game earlier today And to set the scene for Game 1 of the ALCS later, it's time for an update. It's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here on Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network. Here he is, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Oh, that's not all, Pat, but first I'll tell you that Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Penn State fires head coach James Franklin, according to Pete Thamel. Thamel reports that per Franklin's contract, Penn State will owe him more than $49 million. The Nittany Lions were ranked number 3 in the country before losing in double overtime to Oregon, then falling at winless UCLA, and finally taking a 22-21 home loss to Northwestern yesterday. Franklin had been Penn State's head football coach for 12 seasons. Franklin not the only college coach out on this Sunday. Oregon State fires head coach Trent Bray after starting 0-7. Indiana jumps to number 3 in the latest AP poll, behind only number 1 Ohio State and Miami. Texas A&M is 4, with Ole Miss rounding out the top 5. As for the pros, the Colts suffered multiple injuries in separate incidents during pregame warm-ups. Backup quarterback Anthony Richardson Sr. was struck in the eye while warming up with elastic bands, and top cornerback Charvarius Ward was concussed during the warm-ups. Both are inactive. Colts still leaving the Cardinals 14-10 at the break. By the way, Cardinals receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. was taken to the locker room to be evaluated for a concussion. The Broncos sacked Justin Fields 9 times, holding the inept Jets to negative 10 yards passing. The Broncos improved to 4-2 with a 13-11 win in London. The Jets are the NFL's lone winless outfit at 0-6. Former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez was booked and released at the Marion County Jail. Sanchez spoke quickly with a reporter, thanking first responders. Sanchez faces a felony battery charge along with multiple misdemeanors after allegedly attacking a truck driver outside an Indianapolis hotel last week. And the opening game of the ALCS comes tonight with the Blue Jays hosting the Mariners. Shortstop Bo Bichette again left off the roster by Toronto. Bichette still dealing with a sprained left knee. Pitchers Max Scherzer and Chris Bassett are on the Jays roster. As for the M's is ace Brian Wu. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in the right place. The Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here. Week 6 in the National Football League. Earlier this morning, the Broncos beat the Jets 13-11. Denver gets to 4-2. The Jets drop to 0-6. 7 games here in the opening window. 3 games to bring you later today. 10 in total, as we've got 8 hours of NFL football that rolls on all the way till 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We were at halftime in all 7 games in the earlier window. Now we are in the third quarter here in a couple of games in the opening window. We're actually now in the third quarter in all 7 games. So here we go. The football action is resuming. Let's go to Indianapolis, where we had some big-time injury news to fill you in on right as we came back from halftime. Colts and the Cardinals. Let's get all the latest from Andrew Smith at Lucas Oil Stadium. What's up, Andrew?
Yeah, the big-time injury news is that Marvin Harrison Jr. is out for the game with a concussion. He appeared to suffer it on a 21-yard reception that brought the Cardinals into scoring territory right at the end of the second quarter. That eventually led to a field goal that brought the Cardinals within 14-10, which is where we are right now. The third quarter has begun. On the first play, Bam Knight caught a 20-yard pass to bring the Cardinals into plus territory. They currently are facing second down and 8 from the Colts' 38-yard line, looking to take their first lead of the game. In the opening half of play, Daniel Jones was really good, 14 of 19 for 111 yards. Jacoby Brissett making his first start, 10 of 21 for 117 yards, but had a couple of big third down completions from behind the chains to move the chains and set up both of their scores. And he has just thrown a completion to Trey McBride to set the Cardinals up first and 10 on the Colts' 28-yard line. Colts leading 14-10, but the Cardinals are driving early in the third quarter.
All right, thank you, Andrew. And again, Marvin Harrison Jr. out for the game with a concussion. That is big-time injury news for a Cardinals team that is already without Kyler Murray, and it is Jacoby Brissett under center. All right, it was only 3-3 at the half between the Rams and the Ravens, but we finally got some big offense, and we've got a score at M&T Bank Stadium to tell you about. Let's get the latest from Mike Popovich in Baltimore between the Rams and the Ravens. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, hey, Pat, we talked about the Ravens failing to convert there at the Rams goal line right before the end of the first half. The Rams come out on their first offensive possession at their own 24 and march 9 plays, 76 yards, capped off with a Kyron Williams touchdown rush on a 4th and 3 at the Ravens 34. Stafford went back to pass. Not much pressure, and it hasn't been all day today. Only about 2 or 3 rushers on that play by the Ravens. Had a completion and a heck of a catch by Kyron Williams, a 30-yard completion, and there was a PI on the play by linebacker Trenton Simpson, but, of course, that was waved off. A great catch right on the sideline. Kyron Williams came down with it, and then was rewarded with the ball in the next play. So the Rams go up in this one with the extra point good, 10-3, 11:52 in the third quarter in this one. But Puka Nacua was not out on that drive, but it didn't seem to matter. Pat?
All right, thank you very much, Mike. And, yeah, Puka Nacua suffered what looked like a scary-looking foot injury while trying to make a one-handed touchdown catch. It was incomplete. Nacua had to be helped off to the locker room. So you heard Mike say it. He has not returned to the game yet, but he was on the sidelines right before the first half ended. So something to keep an eye on. Let's get to Carolina. High-scoring first half, high-scoring start to the second half. We've got a touchdown to fill you in on at the Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. Let's go to Kevin Casey for the latest on the Cowboys and the Panthers. What's up, Kevin?
Okay, Pat, 10:34 to go third quarter. It's Carolina 20 and Dallas 17. Just a couple of moments ago, Bryce Young, a 36-yard touchdown pass to Rico Dowdle. Dallas has it, 4th and 1 at their own 39. They are going for it. They must have been shaken by that last, or they could be trying to draw Carolina off sides, which I kind of think is going to happen. But Bryce Young has rebounded 11 of 14 passing, 2 touchdowns, Tetairoa McMillan, and that last touchdown pass to Rico Dowdle. Dowdle 90 yards rushing, and also with that reception, he has the 53 yards receiving. So, Pat, it looks like Rico Dowdle is your guy for Carolina so far. Ride the hot hand, if you will. 10:08 to go third quarter. It's Carolina 20, Dallas 17.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. And, yep, Dallas lined up. They did not go for it. It looks like they're going to take a delay of game. They tried to get Carolina to jump off sides. Panthers did not budge. So Carolina's going to get the ball back. And, yep, against his former team after a great performance last week, Rico Dowdle picking up right where he left off. 90 yards rushing, 53 yards receiving, including that 36-yard touchdown catch. He's got 143 yards from scrimmage and a tud. And the Panthers are going to get the ball back up by 3. All right, let's fill you in on what else is going on right here. So the Cardinals, they now have the ball in the red zone. It is a 3rd and 1 inside the 10, and it looks like they're going to try to sneak it for the first down, and they get it. First down, Cardinals, 1st and goal inside the 5. Meanwhile, Dolphins lead the Chargers 13-9. The Chargers have a 2nd and goal after Justin Herbert found his target Gadsden for a gain of 5 yards. 2nd and goal for the Chargers at the 6-yard line, trying to take the lead with a touchdown. Meanwhile, the Patriots on their opening drive of the third quarter, they are once again marching it right down the field against the Saints. They're in the red zone, and they've got a 1st and goal at the 2-yard line after Drake May just scrambled for 20 yards down to the 2. 1st and goal, Patriots at the 2. 2nd and goal, Chargers at the 5. And the Cardinals now with 3rd and goal at the 1. They just hit Trey McBride for a gain of 4 down to the 1-yard line. We've got 3 teams inside the 5-yard line right now. Meanwhile, on the first drive of the third quarter, the Browns, they went 3 and out, punting it back to the Steelers. Pittsburgh leads 9-3, and they've got the ball. And we've just got a score in the Seahawks and Jaguars game, which we will fill you in on in just a few moments. And we've also got a big turnover in the Rams and the Ravens game. So stick right here with us. In Miami, 3rd and goal for the Chargers. Herbert back to pass, throws it to the end zone, caught, touchdown, Ladd McConkey. Touchdown, McConkey, touchdown, Chargers. Ladd McConkey with a 5-yard touchdown catch to put the Chargers in front. 2nd and goal for the Patriots. They hand it off, and it is stuffed in the backfield. They went to Ramondre Stevenson, and he got shut down. It's going to be 3rd and goal for the Patriots at the 4. Meanwhile, it's 3rd and goal for the Cardinals at the 1, and it is Brissett under center in the I formation. Play action. Throws it to the end zone, and is caught for a touchdown for the Cardinals. And it is Trey McBride on a 1-yard touchdown catch. Just like that, 2 touchdowns in the last 20 seconds, and the Patriots have a chance to make it 3, 3rd and goal from the 4. They're running out of time on the play clock, and they're going to run out of time, delay a game. It's going to be a delay of game taken by the Patriots. They had 1st and goal at the 2. Now it's 3rd and goal at the 9. Meanwhile, there was a turnover in the Rams-Ravens game, and that was a turnover by the Baltimore Ravens. On the 3rd play of the drive, Cooper Rush hit Zay Flowers, who got blown up by Jared Verse, fumbled the football. The Rams recover it, and then a couple of plays later, the Rams punch it in for a touchdown. Matthew Stafford, 8-yard touchdown pass to Tyler Higbee. It was 3-3 at halftime, and now in 5 minutes in the 3rd quarter, the Rams get a touchdown, a turnover, and another touchdown. And just like that, it is 17-3 for the LA Rams. Wow. Meanwhile, in that Seahawks-Jaguars game, the first drive of the second half for Seattle, they go 8 plays, 77 yards right down the field, and Sam Darnold hits Cooper Kupp for an 11-yard touchdown catch. Touchdowns galore to open up the 3rd quarter. Wowie zowie. So here we go as we approach the next hour. Cardinals now lead the Colts 17-14. Chargers lead the Dolphins 16-13. Patriots, they had to settle for a field goal. It's good from Borregales from 24 yards. They lead the Saints 25-16. Steelers lead the Browns 9-3. The Panthers lead the Cowboys 20-17. Seahawks touchdown from Cooper Kupp means it's 20-6 Seattle over Jacksonville, and the Rams lead the Ravens 17-3. This is Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day here on the Infinity Sports Network. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. 8 hours of football every single Sunday. That's how we do it here, 12 to 8 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific. All things that you need from your football Sunday. Every touchdown, every big play, fantasy, sports betting stuff. You're going to get it here on Gridiron Game Day. Happy to fill in for Anthony today. Earlier this morning, the Broncos beat the Jets 13-11. Denver 4-2. The Jets now 0-6. That was in London. We've got live listen-ins from all of our stringers across the 10 NFL stadiums where there will be games being played today. 7 games in the opening window, 3 games in the later window. And we are entering crunch time here in a lot of these games. Midway through the third quarter in most of the 7 games in the opening window, the Cardinals, off of the touchdown catch from Trey McBride, they lead the Colts 17-14. Right now, Indianapolis, 3rd and 6 from the Cardinals 27. They're in field goal range, so you would think 3 points at worst here to tie the game up. But, you know, the Colts would like to score a touchdown to take the lead back. Meanwhile, the Chargers led the Dolphins 16-13. We had a turnover and we had a touchdown. So we'll get you to Miami in just a bit and get you caught up there. The Patriots, after a field goal, they lead the Saints 25-16. New Orleans has it 3rd and 4 at their own 38, midway through the third quarter. The Steelers, they were punting the ball back to the Browns right before the commercial break. The Browns roughed the punter. And so the Steelers got a fresh set of downs, and they have now turned that into a red zone trip. It's 2nd and 9 Steelers at the Browns' 11-yard line. Pittsburgh leading 9-3 midway through the third quarter. Panthers lead the Cowboys 20-17. Carolina just punted the football back to Dallas. Seahawks, we'll get to Jacksonville in just a moment and get you caught up there in the Seahawks-Jaguars game. And we'll get you to Baltimore in a matter of moments as well, because we've had a wild last couple of few minutes at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers rolls out to his right, throws back across the middle into traffic. It's caught! Caught for a touchdown. It's the tight end, Connor Hayward, with the touchdown for the Steelers. Not Cam Hayward, their captain, Hall of Fame-bound pass rusher, Connor Hayward, the tight end for the Steelers, with the touchdown catch. It's 15-3 Steelers with the extra point pending, although they could go for 2 to try to make it a 14-point game. All right, let's get you to Baltimore and get you caught up on Rams-Ravens. Everything you need to know from Mike Popovich at M&T Bank Stadium. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, Pat, 5 minutes and counting, third quarter here. Ravens trail 17-3, but a big drive here. First and 10, the Ravens at the Rams 39, but the last time we talked, L.A. scored on their opening drive, 9 plays, 76 yards to go up 10-3 on that one. Now, on the Ravens' first offensive series, a completion to Mark Andrews was called back for pass interference, which is highly questionable. But on a first and 20, Cooper Rush on a completion to Zay Flowers. He ran after the catch. A forced fumble, though, by Jared Verse gave the Rams the ball, and the Rams proceed on 2 plays, 21 yards, capped off by an 8-yard touchdown pass to tight end Tyler Higbee, put the Rams up 17-3. That series took just 40 seconds, but the Ravens are on their second offensive drive. They are driving down the field, bailed out on a 4th and 1 at their own 29, but in L.A. offsides, but they made the most of it. So it's a 2nd and 10 right now at the Rams 39, 4:48. Ravens trail the Rams 17-3 from Baltimore.
All right, thanks, Mike. And the Ravens did already go for it on a 4th and 1 in their own territory on this drive that they were able to get. So right now, 2nd and 10 for the Baltimore Ravens. They're at the Rams' 39-yard line. Cooper Rush hands it off to Derrick Henry, who gets stood up. Big, strong physical tackling that time from the L.A. Rams. It's going to force a 3rd and 7 from the Rams' 36-yard line. All right, we told you about a score in the third quarter in the Seahawks-Jaguars game. Let's get you to Duval right now, where the Seahawks defense, so far, the most impressive unit of the day. Let's get more from Brian Scheibel. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, you said it. Seahawks took the first drive of the second half. 8 plays, 77 yards. They got Cooper Kupp involved on this one, a 29-yard reception, and then an 11-yard touchdown to put the Seahawks up by 2 scores. And so far, Trevor Lawrence under all kinds of pressure today. He's been sacked 5 times and been knocked down 12 times in total at this point. Jags just did get a stop on defense. They punted the return out to about the 35-yard line. So Jags are going to take over. They're down 14. It's 20-6 here, 5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. So, again, the Jags 4-1 and 3-0 at home, but they're going to have to erase a 14-point second-half deficit. And remember, going into this game, we told you 3 starters in the Seahawks secondary out. Devin Witherspoon, Julian Love, and Reek Woolen. And yet the Jaguars have 6 points. They scored a touchdown in the first quarter, missed the extra point. That is all they've been able to do. Meanwhile, Baltimore on that 3rd and 7, Cooper Rush should have been sacked. He somehow avoided it and then delivered a first down to Mark Andrews. So, and then, just now they try to hand it off to Zay Flowers and he fumbles the football. Botched handoff and the Ravens turn it over. The Rams pounce on it. Things going from bad to worse for the Ravens. The Rams have scored 2 touchdowns in the third quarter. The Ravens have turned it over 2 times. And the Rams will take over, up by 14, and the football towards the end of the third quarter. Wow. This season for the Baltimore Ravens just keeps getting worse. And Zay Flowers had a chance to pick up the football 2 times and couldn't grasp it. And then it was a Rams defensive lineman, that jumped on it. 17-3 Rams. They've got the football at their own 31-yard line. Let's go to Miami. Wild sequence of plays resulted in a turnover and a touchdown. Let's find out what happened from Jack Armpriester. What's up, Jack?
Hey, Pat, it's just falling apart rapidly for the Dolphins here, too. Just sacked on a 3rd down play, which will turn the ball back over to the L.A. Chargers. Must be something in the water for the Chargers. They come out, scored 2 quick touchdowns here in the third quarter. They go on top by a score now 23-13. Tua was intercepted by Benjamin St. Just earlier in this quarter. They come right back down. Los Angeles, comes right down the field. Kamani Vidal with a 7-yard touchdown reception from Herbert. The point after was good. That drive took four plays, 37 yards. Minute 59. The first touchdown of the third quarter, it was a Ladd McConkey touchdown reception for 5 yards, capping off a 13-play, 72-yard drive. It's been all Chargers here. They have the ball back. They're going to be at their 20-yard line, and they have a 10-point, 23-13 lead over the Dolphins.
Thanks, Jack. And yeah, in the latest third down play for the Dolphins, Tua Tagovailoa got absolutely annihilated by Tuli Pelotu, who came right through the offensive line and sacked him. So Chargers get the ball back up by 10, as you just heard Jack say it. All right, let's get to Lucas Oil Stadium. We got a score to fill you in on in the Cardinals-Colts game. Andrew Smith with the latest in Indy. What's up, Andrew?
The Colts have tied the game. Michael Badgley, his first field goal since the 2023 NFC Championship game, as he was signed this week to replace the injured Spencer Schrader. Kicks a 45-yard field goal to tie the game at 17 between the Colts and Cardinals. Daniel Jones completed a couple of passes for 27 yards to Michael Pittman Jr. and Jonathan Taylor to move the Colts into scoring territory, but the drive stalled at the 27-yard line and eventually led to the field goal by Michael Badgley. However, the Cardinals are driving with the assistance of an unnecessary roughness penalty on Zaire Franklin and a 21-yard pass to Zay Jones. The Cardinals have the ball on the Colts' 23-yard line right now in a tie game with 2.5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
All right, so how about that? Once Kyler Murray got ruled out, that spread ballooned to as many as 9 points in favor of the Colts, and yet it's Jacoby Brissett leading the Cardinals, and Marvin Harrison Jr. ruled out of this game earlier with a concussion. They're still hanging in. Tied at 17. They're right near the red zone. They've got a chance to take the lead late stages of the third quarter. Let's get to Pittsburgh and fill you in on the latest between the Browns and the Steelers in this AFC North clash with Brian Batko from Acrisure Stadium. What's up, Brian?
We finally got a touchdown in this one, but not exactly a big name for fantasy purposes. Backup tight end Connor Hayward, Cam Hayward's younger brother for the Steelers, hauls in a 12-yard pass from Aaron Rodgers. Really a great scramble by Rodgers, pinpoint throw, and Hayward, amazing job to create a little window and pluck it out of the air. So it's 16-3 Steelers over Browns with about 6 minutes left in the third quarter. Dillon Gabriel's trying to drive the Brownies so that they can stay in this one.
All right, thanks, Brian. And he did just hit Jerry Jeudy for a gain of 7 yards and a first down. So Browns have it 1st and 10 at their own 47. Meanwhile, highlight reel, fireworks, offensive plays continue to be the theme in the Cowboys and the Panthers. We just had another one. Let's get you to Kevin Casey at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte for the latest between the Cowboys and Panthers. Kevin?
Okay, Pat, 2:38 to go third quarter, and it's Dallas now on top, 24-20. Just a couple of seconds ago, Dak Prescott, a 34-yard touchdown pass to George Pickens. Dak Prescott's had a really good day so far, 20 of 25 passing, 214 yards and 3 touchdowns. You just heard about the ones for George Pickens, also to Jake Ferguson and Hunter Lipke. Javonte Williams, 22 yards rushing for the Dallas Cowboys, and for the day, George Pickens, 8 receptions, 123 yards, and that touchdown. Cowboys have some momentum right now. They're kicking off to Carolina right now. 2:38 to go third quarter. It's Dallas 24, Carolina 20.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. So a big-time play once again by George Pickens. With no CeeDee Lamb with that injury, Pickens continues to have a monster role in this offense. He's got 8 catches for 123 yards and a touchdown. My goodness, what a day for George Pickens. Meanwhile, the Cardinals get a first down to Zay Jones at the 12-yard line, and then on one play later, Brissett over the middle to Greg Dortch, and he tiptoes his way in for a touchdown. Touchdown, Cardinals. Touchdown, the Human Torch, Greg Dortch. 12-yard touchdown catch. And it's 23-17 Arizona. They've got a chance here on the extra point, or it looks like they could go for it because it looks like there was defensive holding on the play as well by the Colts. So we'll see what the Cardinals want to do, but for the moment, they are in the lead. And look out in case you pick the Colts in your survivor pool. Arizona, 3 straight losses on the final play, including that collapse last week against the Titans. And no Kyler Murray. Marvin Harrison Jr. ruled out earlier in this game with a concussion. And yet Arizona's got the lead right now off the Greg Dortch touchdown catch. All right, I don't believe anybody's in the red zone right now, so let's reset you here. It's 23-17 Cardinals. Again, still waiting on what they want to do in terms of if they're going to go for 2 or kick the extra point. Chargers, they lead the Dolphins 23-13. The Bolts have the football, 2nd and 9 at their own 22-yard line. Patriots have the ball against the Saints, leading 25-16. New England's got the ball 4th and 1 at their own 33. And so we'll see if they decide to go for it and be uber aggressive or if they're going to punt the football back. Steelers lead the Browns 16-3. Cleveland's got it right now, 2nd and 10 at their own 47. We just told you about the George Pickens touchdown catch. Cowboys lead the Panthers 24-20. Carolina's offense back out on the field. 2.5 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Seahawks lead the Jaguars 20-6. A first quarter touchdown catch from Brian Thomas Jr. And then basically nothing else from the Jaguars offense. They've got the ball right now, 2nd and 3 at their own 36 with under 4 minutes left to go in the third quarter. And then this third quarter in Baltimore could not have started in a more disastrous fashion for the Ravens. It was 3-3 with seconds to go in the second quarter. The Baltimore Ravens had 1st and goal from the 4. Derrick Henry got them to the 1. Then they tried back-to-back tush pushes with Mark Andrews and got nothing. And then on 4th and goal from the 1, they handed it back off to King Henry. He got stuffed. That was a foreshadowing of things to come. The Rams scored a touchdown on their opening drive in the third quarter, a Kyron Williams 3-yard touchdown run after they converted a 4th and 2 with a 30-yard pass from Stafford to Kyron Williams. Then the Ravens fumbled a couple of plays later with Zay Flowers getting stripped by Jared Verse. The Rams cashed in 2 plays later on a Matt Stafford 8-yard touchdown pass to Tyler Higbee. And then Zay Flowers fumbled again on a botched handoff between he and Cooper Rush. And so the Rams have it 17-3, and they've got the ball right now inside the red zone. It is, let's see, where are we at here? 2nd and 11 from the Ravens 14-yard line. So there you go. Rams 2nd and 11 from the Ravens 14-yard line. And it looks like the third quarter has just come to a close. So there you go. There's the full scoreboard update for you as we are heading towards the witching hour. A lot of these games about to be into the fourth quarter. When we come back, week 6 in the NFL, delivering on the drama. We've got 2 one-score games, but just about every game is within striking distance for most of these teams that are trailing. Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Don't go anywhere. Gridiron Game Day returns on the Infinity Sports Network.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, right back to the action. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. By the way, plenty of ways to listen to Gridiron Game Day. Of course, we've got over 300 affiliates throughout the U.S. and Canada. That's North America. There are over 300 affiliates throughout North America that you can hear us on your local stations. Anywhere in North America on Sirius XM Channel 375, but also anywhere around the globe on the free Odyssey app. Plus, you can watch the show every Sunday now. Infinity Sports Network YouTube channel. You see me, and you'll see my buddy Anthony Gallo every other Sunday, 12 to 8 p.m. Eastern, bringing you everything that you could hope for on your NFL Sunday. By the way, quick preview of the 3 games coming up in the late window. We've got the Titans and the Raiders. Both of those teams at 1-4 on the season. You had Chip Kelly basically getting thrown under the bus by his head coach Pete Carroll earlier in the week for the predictable play calling and the lack of a run game. Raiders 3.5-point favorites. The total is 41.5. The big injury news, Brock Bowers not going to play for the Raiders. You got the Niners and the Buccaneers, both teams at 4-1. Tampa Bay, 3.5-point favorite. The total is 47. There's a ton of injury news in that one. When we talk to our guy Tom Akins in Tampa Bay before that game begins, we'll get all the injury news for you before kickoff. And then the Bengals and the Packers, Cincinnati at 2-3, Packers at 2-1-1. It's Joe Flacco making his first start for Cincinnati, and the Packers are a hefty 14-point favorite, total 44.5. So that's what's coming up in less than an hour from now, but we've got some fantastic finishes on tap here in 7 games in the opening window. Let's get you to Indianapolis. Last time we talked to Andrew Smith, it was tied at 17. A couple of scores since then. Let's find out what's going on at Lucas Oil Stadium. Andrew?
Yeah, we've had a couple of scores. Tied at 17 last time we talked. Tied at 24 now. This game has turned into a shootout as each team has scored on both of its second-half possessions after the Colts had tied the game at 17. An unnecessary roughness penalty on Zaire Franklin essentially continued an Arizona drive, set him up at midfield. After that, Jacoby Brissett was 4 of 4 for 47 yards. The last 12, a touchdown pass to Greg Dortch after 2 completions for 32 yards to Zay Jones. And then the Colts responded. On the first play, Daniel Jones, an 18-yard scramble to midfield, and then he completed 3 consecutive passes, one for 13 yards to Tyler Warren, and then a really nice throw through a really tight window to Alec Pierce for 26 yards. That set him up on the 7-yard line, and Josh Downs got a 5-yard touchdown pass to the back of the end zone from there to cap a 6-play, 68-yard drive. So the Colts and Cardinals tied at 24 with 13-12 to go in the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. Meanwhile, let's go to New Orleans. Patriots and the Saints. We just had a score in the Caesars Superdome. Let's find out the latest from Les East. What's up, Les?
Yeah, guys, after a high-scoring first half, the offense has slowed down in the second half. Andy Borregales kicked a 24-yard field goal for the Patriots on the first possession of the third quarter to give them a 25-16 lead. That score held up into the fourth. Blake Grupe just kicked his fourth field goal, different from 54 yards to make it a one-score game. New England 25, New Orleans 19, 13:41 left as the Saints prepare to kick off.
All right, Les, thank you very much. So that's what's going on in New Orleans. It's become a one-score game yet again. Let's go to Miami. Chargers and the Dolphins, early fourth quarter. Let's find out what the score is and everything you need to know from Jack Armpriester at Hard Rock Stadium. What's up, Jack?
Hey, Pat. 10:33 to go here in the fourth quarter, and this game has swung definitely into the Chargers' favor. They have a 26-13 lead in that third quarter. They had 176 yards of offense and a couple of touchdowns. The Dolphins had negative yardage. They were minus 7 yards on that. For the afternoon, Tua Tagovailoa, 11 of 20 for just 120 yards. He's thrown 2 interceptions today. Justin Herbert, on the other hand, 27 of 33 for 208 yards and 2 scores. And Cameron Dickey, 4 for 4 with field goals, the most recent one capping off a 9-play, 62-yard drive from 35 yards out. That has the Chargers with the lead where they are right now, 26-13, as we go under 10 minutes here in Miami for the game.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Meanwhile, a score in Duval, Seahawks-Jaguars. Let's find out what happened from Brian Scheibel. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, very long drive by Jacksonville, 14 plays in which they converted 2 big fourth down conversions, one of 4th and 6. Trevor Lawrence had to scramble around, found Hunter Long over the middle, then a 4th and 1 that he kept himself. And then a couple plays later, capped off Trevor Lawrence to Tim Patrick for 26 yards for the touchdown strike. The Jags 1 for 2 in this one, down 8. They actually had to move it to the 1-yard line with too many men on the field for the Seahawks, but were stuffed before reaching the goal line on a run attempt. So 20-12 is where we're at. Seahawks getting the ball back. 13 minutes to go. In this one, they lead Jacksonville by 8.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. Meanwhile, it looks like we've got a quarterback change perhaps in Baltimore. Let's get to M&T Bank Stadium. The latest from Mike Popovich between the Rams and the Ravens. Mike?
Yeah, indeed we do. Tyler Huntley entering the game, the Ravens taking over at their own 11 after a 4th-and-3 stop of the Baltimore 6, in which linebacker Teddy Buchanan, the rookie, gets a sack of Matthew Stafford. And a combination of Derrick Henry runs, a few Tyler Huntley rushes and passes, several in which have got the Ravens on a 4th and 12 at their own 49. Huntley on a scramble was taken off. He has the first down, and he's definitely well into Rams territory. It looks like around the 31-yard line right now. So if the Ravens are going to strike, they need to do it now with the game at 17-3 right now. But Cooper Rush earlier didn't get a lot of help in terms of the passing game. Not that he was dynamic in any way either, although they did run the ball, something that last week he didn't have at his disposal. But Rush leaves the game 11-19 for 72 yards, no touchdowns. He did have the one interception, though, across the middle that was certainly inadvisable. But Tyler Huntley right now, 4 for 5 so far for 17 yards, and that scramble has the Ravens at 1st and 10 of the Rams 32, 7:48 and counting as they trail LA 17-3.
Yeah, and 4th and 12. That was a gain of 19 for Snoop Huntley taking off with his legs. That's something you definitely were not going to see Cooper Rush do. So right now the Ravens need as dynamic of an offensive attack as they can get with just 3 points on the board. They could have been up 10-3 right before the half. They had 1st and goal at the 4 and ran it 4 times. Did not get it. Next play, Snoop Huntley back to pass, completes over the middle. Maybe it's a gain of 4. And so they are matriculating the ball down the field, but they got to get going here. Under 7.5 left to go on the game clock now in regulation. Rams lead the Ravens 17-3. Let's go to Pittsburgh. We had another score in the AFC North clash between the Browns and the Steelers. Let's find out who did it from Brian Batko at Acrisure Stadium. Brian?
This one a lot more fantasy relevant than Connor Hayward. DK Metcalf pulls in a 25-yard touchdown on a vintage Aaron Rodgers dime in the end zone, and the Steelers are starting to break this one open. 23-6, just 5 seconds into the 4th quarter. We'll see if Dylan Gabriel has any heroics in store for the Browns, but I think it's more likely the Steelers defense will continue teeing off on him as they've done most of the day.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a dime. I saw it, literally right in a bucket. DK Metcalf in stride right near the corner of the end zone, near the pylon for a beautiful touchdown catch. So Steelers, we knew they had a huge rest advantage coming off the bye week. The Browns playing their 3rd straight road game. They played in London last week, and it is 23-6. Pittsburgh, that defense, which was looking like it was in shambles for the first few weeks, now this looks like vintage Mike Tomlin Steelers defense. They have been teeing off on Dylan Gabriel. Meanwhile, Snoop Huntley was sacked on the last play, so now it's a 3rd and 12. Throws it out to the flat, dangerous pass, but it's caught by Zay Flowers. Rams defender tried to go for the interception and missed. And Zay Flowers gets a 1st down. And just like that, the Baltimore Ravens down by 2 scores. They're in the red zone down 17-3. Let's get to Carolina. Offense, the theme of the day as expected between the Cowboys and the Panthers. Let's get the latest, including a score from Kevin Casey. What's up, Kevin?
Okay, Pat, 10:26 to go in the game. It's Carolina 27 and Dallas 24. Just a couple of moments ago, Bryce Young, a 2-yard touchdown pass to Ted McMillan. That's 2 touchdowns for Ted McMillan, 19 yards in the first half. Also, Bryce Young, a 36-yard touchdown pass to Rico Dowdle. On the day, Bryce Young, 14 of 18 with 3 touchdowns and an interception for 174 yards. Rico Dowdle, again, the star offensively for Carolina, 24 carries, 155 yards rushing. Also, Dowdle also has 56 yards receiving, so a good day for him. But notwithstanding, Dak Prescott, 20 of 25 right now for 214 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 yards to Hunter Lipke, 19 yards to Jake Ferguson, 34 yards. And now it looks like we have a fumble here, Pat, as Dallas was going for on a 1st down. It looks like they will keep the ball here. So just about 10 minutes to go in the game. Dallas is looking at a 2nd and goal from the 9-yard line. 9:57 to go in the game. It's Carolina 27, Dallas 24.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. Yeah, on a 3rd and 8, Dak Prescott completed a pass to Jake Ferguson for a 1st down. It was 1st and goal. And then, they fumbled the football, and Dak Prescott had to pounce on it. It looks like it was just a botched snap. He was right under center. And a missed exchange that time between he and the center, and Prescott had to fall on top of it. So 2nd and goal. Meanwhile, Snoop Huntley looked like he got sacked again on 2nd down. It's now 3rd and 10. Huntley over the middle, and it's caught for about a loss of 1. That is not what they needed there. The Baltimore Ravens now being faced with a 4th and 10 from the Rams' 15-yard line. And there's 4 minutes left to go in the game. They got to go for it. No point in kicking a field goal here. 4th and 10 from the Rams' 15-yard line. Snoop Huntley, who came into the game for Cooper Rush, trying to keep Baltimore in the game. If they don't get this, it's about as good as done. So here we go, and we got a timeout. So we'll go back to Baltimore in just a moment. Let's get to Miami. We've got a score in the Chargers-Dolphins game, and this thing just got a heck of a lot closer. Let's get the update from Jack Armpriester in Miami. What's up, Jack?
Yeah, it did, Pat. 7:56 to go here in the fourth quarter. Dolphins are kicking off in Los Angeles. I keep saying San Diego. Los Angeles lets the ball go through the end zone, so they'll have a 1st and 10 when play resumes. Devon Achane with a 4-yard touchdown run, his second of the afternoon. Remember, he had a 49-yarder in the first quarter. That caps off a 9-play, 69-yard drive. Took 4 minutes, 51 seconds off the clock for the game. 13 rushes, 109 yards, and those 2 touchdowns for Achane. And Miami pulls within 6 at 26-20. Chargers have a 1st down on their own 20. Plenty of time in this game if the Dolphins can just get a defensive stop, which they haven't been able to do all second half. And as I mentioned, they trail the Chargers 26-20, under 8 minutes to go. Pat?
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Yeah, and again, that latest Dolphins touchdown makes it a 1-score game, and it was Devon Achane with another rushing touchdown. So he's got 2 of them on the day. Chargers with a ton of field goals, keeping themselves in front 26-20. All right, before we get an update, let's get a quick scoreboard update here for you. There is nobody in the red zone. There was the Cowboys, but on 3rd and goal, Dak Prescott threw an incomplete pass. So they bring out Brandon Aubrey for a chip shot field goal, and he bangs it through from about 28 yards. So the Cowboys have tied the Panthers 27-27. Meanwhile, the Jaguars were able to get a stop on the Seahawks. Jacksonville's got the ball back down 20-12 with under 11 minutes to go. They're deep in their own territory after a good Seahawks punt. Meanwhile, the Baltimore Ravens, they've got to go for it coming out of that timeout on 4th and 10. Snoop Huntley. No, they're still in that timeout, I believe. Lengthy timeout in that one. All right, so we'll have the Ravens' 4th down attempt when we come back. Meanwhile, the Cardinals, they were able to get into field goal range. Their drive stalls. So they bring out Chad Ryland for a 44-yard field goal, and he knocks it through. So there we go. Colts, they've been on upset alert. This game has been back and forth the entire time, and now with 9.5 to go, Cardinals lead the Colts 27-24 with no Kyler Murray. It's Jacoby Brissett leading the charge. And Marvin Harrison Jr. exited this game earlier with a concussion, and yet it's still the Cardinals with a 27-24 lead over the Colts. Meanwhile, the Jaguars on a 3rd and 5. Trevor Lawrence throws it over the middle, and Brian Thomas drops it. Brian Thomas Jr., who had about as bad of a game as you could have back in week 2, when it looked like he was scared of contact. He dropped a couple of crucial passes. We then found out he had a wrist injury. He had been playing really well lately, and he's been having a great game today. He just dropped a crucial 3rd down pass on a wide open, what should have been catch for a gain of about 20. Instead, he drops it. Jacksonville's going to have to punt the football back. Okay, nobody in the red zone. We'll take a timeout. Pete McCarthy will get you the rest of the scores here, as now all of a sudden in the 7 games in the opening window, 5 of them are 1-score games. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Gridiron Game Day here on the Infinity Sports Network. Here is Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Pat, this report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Penn State fires head coach James Franklin. The Nittany Lions were ranked 3rd in the country just 3 weeks ago, but lost to Oregon in double overtime, then fell to winless UCLA before losing yesterday at home to Northwestern. Penn State will owe Franklin more than $49 million, according to Pete Thamel. That would be the 2nd largest buyout in college football history. Oregon also fires head football coach Trent Bray. Indiana moving up the latest top 25 AP poll. Indiana up to third after defeating Oregon yesterday, and they are just behind Miami, who remains at number 2. Ohio State still the top-ranked team in the country. Texas A&M comes in at number 4. Ole Miss rounding out the top 5. In London this morning, the Broncos sacked Justin Fields 9 times, defeating the Jets 13-11. The Jets totaled negative 10 yards passing, but head coach Aaron Glenn defended his quarterback postgame.
Is he going to be your quarterback next week, or would you consider?
What kind of question is that?
Look, you did not have a good game. I mean, I think it's a fair question.
There's a number of guys that, sometimes this league is like this, and there are guys that have bad games. That doesn't mean you just bench them. Come on, you know better than that.
The Jets are 0-6. Bizarre pregame for the Colts. Backup quarterback Anthony Richardson Sr. suffered an eye injury when he had a mishap while warming up with elastic bands. Also, top cornerback Charvarius Ward sustained a concussion during warm-ups in a separate incident. Both are inactive, and the Colts are trailing the Cardinals 27-24, 9:31 to play in the fourth quarter. Cardinals receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. left that game due to a concussion. 3 games coming in the later window. The Buccaneers and 49ers are going at it. Joe Flacco starts against the Packers for the second time in 3 weeks, this time with the Bengals. Titans, coming off their first win of the season, are visiting the Raiders. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on X. Our handle is INF Sports Network. That's INF Sports Network on X.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, here we go. We're set up for a fantastic finish in 5+ games of our 7-game opening window here in Week 6 in the NFL. Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Let's set the stage first on the games that are not that competitive coming down the stretch. Steelers lead the Browns 23-6, although Cleveland does have a chance to make it a little interesting. They've got it 2nd and goal at the Steelers' 3. So they're down 17, but they've got a chance to get that within 10. Meanwhile, the Rams, they lead the Ravens 17-3, but it looks like Baltimore is going to get the football back. The Rams are 4th and long inside their own 20, but still the Ravens need 2 touchdowns in the final 2 minutes, and that seems very, very unlikely. Okay, the other 5 games, 1-score games. Right now, the Colts have it 1st and goal at the 3-yard line, trailing the Cardinals 27-24. We're going to get to Lucas Oil Stadium in just a moment. Chargers lead the Dolphins 26-20, but the Dolphins have it 3rd and 2 at the Chargers 27 at the 2-minute warning. We'll get to Miami shortly as well. Patriots, after a turnover, they lead the Saints 25-19. Patriots have the ball 3rd and long at the New Orleans 43. The Saints need a stop, and they need to prevent a field goal as well to keep it a 1-score game. Cowboys and the Panthers all tied at 27. Dallas has it 3rd and a mile from their own 35-yard line. Dak Prescott tried to pass. Looked like it was batted. Maybe it was caught. Either way, it's going to be 4th and long. Carolina's going to get the ball back with under 7 minutes to go and a chance to take the lead. Seahawks lead the Jaguars 20-12, but Jacksonville's got the ball. 2nd and 15 at their own 32. Under 6.5 to go. And then we told you Rams lead the Ravens 17-3. All right, here we go. Let's get to Indianapolis live for a 1st and goal chance for the Colts. Andrew Smith in Lucas Oil Stadium. What's up, Andrew?
Well, the Colts, as you mentioned, knocking on the door. 5.5 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. Each team has scored on each possession in the second half. Cardinals lead at 27-24 after a 44-yard field goal by Chad Ryland after a Cardinals drive stalled in Colts territory. And now the Colts looking to take the lead. Jonathan Taylor on this drive that started at their own 34-yard line has 4 carries for 19 yards, and also the big play, a 22-yard pass to Alec Pierce on the first play of the drive that got the Colts into Arizona territory. It's now 2nd down and goal from the 1-yard line after a run by Jonathan Taylor. So the Colts knocking on the door here with 4:45 to go, trailing 27-24.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. So 2nd and goal from the 1-yard line. Do they give it back to Jonathan Taylor? We'll find out in just a moment. For now, let's get to Miami. Let's get to New Orleans. Patriots lead the Saints 25-19. New Orleans, did they get the football back? Did they get a stop? We check in with Les East at the Superdome. Les?
The Saints did get the stop. The Patriots were at the New Orleans 40, but lost 3 yards. They had to punt. Saints have taken over at their 10. Spencer Rattler just completed a pass. It's first down New Orleans at the Saints 35. Still 4:50 left in this one. Patriots leading 25-19. Saints trying to go down and score a go-ahead touchdown.
All right, Les, thank you very much. New Orleans were driving on their last possession, and then Juwan Johnson caught a pass right near midfield, fumbled the football. The refs initially ruled he was down first, and then the ball came out. They challenged Mike Vrabel, and the Patriots did. They won that challenge. It was overturned and called a fumble. New England getting the football back, but they could not get any points. So as you heard Les say it, New Orleans down 6 with the ball. And they just got a big first down. Spencer Rattler to Brandon Cooks for a gain of 21. The Saints need a touchdown, but they're on the move. They're at their own 35-yard line. 1st and 10, under 5 minutes to go. Meanwhile, on 2nd and goal from the 1, the Colts, they pitch it. Jonathan Taylor, he's got a hole. He's in. Touchdown, Jonathan Taylor. And the Colts have the lead. The man who looks like the front runner for NFL Offensive Player of the Year just put the Colts in front with his first touchdown of the day. Touchdown, Jonathan Taylor. Colts lead with the extra point is good, 31-27. Meanwhile, on 3rd down for the Dolphins, Tua Tagovailoa hits his receiver for a 14-yard gain, and it is a first down for the Dolphins. 1st and goal was the tight end Julian Hill. Dolphins down by 6, but they've got 1st and goal with a minute to go. Let's get to Baltimore and clean up some things here in the final minute and a half. Rams lead the Ravens 17-3. The final from Mike Popovich. Final comments here. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, well, 4th and 6 just turned into a first down as Tyler Huntley completed a pass to DeAndre Hopkins for a first down. But 17-3 right now. This game certainly pretty much wrapped up. And in this one, L.A. scoring in the air, on the ground, and through special teams with a field goal as well. In the second half, though, on the first and second drives for L.A., Kyron Williams, 6-yard touchdown rush, and then a pass from Matthew Stafford to Tyler Higbee. At that point, put the Rams up 17-3. This game was tied at 3 at the half, but the Ravens missed out an opportunity at the L.A. goal line at the end of the first half to score and go up 10-3 before the half, and then L.A. making the most of it here in the second half. The Ravens pulling quarterback Cooper Rush for Tyler Huntley, who's 7-9 for 40 yards. Rush was 11-19 for 72 yards and an interception. If there's a bright spot here in the first half, the Ravens rush D did a pretty good job, not so much here in the second half. The Ravens, who were unable to run the football with Derrick Henry over the last several weeks. He ran 24 times for 122 yards in this one. But fortunately, couldn't get into the land of 6 for the Rams today. Matthew Stafford, 17-26, just $181 and a touchdown. Kyron Williams, 13 for 50 and a touch, and Tyler Higbee, 4 for 40 and a touchdown. And the Rams today really just hurt themselves. They could have had more success, some overthrows, some drops in this one. The Ravens D, while again stopping the run in the first half, didn't really do much here today, and stopping the Rams getting up and down the field. And the Rams doing just enough, and the Ravens offense unable to get it done, mostly in the air. But they had 3 turnovers in this one today, and with the players out, you just can't get it done doing that. They also today had 7 penalties for 80 yards, so that didn't help themselves out either. 0 for 3 in the red zone, so those numbers mount up. And right now, with 28 seconds left, the LA Rams lead the Ravens 17-3. The Ravens will drop to 1-5 on the season, as LA will improve to 4-2. Pat?
Mike, thanks so much. And boy, that bye week couldn't come fast enough for the Ravens. They're going to go on the bye week, and then presumably in 2 weeks from now, Lamar Jackson should be back, although they'll be sporting a 1-5 record, and you got to think at minimum 10 games, maybe even gets them a chance of getting in the playoffs. So 1-5 with 11 games to go, you got to figure they got to go 9-2 at the worst, but probably 10-1 to make the playoffs with a wild card spot, if not steal the AFC North away from the Steelers. So it is danger zone. It is basically a playoff game every single week the rest of the season for the Baltimore Ravens. They're going to lose 17-3 to the Rams. All right, so the Saints, we told you, they started to move. They only got 3 yards in the next 3 plays, and they punt the football back to the Patriots. So it's 25-19 New England. They've got the ball with 3:37 left to go. A couple of first downs could ice this thing. All right, we knew the Dolphins were on the move. They had a 1st and goal with just over a minute left. We'll get to Miami in just a matter of seconds if we can. For now, let's quickly check in Jacksonville. 1-score game, Jaguars Seahawks. Brian Scheibel, if you could keep this to 30 seconds, that would be fantastic. What's the latest?
Yep, Jags defense doing their part 3 straight times now. They've gotten Seattle off the field quickly. Offense, though, not doing theirs. A big drop by Brian Thomas Jr. on the last possession, gave it back to Seattle. But right now, the Seahawks just punted to Jacksonville. They're going to take over 4:03 to go, and they're down 20-12.
All right, thank you very much. So the Jags with the ball, they'll need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Let's get to Kevin Casey. Kevin, if you could keep this to 20 seconds or less, that would be great. What's the latest in the Cowboys-Panthers game?
Pat, 4 minutes to go. We're tied at 27. Carolina has the ball at the Dallas 40, now 3-yard line. They're looking at a 2nd and 7 from the Dallas 43-yard line. Under 4 minutes to go in the game, all tied at 27, Carolina and Dallas.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. Meanwhile, Jack Armpriester in Miami. Jack, Dolphins needed a touchdown. What happened?
Darren Waller, 7-yard touchdown reception. A point after was good. Miami on top, 27-20 with 44 seconds to go.
Thank you, Jack. Unbelievable. It's Darren Waller again. 3rd and goal. He was wide open in the end zone for a touchdown catch. Extra point. Good. Dolphins lead the Chargers 27-26. 46 seconds to go. Chargers have at most 1 timeout. They'll need to get down the field to try to kick a game-winning field goal. So here we go really quickly. Colts lead the Cardinals 31-27. Arizona's got it under 4 to go. Chargers are going to get the ball back. They need a field goal, and they need to do it in less than 45 seconds to beat the Dolphins. Patriots lead the Saints 25-19. New England's got it with under 4 to go. Steelers lead the Browns 23-9. Pittsburgh has it. Panthers and Cowboys tied at 27. Seahawks lead the Jags 20-12. Gridiron Game Day rolls on. Next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hey-o! It's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here. Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sports Network. You can listen on SiriusXM Channel 375. You can listen around the globe on the Odyssey app. You can watch us on the Infinity Sports Network's YouTube channel. Week 6 in the NFL, 4 hours down of this show. 4 to go. One score from earlier today in London. The Broncos beat the Jets 13-11. Just moments ago, the Rams finished off the Ravens 17-3. Rams go to 4-2. Ravens dropped to 1-5. They go into the bye week, hoping to get Lamar Jackson back after that. We've got 6 games still going in the early window. 5 of them are one-score games. This has been an unbelievable last couple of minutes here. Really quickly, let's get right to Miami, where we've got a chance for the Chargers to win the game. Last we left you, Darren Waller had just scored the go-ahead touchdown for Miami with under a minute to go. What did the Chargers do? We go to Jack Armpriester in Miami. Jack.
Well, the Chargers will win this game because Connor Decker, with his 5th field goal of the afternoon from 33 yards out, puts the Chargers up 29-27. Miami had the ball 1st and 10 on the 20 with 5 seconds to go. Tua Tagovailoa throws his 3rd interception of the afternoon. Game over. Miami falls to 1-5. The Chargers get the victory. I believe they now go to 4-2 as they hold on to win 29-27 here in Miami.
That is right, Jack. Thank you very much. Another soul-crushing defeat for the Miami Dolphins. They went up on a Darren Waller touchdown, 27-26 with 45 seconds to go. And then on a second down play, Justin Herbert looked like he was going to get wrapped up and sacked. He avoided it, threw it to Ladd McConkey, who burst free for a gain of over 40 yards to put him in field goal range. They then ran it 3 straight times. The Dolphins had to burn all their timeouts, and Cameron Dicker hits the field goal to put them in front and now to win the ball game. The Chargers beat the Dolphins 29-27. And as Jack said it, the Chargers are 4-2. The Dolphins are 1-5. Really quickly, let's get to Indianapolis. Colts took the lead on a Jonathan Taylor touchdown to make it 31-27. But the Cardinals had drove it all the way down the field into the red zone. Let's find out what happened from Andrew Smith at Lucas Oil Stadium. Andrew.
53 seconds to go, and the Cardinals drove it into the red zone to the 9-yard line after a 32-yard pass from Jacoby Brissett to Michael Wilson. However, the drive stalled. An incomplete pass on 2nd and 7, a sack by Kwity Paye and DeForest Buckner on 3rd down, and then an incomplete pass on 4th down. The Colts are taking over at their own 9-yard line. Now, Arizona has all 3 timeouts remaining, so it is likely, unless the Colts get a first down here, the Cardinals can get the football back, although they'll have very little time to work with. 31-27, the Colts leading the Arizona Cardinals in what has been a fantastic football game.
Yeah, really, Andrew, really quick. Andrew, really, let's see if we can get Andrew Smith back on. Andrew, really quickly. So on that 4th down play, it was going to Trey McBride. It was incomplete. Trey McBride went nuts saying there should have been a penalty. What did you see from the press box? Do you think that should have been a penalty in the end zone on Indianapolis?
I think it looked like pretty good defense, to be quite honest, but they have been allowing the defensive backs to play on both sides a little bit today as well. So judging by the standard that this game has been officiated at, that probably was a good no call, and the Colts have just run for a first down, so they will be able to run out the clock now with 39 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's the ball game. All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Great stuff today. What a game. Jonathan Taylor, who else with a 16-yard gashing run? He had been bruising the Cardinals' defense all game. He's been bruising defenses all year, and Jonathan Taylor's going to finish with over 120 rushing yards to go with 14 receiving yards, 137 yards from scrimmage, and a touchdown. The Colts are going to win it. Daniel Jones and the Colts are 5-1, and the Cardinals lose in the last 2.5 minutes yet again. This time, not a field goal in the last second. They had 4th down with a chance to win it, and an incomplete pass is going to be their downfall. The Cardinals are going to lose 4 in a row to go to 2-4. Meanwhile, the Carolina Panthers are driving to try to win this ball game inside the final minute against the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go live to Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte right now and get the latest from Kevin Casey. Kevin?
Okay, it's a final here, Pat. 30-27, the Carolina Panthers have defeated the Dallas Cowboys, and what a great day for not the Carolina Panthers, but you have to think what happened in this game to where it allowed them to even come from behind. They got down early, and then they just hung around, and they didn't overwhelm you like Dak Prescott had huge stats. But it was just slow and steady, 17-25 for Bryce Young for 199 yards, 3 touchdowns on the day for Bryce Young, 19 yards to Ted McMillan, 36 yards to Rico Dowdle, and another 2-yarder to Ted McMillan. So the Carolina Panthers, they did enough. They held on, and they won at home. They're 3-0. Break up the Panthers. 3-0 Carolina Panthers. They defeated the Dallas Cowboys today, 30-27.
How about that? I had a bunch of people telling me I was nuts when I picked the Carolina Panthers to win the NFC South before the season began. Look, I know how great Tampa Bay has been. They're 4-1. But after the Carolina Panthers' disastrous start to the year, they are 3-3. They are 3-0 at home. And Bryce Young is indeed looking like the Bryce Young from the second half of last season. 199 passing yards, 3 touchdowns and an interception. But this one today was all about the Rico Dowdle revenge game. Against his former team, without Chuba Hubbard playing, it was time for Rico Dowdle to step up for the second week in a row, and he dominated the Cowboys. 183 rushing yards, 56 receiving yards. That equals 239 scrimmage yards and a touchdown. And the game-winning field goal as time expired came from Ryan Fitzgerald, a 33-yarder. The Panthers beat the Cowboys 30-27. Carolina 3-3. The Cowboys 2-3-1. Let's get to Jacksonville, where it's looking more and more like a formality in Duval. The Seahawks trying to close it out. Let's go now live to Jacksonville with Brian Scheibel. Brian?
Yeah, you said it, and the Seahawks just kneeled out. The final 3, the final three snaps here, after making a field goal, the Jags has kind of been the story of the today. They had a holding penalty, so instead the Seahawks accepted it and just kneeled it out with the Jags out of timeouts and to win the game 20-12. It just seemed like whenever there was a big stop needed on the final drive, Jacksonville couldn't come up with it. A.J. Barner actually had a 61-yard reception, and that ended pretty much all hope for the Jaguars. Story, though, was the Seattle defense sacking Trevor Lawrence 7 times, 15 recorded quarterback hits, and then, as we mentioned, 10 penalties by Jacksonville was brutal for them as well. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 8 receptions, 162 yards, and a touchdown for Seattle. Sam Darnold, 16-27. 295. Nothing really going in the rushing front for Jacksonville. Travis Etienne, 12 carries, 27 yards. Trevor Lawrence, 27-42, just not as sharp as we've seen him in recent weeks. 258 and 2 scores. So final here once again, Seattle 20 and Jacksonville 12.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. Meanwhile, the other game that we didn't touch on just yet, that was a one-score game in the final minutes. The Patriots led the Saints 25-19. The basically final nail in the coffin in this one on 3rd and 11. Drake May back to pass. If the Saints get a stop, they would have gotten the football back. And instead, back shoulder throw. Kayshawn Arg, me booty, comes up with a massive catch to get the first down and end all hope the Saints had of coming back in this one. New England able to run the clock out. The Patriots hold on to beat the Saints 25-19. New England now 4-2. They are undefeated on the road, 3-0 away from home. The Saints, they fall to 1-5. The only game in the early window still going right now is the one that really hasn't been a contest for much of it. The Steelers lead the Browns 23-9. Cleveland's got it, 2nd and 10 at the Steelers' 42-yard line with just over 2 minutes left to go in the football game. And they basically need a miracle to have any chance here. They're going to have to score, recover the onside kick, and score again. So that's the only game from the early window still going. Here's a refresher on all the final scores so far today. The Colts with a 4th down stop in the end zone on an incomplete pass. They beat the Cardinals 31-27. Colts now 5-1. Cardinals, they've lost 4 in a row to go to 2-4. It was Jacoby Brissett who nearly led a big upset, and they lost Marvin Harrison Jr. due to a concussion in this game as well. So now it is just all bad for the Arizona Cardinals. They will hope Marvin Harrison Jr. can make it through concussion protocol and be good to play in their next game, which is next week against the Green Bay Packers. And then we'll see if Kyler Murray is going to be good to go for next game as well. Although, if you want to start a quarterback conversation in the desert, the way Jacoby Brissett played today, not bad. 27-44, 320 yards, 2 touchdowns. He did throw an interception, but Kyler Murray has struggled so far this year. Cardinals are 2-4, Colts 5-1. The Chargers, after they gave up a touchdown pass from Tua to Darren Waller with 45 seconds left, they needed to drive down the field for a field goal. And sure enough, on a play where Justin Herbert looked like he was going to get sacked, he avoided it and then threw it over the middle to Ladd McConkey, who burst away from the Dolphins defense for a gain of 42 yards. They then ran it 3 times, forced Miami to burn all their timeouts. Cameron Dicker with a 33-yard field goal with just 5 seconds left. Chargers stun the Dolphins 29-27. The Bolts are 4-2. The Dolphins are 1-5. We told you the Patriots hung on to win 25-19. The Panthers on a last-second field goal from Ryan Fitzgerald. They beat the Cowboys 30-27. That final drive, by the way, for Carolina, 15 plays, 71 yards, 6 minutes, and 7 seconds. And it was the Rico Dowdle revenge game indeed. 239 yards from scrimmage and a touchdown for the former Cowboy. With no Chuba Hubbard for the 2nd straight week, Rico Dowdle has been a man possessed. The Panthers are 3-3. The Cowboys are 2-3-1. The Seahawks hold on to beat the Jaguars 20-12. Sam Darnold, another tremendous performance, 295 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. Jackson Smith and Jigba with 162 receiving yards and a touchdown. The Seahawks sacked Trevor Lawrence 7 times. Jacksonville scored 2 touchdowns in this game. They missed an extra point in the first quarter. They tried to go for 2 in the fourth quarter. Didn't get either of them. That's how they ended up with 12. They had no run game today, Jacksonville. 19 carries, just 59 yards. And that Seahawks defense, which was missing 3 starters in the secondary, Julian Love, Devin Witherspoon, and Reek Woolen, they brought the blitz often, and they were able to decimate that Jacksonville offensive line. Seahawks win it 20-12. Rams, they used a massive opening 5 minutes of the third quarter to beat the Ravens 17-3. It was 3-3 with under a minute to go in the second quarter. The Ravens had first and goal inside the 5. They ran it 4 times and could not score. Once the third quarter started, Rams scored a touchdown, then they got a turnover. Rams scored a touchdown, then they got another turnover. Both fumbles by Zay Flowers. That was the difference. Rams beat the Lamar Jackson-less Ravens 17-3. Rams are 4-2. Ravens 1-5. And earlier this morning in London, the Broncos sacked Justin Fields 9 times, and they beat the Jets 13-11 on a field goal in the fourth quarter. With 5 minutes to go, a 27-yarder from Will Lutz. That was the last score of that game. The Jets 0-6, the Broncos 4-2. All right, the Browns. This game is still going. I'm not sure how, because there hasn't been much offense, but we're at the 2-minute warning in Pittsburgh. The Steelers lead at 23-9. Cleveland's got it 2nd and 10 at the Pittsburgh 18-yard line. So we'll keep you posted on that. Meanwhile, we've got kickoff in Vegas. Titans and the Raiders. It is scoreless. 8:30 left to go in the first quarter. So far, the Titans went 3 and out, and now the Raiders still on their opening drive. It has gone 6 plays, 30 yards, and it's lasted 3.5 minutes so far. And the Raiders have it. It's 3rd and 5 at the Titans' 43-yard line, trying to score on their opening drive. When we come back, we'll get you set for kickoff between Joe Flacco and the Cincinnati Bengals against Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field. And then, one of the best games of the day, the 49ers at 4-1 against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 4-1 from Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. A lot of injuries to get you caught up on in that game. Multiple star players out, so we'll get you all the news you need before those 2 games kick off when we come back. But it's been a heck of a day for football so far. Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. We march on when we return. This is Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, welcome back. Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here. Week 6 in the National Football League. All 7 games in the opening window are now final. The Steelers on a 4th down attempt by the Browns to score a touchdown and make it a 1-score game. It was incomplete from Dillon Gabriel. So the Browns do not score a touchdown on the day. The Steelers beat them 23-9. Pittsburgh 4-1 in total command of the AFC North. The Browns at 1-5. And just in case you missed it, the other finals, Colts beat the Cardinals 31-27. Chargers, a last-second field goal from Cameron Dicker, edge out the Dolphins 29-27. Patriots hang on to beat the Saints 25-19. Panthers on a last-second field goal from Ryan Fitzgerald beat the Cowboys 30-27. Seahawks beat the Jaguars 20-12. Rams beat the Ravens 17-3, and earlier this morning in London, Broncos hang on to beat the Jets 13-11. Really quickly, 2 housekeeping items to clean up before we get you an update on the Titans and the Raiders and get you set for kickoff between the Bengals and the Packers and the 49ers and the Buccaneers. It's normally Gallo's Fantasy 5. Anthony Gallo, he's out today. I'm Pat Boyle. So we do Pat's Fantasy 5. Number 5, Kayshawn. One more time. Arg me booty. Kayshon Boutte, 5 catches, 93 yards, and 2 touchdowns in the Patriots' win over the Saints. Number 4, Jackson Smith-Njigba of the Seattle Seahawks, 8 catches, 162 yards, and a touchdown. Number 3, Devon Achane. Even in the loss for the Dolphins, he was brilliant. 16 carries, 128 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And he also had 4 catches and 22 yards. Number 2, even in the loss for the Cowboys, George Pickens, magnificent, 9 catches, 168 yards, and a touchdown. Finally, number 1 against his former team, no Chuba Hubbard, no problem for the second straight week in a row. They got hit with the Rico Dowdle for the Panthers. 30 carries. That's not a typo. 30 carries, 183 yards, 4 catches, 56 yards and a touchdown, 239 yards from scrimmage. My goodness, Rico Dowdle. If you're the Panthers, what do you do? What do you do once Chuba Hubbard comes back? Do you keep both of these running backs? Chuba Hubbard is their star player. They signed him to a contract extension in the offseason. He's got a calf injury, and so he's now missed the last 2 games. I mean, what Rico Dowdle's doing is unbelievable. Do you maybe put Rico Dowdle on the trade block once Chuba Hubbard comes back and see what you can get for him? Either way, there's Pat's Fantasy 5. And then really quickly, got to get you a prop pick here before the late afternoon window. Before the early window, we gave you Brian Thomas Jr. over 58.5 yards. That one hit easily. He finished with 90. And we gave you Derrick Henry anytime touchdown. Boy, that 4th down and goal play from the 1-yard line going to live rent-free in my head. Derrick Henry stuffed in the backfield. They also had 1st and goal from the 4, and he got tackled at the 1. So unbelievable that one doesn't come through. But we've got Niners-Buccaneers kicking off in just a minute. Really quickly, Christian McCaffrey, over 108.5 rushing plus receiving yards against the Buccaneers. Look, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense, in terms of stopping the run, has been one of the best in the NFL since Todd Bowles got there. But their secondary is banged up. And so, as much as I'd like to just say McCaffrey receiving yards, because you got to figure without Ricky Pearsall, still no George Kittle, still no Brandon Ayuk, they're going to toss the ball a lot to McCaffrey on the drop-offs and the screens with Mac Jones playing quarterback for Brock Purdy. But just in case McCaffrey rips off one big run, we're going to go over rushing plus receiving yards. It's 108.5 for Christian McCaffrey. All right, let's get to Las Vegas. Titans and the Raiders. Oh, and actually, before we do that, my apologies. We got to go live to the guest line right now because we've got Chargers running back Oronde Gadsden with us here after the Chargers able to pick up a last-second victory over the Miami Dolphins, 29-27. Oronde, it's Pat Boyle and the guys in New York. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, brother. I appreciate it. What a game for you today. 7 catches, 68 yards. You know, your guys' offensive line has been banged up. The running back room is banged up with no Najee Harris and no Marion Hampton. So what did you feel like you had to do in order to step up and help this team out today?
We didn't do anything extra. We didn't have to come out our body and do anything special. We just kept playing our game of football, our brand of football. Kept getting good drives down the field and scoring points. No matter who we have, we believe next man up mentality, and those guys came through. When they were needed. Kamani had a great game. All the O linemen that were up there, they had a great game as well. Even the guys on defense, played great on the defensive side, and we were able to come out with a victory. That's all that matters.
Oronde Gadsden, Chargers rookie tight end from Syracuse, with us here. Will Dissly out with an injury as well, and going into this game at least. So, Oronde, you're actually making a name for yourself here in this Chargers offense over the last couple of games. You had 5 catches in Week 3, 2 catches in Week 4, a catch last week, and then today 7 for 68. What do you? Was that a game plan from Coach Harbaugh? Get you the football and get you more involved in this offense?
No, I mean, like you were saying, we didn't have as many guys up, on the offensive side at the pass catcher position, and we had a lot of tight ends up, and we were just able to spread the ball. That's what happens even on the team, even when we have everyone full go. When we can protect up front, and we can get Justin, spread the ball out, and we get him time to throw. I mean, he is the best quarterback. I mean, he can spread the ball out to whoever he needs to. He can make any throw that needs to be made. We just, when we get him that time, I mean, you could see it. I mean, you see him making plays, especially on that fourth quarter on that last drive, that throw to Ladd. I mean, like he can make plays, he can make throws. That other 2 minutes, the 2 minutes we had versus Denver. I mean, he makes the plays and he makes the throws when they matter the most. So, when we get him time to throw, I mean, he's the best quarterback, I believe.
Oronde Gadsden, was there ever a doubt in your mind that the most accurate kicker so far in NFL history, Dicker, the kicker, Cameron, was there ever a doubt that he was not going to put that thing right through the uprights in the final seconds there?
Nah, I mean, I knew he was going to make it. The second we trotted him out there, I knew he was going to go out there and, win us the game, like he's done before, like he's done, in years past. So, I mean, he's shown that he could do it, and he's going to continue to do it. I mean, you obviously said he's the most accurate kicker, ever with, so he just keeps doing his thing.
And then really quickly, what was the mentality like? What was the vibes in the locker room and in practice? You guys started off 3-0, and then we've talked about all the injuries that have hit this team. You lose back-to-back really tough games, and you're down multiple players. Just what was the vibes like? What were you guys saying to each other going into this game as you guys head down all the way across country to take on Miami with a banged-up squad?
Yeah, we unfortunately had lost those 2 games the last 2 weeks, but, The message was just to get our swagger back, just to get, bounce back, get a win, get a key win. Coaches have told us, times they've, had, seasons where they might have not started as well as they thought, and they had that one game that, really turned it around for them. I think, Giro told us in 2019, I think they started off 2-2, and they had a key win versus somebody, and then they racked off 12 straight wins. So, I mean, it's always that pivotal win that, can boost the team and help them to, step up to the next level.
All right, Oronde Gadsden, rookie tight end from Syracuse, now out on the West Coast, getting a big role now in this Chargers offense the last couple of weeks. Big-time game for you today, my man. 7 catches, 68 yards, and you guys got that last-second victory. Enjoy the flight back home, and thanks so much for the time.
Thank you for having me.
All right, there you go, Oronde Gadsden. Player that maybe not a lot of people knew about coming into the season, but with the injuries, no Quentin Johnston today, all the offensive linemen down in this Chargers offense, they had to get creative with the game plan, and Oronde Gadsden, 7 catches, 68 yards to help the Chargers get that win over the Dolphins. All right, now let's go to Vegas here and get you caught up as they've just hit the end of the first quarter between the Titans and the Raiders, both teams at 1-4. We check in for the first time with Tony Cordasco. Tony, my man, how are you?
Hey, how's it going, Pat? Here at Allegiant Stadium, we just started very fast-moving. The second quarter, 14:46 remaining. The Raiders have the football 1st and 10 on their own 35-yard line following a nice return from Alex Backman. It's a battle of 1-4 teams, and the Titans received the opening kickoff, went 3 and out on 3 Tony Pollard runs, and after that, the Raiders took control on a really solid offensive possession until, of course, the very end. 13 plays, 48 yards, 8:44 the time. That's why they chewed up a ton of clock. And they mixed up the pass and the run very effectively. And Pete Carroll said this week that they were going to be working an awful lot on the running game, and Ashton Genty had 5 carries. He was starting to get into a rhythm. For some reason, Chip Kelly puts in Raheem Mostert, and he has a loss of 3 yards in that drive. And at the very end of the drive, Geno Smith was sacked, and then there was a delay of game, and the end result was a Daniel Carlson 50-yard field goal. And after that, ensuing kickoff, Tennessee, just one big play, but they went backwards. Calvin Ridley with a reception at midfield on a nice pass from Cam Ward, and that's about it. It was an 18-yard reception. After that, there was a false start. There was a sack and nothing doing there. So there is 14:06 to go here in the second quarter of play. And your score from Las Vegas, it is the Las Vegas Raiders 3, the Tennessee Titans nothing.
All right, Tony, thank you very much. By the way, a couple of injury notes and news to look out for. Joey Sly, who has struggled over the last couple of weeks anyway for the Tennessee Titans, inactive today with a calf injury. So it should be Matthew Wright kicking today for the Tennessee Titans. And one of their linebackers, Arden Key, out for this game as well. For the Raiders, the big one, no Brock Bowers. He's been nursing a knee injury basically since the first week of the season and had been trying to play through it. But now the news is Brock Bowers likely to remain out through Week 7, and then the Raiders have their bye week at Week 8. So it looks like no Brock Bowers last week, no Brock Bowers today, and most likely no Brock Bowers next week as well, which would bring the Raiders up to their bye week. In terms of other injuries for the Raiders, they are relatively healthy on the defensive side, so those are the big ones to look out for. Okay, we are minutes into both of the other games in our late window, the Bengals and the Packers from Lambeau Field, and we've got some red zone action here 5 minutes into this ball game. Let's go to Wisconsin right now and check in for the first time with Bill Rabier. What's up, Bill?
Well, Pat, the Packers are looking at a 3rd down and 5 from just inside the Bengals 20, and Jordan Love scrambles to his right and then throws an interception. Ball was tipped and picked off by the Bengals at the 14-yard line, and they return it out just inside, or just outside, I should say, the 35. So the Bengals with the big play here to get this thing started. The Packers were moving right down the field after the Bengals won the coin toss, deferred, and the Packers quickly got into scoring position there and now turn it over. Interesting to note that the Packers kicker, Brandon McManus, is out today. They have Lucas Haversick will be their kicker. He was just signed yesterday. And moments ago, they had 4th and 1 from the 26-yard line. And instead of opting for a field goal of about, I guess it would have been 43 yards, they opted to go for it. Jordan Love got it, but now on the subsequent set of downs, they turn it over. So Cincinnati has it, 1st and 10 at their own 36-yard line, 8:39 left in a scoreless tie here at Lambeau Field.
All right, Bill, thanks so much. And I just watched that play. Jordan Love trying to do way too much. Got away from a sack, rolled all the way out to the sideline. At that point, just throw the ball away. He tried to make something happen. It was a bad pass. It was tipped by a Bengals defender and tipped backwards right into the hands of Geno Stone, who intercepts Jordan Love, and the Packers come up empty on their opening drive. Cincinnati and Joe Flacco going to get the ball for the first time now, and as Bill said, scoreless between the Bengals and the Packers. Raiders, they have the ball driving up 3-0 against the Titans. They've got a first down after Geno Smith just hit Michael Mayer for a gain of 4. They're right near midfield. But let's check in for the first time in Tampa Bay. One of the games of the day at Raymond James Stadium. The 4-1 Niners against the 4-1 Buccaneers. And we get to Tom Aikens for the first time today. Tom, what's going on, brother?
Well, the ball game is underway. The San Francisco 49ers won the toss. They elected to defer, and that may wind up backfiring in their face. They looked good for a while because the 49er defense stopped the Buccaneers offense, made them give up the football. So the 49ers went on offense with Mac Jones as the quarterback. Brock Purdy still inactive, but Jones has just thrown an interception, so now the Buccaneers have the football, and they have it deep in 49er territory. So the first break of the game looks like it might be going in the favor of the hometown Tampa Bay Buccaneers. As you said, both of them are 4-1. Injuries on both sides of this ball game. A lot of players inactive today, but the ones that are there, this could turn out to be a personal battle. Baker Mayfield for the Bucs offense against Fred Warner and the 49er defense. Right now, the Bucs have the upper hand. At this point in the game, 10:37 left to play in the first quarter, no score.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Wow, so we got a Jordan Love interception on a tip pass, and then we've got a Mac Jones interception, and that he was on the wrong page with one of his receivers. Nobody was in the area, and it got intercepted. And the pass was picked off, and it was intercepted by Kendall Vildor. That's not a Marvel enemy. That's a real football player. Kendall Vildor with the interception for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're down their normal number 2 corner, Zion McCollum. They're down one of their other backup corners, Benjamin Morrison. So Kendall Vildor with the interception for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then on the very next play, they give it to Rachaad White, who picks up 10 yards and a first down. It's 1st and goal from the 2 for Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield turns around, hands it off. Rachaad White plunges into the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Fire the cannons. Touchdown, Buccaneers. It is Rachaad White from 2 yards out. Punches it in for the touchdown. And off the turnover, the Buccaneers have an early 6-0 lead with an extra point pending. Meanwhile, really quickly, all those injuries that I had talked about before and that Tom Akins just hinted at, here are the injuries for the Niners. Brock Purdy out again with that turf toe variant kind of injury. So it's Mac Jones making his second straight start. The last time we saw Mac Jones was that incredible Thursday night football win over the LA Rams. Not off to a good start today, though. Ricky Pearsall, their number 2 receiver, he is out. Brandon Ayuk continues to get ready for his season debut, but he's been out since last year when he tore his ACL. Still no Brandon Ayuk. George Kittle still on IR. On defense, we know Nick Bosa is done for the year. So those are a plethora of Niners injuries. Meanwhile, for Tampa Bay, no Bucky Irving, their number 1 running back. No Mike Evans. No Chris Godwin. All 3 of them injured, not playing today. And then on defense, I told you the injuries in the secondary. So right now it's 7-0 Buccaneers. They add the extra point. The Cincinnati Bengals look like they are going to punt the football back to the Green Bay Packers as they've got a 4th and 9. And yes, they are indeed punting it away. And the Raiders lead the Titans 3-0 early second quarter. All right, we have time to catch our breath for a second, but we got 3 games in the late window that we're going to get you the rest of the way here on Gridiron Game Day. It's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here on the Infinity Sports Network for a wild opening window in Week 6, the London game, and everything else you need to know on this Sunday sporting world. Here we go to an update with Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, Pat, a bizarre day for the Colts. They suffered multiple injuries in separate incidents during pregame warm-ups. Backup quarterback Anthony Richardson Sr. was struck in the eye while warming up with elastic bands. And separately, top quarterback Charvarius Ward was concussed during warm-ups. Both were inactive, but all's well that ends well.
Jones, quick pitch to the left side to Jonathan Taylor. Cuts up, he's in! Touchdown! Touchdown! I-N-D-Y for Jonathan Taylor. And the Colts indeed retake the lead 30-27.
Colts radio Taylor rushing for over 100 yards again. Colts improved to 5-1 with a 31-27 win over Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers improved to 4-1 with a 23-9 beatdown of Dillon Gabriel and the Browns. The Chargers used a last-second field goal to defeat the Dolphins 29-27. Miami is 1-5. Drake May tossing 3 touchdowns for the Patriots. They're now 4-2 after winning in New Orleans 25-19. Rico Dowdle told his former team, the Cowboys, to buckle up. They did not heed his advice. Dowdle racking up more than 200 yards from scrimmage again. Panthers beat the Cowboys 30-27 on a late field goal. Sam Darnold and the Seahawks win in Jacksonville 20-12. The Seahawks are 4-2. So are the Rams, who won in Baltimore 17-3. The Ravens are 1-5. The Broncos sacked Justin Fields 9 times, holding the inept Jets to negative 10 yards passing. The Broncos improved to 4-2 with a 13-11 win in London. The Jets are the NFL's lone winless outfit at 0-6. Tonight, the Lions visit the Chiefs at Arrowhead. Penn State fires head coach James Franklin. Pete Thabel reports that per Franklin's contract, Penn State will owe him more than $49 million. Franklin not the only college coach out today. Oregon State fires head coach Trent Bray. Indiana jumps to number 3 in the latest AP poll, behind only top-ranked Ohio State and Miami. Texas A&M is 4, Ole Miss 5. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on X and like us on Facebook. Our handle is @INF Sportsnet on X and INF Sportsnet for Facebook.
You're in a 5-minute break. 1 minute remaining. "45 seconds remaining. "30 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. 3 games going on in the late window right now. We've got the Raiders hosting the Titans. Last time we checked in there, it was 3-0 Vegas. We'll go there in just a moment. Bengals and the Packers were scoreless. Jordan Love had just thrown an interception, and then I told you Cincinnati was going to punt the football back, so we'll go to Lambeau in just a moment as well. And then right before the break, told you about the Rachaad White touchdown for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It was 7-0. San Francisco had the ball. We will get to Tampa Bay in a matter of moments as well. But first, let's go to Las Vegas, the Raiders and the Titans, and let's get more from Tony Cordasco at Allegiant Stadium. Tony?
11:04 to go in the second quarter. Raiders have the football following a punt by Johnny Hecker and a nice return by Alex Backman of 18 yards. Raiders have the ball on a 1st and 10 at their own 45-yard line. In the last Raider possession, a couple of challenges there. Well, a challenge and then an official review. Michael Mayer challenged on a 4-yard reception by Brian Callahan. The play was reversed. Would have been a 3rd and 1. It was a 3rd and 5. But on the very next play, Geno Smith drops back the pass. He is hit, and it appeared to be an incomplete pass, and that's exactly what they ruled following a return by Cody Barton for a touchdown. So they reversed that call, ruled an incomplete pass on the field, and luckily Geno Smith and the Raiders dodge a big bullet there. The Raiders currently, we told you in that first possession that they used a lot of Ashton Genty. Well, since that point, he just has a couple of carries, including just now a 1-yard gain. The Raiders got on the scoreboard first on their very first possession as they traveled 48 yards and 13 plays, and they ate up a ton of clock, 8:44, and Daniel Carlson had to kick a 50-yard field goal following a delay of game. Well, actually, there was a sack before that on Geno Smith by Jeffrey Simmons, who's playing a really good game. And then the Raiders delay a game, backs them up, and they have to settle for a Carlson 50-yard field goal. Currently, Geno Smith, 4 of 6, 33 yards. Ashton Genty, 9 carries, 28 yards. Trey Tucker, leading Raiders receiver, with 20 yards. And for the Titans, Cam Ward, 6 of 8, 35 yards. Tony Pollard on the ground has 5 receptions for 11 yards and just 1 catch on the day for Calvin Ridley. He has an 18-yard reception.
All right, Tony, appreciate you, brother. We got to cut you off here for just a moment because we've got to go live to a winning locker room at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. The Panthers, on a last-second Ryan Fitzgerald field goal, beat the Cowboys 30-27, and now we are joined by their veteran safety, Nick Scott. Nick, it's Pat Boyle and the guys in New York. Thanks for your time, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me, man. It's a great feeling we got in this locker room right now. So you got me at a good time.
Yeah, well, hey, protect the bank, right? You guys unbeaten at home, 3-0. What is it about playing at home that makes you guys a completely different ball club?
Yeah, I don't know, man. We just been coming with a lot of juice and been blessed to have 2 games back to back where, the preparation really is where it started. We put together 2 great weeks of practice in a row, so everybody else is just seeing, the benefits of that.
Nick, you got brought back on a one-year contract this season. You played a lot in the beginning of the year on special teams. Then you got yourself into a starting role on defense where there was some injuries. And then you missed a good chunk of the season yourself with an injury. Now you've basically been a defensive starter every single game so far. You're playing almost 55, 60 snaps a game. You have another 4 tackles today. You've already made some big plays with some tackling. What was your mentality now as a veteran trying to lead a young defensive group that was one of the worst in football last year? How do you think you guys have fared this year, and what have you taken a lot of pride with in your role on the defense?
Yeah, first and foremost, just thanking God for, being healthy and being in this situation. But just, as you guys know or may not know, I played for Coach E for a long time, so I've been in this defense for a while. So really just trying to emphasize communication on the back end and getting guys on the same page. Nobody can do their job if they don't trust the guy next to them. So really trying to emphasize that and play my role as an extremely vocal guy, and then, trusting the defense and letting the plays come to him and making the ones I'm supposed to.
We got to talk about your guy, Rico Dowdle, filling in for Chuba Hubbard. He told his former team, the Cowboys, to buckle up. I don't think they buckled tightly enough. 239 yards. What were you guys saying to Rico in the locker room after that win?
Look, man, Rico, he's been on fire for 2 weeks in a row. I know this one meant a little extra to him, so I'm so glad that he was able to have the type of game that he's had. But, it may be a surprise to a lot of people, but it's not a surprise to us because we see this guy work day in and day out. We know the man he is on and off the field. So when these type of games happen, it's extremely fun to watch, but it's a surprise to nobody. I guess unless you're just talking about the Cowboys today, they seem a little surprised by that. But we know what he's about, so we're glad he had that type of game.
And finally, what would you like to say about your quarterback, Nick? Bryce Young, who struggled a lot in the beginning half of last year, showed some really good signs in the second half of the season, and then has had some up and down moments. But on a game like today, you guys needed him to drive you down the field to beat the Cowboys, and he did exactly that. What can you say about your quarterback and the progression he's made this year?
Yeah, man. I mean, everybody outside, they want to say whatever they want to say about him. Everybody's got their own opinion, but we know who he is day in and day out. We see him work. We see how much he cares about this and how great of a leader he is on this team. So our trust and our belief is 100% behind him, as well as coach and the things he preaches for this team. So we never waver whatever type of game he's having, because we know at the end of the day we got a gamer and a winner on our team, and we know we can trust him in those end of game moments. He's proved it time and time again. So we just expect him to keep being that guy week in and week out.
All right, Nick Scott, Carolina Panthers safety, after a big win today. We appreciate your time, brother. Enjoy it.
Yep, thanks for having me, man. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
All righty, there you go. Nick Scott, 30-year-old safety from the Panthers. They beat the Cowboys earlier. We will hear from Grover Stewart of the Indianapolis Colts when we come back, and we'll get you caught up on the 3 games going on right now in the late window. The Packers, we've got a scoring play between them and the Bengals. We'll get you caught up there. There was a scoring play between the Buccaneers and the Niners. We'll get you to Tampa Bay, and the Raiders still lead the Titans 3-0. This is Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hey-o! 5 hours down, 3 to go on this Week 6 edition of Gridiron Game Day here on the Infinity Sports Network. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. We've got 3 games going on right now in the late window. In case you missed it earlier, we had a wild opening window. The Colts get a touchdown in the final minutes from Jonathan Taylor. Then on 4th down, Jacoby Brissett's pass to Trey McBride, incomplete. And so the Colts hold on to beat the Cardinals 31-27. The Dolphins scored a touchdown in the final minute with Darren Waller, and then a huge play from Ladd McConkey, and then a last-second field goal from Cameron Dicker leads the Chargers to a huge win. It's another soul-crushing defeat for the Dolphins. The Chargers win 29-27. Patriots hung on to beat the Saints 25-19. Steelers thoroughly defeat Dylan Gabriel and the Cleveland Browns 23-9. The Panthers get a field goal in the last seconds from Ryan Fitzgerald. They beat the Cowboys 30-27. The Rico Dowdle revenge game. He told the Cowboys to buckle up. They didn't listen. 239 scrimmage yards and a touchdown for Rico Dowdle. The Panthers win at home again, where they are undefeated, 3-3 on the season. The Seahawks beat the Jaguars 20-12. They remain undefeated on the road. They're 4-2. The Jags fall to 4-2. Without Lamar Jackson, it was Cooper Rush. Then he got benched for Snoop Huntley. Didn't matter. Rams beat the Ravens 17-3. And earlier this morning, the Broncos beat the Jets in London 13-11. Broncos pass rush with 9 sacks of Justin Fields. All right, we've got a couple of scores to get you updated on, and then we're going to talk to Grover Stewart from the Indianapolis Colts after their win over the Cardinals. But first, let's go to Vegas, where we just had a touchdown to fill you in on. And we go to Tony Cordasco at Allegiant Stadium between the Titans and the Raiders. Tony?
That's right. Devin White with a huge hit on Cam Ward. You know, it's been a battle of field position, and the Tennessee Titans have gotten the worst of it. They started their last 2 possessions at the 12-yard line, and then this last one at their own 9-yard line. And on a third down, Cam Ward went back to pass. He is absolutely plastered by Devin White, who just shot the A-gap and comes up with a big hit and a fumble. And Tyree Wilson recovers, but the Raiders do not make it easy because they get a little bit too they try to do a little bit too much there, let's say. Kelly, I don't know what the play call was. On the first down, they threw to Alex Kappa. That's right. The guard, they made him eligible, and he comes in. They throw the football to him. He has hands of stone, and so incompletion there. Ashton Genty runs the ball. Everyone in the building knew that they would go back to him for a -3. And then finally on third down, a touchdown pass from Geno Smith to Michael Mayer. So it's good to see Mayer back. He's got a couple of receptions today, so 3 plays, and they'll call it officially 2 yards in 55 seconds. And before that, in the first quarter, it was the Daniel Carlson 50-yard field goal. 13 plays, 48 yards, and 8:44, and some breathing room as on the ensuing kickoff, the Titans will have the football on a 1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line, but they have to dig out of this hole, and the Raiders' defense definitely stepped up in that last possession. But again, not good field position for the Titans so far in this game. Geno Smith, 5 out of 9, the 1 touchdown to Mayer, and he's thrown for 37 yards. Ashton Genty now up to 11 carries for 32 yards. Trey Tucker with 2 catches for 20 yards for the Raiders. The Titans' Cam Ward, 7 of 9 for 37 yards. You had Tony Pollard there with 6 carries on the ground for 12 yards. And Ridley with 18 yards receiving. Calvin Ridley, 18 yards receiving in this game. And that's just on 1 catch. Not a lot of offense here, but the Raiders do cash in on the fumble and the recovery and the touchdown by Michael Mayer. We've got 4:42 to go in the second quarter. It's a 2nd and 5 at their own 32-yard line for Tennessee, and you score at the Las Vegas Raiders 10, Tennessee Titans nothing.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. Let's get to Lambeau Field, where we've got a stoppage in play, but we've got a score to fill you in on, and what has been a defensive battle between the Packers and Joe Flacco making his first start for the Cincinnati Bengals. For more, we go to Wisconsin. Bill Rabier there in Green Bay. What's going on, Bill?
Yeah, Pat, not much going on for the Bengals offense. So far, they've run only 8 plays. They've managed a total of 18 yards and picked up 1 first down. Joe Flacco has not done much, and he's 2 of 5 for 18 yards. The Packers have moved the ball at will, but they only have scored 3 points. That's because on their first possession, they ran 10 plays and were marching in to what looked like scoring position. They actually had it in the red zone, and then Jordan Love threw an interception. On the ensuing possession, Cincinnati went 3 and out, so the Packers got it right back, but deep in their own territory at their 4-yard line, but then once again moved right down the field, but the drive eventually stalled, and they had to settle for a 43-yard field goal from newly signed Lucas Havrasik, who just signed with the Packers yesterday, as their normal kicker, Brandon McManus, ruled out today after an on-field workout in the pregame. He was going to be a game-time decision. They decided to sit him down. Havrasik is in, and he makes his first kick as a Packer from 43 yards out. And the Packers just punted away, so the Cincinnati Bengals will have it at their own 36-yard line. So Green Bay leads it 3-0 with 10:18 left in the second quarter here at Lambeau Field.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. Finally, we get to Tampa Bay, where there is a stoppage in play, and there is a gruesome, scary-looking injury to one of the best players in the National Football League, and that is Fred Warner for a 49ers team that has already been decimated by injuries. It looks like they might be without their star linebacker for quite a while. But let's get a couple of scoring updates before we get that news on Fred Warner. We go live now to Raymond James Stadium in Tampa Bay, and we talk to Tom Akins for the latest between the Niners and the Bucs. What's up, Tom?
Well, there's a lot up at this point, a lot of news coming out of this ball game, and some of it is on the scoreboard. I'll do the scoring first. The Buccaneers jumped out to a 7-0 run, 7-0 lead on a 2-yard run by Rashad White. That situation set up by a Kendall Vilnor interception of a Matt Jones pass. Vilnor returned it to the 12, and White finished off the job, putting it in the end zone from 2 yards out. It looked like the 49ers were going to come right back and really make some positive yardage. Kevin Bourne received a 41-yard pass from Mac Jones, brought the ball to the Tampa 29, but Elijah Roberts sacked Jones, driving the ball back, and the 49ers had to settle for a 52-yard field goal by Eddie Pinheiro. Looked like the 49ers were really going to do some good at that point and got back in the game. Unfortunately, then doom struck. Fred Warner got up in a group of players, went to the ground, sustained an ankle injury, was carted off the field. What looked like an air cast was placed on the ankle, on the lower leg, and Warner has been declared out in this ball game. And I think, as you pointed out earlier, Warner's going to be out for more than just the rest of this game. So a big blow as far as the 49ers defense is concerned. Fred Warner definitely their star on that side of the ball, on that side of the football. And we'll see how it impacts this particular ball game. So right now we are at the end of the first quarter. With 1 quarter of play in the books. It's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 7 and the San Francisco 49ers 3.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. And on that final play of the first quarter, Mac Jones nearly turned the ball over again, strip sacked by Jamel Dean. Luckily, tight end Luke Farrell for the Niners jumped on the football and recovered it. But, man, this Niners offense struggling right now, and they are without Fred Warner for the rest of the game. There is a decent chance they might be without Fred Warner for the rest of the season. Air cast put on his right leg after he was carted off the field. That is really tough news for the Niners. Again, Nick Bosa done for the year. Fred Warner, their all-pro superstar linebacker, is going to miss a significant amount of time now as well. And then they nearly just fumbled it away. It's 2nd and 15 for the Niners at their own 11 when we start the second quarter. Raiders, they just got the ball back after the Titans had to punt the football away. And so the Raiders are up 10-0 on Tennessee, and they've got it at their own 41-yard line with under 3 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Once again, nothing doing for the Cincinnati Bengals offense. It's their second 3-and-out in 3 drives. They just punted the ball back to the Packers, who will have it at their own 20 after a touchback. Let's get to a live locker room reaction. We are now joined by the Colts veteran defensive tackle Grover Stewart after the Colts get a last-second defensive stand to hold on and beat the Cardinals 31-27. Grover, it's Pat Boyle and the guys in New York. How you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. How y'all doing today?
Man, you guys love playing close games that come down to the wire. After you watch Daniel Jones and Jonathan Taylor in the offense come back to grab the lead, and then Jacoby Brissett is leading the Cardinals down the field, what was the mentality and what was going through your guys' head on defense when you know that you needed to keep them out of the end zone?
Man, the only thing we was thinking, one play at a time, give it to all, each snap, and let's stop these boys so we could go and put them away.
Tough game, though, today. You guys are 5-1. More on that in a second, but when you're maybe expecting Kyler Murray and then you find out late in the week it's going to be Jacoby Brissett, what is that like as a defense when you're game planning for a very mobile, elusive quarterback and then you get a totally different one? Jacoby can move with his legs, but more so a pocket passer. How does that impact the game plan?
It It really don't matter which quarterback it is, man. Like, we got a game plan, so they're going to have to block us. So that's how we approach the game each and every week. So it don't matter who up on their side, they got to stop us.
I like that. 2 tackles for loss for you today as well. You've been with this team. You've seen some highs. You've seen some lows. And right now you've been in the league for almost a decade, all with the Colts. Did you ever expect this team to be 5-1 right now after 6 weeks in the season?
Hey, man, I knew we had a great team, man, when I was coming in this year. And, like, seeing the guys going out there and everybody balling out, we're clicking on all cylinders. So, like, I knew this year was going to be special, man. And, like, we're proving it right now.
Yeah, and what can you say about your quarterback, Daniel Jones, who, after 6 years in New York, competed for the starting job with Anthony Richardson, wins the job? Not a whole lot of people expecting a ton from Daniel Jones, and he has been great. Obviously, Jonathan Taylor's been one of the best players in football. I mean, what do you say about your offense consistently putting up 25, 30 points every week?
Hey, the only thing I say, man, I love the way the guys going out there, running up the scoreboard. Daniel going out there doing his thing, JT, and the offensive line just throwing everybody around. So, like, that's a great feeling, giving the defense rest and let them boys go out there and eat each and every series.
And Grover Stewart, we appreciate your time, man. Enjoy the win, and thanks so much again.
Yes, sir. That's why they call him Danny Dime.
That is right. Grover Stewart, never shy of entertainment there. All right, so we get back to the game action here. It's at the 2-minute warning in Vegas. The Raiders, it looks like they are going to go 3 and out unless they decide to go for it. It's 4th and 4 at their own 47. They just had a 3rd and 12. Geno Smith hit Michael Mayer for a gain of 8. So 4th and 4 for the Raiders at their own 47 at the 2-minute warning. We'll see what decision they make when we get out of the 2-minute warning. Meanwhile, after the Bengals punted the football back, the Green Bay Packers, in the first 2 plays, they've picked up 4 yards. So it's a 3rd and 6 for Green Bay at their own 24. They have not been able to do a ton against this Bengals defense. They did move the ball very fast down the field on the first drive, but then we've been talking with Bill Rabier at Lambeau Field. Jordan Love on a pass that was tipped. It was intercepted. The next drive, they drove all the way down inside the 30, but had to settle for a field goal. Then they went 3 and out, and they're trying to prevent another 3 and out. Jordan Love back to throw over the middle. It's caught. It's right near the first down marker. It's going to be a first down. So a gain of exactly 4. That's exactly what they needed. And it's Jordan Love finding his receiver, Dontavian Wicks, right to the 30-yard line. And they get up and they snap it quickly before Cincinnati can challenge the spotting of the ball. They try to run it, and they get stuffed for no gain. So 2nd down for the Green Bay Packers. Meanwhile, the 49ers, they're in the red zone. They had another massive play from Kendrick Bourne. Last we left you, it was the end of the first quarter on a play where Mac Jones got strip-sacked, and luckily his tight end Luke Farrell was able to fall on it. However, the very next play, the first play of the second quarter, Mac Jones over the middle to Kendrick Bourne for 56 yards. It's the second massive play already for Kendrick Bourne. He has got 2 catches for 97 yards. After that, Christian McCaffrey, a gain of 8. Then McCaffrey, a gain of 1. Then they snuck it with Mac Jones. They just got enough for the first down. So it was first down. Mac Jones hit his fullback, Kyle Juszczyk, for a gain of 9. Then McCaffrey picked up the first down. So it's 1st and goal for the 49ers inside the 10-yard line. Mac Jones rolls out, trying to find a receiver. Still trying to find a receiver. Finally gets rid of the football. And it is incomplete. And then on 2nd and goal, they just found Brian Robinson for a short gain. And now on 3rd down, it looks like they got the Buccaneers offsides. And, yep, that is the call. Offsides on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So since it's 3rd and goal, it's going to be half the distance. So this will put it at 3rd and goal from the 1-yard line. 3rd and goal from the 1. They turn around. They hand it off to McCaffrey. Up the middle. Touchdown, Christian McCaffrey. Touchdown, 49ers. McCaffrey plunges it in from the 1-yard line, and the San Francisco 49ers take the lead 9-7 with the extra point pending. Meanwhile, Jordan Love under pressure, then gets rid of it, throws it over the middle. It's caught for a huge gain. A big gain, and it looks like it was his running back, Josh Jacobs, who takes it down all the way inside the 10-yard line. 1st and goal, Green Bay. Packers lead the Bengals 3-0. Under 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. They'll have a 1st and goal after a big 29-yard pitch and catch from Jordan Love to Josh Jacobs. And then again, a touchdown from Christian McCaffrey, a 1-yard rush. The Niners jump in front of the Buccaneers, and they kick the extra point. It's 10-7 San Francisco. Packers 3-0 over the Bengals. They've got a 1st and goal, and the Raiders had to punt the ball back to the Titans. It's 10-0 Raiders. Titans with the ball inside the final 2 minutes of the second quarter. We'll come back and tell you what happened on the Packers drive. This is Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
Welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here. Week 6 edition in the National Football League of Gridiron Game Day here on the Infinity Sports Network. 3 games in the late window going on right now. Raiders lead the Titans 10-0, although Tennessee with a chance for some last-second offense here before halftime. We'll get out to Vegas in just a moment. Meanwhile, we had a touchdown in the Packers-Bengals game. Let's get there right now. Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And let's check in with Bill Rabier for the latest between the Bengals and the Packers. What's up, Bill?
Well, it is 10-0 Packers after a 3-yard touchdown run by Josh Jacobs that capped an 8-play, 80-yard drive by Green Bay that took 4 minutes and 7 seconds. As the Packers have pretty much moved the ball at will against the Cincinnati defense here this afternoon. They did throw an interception on their first possession, but since then, 2 possessions out of their last 3, they've scored. A field goal first and then the touchdown just now by Josh Jacobs. On the ensuing kickoff, Green Bay committed a 15-yard personal foul that gave Cincinnati first down at their own 40-yard line, but now 3 plays and out, and they're going to have to punt it away again. So the Bengals' offense has been brutally bad. They've had 1 first down here today and a total net yards of 21, and the Packers have 199 total yards. Joe Flacco, 4 of 9 for 13 yards. They've managed only 8 yards on the ground, and the Packers lead it 10-0, and they're about to get the ball back after this Cincinnati punt. We're inside of 3 minutes left now in the second quarter, and it's 10-0 Green Bay here at Lambeau Field.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. Yeah, Josh Jacobs plunging it in for the touchdown. Packers up 10-0, and Cincinnati, it's looking like it's another dud of an offensive drive. They brought in Joe Flacco, and so far through almost 2 quarters, that has provided 0 points. They punt the ball back to the Packers, who will start inside their own 20. Green Bay up 10-0 inside the final 3 minutes of the second quarter. All right, let's get to Las Vegas. We just had a big exclamation mark play right before the half. Let's find out what happened with Tony Cordasco in the Titans and Raiders game. Tony?
Is this Devin White circa 2020, like when he had that big all-pro season and all those tackles, I think 140 and interceptions? He just came up with a big play here for the Raiders right before the half. Raiders leading 10-0 over the Tennessee Titans, and he came up with the big interception there as the Titans were there threatening and on the move. They had the ball on a second down at the 30-yard line of the Raiders, trying to put some points on the board right before the break, but that just was not going to be. And so White earlier had the big hit there on Cam Ward and the fumble recovery by Tyree Wilson. So Devin White had the sack earlier. He's got an interception, and the Raiders are up 10-0. The Las Vegas Raiders got on the scoreboard first. Daniel Carlson, 50-yard field goal. And that was the drive of the day. That was on the Raiders' opening drive after Tennessee went 3 and out. 13 plays, 48 yards in 8:44, and capped off by the Carlson field goal. And then the touchdown after that fumble recovery by Tyree Wilson. Michael Mayer on a 4-yard reception from Geno Smith, 3 plays and 2 yards and 55 seconds. The extra point by Daniel Carlson was up and good. And the crazy play of the day, what are you thinking, department, I should say? It was a 4th down and 4 for the Raiders on their own 47-yard line, and they put Geno Smith out there, and he's going to try to hard count Tennessee, and nobody even flinched. Everyone in the stadium knew what was going on. The Raiders got the delay of game, and that was they had to settle for a punt there, and then that punt went down to the 16-yard line. Tennessee, no luck today as far as field position goes. 9-yard line, 12-yard line, 16-yard line. That's been their starting point the last 3 possessions for the Tennessee Titans. On the day, Cam Ward, 71 yards, 10 of 17, 1 interception. Tajay Spears comes on to rush for 27 yards on 4 carries. Van Jefferson, the wide receiver, with 20 yards on 1 big catch, and that was on that last drive. For the Raiders, Geno Smith, 6 of 11, 1 touchdown, 45 yards. Ashton Genty, they got to keep him in the groove. 11 carries, just 32 yards. They had a big opening series there, and then they sort of went away from him. Trey Tucker, 20 receiving yards on 2 catches. And we're at the break here from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Your score, it is the Las Vegas Raiders 10, the Tennessee Titans nothing.
All right, Tony, thank you very much. And, yeah, that interception right before the half from Cam Ward, it's a rookie quarterback trying to do too much. He was in trouble. He avoided 1 sack, but then another defender got his hand on it as he tried to throw the football. Should have just threw it away earlier, or at least throw it to the end zone and throw it out of the back of the end zone. Maybe give somebody a chance for a touchdown, but instead he holds on to it too long, and then by the time he throws it, it got batted, tipped up in the air, and picked off by Devin White. So there you go. Raiders defense pitching a shutout so far at the half. You heard Tony say it. They lead the Titans 10-0. Both of those teams at 1-4. Let's get to Tampa Bay. We've got another touchdown to fill you in on the Buccaneers and 49ers game. I almost said Buccaneers. I guess you could call that the Buccaneers game if you combine the two of them. In the Buccaneers-49ers game, we get the latest from Raymond James Stadium from Tom Akins. Looks like they're going to be firing off the cannons, Tom.
Well, they've been firing off the cannons, that's for sure. These two teams, both 4-1, coming into this ball game, two of the finest teams in the NFL, squaring off this afternoon, and certainly they have done exactly that. The 49ers came from a 7-0 deficit to take the lead 10-7. They did that on a 1-yard run by Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey has been certainly in the mind of the Buccaneers defense because they've been trying to limit him on short yardage situations. They're more concerned not about him catching the pass, but the yards he gains after the catch. So his yak yards are the ones that they're trying to keep down to a low ebb. But this time he got in from the 1-yard line to give the 49ers a 10-7 lead. However, the Buccaneers came right back. A steady drive down the field, a 9-yard run into the end zone by Sean Tucker, a running back that is third on the depth chart at this point, second today because of the injury to Bucky Irving. So Rashad White scored the first touchdown for the Buccaneers. Sean Tucker has scored the second one, and right now, with 4.5 minutes to play in the second quarter, it is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 14, the San Francisco 49ers 10.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Yeah, that is undrafted running back Sean Tucker from Syracuse in his 3rd season with the Buccaneers. He scored 2 touchdowns with them last year. Their running back room was banged up last season, and I'll never forget, he had 136 rushing yards and 56 receiving yards, good for 192 scrimmage yards and 2 touchdowns in a Week 6 game against the New Orleans Saints. Didn't really get a whole lot of action outside of that game, but here he is with a touchdown. So that's Sean Tucker. Buccaneers fans know about him very well, and they've got a 14-10 lead against the 49ers. Right now, Christian McCaffrey just got stuffed in the backfield for a loss of 3. He slipped while trying to jump juke a Buccaneers defender in the backfield. So it's 3rd and 6 for the Niners from their own 41-yard line with now under 4 minutes left to go in the second quarter. And again, we told you earlier about the very gruesome, scary-looking injury to Fred Warner, carted off the field, air cast put on his right leg, done for the game, maybe done for a lot longer than that as well. 3rd and 6, Mac Jones back to pass, throws it over the middle, it's caught! First down. First down, 49ers. What another great throw by Mac Jones. He has done a tremendous job this year on some really difficult over-the-middle throws. And I'm trying to see who he got that pass completed there to. Might have been Marquez Valdez-Scantling. There's a hyphenated name on the back of the jersey. That's the only one that I can think of. 9 straight completions now for Mac Jones. Next play, goes back to pass, uncorks a deep ball to the end zone, and there's nobody there for that one. Overthrew his receiver. And so it'll be second down with under 3 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Meanwhile, in Green Bay, the Packers trying to tack on to their 10-0 lead. They've got the football. How about this for the Cincinnati Bengals offense? 1 first down. They've run 14 plays. They have 21 total yards of offense. The Packers have run 37 plays for 240 yards. I think Cincinnati is very lucky it is only 10-0 right now. Jordan Love found Josh Jacobs for a gain of 5. And so it's 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5 for the Green Bay Packers at their own 42. Love back to pass. Throws it over the middle. Incomplete. Batted away. Packers want a flag. They will not get that flag. That was 3rd and 5 at the Bengals' 42-yard line. Excuse me. So now it's 4th and 5. And let's see if they want to trot out their new kicker, Lucas Havrasik, with Brandon McManus out for this game. Let's see if they want to trot out Havrasik for a 60-yard field goal. I'm looking at the replay of this last play, by the way. That absolutely should have been a pass interference penalty, and it went uncalled. Jordan Love, hands straight up in the air. Can't believe it. Packers couldn't believe it. No flag. 4th and 5 for Green Bay, and they are going to punt the football away instead, with just 1 minute and 13 left to go in the second quarter. So Raiders lead the Titans 10-0 at half. Packers lead the Bengals 10-0 right before the half. Cincinnati, let's see if they can get anything going offensively. They just made a fair catch at their own 6. At this point, don't know if I'd blame Zach Taylor for taking 2 knees and getting to the halftime locker room. And then meanwhile, Buccaneers lead the Niners 14-10 on the 3rd down play. Mac Jones looking for Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Again, it was incomplete. So it looks like they're going to try a 54-yard field goal with Eddie Pinheiro. And the snap is down. The kick is up. And it is good. Eddie Pinheiro bangs it in from 54. It was curling left, and it swerved back to the right. Would have been good from 60. Eddie Pinheiro field goal. A lot of offense in this game. Buccaneers lead the Niners 14-13 with 2:05 left to go in the second quarter. Packers over the Bengals 10-0. Minute left to go in the half. Raiders lead the Titans 10-0 at halftime. We had a wild opening window of games, a ugly but close game earlier this morning in London, and we've got the ALCS starting later tonight. We've got some massive college football news, so we're going to get an update to fill you in on everything going around the sporting world here on this Sunday. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here on Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network. Here's a handsome Irishman with the update, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
I've had yet another injury to a key player for the 49ers. Linebacker Fred Warner was carted off after suffering a right ankle injury. Warner's ankle was placed in an air cast. The Niners lost defensive end Nick Bosa to a season-ending injury a few weeks back. They've also played at times without George Kittle, Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, and Jawan Jennings. The 49ers in Tampa today, looking to improve to 5-1. They are trailing 14-13 with 2 minutes to play in the first half. The Panthers feeling good about themselves.
Martin puts it down. Fitzgerald swings the leg. The kick is good, and the Panthers win it. Ryan Fitzgerald, the game-winning field goal. Sweet Caroline indeed.
Panthers radio. Panthers beat the Cowboys 30-27. Rico Dowdle haunting his former team with more than 200 yards from scrimmage and a touchdown Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are 4-1 thanks to a 23-9 win over the Browns. Daniel Jones and the Colts are 5-1, topping the Cardinals 31-27. The Chargers use a last-second field goal to walk off the Dolphins 29-27. Miami is 1-5. Drake May threw 3 touchdowns in the Patriots' 25-19 win in New Orleans. The Pats are 4-2. The Seahawks also 4-2, winning in Jacksonville 20-12. The Rams send the Ravens to 1-5 with a 17-3 win in Baltimore. In London, the Broncos sacked Justin Fields 9 times, beating the Jets 13-11. Sunday Night Football features the Chiefs trying to avoid a 2-4 start against the 4-1 Lions at Arrowhead. Penn State fires head coach James Franklin. The Nittany Lions were ranked 3rd in the country 3 weeks ago, but lost to Oregon in double overtime, then fell to winless UCLA before losing yesterday at home to Northwestern. Oregon State also fires head football coach Trent Bray. The opening game of the ALCS comes tonight with the Blue Jays hosting the Mariners. Shortstop Bo Bichette again left off the roster by Toronto. Bichette still dealing with a sprained left knee. First pitch coming a little after 8 Eastern. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on Instagram. Our handle is Infinity Sports Network. That's Infinity Sports Network to follow us on Instagram.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
Welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here for this Week 6 edition in the NFL on Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network. Programming note, as we do every Sunday, coming up at the top of the hour for the final 2 hours of Gridiron Game Day, I will be joined by the great, the legendary, MacMahon. Jody McDonald joining me for the final 2 hours. We'll break down all the games earlier in the day, and we'll continue, obviously, to get you caught up by the second to the 3 games going on in the late window here. And then we've got a special treat tonight, folks. While Jody's on the air for his normal Sunday night get-together, Lions, Chiefs, Sunday night football. Waiting all day for Sunday night. At least they are in Detroit and Kansas City. Okay. While we are at it, let's get back to the action here. We've got updates for you in all 3 games. One team in the red zone right now. That's the Las Vegas Raiders. The Titans, I believe they got the ball to start the second half. No, my apologies. Raiders got the ball to start the third quarter, and they are marching it down the field. Currently, 9-play, 55-yard drive. They're going to have a 3rd and 3 in the red zone. 3rd and 3 from the Titans' 15-yard line. Raiders lead the Titans 10-0 and trying to really start to put this game out of reach. We'll see if they can convert the 3rd down. We'll check in live in Vegas in just a moment. Meanwhile, it's at the half in Green Bay. Did we get any points between the Packers and the Bengals since we last spoke to Bill Rabier? We will find out in just a matter of moments as well. But we have offense galore and another big touchdown in Tampa Bay. Buccaneers and the 49ers. Let's get the latest from Tom Akins at Raymond James Stadium. Tom?
Well, Pat, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have extended their lead. They just put a 34-yard touchdown pass from Baker Mayfield to Cam Johnson into the end zone. They now lead it by a score of 20-13. The Buccaneers then tried a 2-point conversion. They ran the ball around the left side. Rachaad White carrying the football, but he did not get to the end zone, so that try no good. These two teams have been battling back and forth throughout the second quarter, but at the moment, the Buccaneers hold the upper hand. 39 seconds to play in the first half. It's Tampa Bay 20, San Francisco 13.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, Cameron Johnson, the undrafted 23-year-old receiver from Barton College. Barton College. He's in his second season with the Buccaneers. He's mostly a special teams guy. He's one of their kick returners. He had a couple of big kickoff returns a couple of weeks ago against the Eagles. In terms of the receiving game, he's never caught a pass. He doesn't have a career catch in the NFL. He's got a couple of carries, but he's never had a catch in the NFL. Well, that changed just moments ago. First catch in the NFL is a 34-yard touchdown catch for the second-year undrafted receiver from Barton College, Cameron Johnson. And that put the Buccaneers up 20-13. As you heard Tom say it, they got a roughing the passer, so the analytics says, why kick the extra point and go up by 8 when you could try to run for it from a yard out and go up by 9? Well, that didn't work. The Niners stuffed it, so it remains a one-score game, 20-13 Buccaneers. Let's get to Green Bay. Halftime between the Packers and the Bengals. Let's check in with Bill Rabier. What's going on, Bill?
Well, Pat, you asked, is we had any scoring since my last report? The answer is almost, because right at the end of the half, Joe Flacco was able to spike the ball with 1 second on the clock. It was very close, but they gave him 1 second. And then Evan McPherson lined up for a 67-yard field goal. And just as before he snapped it, Green Bay called timeout. He went ahead and kicked it anyway, and it hit the crossbar and went through. But, of course, it was no good because timeout was called. Then he tried it again and came up well short. So there were no points since our last report, and it's still 10-0 Green Bay. For the Packers, Jordan Love, 12 of 17 for 158 yards. He did throw one interception. He does not have a touchdown pass on the day. Jordan Love has also rushed for 18 yards. He's the second leading rusher for Green Bay today. Josh Jacobs, 10 carries, 33 yards. He has the game's only touchdown, a 3-yard run in the second quarter. For Cincinnati, their offense has been almost non-existent. Joe Flacco making his first start, of course, just coming over to the Bengals from the Browns, 8 of 15 for 40 yards. Chase Brown, 4 carries, 24 yards on the afternoon. So they have 40 yards total passing and 25 yards rushing. They've managed only 4 first downs and 65 total yards, while Green Bay has amassed 240 yards here in the first half. But they only lead it 10-0. So that's where we are at the break here at Lambeau Field. Green Bay 10 and Cincinnati 0.
All right, Bill, thank you. And that's a shame. We would have witnessed the longest field goal in NFL history. It was a 67-yarder from Evan McPherson, and he doinked it off the crossbar and in. But Matt LaFleur, they showed the replay. Oh, that wily Matt LaFleur calling timeout right before they snapped it. So it did not count. And then as you heard Bill say, the next one was well short. Packers tried to return it out of the end zone, but to no avail. So 10-0 at the half. And, that Cincinnati offense, brutal. Just brutal. Bad offensive line, not good enough quarterbacking play, and really they have almost a non-existent run game. So it's going to be tough for them to score many points at all. 65 total yards and just 4 first downs. They've only had the ball for 8 minutes. Green Bay, 22 minutes on the ball. What do you think Matt LaFleur is going to do in that second half? R-U-N run. All right, let's go back to Las Vegas. Let's check in live. We got a 3rd and goal for the Raiders, up 10-0 over the Titans. Let's find out what's going on right now in the Allegiant Stadium. Tony Cordasco, take it away.
Yes, on 3rd and goal, Geno Smith was sacked. However, there is a face masking penalty against the Titans. So the Raiders have new life, half the distance to the goal, and they'll have it first down and goal from the 4-yard line. First and goal from the 4, 7:16 to go here in the third quarter of play. And it's just been par for the course here today. Again, the Raiders getting on track. And there's Ashton Genty, little cutback move and into the end zone for a touchdown. So the Raiders up now 16-0. So a lot of Genty here in the second half. He's now up to 18 carries, and he's got 64 yards on the ground, and they used him an awful lot, as they did in their first possession of the game today. And then they abandoned the run for some reason, and they brought in Mostert, and he carried the ball, and Raheem Mostert has 2 carries and probably minus 5 or 6 yards in this game for some reason. And then they tried to throw the ball some and mix things up. And on this drive for the Raiders, they did get a first down on the drive. Geno Smith first is stuffed on a 3rd down and 1 at the 46-yard line on 4th down. Geno Smith, a little rollout to the right, and then he finds Michael Mayer open for a 15-yard gain, and that was down to the 31-yard line. And after that, they found Jacoby Myers, a big play, down to the 8-yard line. And then, again, it's just the play calling surprised that we didn't see an intended pass for the guard, Alex Kappa, again inside the red zone. The Raiders got on the board, I should say, first, 13 plays, 48 yards, 8:44 in the first quarter with a Daniel Carlson field goal. They followed that up with Michael Mayer, 4-yard touchdown reception from Geno Smith, 3 plays, 2 yards, following the fumble recovery by Tyree Wilson on the hit by Devin White. And in the third quarter now, Ashton Genty, officially they'll call it a 3-yard run, but a really nice, well put together 13-play, 70-yard drive for the Raiders in 7:56. And currently, Geno Smith now 11 of 16, 1 touchdown. He's just going to have to manage the game from here. 75 passing yards. Genty up to 63 yards and 1 touchdown. Michael Mayer, 4 receptions. It's nice to have him back for Pete Carroll because he came back from concussion protocol. 4 catches, the touchdown earlier. Cam Ward on the other side for the Titans, 10 of 17, an interception. Spears, the running back, 4 carries, 27 yards. Van Jefferson, 1 catch, 20 yards, and he's the leader in that category. We have 7:04 to go in the third quarter, and the Raiders cap off that drive with an Ashton Genty touchdown. And your score from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, the Raiders 17, Tennessee Titans nothing.
All right, Tony, thank you so much, man. So there you go. It is turning into a blowout, and you got an Ashton Genty touchdown with his Michael Myers Halloween stance, standing straight up in the backfield. Remember before the season began when Chip Kelly tried to tell him, you're not going to do that? Yeah, okay, Chip. Why don't you take a back seat? Why don't you take a seat, Chip? Getting thrown under the bus by Pete Carroll earlier this week for the lack of creativity in the offense. They haven't really had to be too creative today because Cam Ward and the Titans have not done a whole lot. By the way, we've got some injury news on this game. Titans receiver Calvin Ridley downgraded to out with a hamstring injury. He was previously questionable. Now he is out. I didn't hear if Tony had mentioned it or not, but I just saw that come across my screen. So Calvin Ridley out for the rest of the game, and the Raiders with a big 17-0 lead midway through the third quarter. They're about to kick off the third quarter in Lambeau. Packers lead the Bengals 10-0. Joe Flacco and the Cincinnati offense have done next to nothing. They will get the ball to start the third quarter. We'll see what they can do. And then at halftime, Mac Jones once again leading a really nice drive for the San Francisco 49ers. They're able to go 6 plays, 47 yards in just 42 seconds. A big play on that one. Mac Jones to Demarcus Robinson over the middle for 31 yards. He would hit Demarcus Robinson again for 13 yards. And with 2 seconds left to go in the half, Eddie Pinheiro hits a 42-yard field goal. So at the half, Buccaneers 20, Niners 16. Packers lead the Bengals 10-0. Raiders lead the Titans 17-0 midway through the third. Jody McDonald joins me next. Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here on Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hey-o! 6 hours down, 2 to go of this Week 6 edition in the NFL. Gridiron Game Day here on the Infinity Sports Network. I'm Pat Boyle, filling in for Anthony Gallo. We've got 3 games in the late window still in action. Quick scoreboard update to get you caught up on those. Raiders crushing the Titans 17-0, although Tennessee right now with their best chance to do any damage. They are in Raiders territory, although they just took a delay of game. It's 3rd and 18 from the Raiders 32. So we'll see if the Titans can get on the board. We'll get out to Vegas shortly for you. They just started the third quarter in Green Bay. Packers shutting out the Bengals 10-0. Joe Flacco and this Cincinnati offense has done next to nothing before halftime. Now they got some mojo going here on their first drive in the second half. They've right now got a 2nd and 4 in Green Bay territory. Flacco throws to the flat. It's incomplete. He was looking for T. Higgins. But this drive already has gotten 34 yards of offense. Their final drive of the first half got 44 yards of offense. They had next to diddly squat before that. So this Bengals offense at least starting to show some life here now in the third quarter. But down 10-0, they've got to start to make things happen sooner rather than later here. And then we're a couple of minutes away from the third quarter starting in Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers leading the 49ers 20-16. A lot of offense in this game, which maybe you didn't expect going in, because for the 49ers, we know they've been without George Kittle. He's on IR with a hamstring injury. Brandon Ayuk yet to make his season debut. And they've got an injured Ricky Pearsall who is inactive for this game. And, of course, no Brock Purdy with an injury. So it's Mac Jones, Christian McCaffrey, Jawan Jennings, the number one receiver, although Kendrick Bourne, Demarcus Robinson continuing to have some big games. And on defense, going into it, Nick Bosa out for the season with a torn ACL. During this game, a very scary, gruesome-looking ankle injury to Fred Warner. He was carted off the field, air cast put on his right leg. That could be that very well could be a long-term, potentially season-ending injury for the superstar, all-world linebacker Fred Warner. And then, meanwhile, for the Buccaneers, Mike Evans injured, not playing. Chris Godwin injured, not playing. Starting running back Bucky Irving injured, not playing. And the Buccaneers have a couple of injuries on defense as well, most notably to their number 2 corner, Zion McCollum. And yet, we've seen a pretty damn good game so far from 2 4-1 teams. It's 20-16 Buccaneers at the half. Before we get to the update in Vegas on whether or not the Titans got any points, the Bengals were able to pick up a first down on a 3rd and 4 throw over the middle from Joe Flacco. He hit T. Higgins for a first down, so they are right near the red zone right now, down 10-0. Earlier today, though, we had a bunch of wild finishes. 7 games in the early window, and we had a close London game, an ugly London game, but a close one. And there's plenty of ways to listen to Gridiron Game Day. Over 300 affiliates throughout the U.S. and Canada, anywhere in North America on SiriusXM Channel 375, and anywhere around the globe on the free Odyssey app. Plus, you can watch the show on the Infinity Sports Network's YouTube page. You can see my handsome face. I know Mr. Gallo is a little tough to look at times, but while he's in London enjoying a Broncos win, you can watch me. And then you can also listen for the next 2 hours to the legend who joins this show every Sunday for the final 2 hours. That's the Mac Man. That's Jody Mac. Jody, what's going on, my friend? How are you?
And gratefully, our YouTube viewers don't have to see yours truly. So that's a plus. Yours truly only coming audio-wise. Hey, pal, I know for a fact you're more comfortable since this hour started here. And I'm just wondering, is it because you're joined by your old pal, former partner, Jody McDonald, or because the sun is going down? And we know you do your best work after the sun has gone down. So I know your comfort level just ticked up, because of which?
Yes, Joel, Jody, I appreciate you giving me the plug there, the shameless plug for the overnight show Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 a.m. Eastern. But no, I'm happy because I got you on the air, my friend, although I'll hit you with a negative here to start. Let's turn the clock back to this morning where you would have been better off hungover, sleeping in, and missing this Jets game than watching it, because it ended once again in heartbreak. The Broncos beat the Jets 13-11, 9 sacks of Justin Fields. He had all of 47 passing yards, and yet all the Jets needed were a couple of more yards to try to kick a game-winning field goal. And on 4th and 8, instead of the 62-yarder with Nick Folk, they go for it. Fields takes a sack to end the football game. The Jets are 0-6. They invent ways to lose. What do you have to say about the New York Jets after today?
They are pitiful. There's about 72 different descriptive adjectives I could use, 10 or 12 of which would get us in trouble with the FCC because you're not allowed to say them on the air. I got up. I was up. Let's see, it was 8 minutes ago in the first quarter. I got up about 9:45. So the game had already started because I was on the air here last night till 2 a.m. The beginning of the game didn't much matter because it was the exact same as the rest of the game. The only way the Jets scored today was either via a special teams big kickoff return and or a screw-up by the opposition. Their offense was completely non-existent. And you mentioned the 9 sacks. Some of them were just Justin Fields holding the ball too long. Jets wide receivers weren't getting open. Nobody's getting open. Not he was scared to throw it, but there was just nobody there. So he waited, and the line collapsed. There were a couple plays where he had no chance. Like someone was in his face in under 2 seconds. That's how badly the Jet offensive line got beat today. And you're right, they almost found a way to win that game, which they had exactly 0% reason to win it because they didn't do enough to win. Well, the defense was okay. I don't want to just kill the defense, but their offense was absolutely putrid, terrible, god-awful. They didn't deserve to even be in the game, so I wasn't surprised when they didn't win it late. I'm a Nick Folk guy, second tour through the Jets. He's been in the league for about 47 years, but he can't make a 62-yarder off wet grass there in London. So I didn't have a problem with the decision of going on it in 4th and 8th. But if you had to ask me to make a prediction before they ran the play, I would have predicted the 9th and final sack of the game, which is exactly what happened. And yes, I was thinking of your friend and mine, Mr. Gallo, when the final whistle went off. He should drink until he drops too, because he's lucky that his Broncos got a win in today's game.
Yeah, he was at the game in London. They're 4-2. You know that they can win games ugly as long as they don't lose them. They're 4-2. Jody, we'll go through some of the earlier games in the afternoon because there was a couple of wild ones. But we've got some red zone action, and we've got a score to update you on. So let's get out to Vegas in Allegiant Stadium. Raiders-Titans. Do we finally have some points on the board for the Titans? We check in with Tony Cordasco. What's up, Tony?
That's right. We start the fourth quarter here. The Raiders will have a 2nd and 3 at the 42-yard line of the Tennessee Titans. And the last drive for the Titans, Matthew Wright booted a 46-yard field goal right today, taking over for Joey Sly, who's out. And it was an 8-play, 51-yard drive and 5:58. So they're finally on the board. And for Cam Ward, he's been under assault all day. The Raiders with 4 sacks of Ward, 1 forced fumble, and 1 interception. And they've been all over him. One of the good things that they did, a nice play design, was a bootleg where they got him out in some space. Tamari DK was open. That was the biggest play of the day, I think, so far, of 23 yards on the pitch and catch. And you can see some glimpses of Cam Ward, like, breaking out of this. And for the Raiders, though, now they're going to try to play some ball control, close to a first down now. Ashton Genty slices off the left side. Earlier today, we saw on the opening drive for the Raiders, Daniel Carlson, a 50-yard field goal, and that was in the first quarter. Second quarter score was Michael Mayer, a 4-yard catch from Geno Smith on a 3rd down play, 2 yards after that fumble recovery. Tyree Wilson off the Devin White hit. And in the third quarter, the touchdown by the Raiders, Ashton Genty, 3 yards, 13 plays, 70 yards, and the Matthew Wright field goal. And for some reason, the Raiders are still throwing the ball all over the place. And Jacoby Myers down at the 25-yard line, and we see a flag right there, and he gets up. But he was just shaken up there momentarily. So total yardage so far, Raiders 147, Tennessee 133. Not world beaters out there. Both quarterbacks now over 100 yards passing. Geno Smith, 13 of 18, 1 touchdown, 104 yards. Cam Ward, 12 of 19, 1 interception, 107 yards. On the ground, Genty now, Ashton Genty, up to 19 carries, 1 touchdown. He has 65 yards, and he's gotten into some rhythm here at times today, and at other times, Tennessee just keys on him. Tony Pollard, 9 carries, 33 yards. And on the receiving end, Van Jefferson, 2 receptions, 43 yards. Michael Mayer with 5 catches, including a big one on this drive, and 1 touchdown. And right now we have an interception as we speak, down at around the 10-yard line. And that was Cody Barton. Cody Barton with the pick for Tennessee, so they'll have the football. And they're going to have to go a long ways once again. They haven't had great field position, but this will help them here. Pick number 10 on the season for Geno Smith.
Wow.
We've got 13:51 remaining. 13:51 to go in this one. Don't go away. The Raiders are leading Tennessee 17-3 from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas.
Tony, thanks so much. Wow, what an ill-advised throw that was from Geno Smith. They're trying to get cute. This is what Chip Kelly basically got thrown under the bus for earlier this week by Pete Carroll. Why are you not running the football there? You're up by 2 scores. I don't care if the Titans know it's coming. Run the ball with Ashton Genty. They try to get cute with some play action. Geno throws it as he's hit across his body, back over the other side of the field, and it gets intercepted. So the Titans have the ball at their own 20, down by 14 in the fourth quarter. Geno, 10th pick, 10th interception, as we heard. Jody, what is wrong with this Raiders offense? Now, they've looked okay today because the Titans are so bad, but is it Chip Kelly's fault? Is it Geno Smith's fault? Is it a combination of both? Because even if the Raiders win this game, do we give them any chance of being even close to being in the playoff mix in a month from now?
Highly unlikely. It's to answer your question, it's both. Chip Kelly's offense is not working for them. And, yeah, I get it that the coach can give him a hard time because he hired him. He brought him in, brought him back to the NFL. So he's allowed to point out his shortcomings. But Geno Smith is done. He's wrapped. It's over. No one should be surprised he's throwing picks. Now, 10 in 6 weeks is a little more than I would have thought. But that was completely the head coach's decision. He brought him with him from Seattle to take a shot in Vegas. They decided Ashton Genty was too big a player to pass up on, so they decided not to draft a quarterback in the first round when guys like Jackson Dart would have been available for them. They decided not to go down that route, so they got to live with Geno Smith. And it was the coach who decided Geno Smith will work well in Chip Kelly's offense. It has not. Even with the addition of Ashton Genty, their offense still stinks. So the blame is shared between Geno himself, between the offensive coordinator, and, yeah, you got to put some on Pete Carroll because I guarantee you, without having talked to Pete about it, it just makes too much sense not to believe Pete Carroll had the final say as to who was going to be the Raiders quarterback this year, and he went out and got Geno Smith.
All righty. Meanwhile, let's get to Lambeau. First drive of the Cincinnati Bengals. It's still going. Over 10 minutes on the clock. They're in the red zone. Let's find out what's going on at Lambeau. Bill Rabier with the latest between the Bengals and the Packers. What's up, Bill?
Well, Pat, it's over now. The Bengals have scored a 2-yard touchdown pass from Joe Flacco to tight end Tanner Hudson, and that capped by far their best drive, maybe of the season. 17 plays, 78 yards, 10 minutes and 14 seconds, and they scored on 4th and goal from the 2-yard line. Tanner Hudson, by the way, getting the bulk of the action now because Mike Gesicki has been ruled out for the Bengals with a pectoral injury. But that was the opening drive of the second half for Cincinnati, and they have cut this Packer lead down now to 10-7. As they drove down in the opening drive. They won the opening kickoff or the coin toss and deferred. So they got the possession to start the half and just marched down and scored the touchdown. So this one felt like the Packers were in control, but just like the last couple of games before their bye week, they seemingly were in control only to lose late leads and ultimately lost the game against Cleveland and ended up in that tie with Dallas. So Cincinnati cuts it to 3. Packers lead it 10-7, about to get it for the first time with 4:46 left in the third quarter after that long drive by Cincinnati. 10-7. Packers at Lambeau.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. So there we go. We've got a tight one now. All of a sudden, Cincinnati had done nothing on offense. They had a little bit of life in their last drive of the second quarter. Evan McPherson looked like he hit a 67-yard field goal, which would have been an NFL record, but Matt LaFleur called a timeout right before the whistle. He then missed the next one, which would have counted, except it was well short. But now the Bengals come out of the halftime break, and they are moving it. A couple of big-time conversions as well, including that 4th and goal. Tanner Hudson right on the back of the end zone, able to hold on for the touchdown catch. Okay, so we've got 10-7 Packers over the Bengals, 4:46 left to go in the third. The Titans, after they intercept Geno Smith, they're down 17-3 with the ball, although it looks like Tennessee is going 3 and out. They're going to have to punt the football back to the Raiders, and I thought they were going to run a lot in the second half. They would be foolish to not do so now. Meanwhile, we've got an injury timeout in the Buccaneers-Niners game. San Francisco is driving on their first drive of the third quarter. Currently 10 plays, 52 yards. They were in the red zone. They just got called for offensive pass interference. Jawan Jennings lit up a Buccaneers defender who wasn't even looking. Just absolutely smashed him. And so that's going to be a 10-yard penalty. It'll be 1st and 20 for the Niners, right outside the red zone now, trailing the Buccaneers 20-16. Those are your 3 active scores. Jody Mack and myself, Pat Boyle, will continue to give you the updates. Plus, we'll work our way backwards and break down the big games from earlier today. I'm in for Anthony Gallo. It's Pat Boyle with you here on Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here. Week 6 in the National Football League. 7 games in the books in the earlier window. One this morning, the London game. The Broncos using 9 sacks, including one on 4th down with the game on the line to beat Justin Fields and the Jets 13-11. Okay. Me and Jody Mack discussed that. Jody with me until 8 p.m. Eastern when he takes over for the final 2 hours of his Sunday get-together, a Sunday shorty show. And we've got 3 games going on right now, 2 of them in the red zone. The one game that's not in the red zone, Buccaneers and the Niners, we did have a score there, though. So we'll get to Tampa Bay and fill you in just a moment. But right now, it's the end of the third quarter in Green Bay. The Packers lead the Bengals 10-7 after Cincinnati went 17 plays, 78 yards in over 10 minutes. Capped off with a 4th-and-goal touchdown pass from Joe Flacco to Tanner Hudson. The Green Bay Packers are driving the football right back down the other way. And Green Bay currently with a 2nd and 7 at the Cincinnati 14-yard line. So the Packers are in the red zone to start the fourth quarter. And the Raiders, they are in the red zone. They just converted on a big 3rd and 7. Geno Smith hitting Trey Tucker for a big gain of 37 yards all the way down to the 17-yard line in the red zone. On 1st and 10, they hand it off to Ashton Genty. He gets 2 yards. On 2nd and 8, they hand it back off to Ashton Genty for no gain. 3rd and 8 at the 15-yard line. Raiders in the red zone. Packers in the red zone. And let's get out to Tampa Bay and get you caught up on that latest score between the Niners and the Buccaneers. We go to Tom Akins at Raymond James Stadium. What's up, Tom?
Well, the latest score here brings the San Francisco 49ers ever so close to the lead in this ball game. Right now, it's 20-19 in favor of the Buccaneers, but the latest score, a 29-yard field goal by Eddie Pinheiro. That is his 4th field goal of the afternoon. 52, 54, 42, and 29-yard kicks, definitely keeping San Francisco in this ball game. The Mac Jones numbers at this point, 18 out of 26 for 259 yards. His long-distance receiver, Kendrick Bourne, has four catches for 130 yards. Christian McCaffrey has the 49ers touchdown, but he has 14 carries and 43 yards. McCaffrey also has 6 receptions for 34 yards, and that was a big part of the Buccaneers' game plan this week, was to limit McCaffrey yards after the catch. They have done so today, and they are clinging to a 1-point lead at this point. So we are in the third quarter with 5.5 minutes to play in this period. Tampa Bay 20, San Francisco 19.
All right, Tom, thank you. We got some injury news in that game. I just saw it come across my screen. Emeka Egbuka, hamstring injury. He was questionable to return. He has now been downgraded. He is out. He will not be returning to this game. So the Buccaneers are going to have to do it with Sterling Shepard, the tight end, Cade Otton, and the second-year undrafted wide receiver, Cam Johnson, who had his first career NFL catch earlier in this game, and it went for a touchdown. The second-year undrafted receiver from Barton College is now, you got to assume, going to be thrust into a big role in this one, a 1-point game. Buccaneers have it, 2nd and 10. They hand it off to Rachaad White, makes a guy miss, bounces out to the outside, gets a gain of 6, carried by the pile. Gain of about 6 yards, but there is a flag down, so we'll see what is what there. Meanwhile, let's get to Vegas. They're still in the red zone. They've got a 3rd and 3. Let's go to Tony Cordasco live at Allegiant Stadium as the Raiders have a 14-point lead over the Titans. What's going on, Tony?
And Daniel Carlson just booted a field goal to extend the lead. And that's, I think, a 29-yard field goal. We'll double-check that here momentarily. But the field goal was up and good. So the Raiders now extend their lead to 20-3. And there's 7:14 remaining in this game. On this last drive, the Raiders effectively, again, moving the ball. The big play by Trey Tucker, where he broke out of a tackle by Jalen Moore-Thomas and utilized the sideline and picked up that big gainer. It's a 29-yard field goal, by the way, for Carlson. Correct there. And the Raiders, again, just using a good mix of pass and run. So now Trey Tucker, up to 70 receiving yards on just 5 receptions. Ashton Genty's been a workhorse this afternoon. 23 carries, the touchdown earlier, 75 yards on the ground. And Geno Smith, he has 170 yards passing, 16 of 22, which sounds efficient. 1 touchdown, but he also throws pick number 10 on the season, which leads the NFL. On the other side of the coin for the Tennessee Titans, Cam Ward, 12 of 21, under duress all afternoon. 1 interception, 107 yards. Tony Pollard has 34 yards, nothing doing on the ground on 10 carries. The Raiders' defense has definitely done very well today in pressuring Cam Ward. They've also done a great job there of shutting down the rushing game. Van Jefferson, receiving-wise, 43 yards on 2 catches. For the Raiders, they started off with a Carlson field goal. They finished so far with a Carlson field goal, 1 of 50, 1 of 29. They have a touchdown by Michael Mayer, who's had a 50-yard day receiving-wise, coming off of the concussion. A 4-yard touchdown reception from Geno Smith. Ashton Genty with a 3-yard touchdown run. Matthew Wright, the only points for the Tennessee Titans. 8 plays, 51 yards in the third quarter, capped off by Matthew Wright. 46-yard field goal.
Gotcha. Tony, I got to run. We got to go to Green Bay because we told you the Packers were in the red zone. That drive came to an end. Did it come with points? Let's go to Lambeau Field. Bill Rabier live for Packers-Bengals. Bill, what's going on?
Well, it did end in a touchdown for the Packers on a 14-yard run from Josh Jacobs right up the gut. His second touchdown of the day, and the extra point was good. That makes it 17-7 in favor of the Packers. So Green Bay answers Cincinnati's long drive that started the second half, took up almost the entire third quarter. The Packers got it back, used up the rest of the quarter, and then on the first play of the fourth quarter, were able to punch it in from 14 yards out. For Josh Jacobs on the day, 15 carries for 69 yards, 2 touchdowns. That gives him 6 on the year. Jordan Love, 15 of 20 for 185 yards, no TDs, 1 interception. Joe Flacco has finally got a little something going in this second half. He's 15 of 25 now for 108 and a touchdown. But the Bengals have it now just shy of their own 45-yard line. Still plenty of time to go, though. 13-10 left, fourth quarter. Packers 17, Bengals 7 here at Lambeau.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. And then meanwhile, the Buccaneers still with the football here towards the end of the third quarter. A 3rd and long. Baker Mayfield back to pass, under pressure, scrambles away, runs out, makes a guy miss, tiptoeing his way through, and takes on a defender, crashes forward. It's a first down. Baker, the money maker, Mayfield, with a 3rd and 14, 15-yard carry to pick up the first down. And just like that, the Buccaneers are in positive territory. This guy has been playing like a freaking MVP this year, Baker Mayfield. We will get to Tampa Bay live in just a moment. Right now, though, Cincinnati trying to stay in this game, down 17-7. Joe Flacco just hit T. Higgins for a gain of 7 yards and a first down. They're in Packers territory. So it's 17-7 Packers over the Bengals with under 12.5 left to go in regulation. Cincinnati needing points to get it back to a 1-score game. Raiders, after that Daniel Carlson field goal, they lead the Titans 20-3. Tennessee's got it 2nd and 2 at their own 43-yard line. Meanwhile, Flacco back to pass. Uncorks another one to T. Higgins. Caught. First down. Gain of 19. They're right near the red zone. Bengals moving the football again. Their offense was dead for about the first 26 minutes of this ball game. Now they've got some life. They had a big, long touchdown drive. Now they're moving it again. Cam Ward, back to pass. Over the middle, finds Alec Iomana for a first down and a gain of 7. Titans are in positive territory. So the two teams down, trailing in these games, the Titans down 17, they're in positive side of the field, and the Bengals down by 10, they're on the positive side of the field. Meanwhile, we got to get out live to Tampa Bay because Baker Mayfield just made another unbelievable MVP play. Tom Akins with the latest from Raymond James Stadium. Tom, are they chanting MVP inside Raymond James? Because they should be.
Well, they certainly are, and I'll tell you what, if you're wearing a Buccaneers uniform and you've got the name Johnson on the back, you are having a good day. This time it was Tez Johnson who caught a 46-yard touchdown pass from Baker Mayfield. This is one for the highlight reels. Stretched out to the nth degree of his end of his fingertips to be able to haul that ball into the end zone. When he brought it back, he then turned around and did several backflips in the end zone, to say the least. That was one exciting football player. The other Johnson, Cam Johnson, he caught a 34-yarder earlier in the ball game. So things have turned in the Buccaneers' favor at this point. The 49ers had drawn close, 20-19, but now the Buccaneers have a little bit of space as they have moved up to, excuse me, getting all caught up in my throat there. Sorry, Pat. 2:40 to play in the third quarter. Tampa Bay 27 and San Francisco 19.
Tom, thank you. I'd be at a loss for words, too, if I was witnessing Baker Mayfield doing what he's doing live right now. 12 of 18, 184 yards and 2 touchdowns, 15 yards rushing. He had that massive third down conversion with his legs, then throws a perfect ball to Tez Johnson. I mean, he's doing it to Cameron Johnson, Tez Johnson, maybe Dwayne The Rock Johnson will be next. And no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin. They lost Emeka Egbuka, who's been maybe the offensive rookie of the year so far in this young NFL season, earlier in the game with a hamstring injury. Jody Mack, I think Baker Mayfield's the MVP right now. It is only week 6, but do you disagree, or what do you think?
If I'm going for another Johnson touchdown grab in this game, I think I'd roll out former Buck, former Jet Keyshawn Johnson, because we know he likes to say, throw me the damn ball.
That's right.
And the way Baker's throwing it, he'd throw him a touchdown pass. Johnson TD passes are to be found everywhere. I am 100% in agreement with you. Season ends today. Baker Mayfield is not only the MVP, it's not close. There's no one else having the type of season that he has. And by the way, Bucks win today. They'll have only one loss and tied for the best record in the entire National Football League. Damn straight Baker Mayfield's the MVP of the NFL.
All right. Well, I'm glad to see that you agree with me. So it's Buccaneers 27, Niners 19. And Mac Jones going to see if he can respond. He's having a pretty darn good game himself without plenty of their normal weapons. Christian McCaffrey just took the ball and got nearly a first down. So it's going to be a third and short, third and about 3 for the 49ers at their own 40-yard line. Under 2 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Meanwhile, before we go to break, we'll tell you that there was a score in the Packers-Bengals game. Told you that Cincinnati was driving. However, that drive stalled. Joe Flacco on a 3rd and 8 was looking for Andre Yoshivas. Couldn't complete the pass, so they will settle for a 45-yard Evan McPherson field goal, which is good. So it's a one-score game in Lambeau. Packers lead the Bengals 17-10. It's a one-score game, albeit with a 2-point conversion. In Tampa Bay, the Bucs lead the Niners 27-19. And San Francisco just got a first down at Jawan Jennings. They're near midfield. And then the Raiders lead the Titans 20-3, but Tennessee is in the red zone trying to at least make this a respectable scoreline. There's only 4.5 minutes left to go, but who knows? With the comeback they had last week against the Cardinals, anything is possible with what we've seen in the NFL. Jody and I will continue to give you updates on all these 3 games here in the late window, and we will break down some of the earlier wild finishes in Week 6 here in the National Football League. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. This is Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network. Update time. Here is Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network.
Sports Flash.
All right, Pat, Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa called out some teammates for no showing or coming late for players-only meetings. Tua said the Dolphins have a lot to clean up, calling their 29-27 loss to the Chargers a shock. The Dolphins are 1-5. Former Cowboys running back Rico Dowdle called on his former team to buckle up to face him last week. Dowdle said postgame today they wasn't buckled up. Dowdle with a team record 239 scrimmage yards and a touchdown. The Panthers beat the Cowboys 30-27 to improve to 3-3. The Colts shake off pregame injuries to Anthony Richardson Sr. and Charvarius Ward, topping the Cardinals 31-27. The Colts are 5-1. Richardson actually sustained an orbital fracture after a mishap while he was warming with an elastic band. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers improved to 4-0 with a 23-9 beatdown of the Browns. Drake May tossing 3 touchdowns for the Patriots. They win in New Orleans and are now 4-2. Sam Darnold and the Seahawks win in Jacksonville 20-12. The Seahawks are 4-2. So are the Rams, who won in Baltimore 17-3. The Ravens are 1-5. The Broncos sacked Justin Fields 9 times, holding the inept Jets to negative 10 yards passing. The Broncos improved to 4-2 with a 13-11 win in London. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn defending his quarterback.
Is he going to be your quarterback next week, or would you consider?
What kind of question is that?
Look, he did not have a good game. I mean, I think it's a fair question.
There's a number of guys that, sometimes this league is like this, and there are guys that have bad games. That doesn't mean you just bench them. Come on, you know better than that.
The Jets are the final remaining NFL team without a win. Tonight, the Lions visit the Chiefs at Arrowhead. Penn State fires head coach James Franklin. He's not the only college coach out today. Oregon State fires head coach Trent Bray. Indiana up to number 3 in the latest AP poll. The opening game of the ALCS starts up at about an hour and a half. The Blue Jays hosting the Mariners. And Kings forward Keegan Murray tore the UCL in his left thumb. Murray will undergo surgery and be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in the right place. The Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. I got the great Jody McDonald alongside me. We got 3 games in the late window in Week 6 in the National Football League, all starting to come down the stretch here. We've got a score in the Raiders-Titans game, a score in the Packers-Bengals game, and a turnover in the Buccaneers-Niners game. Let's first get out to Lambeau Field and find out what just happened between the Packers and the Bengals. Bill Rabier live in Wisconsin. What's up, Bill?
Well, the Packers just scored a touchdown, a 19-yard touchdown pass from Jordan Love to tight end Tucker Kraft, as it turns out the longest TD pass of the year so far for Green Bay. That capped a 6-play, 62-yard drive that took 3 minutes and 10 seconds, and it answered Cincinnati's 9-play, 50-yard drive that ended in a 45-yard field goal from Evan McPherson. So it's the Packers 24 and the Bengals 10 with 7.5 minutes left here in the fourth quarter. For Joe Flacco, he has targeted his top 2 receivers, as you might expect, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Higgins, 5 catches, 62 yards, and Chase, 6 catches, 55 yards. But Jordan Love and really Josh Jacobs is having a day. Jacobs, 16 carries now for 85 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the Packers out to another 2-touchdown lead. It's 24-10, 7:33 left here at Lambeau.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. Yeah, Tucker Kraft. I mean, he has turned into a top 5 tight end in all of football. That's how electric he is. Let's get to Vegas, because we also had a score in the Raiders and Titans game. Let's find out the latest from Tony Cordasco at Allegiant Stadium. What's going on, Tony?
2:45 remaining, and the Titans just used their last timeout here of the game. The Raiders leading 20-10, and the Titans score. They drove 65 yards on 12 plays. It was capped off by a David Martin Robinson 1-yard reception from Cam Ward, and that was set up by and Eric Stokes of the Raiders pass interference guarding Eo Manor in the end zone. And so that's what kept that drive alive. The Raiders, it's 4th down and 5 at their own 36, and they're going to take a delay of game here, and they'll punt the football, and we'll see the Titans with no timeouts and the 2-minute warning taking over on offense. When you talk about Cam Ward, we remember last week the big fourth quarter he had against Arizona. Maybe this is a thing. He was 13 of 18, 193 yards in the fourth quarter against Arizona last week. And here today, he's 10 of 14 for 62 yards in the fourth quarter. Perhaps he's not done yet, as the Raiders are going to punt the ball back to the Titans. And so we'll see what Cam Ward could do. He's up to 169 yards passing and 22 of 33, 1 touchdown and 1 interception. Nothing much on the ground. Tony Pollard, 34 yards. Van Jefferson, 52 receiving yards. And for the Raiders, Geno Smith, 17 of 23, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Ashton Genty, 75 yards on the ground, 23 carries. That's about where he needs to be, 20 plus. And for him to be successful, and he's gotten into some sort of rhythm, has the 1 touchdown as well. And Trey Tucker, 70 receiving yards. And so 2:37 to go. The punt there was down at the 10-yard line, so 90 yards to go for Tennessee in this game. Early on, again, 2 field goals by Daniel Carlson in the game. Michael Mayer, a 4-yard reception for a touchdown. Ashton Genty, a 3-yard touchdown run. Matthew Wright, the field goal. And David Martin Robinson, the touchdown catch of 1 yard from Cam Ward. 2:37 remaining, 1st and 10 for the Titans at their own 10. And your score from Las Vegas Raiders 20, Tennessee Titans 10.
All right, Tony, thank you very much. Meanwhile, the Bengals, they need 2 scores. They're down by 14 after Tucker Kraft's touchdown for the Packers. It's 24-10 Green Bay. Cincinnati right now 1st and 10 at their own 47. And then the Buccaneers, it looked like it was a turnover. They looked like they had gotten a strip sack of Mac Jones. The officials reviewed it. They said Mac Jones' knee was down. So no strip sack, no fumble. It is still a sack. It did force 4th down, so San Francisco had to punt it away. And then Baker Mayfield just continues to go to work. He just hit Sterling Shepard for a gain of 36 yards over the middle. A lot of yak yards on that one from Sterling Shepard. Buccaneers now in Niners territory, leading 27-19. Nobody in the red zone as of this very moment. So, Jody, you and I have a couple of minutes here to break down some of the games from the earlier window. Why don't we start with the Carolina Panthers taking down the Dallas Cowboys 30-27. Rico Dowdle told his former team, buckle up. They didn't listen. 239 yards from scrimmage and a touchdown from Rico Dowdle. And Bryce Young, looking like the Bryce Young from the second half of last season. The Panthers are 3-3, but they're 3-0 at home, and the Cowboys lose again because their defense can't stop a nosebleed. Let's start with Dallas. I mean, even when this team shows you, hey, no CeeDee Lamb, we've got some injuries, but maybe we can make a run at the playoffs, well, then they lose a game like they did today, and their defense can't stop anybody.
And their defense hasn't stopped anybody all year. Let's be honest. They got a tie a couple weeks ago against the Packers. They scored 40 points. You score 40 points, you're supposed to walk away with a win. The best the Cowboys could do was walk away with a tie. Yes, this was a back-and-forth game. This wasn't them getting a lead and then blowing it. Both teams scored. It was an offensive outburst by both squads. Dak Prescott played well again, but their defense is just brutal, and this one will go down as the Rico Dowdle revenge game because of how much smack he talked before the game ever gets started. And then he goes out and backs it up and has the game that he has. Yeah, the NFC East, I thought, could end up being a competitive division, that the Eagles were going to be very good. The Commanders could be right on their tail, and the Cowboys had a chance to make a push for a 500 season. If you get to 9, that means maybe you get to 10, you're in the playoff hunt. The NFC East is not good at all. And I know the Giants won and looked good beating the Eagles the other day. We'll see if they can keep it up. The Eagles have lost 2 games in a row. The Commanders are playing on Monday night, and they are woefully injured in a couple of key spots. And the Cowboys are one of the worst defenses in the NFL. Although the records aren't terrible yet, because the Eagles are still 4-2. They were 4-0, but have lost 2 ugly games since. It's more like the NFC least than the NFC East as of right now.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you there. By the way, what do we make of the Panthers? They're 3-3. They beat the Cowboys at the Horn. They beat the Dolphins at the Horn, and they destroyed the Falcons 30-0. Their 3 losses, though, thoroughly beaten by Jacksonville by 16, annihilated by 29 by the Patriots, and they lost to the Cardinals by 5 in a game which they were down 27-3. Is there any other polarizing team in the NFL right now than the Carolina Panthers?
That, as you just run through those 6 games, they didn't play a really good team in any of them. They were all, and you find ways to win. You find ways to win. They had the one blowout win. The other 2 were close. That's a good sign. But they're 3-3 against a really marginal schedule at best. So those who are going to get excited, hey, we're in the mix. We could be in the playoffs. Well, we'll see about that. I would venture a guess that they're in good position now. If they ever get 2 games over 500, I'd be surprised. Give him credit. Give the new coach, Liam Cohen, credit, because he seems to have changed the attitude of the team. But I still think they're a mid-level squad at best. So don't know that they're going to be able to. Missed field goal in the Tampa Bay game.
Yep.
Tampa, after that big pass from Baker Mayfield to Shepard, got into the San Francisco territory, but a absolute makeable field goal. I think it was 40 and change, just wide to the right. So we play on here. San Francisco still within 1 score, only down 8 points.
Yeah, McLaughlin pushed it to the right from 49 yards. So Niners will take over at their own 39, 8.5 to go. Yeah, like you said, down 1 score, Jody. Really quickly, we got about a minute here. Let's just talk about this Colts win over the Cardinals. They get the touchdown in the final 2.5 minutes from Jonathan Taylor. Then Jacoby Brissett leads the Cardinals down the field, and on 4th down, he throws it to the end zone. Incomplete. Trey McBride was screaming for a penalty. They don't get it. The Colts are 5-1. I mean, just every week, this team continues to show you this isn't a fluke. They look like a playoff team. It's hard to not say that anymore. They're 5-1.
They look like a playoff team to me, and Shane Steichen will be in the running for Coach of the Year in the National Football League if he keeps this up.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Marvin Harrison Jr. lost to a concussion in that game, so things going from bad to worse for Arizona. We'll see if they get Kyler Murray back next week as well. Okay, final hour of Gridiron Game Day is next. Niners down by 1 score with the ball at their own 40-yard line, under 9 minutes to go, trailing the Buccaneers 27-19. The Cincinnati Bengals are in the red zone, but they've got a 4th and 5 from the 19-yard line. They trail the Packers 24-10, 4.5 minutes to go. And the Raiders lead the Titans 20-10. Titans need a miracle. We will find out what happens when we come back. He's Jody Mack. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. This is Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hey-o! Final hour of this Week 6 edition of Gridiron Game Day here on the Infinity Sports Network. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. I got the great Jody McDonald, the Mac Man, Jody Mac, alongside me for the final 2 hours of this program, as he does each and every Sunday, and then he's got his 2-hour Sunday shorty show by himself. We have two pretty damn good finishes in store for you here out of nowhere. We do have one final score. We'll get the final update when we can from Vegas, but Cam Ward was trying to lead a miracle comeback for the Titans, and then he dropped the football trying to drop back and throw, and that was all she wrote in Vegas. The Raiders get a 20-10 win in what could have been renamed the Toilet Bowl, because those two teams are horrible. No disrespect to either of them. That's just the facts. But the Raiders do get their second win. They're 2-4 after they beat the Titans 20-10. Titans drop to 1-5, and the hot seat, I think, is only getting hotter for Brian Callahan early in year 2. He just looks lost as a head coach. That whole team looks lost. But right now, the Buccaneers, after the missed field goal, the Niners are driving down 27-19. Under 7 minutes to go in the ball game, and they just converted on a fourth down on 4th and 4. Or no, excuse me. They punted it away, and the Buccaneers got called for running into the punter. So the Niners got gifted with a fresh set of downs, And then Mac Jones hit Kendrick Bourne for a gain of 12. Then he hit Jake Tonjes for a gain of 9. On 3rd and 1, they just tried to sneak it with Mac Jones, and it looks like he got stuffed. So it's going to be 4th and 1 for the Niners. Meanwhile, in Green Bay, we had a touchdown from the Cincinnati Bengals. Just when you thought all was lost, think again. This was a 17-7 game and a 24-10 game, and then Cincinnati drove down the field, 10 plays, 65 yards, and on 4th and 5, they convert again for a touchdown pass. Joe Flacco hitting Jamar Chase for a huge touchdown, and they go for 2 and they get it, so it's 24-18. And just like that, Cincinnati is one stop away from getting the football back, and Green Bay is one failed 3rd down conversion away from maybe being on the cards for another collapse. 3rd and 9, Jordan Love back to pass, rolls out left, launches deep, it's caught! Big first down, caught by Matthew Golden, Marcus's brother. Matthew Golden, the first-round rookie draft pick, makes a massive catch for a gain of 31, and the Packers now in to field goal range, and they might be able to ice this game away. They hand it off to Josh Jacobs. He gets maybe 3 or 4 yards. Cincinnati's got 2 timeouts left and the 2-minute warning, but again, the Packers are in field goal range. They could potentially end this ball game. Meanwhile, the Niners lining up for it on 4th and 1 after the failed sneak, and they get called for a false start. So now it's 4th and 5. They've got to go. Mac Jones back to pass. He's picked off. Intercepted by the Buccaneers. And that is a massive play for Tampa Bay. It was 3rd and 1. They don't get it on the sneak. They've got to go for it on 4th and 1. They get called for a false start, and then Mac Jones throws a back-breaking interception. They were in field goal range. They decided to go, and they get called for, or they throw an interception. There is a flag down on the play, and I'm trying to find out who it's going to be on. It looks like we've got a personal foul on the Niners, and I think this one is going to stand. So it is an interception for the Buccaneers, and it looks like they are going to take over after the turnover. So how about that? A couple of massive plays. 3rd and 9, the Packers convert a huge throw from Jordan Love to Matthew Golden. And then on 4th and 6, Mac Jones throws an interception. So the Buccaneers will have the ball up 27-19 with under 6 to go. And the Packers are trying to salt the game away against the Cincinnati Bengals. Let's get one final update, though, from Allegiant Stadium in Vegas, where it is final. We go to Tony Cordasco for the final time after the Raiders beat the Titans. Tony?
20-10 was the final here at Allegiant Stadium. The Raiders did a really good job of putting pressure on the rookie Cam Ward. 6 sacks. There were 3 Titans turnovers, all attributed to the starting QB. 2 fumbles, 1 interception. Last fumble, Cam Ward back to pass in their final sequence, their final series, and he lost the ball just behind his back, and J.J. Pegues picked up the football, and that was it. And the Raiders hang on to go now to 2-4. They're 1-2 at home. The Titans 1-5, and they're 1-3 on the road. Next week, the Patriots will be visiting the Titans. The Raiders are in Kansas City against their rival. And if you think about it, the Raiders could have been a 500 team if not for that block on the field goal attempt. Daniel Carlson against the Chicago Bears here at Allegiant Stadium a couple of weeks ago. Let's get you caught up here on the scoring in this game today. First quarter, it was a really nice drive on the first series by the Raiders after the Titans went 3 and out, 13 plays, 48 yards, encompassing 8 minutes and 44 seconds. The Raiders had really good drives at the start of the game and at the start of the third quarter, and Daniel Carlson, with a 50-yard field goal that made it 3-0 Las Vegas. Michael Mayer with a 4-yard touchdown catch from Geno Smith, and it was 10-0 Las Vegas. And it was a Titans team in that first half, pretty much, that was plagued with poor field position, and into the third quarter as well. They started drives on the 9-yard line, the 12, and the 16-yard line in 3 consecutive series, and the Raiders' defense really did a great job and putting a lot of pressure on Cam Ward, and 6 sacks. Again, the end result there. In the third quarter, with the Raiders leading 10-0, they put together another great drive, opening drive to start the quarter. 13 plays, 70 yards in 7:56. And Ashton Genty with a 3-yard touchdown run. Carlson kick was good, 17-0. And pretty much the Raiders were in control at this point. Matthew Wright with a 46-yard field goal to put Tennessee on the board, 17-3. And that was 8 plays, 51 yards. Daniel Carlson, his second field goal of the afternoon, 29 yards, 8 plays and 60 yards. And then the final score of the day was a touchdown by David Martin Robinson, a 1-yard pass from Cam Ward, 65 yards, 12 plays in 4:11. On the stat board, Cam Ward had a really good second half. He threw for 115 yards in the second half alone, 26 of 38 on the day, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Those 2 fumbles really hurt Tennessee. But Cam Ward with a good afternoon overall as far as yardage goes. Geno Smith, 174 yards passing on 17 of 23, 1 touchdown, and he threw his league-leading 10th interception of the season. Tony Pollard on the ground had 10 carries for 64 yards. Ashton Genty, 75 yards on 23 carries and 1 touchdown. So he got into his groove, as we said earlier. Van Jefferson on the receiving end for Tennessee, 4 catches, 75 yards. Trey Tucker, 70 yards on 5 catches. So that'll wrap things up from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. And once again, the final score, Las Vegas Raiders 20, Tennessee Titans 10.
All right, Tony, great to chat with you as always. Let's get to Green Bay, where we could be putting a bow on things here. Packers lead the Bengals 24-18, coming out of the 2-minute warning. Big third down coming up. Let's go live right now to Bill Rabier at the frozen tundra, which is not quite frozen yet. Bill, what's going on?
Well, the Packers just called a timeout coming out of the 2-minute warning. And like you said, facing a 3rd and 2, they get to the line of scrimmage. And instead of running a play, they call a timeout. So that was their second. So each team now with just 1 timeout left. The Packers lead it just 24-18 because on the previous Cincinnati possession, they marched down and scored a touchdown. Joe Flacco hit Jamar Chase on a 19-yard touchdown pass. They converted the 2-point conversion, and that made it 24-18. Now the Packers then took over and have marched down just outside the red zone. But with 2 minutes to go here, they're going to need a little bit more to close this thing out. But they lead it 24-18. 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter here at Lambeau Field.
All right, Bill, appreciate it. Jody, how do you call a timeout when you just came out of the 2-minute warning? I mean, that's the kind of stuff. I like Matt LaFleur. I think he's a great head coach, and I like Jordan Love. They called that timeout almost instantly when they broke the huddle. What are you doing calling a timeout there coming out of the 2-minute warning?
Didn't like what he saw. They called the play, and they specifically thought that it was going to be some kind of defense, and they threw a defense that they had no idea was possibly coming for them. You're not stopping the clock. The clock was already stopped, and you've got timeouts to deal with. It looks worse than it actually is. Better to call a timeout than run a play that you don't think is going to work against the defense you're facing.
Yeah, well, the play they just ran didn't work either. 3rd and 2, they go play action. Love floats one off his back foot to the flat on the opposite side of the field, out of the reach of the rookie Matthew Golden. So 4th and 2, and as long as you make this field goal, I guess all will be forgotten. Lucas Havrisik, who they just brought along off the practice squad, they just signed him this week because Brandon McManus is hurt. 39-yarder to essentially end the game, and it is good. So I guess it is all for naught. 27-18 after the field goal. Packers lead with 1:52 to go. The Bengals have only 1 timeout. They're going to have to go the length of the field and get points, then get an onside kick and score again. So Green Bay in really good position now to try to win this ball game. Meanwhile, let's go live to Tampa Bay after the Mac Jones interception. Can the Buccaneers salt this game away? We go to Raymond James Stadium and check in with Tom Akins. Tom, what's up?
Well, that's exactly what they're trying to do. They want to salt this game away by holding on to the football for the remaining amount of time until they can get it down to close enough so that Chase McLaughlin can hit a field goal, which will ice it in that direction. Jamel Dean intercepted Mac Jones at the 14-yard line, returned to the Tampa Bay 20, and from that point on down the field, the Buccaneers have moved very relentlessly, and now they are in 49er territory on the 27-yard line. So Tampa Bay trying to do two things: kill the clock and then kill the hopes of the 49ers for winning this ball game. Right now, 49ers on top, or rather the Buccaneers on top, 27-19, despite 4 field goals by Eddie Pinheiro of the 49ers. Tampa Bay has come up with the big plays in the ball game. The Johnson boys each have a touchdown. Tez Johnson and Cam Johnson each, and that's a good thing because Emeka Egbuka is out with a hamstring, and of course Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, neither active for today's game, so the wide receiver room is getting a little bit thin. Sterling Shepard also has played a very good game this afternoon, so in that respect, the three other wide receivers, you might say, are doing the job of holding the fort this afternoon. 2 minutes to play in this ball game. Right now, Tampa Bay 27, San Francisco 19.
All right, thank you, Tom. And on 3rd and 4, they try a screen pass to Cameron Johnson. He only gets a yard, so it will hit the 2-minute warning. San Francisco's out of timeouts. 4th and 3, it'll be a 44-yard field goal. If Chase McLaughlin hits this, it's basically the same situation as the Packers and Bengals game. It'll be a 2-score game, and the Niners will need a miracle. But Chase McLaughlin did just push a 49-yarder wide to the right on their latest drive. So anything is possible here. If he misses this, it's a new lease on life again for the 49ers. All right, meanwhile, it's becoming garbage time here for the Cincinnati Bengals. 2nd and 3, Joe Flacco gets a pass complete over the middle to Samaje Perine for a first down and a gain of 16. So not over yet, but they will basically need a miracle. Cincinnati, now you get to the point, Jody, where you're deciding, do we want to try a field goal and then an onside kick to make a Hail Mary easier, or do we try to score the touchdown and then get the onside kick so that we can maybe hit a field goal? Because Evan McPherson would have hit a 67-yard NFL record field goal if not for Matt LaFleur calling a timeout right before the final play of the second quarter. So that is where you've got to decide what you're doing if you're the Cincinnati Bengals. But either way, a little too close for comfort right now for Green Bay.
Both are viable depending on where the ball's at, depending on what the clock does, depending on how much time it takes them to get to where they could legitimately try a field goal. Some people think that that's crazy. I don't. You got to score twice. Doesn't matter which order you score the 2 scores in. We see so few onside kicks recovered these days, so you'd rather see the touchdown, but if they do go for the field goal, it isn't necessarily the wrong play. The more important field goal for me is the field goal in the Tampa game because the over-under in that game is 46.5. The score is presently 27-19, which is 46. And as you noted, Mr. McLaughlin missed the field goal earlier. So yours truly sitting on an over in that game.
Oh, is that right?
They better, my first 2 in my 14 parlay hit. I need to get my 3rd here. I need over, so I need this made field goal to not only salt away the game, but make my Sunday night action something viable to watch.
All right, Joe. Now I got a little skin in the game. Now I need this field goal to go in. You must have been kicking yourself when he missed that last one. So it'll be a 44-yarder and, a little bit of a mini ice here because he's got to wait on the other side of the 2-minute warning. Although, it shouldn't be too much of a pressure-packed kick here. Although, the Buccaneers are coming out of the 2-minute warning. They're lining up like they're going to go for it.
Are you kidding me?
I think this is going to be hard count and a timeout. There is no way they can go for this. Yeah, Baker Mayfield's trying to draw him off sides. No shot you can go for this here. You've got a field goal from 44 to make it a 2-score game and end it. Yeah, they're not snapping this. They're going to call a timeout. Meanwhile, Cincinnati, they played it conservatively, so they're going to roll out McPherson for a 56-yarder to try to make it a 1-score game. Then they would need to try to recover the onside kick. Snap, down, ball, place, kick is up. Curling towards the right upright. No good. He pushed it to the right. McPherson pushed it to the right. That would have made it competitive. It wouldn't have done anything in terms of the spread. It was a massive 14.5-point spread. Cincinnati's going to cover that, but the Packers are going to walk out of their own stadium as they would normally do, with a 27-18 win over the Cincinnati Bengals. Field goal's no good. The onside kick now doesn't even matter. Green Bay is going to win it. They're going to go to 3-1-1. Cincinnati drops to 2-4. Meanwhile, Jody, here's your big kick from McLaughlin. It's right down the middle. It is good.
Yes.
So that'll essentially end things in Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers' field goal is good. They lead the Niners 30-19. The Packers get the win over the Bengals after McPherson misses the field goal. They would have needed the onside kick anyway. It's final at Lambeau. Packers 27, Bengals 18. Buccaneers lead the Niners 30-19 with under 2 minutes to go. San Francisco, no timeouts left. They need 2 scores and a miracle. Say your prayers, San Francisco. When we come back, we'll wrap up that Buccaneers-Niners game, and Jody and I will get to all the games that we have not discussed yet from the earlier window. And, of course, we will preview one of the games of the year. Lions-Chiefs from Arrowhead coming up tonight on Sunday Night Football. Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network returns after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo today, and we'll be back next week. He was across the pond enjoying his Broncos beat the New York Jets, albeit in ugly fashion. A 13-11 final earlier this morning, but now all 10 games that we brought you from start to finish here in Week 6 in the NFL are in the books. Lions Chiefs coming up in just under an hour from Arrowhead Stadium. But the two games that were yet to go final when we last broke for commercial break, the Packers, they were kneeling it out, and they do indeed beat the Cincinnati Bengals 27-18. And then the Buccaneers, they close out the San Francisco 49ers 30-19. Baker Mayfield, the MVP in the NFL through 6 games of the season, goes for 256 yards and 2 touchdowns, runs for another 14 yards, and plays turnover-free football. The Buccaneers do not turn the ball over, and Mac Jones throws 2 interceptions. The Niners drop to 4-2, and in the process, they lose their all-world superstar linebacker, Fred Warner, who was carted off the field in the second quarter in this one and had an air cast put on his right leg. Just terrible injury luck continues to bite. Suck the life out of the 49ers. They've lost Nick Bosa for the year. They've lost Fred Warner now for what looks like a significant amount of time. Brandon Ayuk yet to make his season debut. He tore his ACL last year. George Kittle's on IR right now. And they were missing Ricky Pearsall today as well. And, of course, their quarterback, Brock Purdy, has now missed all but 2 games this year with an injury as well. Jody, when we look back at this game, the big takeaways for me, again, Baker Mayfield, MVP. Buccaneers continue to get it done. They've got their own slew of injury problems. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving all did not play in this game. And their sensational rookie Emeka Egbuka left in the first half with a hamstring injury and did not return. But you've got 2 teams, both banged up. One continues to win, and the other, it looks like they're 4-2, but the Niners look like they're staring up a huge mountain because of all the injuries.
Right, and you wouldn't have known watching the game today that both coming in were 4-1, because certainly Tampa has played better to get to 4-1 than the 49ers did. They are just decimated. And here's where I'll give Baker Mayfield the added credit needs to put him over the top for MVP. And like I said, he's way over the top as far as I can judge. I think he's the runaway MVP as of right now. You're right. You lose a receiver like Mike Evans, you got to pay a price, right? You lose a receiver like Godwin, who is always at the top of the NFL for a number of catches every single year. You got to pay a price. You lose Bucky Irving, who is their number 1 back. Now, White is a good, solid number 2. They might have as good a 1-2 punch at the running back position as anybody in the NFL. And then in game, you lose Egbuka, who I thought, if I've said this once, I've now said it 7 times. I've apologized to Todd Light, the general manager of the Bucs, because draft night I'm going, what are you doing picking a wide receiver? Baker's got enough weapons. You need to improve that defense. I thought it was a waste of a first-round pick. Thought he was a good player. Didn't think he was going to be a bad player, but I just thought it was repetitious for the Bucs. Man, have they needed every play that Ibuka's made, and sure enough, he goes out in the first half, and Johnson, it sounds like a law firm, just step up and make plays at the wide receiver position. Yeah, the Bucs are legit. Baker's the MVP. Although I was never a Todd Bowles fan, and you know I'm a Jet guy, so I watched Todd try and head coach the Jets into oblivion. But he's done a real nice job. And again, their general manager, 2 years running, they've had their offensive coordinator picked right out of their back pocket and given head coaching positions. They elevate last year's passing game coordinator to offensive coordinator, and their offense hasn't missed a beat. Right now, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are one of the best-run organizations in the NFL.
Yeah, that's Josh Grizzard, who has Liam Cohen's blueprint for his offense and just continues to hum along with this Baker Mayfield-led offense. Meanwhile, the Packers, they beat the Bengals 27-18. What do you say about Cincinnati here, Jody? Because it was a tale of two halves for them. They couldn't do a damn thing in the first half. Shut out. Second half, they look pretty good. Joe Flacco in this offense moved the football. He got the ball out quickly, found Jamar Chase, found T. Higgins, got his guys, got their targets. They got some big-time plays. They were able to make this a close ball game, or at least a respectable-looking ball game. What is the answer? What is the week-to-week operation looking like for the Cincinnati Bengals? They've now lost 4 in a row since Joe Burrow got hurt in the middle of that Week 2 game against the Jaguars. We're hoping Burrow can come back by the middle of December. How does Cincinnati even stay with a shot of making the playoffs until December with the way they've looked?
I give the Bengals credit for pulling the trigger and giving up a day 3 draft pick to get Joe Flacco. His touchdown pass, and he had 2 today. The second one to Jamar Chase, I don't know if you saw it. That was an unbelievable play. Jamar Chase is just so great. There's 2 defenders there. They're both between he and the football, and somehow he comes away with it right at the goal line and falls in for a touchdown. He is so good, it's scary. So he'll make Joe Flacco look good like any other quarterback in the National Football League. Do I think Flacco's going to be able to hold them down and keep them close enough and get them near 500 with 3 weeks to go, and then at least you can smell Burrow on the potential return? Probably not. But that division is weak, so maybe. So I actually applaud the Bengals for doing what they did. And, oh, by the way, Flacco throwing a touchdown pass today, the 6th NFL team he has now thrown a touchdown pass for. And a couple of those 6 he's thrown touchdowns for in 2 different iterations, because he left and came back and left and came back with both the Jets and with the Browns. Good for Joe Flacco. I like the guy. I want to root for the guy. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope he keeps Cincinnati in the playoff mix right up until the last couple weeks of the season. Today was a prime example of why that's probably not going to happen. They played well. He played well. They played tough and hung tough right until the very end of the game, and they lost. And that's going to happen a lot to Cincinnati until Mr. Burrow gets back behind the center.
Well, how about this? Thursday Night Football, Jody, coming up in 4 days from now. The Steelers at 4-1, in Cincinnati to play the Bengals at 2-4. You want any shot of having a chance to make a run at that division come December if Joe Burrow's able to come back. That feels like a game you absolutely have to win.
Agreed. And the Steelers were one of my plays today, so I'm, as again, you can figure, Jet fan, again, anybody who listens to me here on the Infinity Sports Network knows, yeah, I'm not the big Aaron Rodgers fan because of his 2 non-existent years in New Jersey. Actually brought the organization backwards. But I thought that they were an easy play today. I thought that he would be able to move the football. He did. If you look at it analytically and statistically, he's not playing real well for the Steelers. But they're finding ways to win games. It reminds me of last year when my guy Justin Fields was there, and he wasn't playing great quarterback. He wasn't putting up big numbers. He was making plays with his legs, which he can still do for the Jets. But they just find ways to win. Their defense is that good. They're well coached, and that's what they're doing with Mr. Rodgers in the neighborhood again this year. I expect the same next week against Cincinnati, or not even next week, next Thursday.
Yeah, and by the way, after the calamity we've seen on each of the last 2 Thursday night football games, the Bengals, I'm already looking, they're catching 5.5 points on Thursday night. I mean, might as well just close your eyes and say, all right, Joe, keep me within 5 points here. So, but let's get to some of these other games from the early window, Jody. A couple of wild finishes. We already talked briefly about the Colts hanging on to beat the Cardinals 31-27. How about the Chargers? It looks like the Dolphins crushed their soul with a touchdown in the final minute to guess who? Darren Waller, who has been incredible since he unretired and came back to play for the Dolphins this year in the couple of games he's played. And then they have Justin Herbert in their clutches. He escapes a sack, fires it over to McConkey, who picks up 42 yards. Then they kick a field goal in the final seconds to crush the Dolphins' soul again. 29-27. You got Tua calling players out after the game for showing up late to team meetings, going public with concerns about certain teammates, basically saying guys aren't being accountable. And Coach Mike McDaniel later said Tua was referring to, quote, a couple individuals. I mean, this all looks bad for Mike McDaniel. That's what I take away. He saved his job maybe when they beat the Jets and then played a close game against the Bills. But it feels like he is right back on the uber hot seat now at 1-5. Let's play over-under. Week 10, Mike McDaniel gets fired before that.
Oh, I think that's a distinct possibility. Better than 50%. So if it's a yay or nay, I would say yay. I think he's going to go. Remember, this is not the first time this has happened with the Dolphins. They had one of the better defensive coordinators in the NFL in Vic Fangio. He did not get along with some of the veteran guys, some of which they've already run out of Miami after Fangio left, but he didn't like coaching there, and that's why they allowed him to walk out the door, go to Philadelphia, take over their defense, and win a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles, more because of their less talented defense than their more talented offense last year. So give Fangio his props. That just told you that the coach does not have control of the team.
Mm-hmm.
He can't keep his players from verbally throwing the defensive coordinator under the bus and making it so miserable that the guy asked to get out of his contract so he can go coach somewhere else. You add to what's happening to this team this year with Tua throwing everybody under the bus. And, oh, by the way, the coach can try and write it off to just a couple of guys. It was guys. It was the head coach himself. And Tua, oh, by the way, he's got to take a little on this heat on his own. He talked about lack of leadership. Well, you're the quarterback, big guy. You're supposed to be a leader. And I think Tua really tries to be a leader, but maybe he's just not effective at it. That organization right now is a mess. If the Jets weren't in the division, they'd be so much the worst team in that division it wouldn't even be funny. Oh, yeah, I think the seat is getting very hot under Mr. McDaniel.
Yeah, Tua said, here's more of a quote. We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late, guys not showing up to player-only meetings. There's a lot that goes into that. Do we have to make this mandatory? Do we not have to make this mandatory? It's a lot of things of that nature that we've got to get cleaned up, and it starts with little things like that, end quote. That is not good. Not good. By the way, the Dolphins...
And that's right at McDaniel.
Yep.
When you're talking about mandatory, not mandatory, the only one who makes that decision is the head coach. So if you were looking, he got on his teammates. I saw the leadership quote, which means he got to take at least some of the blame himself. But, yeah, he fired a salvo directly at his head coach.
Dolphins' next 2 games, both on the road each of the next 2 Sundays, at the Cleveland Browns, at the Atlanta Falcons. Oh, boy. Meanwhile, the Chargers, they get a big win after losing 2 in a row. Their team has a lot of injury issues right now. They were down 3 starting offensive linemen. Rashawn Slater, their left tackle, is done for the year. Joe Alt hopefully can be back for them next week, but they stepped up big time. Kamani Vidal with 124 yards on the ground. Big time game for him. And Ladd McConkey, 7 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Really quickly, Patriots beat the Saints 25-19. Did you see enough from Drake May after what he did last Sunday night against the Bills to say, yep, this kid is slowly turning into a great quarterback?
Not slowly, quickly. He's already there, and I'm not surprised a little bit. Because when he came out in the draft 2 years ago, I said if I had the number 1 pick in the draft, I would take Drake May, which would have been ahead of Caleb Williams, who went to Chicago. Now, I didn't think that Drake May had a chance to go number one because Williams had been put on such a high pedestal and the Bears had leaked information that was going to be their pick. I just said, if I'm ranking the 3 quarterbacks in this year's draft, it would be May 1, Williams 2, Daniels 3. All pretty close, but I would have had Drake May on the top of the quarterback draft list that year. He joined a lesser team than his 2 counterparts did, and it's going to take him a little bit of time, but he's already got the Patriots 4-2, threw 3 more touchdown passes this week. Yeah, he's the real deal. He's going to be good. I'm not going to say Brady-like because there is no such thing as Brady-like because he's the GOAT. But it was a couple of years since Brady left for Tampa, and it's the first time since they've had a legit winning quarterback running that team.
All right, very good. Jody, we got to go live right now to a winning locker room in Tampa Bay, Raymond James Stadium. The Buccaneers beat the 49ers 30-19. No Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin, no Bucky Irving, and then losing Emeka Egbuka during the game to a hamstring injury, no problem. How about the 7th-round rookie receiver, Tez Johnson, the former Oregon Duck, with a massive touchdown catch, a highlight reel touchdown catch for his first career NFL score. The Bucs are 5-1. Tez, it's Pat Boyle, it's Jody Mack here in New York. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you, man?
Hey, what's going through your head as you see Baker launch one down the field your way, and you know the only chance you got of grabbing that thing is to go full extension fingertip catch? How did that feel when you brought that one in?
It felt really good. Once I saw the ball go up, in my head the whole time, I was like, I'm catching this ball no matter what. So that's my mindset the whole time.
And I didn't see. What did you do? Are you keeping that football? Did you give it away to anybody? What's the plans for that football?
I'm keeping that football. We're going out here finding it now.
All right. Hey, so what's the mentality like in the receiver room? You guys knew you're down Mike, you know you're down Chris, and then Emeka leaves the game with an injury. What's the conversations like between you and Cameron Johnson, the Johnson and Johnson brothers, as we were calling you guys? Cam catches his first career touchdown. You catch your first career touchdown. What's the conversations like on the sideline before the game and then during the game between you guys as a receiver core?
Well, first, I think it was the vets that came to us and just said something like, hey, we believe in you guys, and just allowing us to be us and just play free. So that was one of the things that gave us confidence. We went out there and did exactly what we were supposed to do and executed the game plan.
Gotcha. All right, and what can you say about your quarterback, Baker Mayfield, who just continues to play like an MVP week in and week out? And, I mean, he plays like an absolute dog on that 3rd and long. He makes a 15-yard scramble with his legs. What's it like to be able to feed off the energy that Baker gives everybody?
Well, let's just start with saying he is the MVP. no doubt about that. That quarterback there is something special. Like you don't come by those many quarterbacks that competitive, that has that winning mentality. Every time he touches the field, he's a dog. At the end of the day, I feel like he's the MVP. We feel like he's the MVP, and when it's all said and done, he's gonna be the MVP.
Between you and Bucky Irving, some pretty good Oregon talent there. Have you asked Baker if he would become an honorary Duck?
No, I haven't asked him that yet, but I'm pretty sure he'll love it.
Please do so.
All right, Tez Johnson, we appreciate your time, brother. The 7th-round rookie Oregon Duck with his first career touchdown catch, one that they're going to be playing on all the highlight shows tonight. Buccaneers beat the Niners 30-19. Tez, we appreciate your time, man. Enjoy the win.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Jody, I mean, that's just next man up mentality. You said it. The Buccaneers are an incredible organization, the way they're run. You got 2 guys that never caught a touchdown pass in their career before this game, and they both make massive ones. I mean, look, like you said, you watch Todd Bowles try to coach the Jets into oblivion. He looks like a great head coach just because of the way this team plays behind him. I know you said before, Shane Steichen, NFL Coach of the Year candidate. I think we got to throw Todd Bowles in there as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair. I'm not giving it to anybody. I'm just, at this juncture of the season, guys who deserve consideration. And I always thought Bowles was a defensive genius. I just thought that when he had to be the head coach, if he didn't have the right offensive coordinator, then he was being asked to do a little bit too much. But I don't know how much he is involved in the selecting of his offensive coordinators because they seem to need a new one every single year. But all they do is have winner after winner after winner in that position. They work perfectly with their nervy quarterback, who is right now leading the MVP race.
All right, Jody, we got a tremendous treat coming up in about 40 minutes from now. Lions, Chiefs from Arrowhead. You and I will break it down. I'll get everybody all the injury news that they need to know before this game, the spread, the total, in case you're interested in that. And we'll put a bow on things here in Week 6 in the National Football League on Gridiron Game Day here on the Infinity Sports Network. He's Jody Mack. I'm Pat Boylan for Anthony Gallo. Oh, and how about the third member of our crew, the fellow handsome Irishman, maybe the handsomest of all. Here's Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All righty, Pat. Baker Mayfield willing the Buccaneers to a 30-19 win over the also banged-up 49ers. Rookie receiver Emeka Egbuka went down with a hamstring injury. The Bucs still improved to 5-1. The Niners dropped to 4-2 and lose linebacker Fred Warner to an ankle injury that required him to be carted off the field with an air cast. Joe Flacco couldn't beat the Packers twice at his Bengals debut. The Packers rolled to a 27-18 win at Lambeau. Raiders handled the Titans 20-10. Titans receiver Calvin Ridley suffered a hamstring injury. Tua Tagovailoa called out teammates for not attending or being late to players-only meetings. The Dolphins lost in a last-second field goal to the Chargers 29-27 after mounting a big fourth-quarter comeback. The Dolphins are 1-5. Rico Dowdle says the Cowboys weren't buckled up. Dowdle putting up more than 200 yards from scrimmage against his former team. Panthers topped the Cowboys 30-27 to move to 500. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are 4-1 thanks to a 23-9 win over the Browns. Daniel Jones and the Colts are 5-1, topping the Cardinals 31-27. Drake May throwing 3 touchdown passes and the Patriots win in New Orleans. The Pats are 4-2. Seattle also 4-2, winning in Jacksonville. The Rams send the Ravens to 1-5 with a 17-3 win in Baltimore. In London, the Broncos sacked Justin Fields 9 times, beating the Jets 13-11. The Jets are 0-6. Sunday Night Football features the Chiefs trying to avoid a 2-4 start against the 4-1 Lions at Arrowhead. College football. Penn State fires head coach James Franklin. UAB fires Trent Dilfer. Oregon State fires Trent Bray. Indiana's up to number 3 in the latest AP poll. The opening game of the ALCS comes tonight with the Blue Jays hosting the Mariners. Shortstop Bo Bichette again left off the roster by Toronto. Bichette still dealing with a sprained left knee. Pitchers Max Scherzer and Chris Bassett are on the Jays roster. The M's are returning their ace Brian Wu. First pitch coming a bit after 8 o'clock Eastern. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Check out our new and improved website at infinitysportsnet.com. That's infinitysportsnet.com.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, final couple of minutes here. Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. It was a pleasure, and it's always a pleasure to share the final 2 hours of this program each and every Sunday, no matter who's hosting, whether it is me or it is Anthony Gallo, with Jody Mack, the Mac Man. We got Sunday Night Football coming up in a half hour, Jody. It's the 4-1 Lions at the 2-3 Kansas City Chiefs. Arrowhead Stadium going to be rocking on this primetime Sunday night. The Chiefs are a 2.5-point favorite. The total, 51.5. Here's the big injury news you need to know. For the Lions, their star left tackle, Taylor Decker, he is out. He is not going to be playing in this game with a shoulder injury, and so Decker's going to miss his second straight game. On the defensive side, the Lions will be missing many corners. DJ Reed, he is on IR. Terrion Arnold, out for this game. Avonte Maddox, out for this game. They also, it could have been worse. Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch, their two safeties were listed as questionable. They're both going to play. So there's the Lions injury news. For the Chiefs, Not a whole lot, except something that popped up late. Their left tackle, Josh Simmons, their first-round rookie draft pick, has to tend to a family matter. That popped up this weekend. He is out for the game. He heading back to California to deal with a family matter. That's about it, though, for the Chiefs. Xavier Worthy's going to play. And after this game, Rashee Rice eligible for reinstatement after a 6-game suspension. So this is the last time the Chiefs will be without Rashee Rice, assuming he's healthy to play next week, which I don't see why he wouldn't be. Jody, I like the Chiefs in this game. I think the Lions still have a lot of injuries on that defensive side. I think you can basically wipe both of the left tackles' injuries as canceling each other. But after a rough start to the year, I think Kansas City's healthier. I think the home field advantage is going to be a big one here. And I think this Chiefs offense has been humming since they got Xavier Worthy back after he got knocked out of the first game of the season. They scored 37 against Baltimore, 28 against Jacksonville, albeit in a loss. I think their defense bounces back tonight. Either way, we should have a fantastic game. What do you think goes down in Lions-Chiefs?
Yeah, those two scores that you just gave, that points they gave up, Detroit's offense better than both of them. So if they gave up those points against those two teams, how many points are they going to give up against the Lions tonight? Now, the Lions' defense, as you noted, with their cornerback injuries and the like, their defense is pretty damn porous, too. I think it is going to be a very high-scoring game. It was the biggest over-under of the week, over 50 points. I think it went all the way up to 52.5, as a matter of fact. I wanted to play over, but the number scared me off just a little bit. I think the Lions go into Kansas City and win. I think right now you could make an argument that they have been the most exciting team, electric team so far in the National Football League. Now, a lot of that is that they give up points, but they outscored their defensive shortcomings, and I think they'll do that again tonight. The Chiefs' defense has been well underwhelming all year long since the season started, and I wouldn't be surprised if that continues again tonight. I know everybody loves Spagnuolo and calls him a defensive genius, which he is, but he does not have the prerequisite talent on that defense this year. Very high-scoring game, and I think Detroit goes into Kansas City and pulls an upset.
Okay, how about that? All right, so Jody likes the Lions. I like the Chiefs. By the way, you can cash the player prop that I gave you guys before the late window. Christian McCaffrey, 108.5 rushing plus receiving yards. We took the over, and wouldn't you know it, on the penultimate play of the game, in garbage time, he gets a 20-yard catch to get him for 111 scrimmage yards. So that was fun. All right, Jody, you got a heck of a night ahead of you. ALCS Game 1, Mariners, Blue Jays. You got Chiefs, Lions. Nobody better than you while being on the air during some high-profile games. So it was always fun to share the mic with you, brother. Enjoy the next 2 hours, and I'll talk to you soon.
If you fill in again this year, it will be my pleasure jumping with you again, Mr. Boyle.
All right, thank you to Jody Mack. He's coming up next for 2 more hours. Thank you to Pete McCarthy on the updates. Thank you to Tony Pierno, who did the first update during Gridiron Game Day. Huge shout-out, as always, to the great Billy Giacalone, to Nico Scarlatos, and to Connor Armstrong. I'm Pat Boyle. You got Jody coming up next. Anthony Gallo will be back next week. It was an honor. Make sure you catch the Pat Boyle Show at 6 hours from now, 2 to 6 a.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. Until then, so long, folks. This has been Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break.